Hello.
Our story begins months before the beginning of the Clone Wars, a war that no one in the galaxy would ever be able to predict. Despite the unrest within the Republic, the galaxy itself was thriving. This was heavily in part to the expansion of the Jedi Order during the years of the High Republic. 100,000 Jedi now filled the galaxy, inhabitants of enclaves, outposts, training grounds, monasteries, temples, and communities. The Jedi Order saw so much change in the previous 300 years of existence, but this era was heralded in by the spiritual leader of the Jedi Order. Master Yoda, while spending most of his time on Coruscant, was responsible for all this wondrous change. The Jedi Master adored his order, and it was his decisions that brought forth the rise of the Jedi. Due to the Sith being gone for so long and the Nihil ruling over the Outer Rim, Yoda believed it was time the Jedi made a change. It followed the incidents of the Starlight Beacon and the attack of the Great Republic Fair. These moments in history set the precedent of change for both the Jedi and the Republic. The Galactic Republic obviously moved away from the Outer Rim, and slowly but surely fell down the rabbit hole of corruption and greed. The Jedi, on the other hand, decided that instead of cowering away, they would hold their title as Knights of the Republic, and they moved out. The Order spread itself out so much that Jedi Way Seekers started bringing new and young members into the Order. As Yoda, Yarael Poof, and Opa Rancisis believed, the Jedi shouldn't withhold their members due to a midichlorian count. If they truly wanted to be an open and accepting sect, then they needed to approve anyone willing to learn, or attempt to try and to bring new members into their order and try from there. So as the heroes of the era moved out to fight off the Nihil, the Jedi expanded. So much so that within the span of a decade, they required more locations. Yoda moved the Jedi into new outposts across Coruscant, thanks in part to the Senate at the time. The relationship between the Jedi and the Senate was still tight. As the years went by, it lost how close-knit it once was. Yoda instated new rules about the two Jedi going out to do their missions together, but he also pumped up the amount of Jedi funneling into the Order. Initially, it seemed like it was a bad thing to do. Many children below the original required M-count minimum struggled to keep pace with typical Jedi targets. This led to frustrated instructors and upset students. Yoda found ways to counter this. Initially, it was by splitting up more talented students, but that was seen as wrong. So what they ended up doing was making Jedi progression more accepting of students skipping grades and classes. Separating exceptional students was harsh for the non-exceptional students, so Jedi that progressed and exceeded expectations were sent to classes above them. It firstly added a benefit to being naturally talented, but it also offered the incentive for struggling students to push themselves more so that they could achieve more. What the Jedi Council found, long before the defeat of the Nihil, is that as these Jedi became adults, they went out to the galaxy to help. They, just like everyone else trained from birth, were just like them. Some of them became priests or priestesses, but a majority of them filled the normal ranks of Jedi Knights and Masters. What was the most interesting part is that at later points in their lives, the struggling younglings would become over-accomplishing Knights and Masters. They all strived to make up for what they lacked. Sure, having a keen sense of the Force was a strong ally, but the Order thrived off of individuals who cared about the people of the galaxy. But the Senate at one point decided that they weren't going to allow the Jedi to just have more free space on Coruscant. The temple was more than enough for them, so the Order expanded, and as the decades turned into centuries, the galaxy changed, and the Jedi evolved. Yoda had a hard time with keeping up with the changes, but he started eliciting more power to other Jedi. The main branch of the Jedi Council was on Coruscant, but with the additional Jedi locations sprouting up galaxy-wide, Yoda was able to delegate powers to Jedi Elders, and even eventually, as the Order pushed past 40,000 members, give the power of Grand Master to others. Yoda was transformed into a spiritual ambassador for the Jedi Order. He did teach students on Coruscant, but only the most gifted. There wasn't favoritism, but the elements of assisting the most gifted students with the most gifted teachers was certainly common. But this didn't mean everyone with special talents was on Coruscant. Due to the mass expansion of the Jedi, after the first 50 or so years, the Order was able to slowly lead an effort into the Outer Rim. By this point, they had around 20,000 members. When the Order hit 40,000 members, they had secured a good half of the Outer Rim. Tragically, these numbers would have been drastically inflated, but the fight with the Nihil became a righteous crusade, one backed by every Jedi within the Order. They were fighting to save the people of the Outer Rim. and the Jedi-Nihil conflict escalated. If it hadn't been for the war, the Jedi would have likely had 7,000 or 8,000 more members, but that was the cost of war. After 100 years of expansion, the Jedi crossed the 50,000 member mark, and they were able to drive the Nihil into extinction. The reason it took so long, which the war lasted for the longer part of 80 years, is because the Outer Rim transformed during the conflict. Initially the struggle was Jedi and Nihil, but eventually the crime families, which were relatively small, rose to aid the Nihil. In their mind, their aiding of the Nihil would push the Jedi from the Outer Rim and weaken Marchion Ro so that his Nihil could be exterminated. That obviously didn't happen, and the Jedi stormed the Outer Rim. Accessing the Outer Rim changed everything for the continuously expanding Order. They did have to slow down how many members they were allowing into their ranks, but a solid number of the next 50,000 or so Jedi would come from the Mid-Rim and Outer Rim. Old temples would be rebuilt, and new locations continued to pop up. The most packed location of Jedi in the galaxy was at Coruscant with 5,000 members, and the Jedi High Council with the spiritual leader of the Order. The second most filled locations were at Tython with 2,600 members present, and the monastery on Ashiz Ri with 2,200 members. While it might seem like these individual locations were too widespread, they weren't. Most of the time, the Jedi would take over a sector. For example, on Yavin, there were multiple moons and planets. The Jedi Council of that sector would split up its resources. There'd be a temple, training ground, monastery, enclave, and maybe even an outpost. All these would be filled up with, say, 5,000 or 6,000 Jedi, and this was repeated galaxy-wide. Though the most important addition to this expansion for the Jedi was their outposts. These were across the galaxy, a majority of which in the Outer Rim. Only fully trained Jedi Knights and Masters operated on these outposts. This was because, due to the expansion, many experienced Jedi Masters would train 2 or 3 Padawans at the same time. It was just beneficial for the growth of Padawans inside the Order. So for Jedi at these outposts, they acted as a security detail, in a way. They were set up on struggling worlds so the Jedi could work together to build up the broken systems and communities of people across star systems and planets. It was the best way to consolidate their effort. Some of these Jedi wore uniforms of temple guards, with or without the masks, while others simply wore their robes. The Jedi as a whole were much better off because of it, and they showed it. Many of their uniforms glistened in the sun and shone in the darkness. They were the bringers of hope and justice to the galaxy, but their expansion didn't mean the Sith were gone. The Dark Lord of the Sith was still Sidious at this point, and he was still Chancellor Palpatine of the Galactic Republic, the corrupt state that fed off the Jedi success and upheld it as their own. The Order didn't challenge this because it wasn't their responsibility to make senators of the Republic give credit to the Jedi. Dooku still even fled the Order, but the reach of the Sith was much more influential. Despite Dooku being dragged into the pen of the Sith, Sidious's claws were slipping into temples and outposts across the galaxy. He had several Jedi operatives working for him in different ways. To many of these Jedi, he wasn't a Sith, and he wasn't Palpatine. Palpatine was able to find weaknesses in the Jedi system and exploit them by pulling on weak or confused Jedi by showing them apparitions claiming to be real people. These pulls could expose more flaws within the Jedi, which would make them weak, but Palpatine knew that a simple clone war would not bring an Order of such magnitude to its knees. Order 66 wouldn't either. Instead, he prepared for a plan, and Dooku was going to be instrumental for that plan. As a note on Dooku, he joined due to his confusion regarding the corruption of the galaxy. Sidious was able to convince the Jedi that his master was a piece of the Republic, because it had become increasingly noticeable how corrupt the Republic was, and the Jedi did not intervene. Dooku was convinced it was because of Yoda's fondness for the Republic, when in reality, it was because Yoda believed the Order and the Republic should stay separated. This didn't mean the Jedi didn't do missions for the Senate, which is where Dooku was kind of confused. He ended up leaving after Qui-Gon Jinn was killed anyways. Due to the sheer size of the Jedi Order, Qui-Gon wasn't the one who discovered Anakin. The Jedi Master that did was a Trandoshan Jedi named Usk, and he brought Skywalker to the temple on Coruscant. Palpatine never ever learned about this individual, and he never would. Anakin was under the protection of the High Council, and he was to be Yoda's official last student. Yoda had such vibrance. The key to his health was keeping his youth. He found great joy in instructing students, and Anakin was one of them. Even though Dooku left, he still found hope in the next generation. Due to most instructors teaching multiple Jedi, Anakin was trained alongside Barriss Offee and Ferrix Olin. Anakin was the star of the trio, but due to being raised from birth, he wasn't forced to endure slavery or see the atrocities of the Outer Rim, mostly because the Outer Rim had actually cleaned up. Anakin was a part of a Jedi Order that meant something to the people of the galaxy. Due to being students of the spiritual leader Yoda, the trio of Padawans would often get a chance to explore different locations and go on difficult missions. All of this aided their individual growth, but by the way that Yoda instructed these students, they found success in every turn. The model of training two or more students at once benefited young Jedi more than anyone else. Anakin was, of course, used to what he saw on Coruscant, but as per Yoda's regiment, he showed these students what it was like to be at an outpost in the Outer Rim, or at the monasteries of the Yavin system, or the Temple of Tython. The Order was remarkable, and Yoda believed these three Jedi to be the future leaders of the Order. Since Yoda had been the spiritual leader since the High Republic, there was no saying what would become of those to follow his rule. Truthfully, Yoda was hoping that one of these three students would be that spiritual leader. Initially, he hoped it to be Dooku, but considering he left the Order, that was no longer a chance. Skywalker, Offee, and Alin got along really well with each other, and as Yoda's students, they took a lot of the burden on themselves to exceed where Dooku failed. They believed they had a mandate to the Order, greater than that of their peers, not out of belief that they were better, but as a responsibility to make up or atone for Dooku's betrayal. As each of these three were Yoda's students, he believed them to be ready for the role of knighthood, and so on the day of their knighting, the galaxy split into two. The CIS launched an attack on a free world, and thanks to Sidious's operatives inside a Jedi outpost, it was an attack that was foreseen by the Jedi, but quote-unquote neglected. This news was brought forward by the traitor Jedi, and therefore the Order itself looked like they were willing to let the CIS openly attack the Republic. While this didn't immediately ruin the reputation of the Jedi, rumors spread. It was true that a Jedi knew, but it was also true that this Jedi was an operative in favor of Dooku's regime. Sidious promised the individual a chance at serving under Dooku, but that would never be granted. The Jedi was to be expendable, and if they joined Dooku, then it would seem like a CIS thing rather than a Jedi thing. The Jedi would be bombed before ever reaching Sereno, dying as a cog in Sidious's plan for galactic domination. With the first strike of the Jedi already taken, Sidious awaited their next move. He had plans prepared for whatever they decided to do next. If they joined the Republic, CIS, or remained neutral, he was ready. Yoda was greatly disturbed by the rise of the Separatist movement, but due to his social awareness, the spiritual leader called together the elders and Grand Masters from across the galaxy. The Jedi stood as a neutral entity. Outposts, especially near the Mid-Rim, were given orders to de-escalate any potential conflicts. Do not engage, do not agitate. If a member was seen doing either, remove them and send them to Coruscant under a guarded escort. Yoda and his wisest members would move from locations galaxy-wide to the original homeworld of the Jedi. It was secluded and it was operated by an ancient Jedi. Kirik Inflo was the man who stood atop the mountain of the Temple Island on Ahch-To. There were a few Jedi here with him. Most of them were Miralan Jedi, one of which being Master Luminar Unduli. These elders and Grand Masters gathered up with their spiritual leader at their original homeworld to make a decision on how to combat the rise of the war. Before they arrived, it was revealed that a clone army had been constructed and was being dispatched across the galaxy. Two major facilities at Camino and Borovio were being used to pump out new troopers. Masters Adi Gallia and Imagundi were sent to each of these respective locations to investigate the source of these armies and why they were built. It wasn't known yet, but these armies were a request made by Jedi Master Sifo Dyas. Yoda and his allies gathered up, 150 of the wisest Jedi from the Order, and they meditated. They used the Force as their guide, and they tried to search for the resolution. The Jedi were in such harmony with the Force that they knew they could find the answers they were searching for through it. These elders would spend days searching for their answer, one that had the Jedi remaining neutral from the war, and one that would have their Order putting the end to the fights. It was a delicate procedure, but they could do it effectively. The Force gave them a guide to making the right decision. Yoda and the elders would have to return and put their plans into action, but it was too late. Sidious's Jedi operatives had already done their dirty work. Another one of the confused Jedi was given the incentive to make a move to stop the Separatist takeover of a planet. The Jedi, in their respect, was trying to do something positive, and then they started a conflict with the droids. It was a CIS occupation, one without hostility, and the Jedi was given the directive of stepping a little too close to the takeover. What followed was a brawl between the Jedi and the droids. Blaster fire erupted over the square, and then the citizens were targeted. Sidis's hope was that the public would see this as a Jedi agitation, but it was seen in the wrong light. Well, it varied actually. Some people saw the Jedi as agitators, while others saw the Jedi as heroes for standing up to the oppressive forces of the droid army. It was a convoluted scenario, but it allowed Chancellor Palpatine to make a stance in the Republic, announcing that the Jedi were supporters of the Republic, and that he would officially like to request their aid in the Clone Wars. On paper, this didn't sound like a genius idea, but it was. Palpatine trapped the Jedi in an agreement they wanted no part in. If the Jedi joined him, then they'd be seen as the agitators they were, but if the Jedi rejected, then they would openly denounce the Republic and therefore lose all their respect for standing up for the little guy. The citizens of the Republic would see the Jedi as a net negative, rather than something that could help them win a war. The incentive now fell on the Jedi Council. They had to make a decision to become Jedi generals in this clone war or reject it, and hope the galaxy didn't turn on them. Dooku had followed Palpatine's bidding by making the Jedi look like allies to the Republic, because that was something he already believed they were. The CIS saw the Jedi as enemies, and if the Jedi turned the Republic against them, they'd be stuck in the middle of a war that loathed them, without the public backing of anyone aside from perhaps the systems in the Outer Rim. But not even that mattered. The Outer Rim still had a long way to go before it'd be officially recognized and respected by the core. Their only value to the Republic was what resources they could offer. When the spiritual leader returned from his trip to Ahch-To, he saw a galaxy in disarray, and saw propaganda shows on Coruscant from Palpatine to encourage the Jedi to support the Republic. The war was young, but the Republic was doubling down on their fight against the Separatists. Yoda dispatched his 3 knights, Anakin, Barriss, and Ferris, to the Mid-Rim location near Raxus. It'd be the best place for them to go for the time being. He was very hopeful that they wouldn't agitate, and that they would help keep the Jedi's neutrality. Yoda then sent out a message encouraging this line of thought, but each of the elders and Grand Masters continued to prop it up, going to their closest outposts and temples to make sure Jedi avoided conflict. This wasn't their fight. At the same time, Adi Gallia and Ima-Gundi were returning to the temple on Coruscant to inform Yoda about the whole clone army issue. Yoda was speaking with Palpatine, who acted surprised and apologetic. He thought that the Jedi had joined his war effort. He never would have done such a heinous thing if he thought they weren't in support of them. This series of propaganda was targeted at convincing the Jedi to join. Palpatine knew his argument sounded weak, but he acted like he was out of the know. The propaganda, for example, wasn't his, it was done by the Senate, or the fact that everyone saw the Jedi fighting the battle droids and assumed they would be a part of the Republic war effort. Palpatine told Yoda that he didn't want to rush him into joining the Republic military effort, so he understood the hesitancy. But if there was anything he could do to convince him, he'd be right here. Yoda was so disheartened by this conversation. He spoke with political leaders maybe once a year, but never in depth like this. He was rattled. While he didn't have to take on the entire burden alone, he was blindsided by this. Yoda would learn of something far worse as well. The clone army was a Jedi creation, one done by the late Master Sifo-Dyas. How could this happen? Why was this possible? Yoda didn't know why Sifo-Dyas would do something like this, but it effectively put the Jedi into an even worse predicament. The creation of the clone army was not sanctioned by any of the numerous councils around the galaxy, but the public wouldn't care. People reacted to headlines, and very little of anything else. Naturally, people would read the headline that the Jedi were responsible for the clone army, and then see that the Jedi weren't fighting in a war that they seemingly premeditated. The Jedi councils made a move to stop the war altogether. The news regarding Master Sifo-Dyas was unnerving, and they were sending groups of Jedi investigators to Felucia to see if they could find anything else. Maybe they missed something before. At the same time, the Jedi were going to just bring Dooku and Palpatine to a talking level. Grandmaster Mace Windu informed the Jedi that the Mandalore system was already offering up a neutral location to host such talks. Perhaps they could get Palpatine and Dooku there. As the Jedi were in these discussions, Dooku's CIS issued a statement, outright rejecting the Jedi and calling them a disease on the galaxy. He said that if the Jedi were spotted anywhere near Separatist infantry or airspace, They and whoever they were around would be targeted and treated as insurrectionists and dealt with. This would be extended to civilians who were in the area as well. So if a Jedi was in the streets and the CIS landed, then they'd be seen as agitators and they would be put down. This caused a massive issue. Because the Jedi were so widespread across the galaxy, everyday people were in immediate danger of being executed for being anywhere near the Jedi. This was terrible, and the councils knew they needed to act fast, but what was there to do? The Jedi couldn't target both governments and expect them to not turn against the Jedi. The Outer Rim supported their efforts, but that meant very little when it came to the rest of the galaxy because they pretty much rejected the Outer Rim. What could they do aside from join the Republic and try and win the war? Yoda spoke up over hologram, reminding each of the members what they had done to achieve this. Many of these Jedi hadn't seen the rapid change over the years, but he had. Yoda reminded them that their time as Knights of the Republic was successful because they trusted the Force and they trusted themselves. They worked as one unit because the Jedi together were strong. He looked across the various holograms and told them that there would be losses, and the public might lose their respect for them. But the work of the Sith was meant to deter them from their path. He instructed them to stand tall, to learn why Sifo Dyas went to Domino, to catch those who wished to destroy them while they were caught off guard, and to be a light for those not ready to stand against the darkness. Some of the council members didn't understand, but Yoda knew that cities wouldn't prepare for everything, and he certainly wouldn't expect the Jedi to quote-unquote declare war on the Republic and the CIS. He knew cities wanted them to choose a side or neutrality, and this wasn't that. Yoda was iffy on the whole thing. He knew it would be costly, but they were Jedi. Their mandate was to maintain the balance in the Force and protect the people of the galaxy. If they chose a side, they would completely undermine their values, especially when the Republic was no longer what it once was. Once the transmission between the multiple masters was complete, Yoda contacted 3 of his newest students and gave them instructions. They were to find Dooku and capture him. He would deal with Palpatine himself. If Duchess Satine was going to give them room to find peace, then the Jedi would force it into action. Accompanying the Grand Master were a couple of Temple guards, and they were transported in a Paladin-class Corvette. Due to the sheer size of the Jedi Order, a couple more of them were made. Of course, Professor Hyang was in control of the legendary Crucible. Anakin, Barriss, and Ferris moved in a Jedi shuttle across the stars towards Sereno. They all looked to each other and spoke. Due to being raised from birth around each other and trained by the Grand Master together, they were more than ready for this encounter. Because Yoda had a sense of grief over losing Dooku, he trained these 3 to the best of his abilities. Anakin and Ferris were the older of the group, and Barriss was just a year younger. But they were all very talented with their lightsabers and with the Force. They spoke with each other. They were basically siblings at this point, and they asked how they each felt about the mission they were on. Did they think they were ready? All of them had a feeling of uncertainty, especially because Dooku was, well, him. But they reassured each other. Plus, they had a good way to get these uncanny feelings out of their system. When they dropped out of hyperspace, Anakin manned the ship's controls and launched the ship away from the Separatist fighters and frigates. It was a very tight, narrow escape, but with Ferris and Barriss manning both the back and front cannons, they were able to avoid any deadly encounters. The group landed inside the forest of the planet before moving towards Dooku's reported location. Across the galaxy, Yoda was walking into the Chancellor's room with a number of Temple guards. The spiritual leader asked that Palpatine come with them, quietly, for they might have issues. Palpatine wanted to know what was going on, and all Yoda said is they were going to end this war together. If he didn't come, then he'd be escorted without his consent. Palpatine tried to get a hold of his Senate guards, but his communications were jammed, thanks to the Corvette outside the chamber. Palpatine would be quietly taken inside the Paladin, and they would depart from Coruscant. Sheev was very unhappy with this, but he started coming up with a plan to counter this Jedi maneuver. On the other side of the galaxy, Ferris ran to the front of the pack, and the Jedi stopped. The castle was in front of them. Truthfully, there was a level of curiosity they each had. Why would Yoda send them instead of a master? Perhaps he wanted to prove that these students were better than Dooku? The real reason was because no one was as close to him as they were, and the other Grand Masters and Elders were making sure their Jedi were in the right positions to succeed. So it really was up to them to get this done, especially because Yoda wanted this peace accord to happen immediately. If Satine was sponsoring and eager to sponsor, why not make the war end sooner? Barriss told the Jedi to keep in cover. A shuttle landed and out from it walked a dozen or so Magna Guards. The lead one informed Dooku that a Jedi shuttle escaped, and the Countess Serena grinned. speaking aloud and telling the Jedi and the Force to come out, and they could negotiate their surrender. They looked to each other and came to the decision to walk out. It may have been unwise, but they needed to trust each other. Anakin, Barriss, and Ferris walked from the trees, each holding their lightsabers. Dooku told them that there was no need for hostility. Plus, how could they ever dislike him? They were all students of the spiritual leader Yoda. Yoda would be disappointed in them if they hurt him. Barriss spun her lightsaber and ignited it, telling Dooku that this conversation was over with. Dooku shrugged his shoulders, telling the Mando guards to attack. Barriss and Anakin ignited their own blades and ran forward. Dooku wanted to see if this engagement was worth his time. The three Jedi threw themselves at the Mando guards, working together as a trio. Their combined effort allowed Anakin to use the Force to crush most of them before they finished off the rest. Once they defeated the guards, Dooku lifted his crimson blade before his face and lunged across the courtyard. The Jedi dispersed, spreading out and using each of their individual forms to strike at the former Jedi. In transit to Mandalore, Sidious realized that he would never win this if he remained quietly in here. Dooku likely agreed to go with the Jedi, so Sidious decided he'd try and do something. If he could kill Yoda and the temple guards, he could blame everything on the Jedi. Dooku could quote-unquote break free, and he could capture the Chancellor, forcing the Republic to make a barter. It would completely destabilize the trust the public had for the Jedi. The plan was brilliant, and so Palpatine got up. He always carried his blade. Where? That's none of your concern. He asked the temple guard to unshackle him. He needed to use the restroom, and the guard did before having a lightsaber driven through his chest. Another guard ran forward before being cut down as well. Yoda was in a deep meditation when he felt the rise of darkness. He jolted up and he heard the lightsabers. The other temple guards moved to counter the Dark Lord of the Sith. Yoda ran across the floors of the ship and watched 3 temple guards get dispersed. Sidious must have assumed he could defeat the spiritual leader of the Order. Yoda sped forward and ignited his weapon, countering Sidious. Their blades toiled in an engagement of the ages. Yoda was defending the temple guards, knowing that despite their talent, they would struggle against the likes of Sidious. Yoda ducked under a strike made by Palpatine before kicking up and using Sidious's leg as a ledge to jump off of. He slashed Palpatine across the eye and leapt backwards, using the Force to launch Sidious into a wall. On Sereno, the 3 young knights continued to struggle with Dooku. This wasn't them outright losing, but they were struggling to get a hit in. He matched their energy well, but he was losing breath. He countered Skywalker and shoved him to the ground before shooting electricity at Barriss, throwing her from her feet, and then he grabbed Barriss by his wrists and spun him down to his knees before dragging his blade across his neck. The 2 Jedi turned over and looked at each other. Their hearts broke within seconds, and they got to their feet. Anakin and Barriss moved towards each other while keeping their focus solely on Dooku. He then told them that to resist the darkness was to encourage death. They had so much potential, and like their friend, it was wasted on the Jedi. Anakin spun his lightsaber, and Barriss did too. They could do this. They ran forward, Barriss taking up point before sliding down and Anakin leapt over her head. The 2 of them were going high and low. Dooku threw his blade down and blocked Barriss' strike, and just enough of his blade defended him from Anakin. Barriss kicked the edge of Dooku's boot, bending his toes to a 90-degree angle, and using the momentum to shove herself off the ground. Dooku winced in pain as Skywalker landed and rolled behind him. Anakin then got to his feet and jabbed forward, but Dooku sidestepped and grabbed Anakin's wrist, dragging him forward towards his lightsaber. This was the end. Dooku shoved his blade towards Anakin before he realized his arm was no longer attached. Barriss struck him just in time to save Anakin, and Skywalker took Dooku's grip and spun his wrist around, so it almost seemed as if Dooku drove Anakin's lightsaber into his own stomach. Anakin and Barriss looked to each other as Dooku fell to the ground, surprised that they actually had done it, but their attention moved from each other to Ferris, who was decapitated on the ground. Poor child. He would have been a true inspiration to his peers. Barriss and Anakin got to their ship, placed Ferris into a capsule so that he could be buried, and they did the same with Dooku. They now had to leave Sereno and return to Coruscant. In hyperspace, Sidious worked as dedicatedly as he could. Yoda was a true challenge, but the approaching temple guards weren't. He used 2 lightsabers and slashed at the ground before kicking Yoda back. The Grandmaster tumbled to the ground before watching 3 temple guards surround Sidious. One of these Jedi pulled a light whip and launched it at Sidious. The Sith Lord countered the 2 regular pikes, but the light whip was jarring as he tried to stop it. The weapon lodged itself around his ankle and Yoda got to his feet, running at the Sith Lord. Palpatine dropped as Yoda launched himself. Sidious's face barely avoided being hit by Yoda's lightsaber, but the spiritual leader used the wall to propel himself forward into Sidious's back, driving his lightsaber out of his chest and landing on the ground in front of him. Yoda turned back, moving his blade into a stance before seeing that Palpatine had been defeated. As he was looking down, a communication came in from his students, one informing him that Dooku was killed, but his student Ferris had also died in the fighting. Yoda was obviously distraught by this and heartbroken, but no sacrifice, no victory. The Sith were seemingly gone, but the reality is, the spiritual leader wasn't sure. What he was sure of was what the Jedi needed to do to make sure this war didn't get out of hand. There'd be no reason to host the Mandalore Accords, and there'd be no surrender of either side. What resulted was a galaxy look at the Jedi for their involvement and the explanation of how everything came and went. While many people saw the actions of the Jedi as a result of an attempt to do good, the fact is, they killed two heads of state. Both governments were appalled initially, but without Dooku or Palpatine pushing either side into war, they had no real reason to continue it. The Jedi were still seen with a lack of favoritism, even though they were the heroes of the war. The Order didn't care though. Their fight was never one for reputation. Instead, it was one for justice. Yoda sent out more transmissions to his Jedi to help them handle this, because it became apparent that there were now protesters standing up and against the Jedi at their various outposts and temples. Even though it looked bad, the initial shock of Dooku and Palpatine's deaths would subside. The Order would persevere as it had before, and the Order would be responsible for suppressing acts of war by both sides. There were some clones who went out of their way to target the Separatists, and the same went for some of the droids. In the middle of the conflict, there were the Jedi, the ones who fought and died by each other's side to defend the people from war. The Clone Wars would come to a conclusion with a peace accords, and individuals like Grievous and Asajj would face either destruction or exile at the hands of the Jedi. For the dozens of operatives Sidious was able to seduce, they were left lost. The voice in their heads no longer spoke to them, but one of the Jedi did leave the Order to go to Moraband to restart the Sith Order. The young Jedi was enamored with the promise of the Sith. However, in an effort to reduce the Sith religion to ash, the Jedi, as per the request of the spiritual leader, was to cleanse and destroy relics of the Sith across the galaxy. The birth of the war, the return of the Sith, and the near-catastrophic effect it had on the galaxy had to be prevented from the source. The Jedi had become comfortable with coexisting with these relics of the past, and now it was time to eliminate them. Anakin and Barriss would be a part of these efforts, as the two of them would receive honorary promotions to the rank of Master. However, due to being Jedi at heart, they decided to reject these promotions, saying that they would like to earn the rank of Master through the instruction of another Jedi. As the Order spread out to rip down these havens of the Sith, Grandmaster Windu would locate the remaining enemy on Moraband. He would engage the young Sith, one who was so corrupted with the power of the dark side. Their duel would span the grounds of the ancient Sith homeworld. Windu and the Sith Acolyte would toil for victory, breaking through pillars and fighting with precision, but the darkness would never be enough to stop Master Windu of the Jedi Order. He eventually, through the thick of the combat, would prevail, cutting the last Sith down, and then shortly after burning the remnants of the Sith Temple and watching it crumble, along with their religion. The Force was restored to balance, and the young generation, the one that faced the struggle of the war, were able to better themselves because of it. Yoda, 5 years after the war's end, would step down from the role of spiritual leader, believing it was time for another Jedi to take that mantle. He wanted his time as a Jedi to be one where he frequented the galaxy and visited outposts, temples, monasteries, and enclaves to see his order grow. During these visits, he'd be accompanied by Anakin, Ahsoka, Barriss, and Caleb Dume. Ahsoka and Caleb became knights before Yoda stepped down from the role of spiritual leader, meaning that Anakin and Barriss were masters. From there, it was the decision of the Jedi Elders to motion the Chosen One into the role of Grand Master, and from there, he was studied to become the spiritual leader. Barriss would also be given the incentive to join Anakin as a Grand Master, if Anakin ever wanted to become the spiritual leader after his training, but her decision was to follow Yoda. She preferred being around her former teacher, due to the tight bond she shared with him. As the rite of passage, the Jedi Elders would instruct Anakin how to become a spiritual leader. The Order as a collective wouldn't see too much change, but they would continue to expand. Eventually, Anakin would become that spiritual leader of the Order, and by the time he did, the Order added 5,000 new members. Yoda would be extremely prideful in his student. Barriss, inversely, would become the battle master of an outpost in the Outer Rim, the largest one out there. Yoda would live a full retirement, living another 150 years. It would be a bit painful because his last two students would pass away before he did, but their efforts would be instrumental in changing the Jedi Order. Having two individuals as young as Anakin and Barriss holding important leadership positions redefined what the Order meant to the citizens of the galaxy. It was by the end of Anakin's life that the Jedi Order increased to 200,000 members, and the Order that once had a slightly tarnished reputation for defeating Dooku and Palpatine would be seen as the bringers of peace and harmony around the galaxy.
Our story begins inside the Ghost. The foundation of a friendship started with one simple conversation. Ezra had just returned from a mission where he had learned that his parents had been killed. They heard his message, one that inspired hope in the galaxy, one that predated Marva Karasi Andor's speech at Ferrix. Ezra's message was heard by Leia, the Princess of Alderaan, who was just a day younger than he. Leia was told by Kanan that he had lost some people very close to him, and she knew who they were. Leia was always good at reading people's words, understanding what they truly meant, and she knew that these were Ezra's parents. She could see it on the hologram when she quietly walked into the lower cockpit where he was seated. The two of them had a short conversation, one about his inspiration, how he had inspired her and many like her, one where he asked why she was fighting when she was a princess, and how she believed the fight was more important than anything else. The boundaries of mutual understanding, compassion, and care were established here. Leia understood what it was like losing parents, except she had never met her biological ones, just individuals alluded to in stories and brief passings. Not even their names were revealed to her. Leia couldn't imagine what it was like losing them after spending 7 years with them, and 8 or 9 more years hoping that they were alive. But Ezra's parents made a sacrifice so that he could have a better life, the sacrifice shared by every freedom fighter since the birth of the Empire. Ezra and Leia had a couple more interactions before the Ghost Crew could successfully steal the 3 Hammerhead Corvettes from the docking bay. Before they separated, Leia gave Ezra an address. In the era of Empire, one couldn't simply communicate. Ezra especially could not be reaching out to the princess on Alderaan, because that would tell the Empire that a connection with a rebel cell existed. Bail needed to keep his Imperial Senate seat, and Alderaan could not be compromised. However, the address given was a silent communication frequency. It was a layered frequency, one that didn't directly point to Alderaan, rather, generally, the core. It was a simple configuration, one that Bail's allies used frequently, and Leia, in her spare time, learned how they did it. She was able to take and give calls or messages through this communication device without grabbing the attention of the Empire. On Ezra's side, this address meant that he needed to figure out his own means to communication. As Kanan had said before they met in the cockpit, Ezra would need a friend his own age. He was the youngest of the crew, and it would be good for him to have someone like Leia around. She was busy and Ezra was busy, but establishing this line of connection in her mind was important for the two of them. They were both young, dealing with adult problems because the adults in their time allowed the Empire to rise. They were being mature because others couldn't be, and maybe that was a tall task to handle. Maybe they should just be kids, but neither Ezra nor Leia could simply sit still. A natural goodness existed within both of them, and this driving factor to do good was all it took. Ezra, after a couple weeks, was able to, with the help of Ahsoka and Chopper, manufacture a coded frequency that wouldn't give away rebel positions and allow him to get into contact with the princess. His first message wasn't really important. He instead told her a story. It was very typical of Ezra, find the best way to bring himself down to earth. While yes, talking to a princess, even in the friendly manner, was daunting, for Ezra it was all about connection. He told a story about naming himself Jabba the Hutt, and how he used such a code name to escape the clutches of the Empire. He twisted some pieces of the story, not to sound more heroic, but to add a more jubilant and comical side to everything. Leia was working as a junior legislator with her father. She was very intelligent, and she excelled easily. But that didn't mean days weren't stressful, especially leading a double life at the age of 15. But the message she received was all the joy she had been needing. It wasn't about romance, just simple connection, one human being to another. And that was it. Simple. Ezra put his first step forward with a funny story, and was met with another comical story, and that's how the two of them connected. Ezra and Leia were two very different people, but because they weren't forcing anything, because it was completely natural as a friendship, it worked. It never would have worked in any other way. Ezra had his ghost crew, who he adored, and Leia had her small family, which she adored. Their roles in the rebellion were very different, but equally as important, and that could not be overstated. One of Ezra's final messages before they turned 16 was him referencing his nervousness about an upcoming mission to Malachor. They were tracking some Inquisitors and following a trail given to them by former Master Yoda. She would send an encouraging message, hoping that it would reach him before he left, but it wouldn't receive a response for a little less than a month, which didn't help her at all. With Fulcrum vanishing off the face of the galaxy and little news coming from the rebel base at Atalan, she feared for her friend's life. But he turned out to be alright, which resulted in her sending another friendly message to him. Ezra struggled with responding. He had read the first message again and again, but he couldn't really break past it. In his mind, he failed his master. Kanan lost his sight because of him, and he couldn't fail like that again. The seeds of the dark side were planted in his mind by Maul, and with the Sith holocron, Ezra could achieve power that would aid him and his friends in destroying the Sith and toppling the Empire. But all of this felt so daunting. He blamed himself for Ahsoka's death, and for Maul's betrayal, neither of which were his doing. Kanan wasn't around much, because he was trying to find his balance in the Force, but he never blamed Ezra. That wasn't his burden to bear. When Ezra did send the message to Leia, he sent a long written apology, one expressing that he had failed. He had made a mistake that cost his master's vision, and he couldn't find the words to tell her. It hurt him more than anything, and he understood as she felt slighted by this. Ezra's self-doubt rose with his plunge in the darkness. As a young man, he relied on the light as instructed, but now the seeds of evil were sprouting. The Sith holocron called to him, and as he grew as a young man, he grew as a Jedi, one consumed with power that could drive him in the darkness, just as it had so many other Jedi before him. Despite having the long-distance friendship with Leia, Ezra's trip down the dark path wouldn't change. He and Leia wouldn't see much of each other over the next 2 years, aside from maintaining a steady array of messages. The reason this didn't change Ezra's dive into the dark side is because Ezra never saw it as bad. The darkness is a corruption, one that gives quick and easy results, which it was doing for Ezra. As the age of 17 rolled around for Bridger, he felt more powerful than ever before. He and Kanan were as distant as they had ever been with each other, and he was fully utilizing the dark side to power himself. This gave him the ability to wield the Force unlike ever before, and Ezra loved it. The raw power he felt was insatiable, and what made it worse for him was they were winning because of it. Ezra never really spoke about the use of the holocron. Something about him knew it was wrong, but if it was wrong, then why did it feel so right? On the planet of Nakara, he, Sabine, Zeb, and Chopper broke into an Imperial prison to free Hondo Anaka for information his old friend had. The mission was a success, but Ezra truly exhibited a show of his new power since using the holocron, which wasn't just a sick kick flip, but utilizing the Force to control other beings' minds and use a walker against their own men. Bridger was slipping down the dark path, and his friend, Leia, had no clue. There were no signs. Ezra was the same. He was goofy, mostly, serious when needed, and comforting always. The dynamic grew as each of them did, but they were still just friends. It was the perfect counter to everything. The veil was broken for Ezra when Kanan discovered his usage of the holocron, and that was quickly resolved because there was no need to be using such a vile tool. This led to some resentment that eventually bubbled over into acceptance and reconciliation. Master and apprentice, as a result, were now stronger than ever as a duo. Their relationship had been rectified through this understanding. It truly wasn't until they were closing in on adulthood that Leia and Ezra saw each other again in person. They ran into each other because Leia was doing a mission for Bail and bringing supplies for Chopper Base out to Atalan. Ezra was sitting by the gate, one keeping all the arachnid Krykna spiders away from the base. His eyes were closed and he was again trying to connect with one of these spiders. With the Force, he was always able to connect to animals, naturally, so he was again trying with this different spider. He could feel Leia's arrival, but he waited, knowing that in some way she would find her way out to him. When she did eventually come out to visit him, he didn't open his eyes or turn his head. He made a joke about wondering when she'd actually come out to see him. She rolled her eyes and told him that someone had to do all the unloading. Apparently, that wasn't him. He snorted, surprised by the quick response. He turned around and stood up. So much had changed. When they were 15, she dwarfed him. Now saying he dwarfed her was an understatement. It was weird. They knew each other so well. They understood the other's insecurities, traumas, joys, and well, everything else in between. And yet, how did they do this? Seeing each other for the first time in 2 years was jarring. The person they had been speaking to through multiple simple messages stood across from them. They both had to take everything in for a moment, because so much had changed. They gave each other a short hug before breaking apart and smiling. To break the awkwardness of the moment, he pulled her attention towards the Krykna spider he was trying to connect to, asking if she'd ever tried connecting to an animal before. She laughed through her nose in confusion. How would one be able to do that? He told her it was easy. Everyone had the Force. Surely she'd have no issue with it. Unless, of course, she was too good to do it. He pressed his hands on his hips and lifted his chin to the sky in a mocking way. A way that got her to playfully shove him but grip his arm, so that he didn't fall out and get eaten by the spider. Even though both he and she knew that he wouldn't have fallen. He told her to come hither as he grabbed her hand with his free one and tugged her towards the gate where the spider was walking. He told her to sit and then expressed that he had connected with these spiders before. But this guy was tricky. She asked if it was because he had an identity theft problem, and the spider couldn't recognize him. Ezra shrugged his shoulders, tilting his head from side to side. Maybe. He used her shoulder to help him get down, pretending to be old in his young age, telling her that maybe the wit of the legendary Lando Calrissian was too good for the spider. She looked up. Lando who? Never mind. Don't worry about it. He sat with his legs crossed, facing her with his torso and walking her through the steps. He told her about the Force, aside from what had been shared in the past 2 years, and then he gently lifted her hand, instructing her to feel through the Force. She did, and they asked her what she could feel. It was a little blocked for her, but she remembered what old Ben had told her. The Force was like turning on a light in the darkness. It was always present, and it was always giving. She used Ben's instruction when she reached out. Ezra watched with intrigue as the spider stopped. He was interested. The creature murmured to itself by clicking in its own weird way, before moving closer. Leia continued to focus, melting into the Force, allowing it to become one with her. She could feel the being as it could feel her. They were connected by one Force. Ezra was impressed. She opened her eyes and the spider was looking at her, before it hissed and scurried away, startling the both of them, who fell backwards dramatically and looked up into the sky together. They were silent. What could be said? A million thoughts for each of them, but Ezra started, as per usual, asking how long she had been using the Force, and she shrugged, telling him more personally about how she'd always known things before they were said, but it never made any sense. A friend she had, named Ben Kenobi, was very expressive about the Force. Ezra wondered if this Ben Kenobi was related to an Obi-Wankenobi. Who knew? He asked her if she ever wanted to be a Jedi, and she laughed. Like him? No. He was serious though, suggesting that if she was willing, he had some holocrons that he'd love to share. He didn't have a lightsaber, but he could help her with getting one. Leia was fine with trying, but didn't promise anything. As he ran to get the holocron, he slipped, creating another laugh for the two of them. They spoke about some other things, but when she left with Ahsoka's old holograms of Anakin Skywalker, her master. Leia would be training with her dad, and she wouldn't ever know it. Leia and Ezra had to cease communication after a Talon, which created an even deeper pull towards each other. Their separation was forced because Grand Admiral Thrawn of the 7th Fleet was closing in on the Rebels, and they couldn't afford to have any loose ends. The deal for Ezra was that he would never leave the Ghost Crew. That was his family, through and through. Not to mention, one of his anchoring motivations was saving his home planet of Lothal. Aside from worry of Thrawn closing in, Sabine was beginning her training with sabers, and as a Mandalorian, she was as stubborn as ever regarding it, not to mention an entirely different quest with Maul and Ezra, which would lead Bridger to finding Kenobi on Tatooine. Before Maul showed up, Ezra told Ben that he gave Leia holograms from Ahsoka to train with. He only said this because he thought Ben would be happy to know that his young friend was doing well. Ben was, but there were a couple of things. Firstly, he was glad to hear that Ahsoka lived, not knowing about her little comeuppance on Malachor. He was glad that Leia was doing well. However, there was an underlying worry about Leia training with Anakin's holograms. Not because he taught darkness, but because that was her actual father. These were not things Ben said to Ezra, both for time constraints and because the secret couldn't get out. Kenobi believed that Ezra had a bright future ahead of him, but at the moment, these secrets needed to remain just that, secrets. Maul would die all the same, and Ezra would return to Chopper Base. Following the rebel route from Talon, Ezra and Leia were able to start talking again. He found a lightsaber crystal on Talon, thanks to the guidance of the great Bendu, who could sense who and what Leia was, due to the foundational connection established with Ezra. It was like a thread from one being to another. The Bendu could feel all connected to Ezra, and Leia, among them, had the great potential to be the change. Bendu didn't just give Ezra a kyber crystal, rather, he guided him to find it, a gift that could perpetuate the light. Bendu was the neutral, but the light was the Force, and the light was more than just Jedi, and he accepted that. Bendu had seen a vision of what Ezra didn't know, but it gave the great being enough reason to aid Bridger in finding this crystal. Before the Battle of Talon, Ezra crafted Leia a lightsaber so that he could give it to her. It was a bit finer tuned than his own, shinier, with its model being framed off of his memory of Obi-Wan's lightsaber, assuming that it would hold a deep connection for her. They eventually met again, inside the Tantive 4 outside of some random star system in the Outer Rim territories. It was their first time being separated without contact since before they ever met. Their times separated from each other without the other identified their actual need and desire for the other, because both of them had strong family units. Leia had Breya and Bail, Ezra had siblings in Sabine, Chopper, and Zeb, plus his parental unit in Hera and Kanan, with the addition of crazy Uncle Rex. He had a complete family, and she did too. But this pull to each other came from more than just family. They were a piece to each other's puzzle that they didn't find anywhere else. This innocent, intimate space where they could both be themselves without the facade of their own roles as junior legislator and lieutenant commander were what they needed. Meeting each other again came with an embrace. She excitedly told him that she'd been practicing with the Jedi Master from the hologram. She didn't have a lightsaber, but when she was a kid, she used to go out on grand adventures outside the palace, so she went out and grabbed a stick to use as her lightsaber. She'd been using a tree branch to train with, like the old Jedi used to do with Boken sticks. He smiled and told her that he was glad she found time to do that, and he expressed that he had been learning what he could about the Imperial Senate, but truthfully, that was a bit too complicated. But despite his struggles to learn about Imperial politics, he did have a gift for her, and was nicely wrapped thanks to the help of Mama Syndulla. Leia was very surprised that Ezra would trust her with a lightsaber, but Leia was actually very excited about this. Such a draw to Ezra for Leia was she brought out her inner child. They were still young, only young adults, but they had a responsibility that belonged to people far beyond their years. Leia had to be an adult, especially after the Inquisitor incident that happened when she was only 9. This was mostly an internal battle for her, just trying to avoid putting her parents through that again. Not to mention, as much as she enjoyed the political realm her father brought her into, it could be very stuffy. So having someone in her life that could reduce the stuffiness of the Imperial political noise was a gift that couldn't be more appreciated. Plus, in her mind, swinging the stick like a lunatic in the quiet of her room helped her get out some pent-up stress. Leia grabbed his hand and pulled him into an adjacent room and ignited a beautiful blue lightsaber, smiling at it. She looked at the hilt and grinned, but she didn't know why. Ezra stood quietly with his arms crossed and asked if she liked it. Leia nodded her head, but she didn't know why she liked it. He expressed that, after they lost contact with each other, he had met Ben Kenobi, assuming that Obi-Wan had a different alias, and he created the lightsaber based off of Obi-Wan's. He hoped it was familiar, but he really couldn't get it all right. He'd only seen it in passing, as the blade was hidden under his. He was cut off when the air was taken out of his lungs by a swift hug. Leia told him it was perfect. However, did it actually hold up? He watched her grin, igniting the lightsaber again, and pointing it forward dramatically, like an Alderaanian Olympian might. And they began a small duel. A couple strikes here and there, a parry, a block. Ezra went light against her, but she really had been using Ahsoka's holograms of Anakin. When they were finished with their little spar, Leia thanked him again for the lightsaber. She asked that he come along, and as they left the room, it was like she transformed back into her political self. A guard walked by and she nodded at them with a powerful aura. Ezra was so interested in this. Why the personality shift? He didn't realize that she felt safe enough to be herself around him, something Leia didn't do just for anyone. The two of them walked through the halls and into the communication center for debriefing. the typical conversation that would have directions and fleet movements. Ezra and Leia, despite having this pull to each other, needed to be split up again. Bridger refused to leave his crew. It was everything to him. And it wasn't that Leia didn't have the potential to be that, but their lives were in very different places at the moment. With the Imperial Senate still kicking, Leia had responsibilities in the core, and Ezra had his planet. As Ghost Squad moved to Lothal to try and rectify things, Leia returned to Alderaan. They again were separated because of this, even as far as no contact. It did suck, but in a weird way, it made their dynamic stronger. Apart from each other, they were still connected. Leia and Ezra thought about each other frequently, and they recorded messages that they could send when they were in contact again. Due to the bond between the two of them, when the Battle of Lothal was nearing its completion, following the death of Jedi Knight Kanan Jarrus, the rebels sent a spare fleet to assist the Ghost Crew. It wasn't much, because Bail couldn't pull too many spare forces for combat, but it was an addition, one that bought Ezra enough time to use another strategy. Instead of having his interaction with the Emperor, Grand Admiral Thrawn was delayed by some blockade runners that started a chase over the barren fields of the tortured planet. Thrawn wasn't dumb enough to chase these rebels. They were only in the way, and regardless of them trying to run him away from the capital city, it wouldn't work. But it bought time for Wolf and Mart to use the Ghost and pilot through Captain Paleon's defense fleet with a force of Purrgil. When the Ghost pulled through the atmosphere, they got there before the Chimera and her flanking destroyers could get to the city, giving Ezra time to get on board the ship as his friends set the launch codes to send the Imperial complex into the sky. When Thrawn got to the capital city, after crippling the two blockade runners that were unable to get away from his heavy turbo lasers, he saw the Imperial complex drifting into the distance. Annoyance filled him as he told the crew to ready the heavy turbo lasers. Hera, who was now in the pilot's seat of the Ghost, faced down the Chimera and her support ships. Thrawn contacted her, telling her to surrender and Lothal would not be destroyed. She didn't really give him a satisfying answer, because she told him to look out behind him. The Purrgil herd drifted down from the sky, and Ezra popped out the back ramp of the ship. His shoulders were being held by Zeb, who watched his young friend connect to these beings through the Force. Their tentacles collapsed onto the hull of the destroyer, while crippling Thrawn's support craft. He told the deckhands to open fire on General Syndulla, and as they readied their weapons, to obliterate the rebels, Ezra connected to the Purrgil, and they activated their hyperspace, sending Grand Admiral Thrawn to a galaxy away, leaving the Imperial fleet over Lothal a total wreck. Ezra fell backwards as Zeb pulled him up the ramp. The Ghost drifted forward above the city. From the ramp, where everyone was gathering, they could see people celebrating. They had won. They survived. Ezra smiled. A tear slipped down his cheek. Off in the distance, the Imperial complex exploded, killing Governor Price and Ruck in the process. Lothal was freed. The rebel support craft, while damaged, had landed in the fields and would be able to get repaired by their allies that didn't get destabilized. Hera, Sabine, Zeb, Ezra, Chopper, and all the heroic friends sat idly, watching the people come out to celebrate the end of Imperial occupation. Even Hondo found some joy in such an occasion. When the Ghost crew returned to Yavin, Ezra asked Leia if it was her that sent the aid. He wanted to be jubilant and jumping for joy, but since the battle ended, a pensive feeling washed over him. He had prepared to make the ultimate sacrifice. The 3 Jedi Masters in his lineage had done that. Windu sacrificed himself to save the Republic. Balaba sacrificed herself to save Caleb, and Kanan sacrificed himself to save his family. Ezra was about to do the same thing for Lothal, and while he would do it again if he had the chance or the opportunity presented itself, the realization of what would have been was jarring. He'd be alone again, not knowing if his plan worked, not knowing if the Empire never vanished. He might have died with Thrawn, and that was okay, but he would have never known. He told all of this to Leia, and he thanked her with his whole heart for doing literally anything she could to get aid to them. Without the 4 blockade runners, Thrawn wouldn't have been delayed, and everything would have played out much differently. On Yavin, Ghost Crew would stay for several months. The war was heating up, and with 2 Jedi on their side, it was important for the rebels to show their unity. Leia and Ezra were able to spend all this time with each other, in person. Sometimes, she'd join the Ghost Crew on their missions, but General Syndulla was slowing down. She was pregnant, and despite still running operations for the rebels, it was growing increasingly difficult for her. The rest of the crew picked up the slack for her, especially since Sabine wasn't on the Thal guarding it. When they weren't running these rebel missions, Ezra and Leia were training together in secrecy, so that no one could expose the princess as a Jedi. They were working on the Force and accessing it in new and exciting ways. Without Kanan, the Force felt like the best way to find his master. Ezra struggled immensely with his master's death, but he also understood that such a death was one that was necessary. Kanan did it because he loved them all. He became one with the Force and he saw again. The last thing he ever saw was the family he loved, the family he would do anything for. And there was a true sense of beauty in all of that, even for Ezra. Though there was something special that happened with Ezra and Leia training together. These two beings were some of the most powerful in the galaxy from an M-count standpoint. One was a prodigy, and the other was the daughter of the Chosen One. They had the potential to change the galaxy forever. Thanks to being on Yavin, they were able to find a stockpile of Jedi and Sith holocrons. Ezra had no intention of using the Sith holocrons again, but these Jedi ones were from an era that had long passed. An era where the Jedi were warriors, not just knights, and the information hidden inside the Revan-era holocrons were accessed by the two young minds, eager to learn. The Revanites of the Galactic War used Yavin as a base of operations to plot against both Jedi and Sith, and therefore their information was crossed between them. Not to mention, before the Revanites ever came here, Yavin 4 was utilized by the Sith, before a Jedi attack cleansed the planet of their filth. It had been over millennia since the Jedi or Sith were here, but their ancient legacy provided tools for the new generation of Jedi. While lightsaber training was important for the two very close friends, they found much more strength through the Force, as any Jedi must. Ezra brought Kanan's teachings with him into his instruction of Leia. Because Kanan instructed a Boken Jedi, and the information they learned were from two different eras of warriors, their viewpoint of the Jedi Order was warped. Anakin's recordings were from the Clone Wars, and the other, ancient ones from an era where a galactic war kept growing. So instead of a peaceful, benevolent order like the one Kanan taught Ezra about, they learned about how to fight the darkness, how to use their strengths against them. This did not mean that they forsake what Kanan taught Ezra. It simply meant that their base was firm in the teachings of the order Kanan grew up in, but they expanded their warrior path through those who thrived and lived during times of great conflict. This turned the two young Force users into absolute monsters. Their raw potential, with their connection, helped them grow exponentially. Leia and Ezra would have thrived during the era of the Republic, because they would have had proper training, but now they were forming an attachment to each other through their chaining, which meant they were as tight as a dyad, but they did not have the same genetic, Force makeup to actually be a dyad in the Force, so instead they were simply just bound to each other. It would also be on Yavin, where they would confess their truest feelings for each other. While Sabine saw this coming from years ago, everyone else aside from maybe Hera was surprised. So much of what worked about this dynamic was the roles they played for each other. Again, for Leia, this relationship helped her be herself in privacy. Being able to release the chains of burden and legacy was very challenging. She was Bail Organa's daughter, but Ezra made her forget that, because to him, she was always just Leia, not in the demeaning way, but in the accepting who she was way, and that was emboldening, unlike anything else she had ever experienced. Ezra, on the other hand, was just totally fulfilled. He had everything he wanted. Mama Syndulla was doing alright, his adopted family was always around, his home world was safe from the Empire, and Leia was the cherry on top. She was his best friend, and well, that could also be identified as a partner too. Their training with each other wasn't just about the Force, but about understanding one another, which didn't just make their comprehension of the Force better, but it made them as people better. It was the perfect way for them to conduct these lessons. It also helped Ezra out significantly. As a Boken Jedi, it was his role to pass the torch to another generation, who, he didn't know yet. But because of Leia, when that time came, he'd have the confidence to bestow the knowledge of the Jedi onto another. Eventually, Ezra and Leia would be aboard the Tantive 4, and the Raddus during the Battle of Scarif. Rogue One went to Scarif alone, and Raddus went to follow. Ezra almost went with the Ghost Crew, but he didn't, being that Hera had all the crew necessary to arm the weapons on the Ghost. Plus, Hera believed that Ezra should be with the girl he loved. They hadn't shown any public acknowledgement of their feelings, but those closest to either of them knew the answer. Hera's decision and Ezra's departure with Leia was a brilliant play, one that would have the couple escaping into hyperspace. They were trailed by Vader's Devastator after the battle Scarif to Tatooine, where, upon being tracked down, Leia multiplied the Death Star plans, sending a copy with R2 and 3PO down to the surface. They didn't want to have to do this, but they weren't going to bring the Empire to Yavin. Because Leia was still playing the part of the princess and not revealing her nature as a Jedi, Ezra went to the main corridor to greet the stormtroopers when they arrived. The Alderaanian guard planted themselves within the corridor and waited. When the doors bursted open, Ezra's blade ignited, and the rebels fought off the Imperial attack. Ezra blocked shots back into the stormtroopers. His position on the front lines gave the rebels a sense of energy. He was distracting the stormtroopers enough that rebel fighters weren't dying. The firefight continued to intensify, with Imperial troopers barricading the door that they were trying to enter, with their dead bodies piling up and rebel soldiers holding off. As all seemed right, the blaster fire stopped, and the stormtroopers retreated. The rebels celebrated, calling out orders to get the restraints off the ship. Ezra didn't pay attention to their jubilee. He could feel him. It was Vader. He told the rebels to go quickly, do what they needed to do. He would hold Vader here. Ezra wasn't the same boy he was all those years ago when he fought Vader. A 16-year-old was no match for the Sith Lord, but a 19-year-old, well, actually the odds were much better. But Ezra wasn't just any ordinary Jedi. Vader recognized the boy, complimenting his glow-up. So much of it would have been time wasted for nothing. All of his talents would have been better served on the dark side. Ezra raised both of his eyebrows, suggesting that Vader would have been better off being a waiter inside of a moof milker's tavern. But that wouldn't be good for customer service, gesturing to Vader's mask. This battle wouldn't be like Malachor. Ezra slid his weapon to his side and watched Vader close in. The hulking, mechanical being dragged his weapon across the wall, giving room for Ezra to slide under, before swinging at him, blasting a block and spinning away. Vader and Ezra collided again, which was a firm strike, one forceful enough to push Ezra back. It was hard to get back into the swing of things. It had been years since they last fought, and as a fully grown man, it was different defending from Vader this time. Ezra felt confidence gain as he avoided another slash that ripped through the door panel. He jolted away, blocking another strike as blaster fire started to erupt in the distance. Ezra's back was now facing the entrance of the door, and his arrogant smile only pissed Vader off even more. The Sith raised his shoulders and pressed forward. Ezra backpedaled away, ducking and blocking each and every strike that came his way. He smiled as he did this. All of his training was paying off right here in this moment. Ezra slipped under a strike before getting thrown from his feet and into the hangar bay of the Imperial Star Destroyer. Instead of his military force, Vader saw dead men littering the halls. The rebels had broken out and they were unlocking the restraints on the Tantive 4. Ezra climbed to his feet and shrugged, telling Vader that he could have had it all. He had the perfect build for servitude. Well, Ezra snickered. He was already doing that. Vader raged forward, swinging viciously at Ezra, who dropped out of the way, parrying another strike and then defending himself adequately, using his speed to his advantage, that being his only real strength here in this contest. Their blades interlocked and a clicking could be heard, one depicting that the Tantive 4 was freed from the destroyer. Ezra shoved at Vader before being overpowered and thrown from his feet again. He looked up and smiled. Vader towered over him and told him that he would finally die. Without showing a hint of cowardice, Ezra asked what he was waiting for. Did he need permission from his master to kill him too? Vader was not having it. His arm slid forward until the hissing of another lightsaber brought his attention away. His swing completely missed as Ezra rolled out of the way and Leia's lightsaber swung forward, ripping through the upper half of Vader's shoulder before slicing him diagonally across his mask and dropping him to the ground. The rebels who were faring back into the Corvette watched in awe. The princess. She was a Jedi. Ezra got to Leia's side and she looked down at Vader, who turned his attention to them. His right eye was barely exposed, and there was an immediate sense of familiarity. Leia could feel it, and Vader could feel it. Leia could also see it too. She trained with Anakin Skywalker, and yet those were his eyes. Maybe not similar in color, but similar in everything else. Ezra lightly tugged her hand and she snapped back to the moment, as they ran back to the ship and it slipped out and boosted into hyperspace. Once they were gone, a communication went out to Hera. She was just finished having her child, so she sent Sabine and Zeb in the Ghost to pick up the crew of the Tantive 4. Hera would stay on Ryloth with her father. Iron Squad was sent to Tatooine to retrieve the droids. Leia and Ezra, on the other hand, would would spend some time inside of her room, talking. She was expressive, telling Ezra that she knew that person. It had to be Anakin, it just had to be. But not just that, there was something more. Anakin may have been someone closer to her. She didn't know, but she could feel it. Leia always had this sense about her, and thanks to her training, and of course her boy toy Ezra, she was able to express these feelings out in a way that helped her feel more at ease with what she had seen and what she believed she had seen. He told her that he would help her discover the truth of this, and he would be by her side as long as she wanted. Following their pickup from Dantooine in the Ghost, they would abandon the Corellian Corvette on the system for the Imperial trackers to find. Tatooine would have Iron Squad picking up 3PO, R2, Ben, and Luke. Young Skywalker's aunt and uncle were still killed by Vader's squad sent to the surface. Because the Death Star plans could be anywhere, Tarkin, in an effort to get them, moved the Death Star to Alderaan and publicly threatened the destruction of the system to get Leia to give over those plans. His rationale was that the rebellion had the plans for the weapon, and if they had control over those plans, then they could destroy everything. He threatened because it was a last resort. If the rebellion destroyed the space station, then 20 years of work went down the drain. They could not allow that. Plus, who cares if the galaxy knew about the incredible power of the Death Star? It would help them maintain stability over the galaxy. Sidious did not like this. He knew it was a foolish mistake. Sure, the power of the Death Star was for flaunting, but threatening to destroy a core world like Alderaan to get Princess Leia would rally people in the core for their fight against the Empire. This would aid the rebellion more than anything, and there lied the issues with Imperial officers. Short-term results did not always live in long-term success. Tarkin's record had been pretty spotless, but this was a panicked move, and one done out of frustration. He realized his mistake after he sent the message, but it went public very quickly. Not too long after sending said message, Tarkin was usurped. Vader was brought back to Coruscant and another admiral was sent to take over control over the super weapon, until they could make a proper decision. On the Rebel side of things, Leia and Ben reunited. The Death Star plans were given to the surviving Rebel fighters from Scarif, and they prepared for a blitz on the Death Star. Leia learned about her lineage from Ben, when she asked him why she recognized Vader. As she always did, because duty called, she suppressed her anger and her frustrations. She was mad at both of her parents. What they didn't tell her was a really big deal. Anakin and Padme weren't just nobodies. They were very important to the galaxy of the Republic era. And if Anakin was Vader, she was connected to what she saw in her mind as true evil. This was disorienting for her, and Ezra tried to get her to take a break, but she needed to be present for the Rebel assault on the Death Star. She would be in the communication room as they exited from hyperspace. Thanks to the way things had gone, it gave Rebel survivors enough time to group up in different locations before moving themselves to Alderaan. The main cell from Yavin was the largest, and it had accompanying groups from Crate, Hoth, and Ashen Claws. The assault on the Death Star, with aid from the Ghost, this time flown without Hera, and the accompanying rebels from different cells, and Luke Skywalker, they would find victory. The rebels wouldn't be seen as terrorists. They worked out of fear for the protection of Alderaan. The worst part is, the Imperial officer who was meant to take over exited hyperspace just as the weapon exploded, and his Lambda shuttle was crushed by a massive piece of debris. Instead of fear over the act of the Alliance, the people in the galaxy would celebrate. The rebellion was the people's ally. That much had become clear. On Yavin, Leia and Ezra were sitting in their training area. Yavin was a safe place, not just for the rebellion, but for the two of them. He consoled her. So much of her wanted to be angry. Leia knew better than to end things on a bad note, which is why she never got mad at her parents, especially not with the Death Star over the planet. But she still had valid reasons to be upset. The information was horrible. If she wanted to have any future in politics, she wouldn't get it. Vader being her father destroyed any of her hopes and her aspirations for the future. Ezra reminded her that people were capable of change. He reminded her of who she was, and why people would love her, like he did. Well, not like he did, but maybe a close second or third. That got a smile from her, and he reminded her that where someone comes from doesn't define their own legacy. She could have her name written in the stars as a senator of a future republic, or she could be a Jedi who brought the Order back from the dead. Whatever it was, she was in command of that destiny, and he would always be here to support her. It was in this moment when Leia knew that they'd be together forever. She had known for a while, but this confirmed any minute doubts she may have ever had about this relationship. And with the sunset before them, she told him to stay with her. His eyes scanned hers, and he could see how she meant it. She really did mean it. His hand firmed around hers, and he promised forever. A day after the celebrations, Leia would wake up Ezra from a midday nap with a diabolical idea. She poked him awake with a playful stance. His eyes watched her, and she told him her idea. He laughed, coughing himself awake and asking if she was trying to be him. She smiled and shook her head, pulling out a holocron and used the Force to open it, showing him exactly what she was thinking. He asked if she really thought this would work, and she nodded her head. Once Ezra wasn't sleep-deprived, he wandered into the communication chamber, where Leia sat with a stone-cold face. She was back to playing the part. He asked her what she had in mind. She explained that due to an Imperial warship going to Dantooine to find the Tantive 4, they were able to reverse the frequency they had, and it gave the rebels contact to any Imperial fleet. Ezra and Leia, therefore, took the transponder and left the communication room. Leia and Ezra needed complete solitude for this. Ben went out to watch in curiosity. She didn't tell him the plan, but she was thankful for Ben's honesty about her lineage. Regardless, the two partners sat down and they held each other's hands. Ezra asked if this sounded good and started mocking Palpatine's voice. The dark side. She started to giggle before firming her face, while hiding a smile and telling him it was very serious. He mocked her, very serious, which only got her to laugh again. After they settled, their hands came together once more and they closed their eyes. Between them sat the transponder code, and on the ground next to them, surrounded by grass, was a holocron. The ground started to pool and wind started to kick up. Obi-Wan's arms were crossed, hidden under his long sleeves, as we watched in interest. Across the galaxy, inside of an Imperial Star Destroyer, the Emperor appeared over a hologram. The Admiral of the fleet bowed, asking for the Emperor's bidding. Lord Sidious told him that it was time to ensure the people of Coruscant understood their masters. The Admiral nodded, agreeing with the sentiment. The Emperor told him to level the Imperial Palace and the Senate building. It was time for a new era to begin. The officer nodded, asking if the area was clear, to which Palpatine explained it was. The hologram vanished, and the Admiral went to the bridge. The Imperial capital ship cruised through the atmosphere and closed in on the Senate district. Sidious was inside the palace, using his Sith altar to try and access the world between worlds. Tarkin's blunder had cost the Empire resources and morale. Sidious wanted to rectify this. As he was preparing to start another ritual to access said world between worlds, he heard a rumbling. What was that noise? He turned his head and watched the fire consume the entire Imperial Palace, with bombers dropping the bombs and detonating him on impact. He didn't even have a chance to prepare himself. He was so confused. Turns out Ezra Bridger was the greatest identity theft in galactic history. Though without Leia's help and brilliant planning, this wouldn't have been accomplishable. Using the Force to form themselves into someone else was challenging enough for Jedi Masters, but these two were kids and it completely wiped them out. Luckily, it was only a short burst of energy. Ben was by their side when they were finished, helping them with their little recovery. Palpatine's death would crater the Imperial military, especially because, despite the Admiral claiming he was ordered to, he literally came off as schizophrenic. No one had seen Palpatine's message except for him, and there were no logs in any communication database of receiving or sending a message from the Emperor. Everything was simply untraceable, and this created a divide. If the Fleet Admiral of Coruscant could turn on the Emperor, then who was left? While the fight for the Alliance and their heroes would be very important to ending the Empire, most of its destruction came from within, and it did take a couple years to happen. Vader wouldn't join the Alliance, but he would be a part of the fall of the Empire. Deciding that without the Sith watching over his shoulder, he didn't want it anymore. As the last Sith, he would disband their evil order, and it would die with him. Until then, he would go to prison under the flag of the New Republic. This of course took about a year and a half to fully transpire. Everything after Alderaan was accelerated, especially with Palpatine dying only a couple days after. The system crumbled in on itself. Leia and Ezra would marry shortly after using identity theft to kill the Emperor. Their fire was too bright to neglect. Leia's identity as a Jedi would lead people to be very wary of her as she entered the New Republic Senate. But it was through this Jedi connection that people early on learned of her lineage. It was through this revelation that people could see that next generations were all about growing beyond. Leia grew beyond her father, and she helped make sure he remained in prison. Luke would be the first of them to forgive his father, but Leia would eventually do so, being that Alderaan was only threatened. She still had her family, but Leia forgave Vader because of Ezra. He knew that Vader was evil and all that, and he didn't deserve her forgiveness, but Leia was more than he was, and in being more than evil, she could forgive, forget, and move on. If she wanted connection, it was always there. If not, then that was Vader's loss. For Anakin, living in prison wasn't the greatest life ever, but it was better than nothing. He still had his children, who actually cared about him, which made him feel at least content inside of his cell. Even Obi-Wan eventually visited him. Not for nothing, Anakin did like Ezra a lot, but Ezra didn't exactly feel the same about him, but that's okay. Ezra at the very least apologized for calling him a servant droid inside of a Moof Milker's tavern. Leia continued into the New Republic Senate and started working on the new path of forging a true democracy in the rubble of tyranny. Ezra would be with her during this. Despite the idea of joining Luke on his journey seeming interesting, he didn't want that. Ezra's life always revolved around found family. Because Mandalore wasn't shelled into the Stone Age, Sabine was able to go home. Zeb and Kallus assisted rebel forces with quelling Imperial remnants, and Hera continued flying with Spectre 8, her son Jason. Ezra's biggest concern was being a part of Jason's life. He could teach him the Force, if Hera wanted or even permitted, but his goal was to be a stable face in his cousin's or little brother's life. Being with Leia and democracy was the perfect way to help. Ezra didn't do too much on Coruscant aside from helping out with Republic cadets and local academies, which was perfect in his mind. Luke and Obi-Wan went to Dagobah to train with Yoda, before eventually restarting the Jedi Order together. While that was beautiful in of itself, Leia and Ezra wouldn't ever join. Their bond to each other was far too important, and Ezra truthfully disagreed with the idea of the traditional Jedi sect. Of course he would. He was trained by Kanan Jarrus. But Luke was like his masters, and with Kenobi still around, the code became very fundamental in Luke's life as a Jedi. Leia and Ezra's first child would be a girl named Mira Padme Bridger, named after Ezra's and Leia's moms. Eventually, there'd be a much younger son named Ben Oha Bridger, Ben being after Kenobi and Oha being a traditional name from Lothal that Ezra loved. The Bridger family would be perfect. Of course, Leia, Mira, and Ben were all a part of the Ghost Crew, becoming Spectres 9, 10, and 11. Those numbers would continue to grow exponentially in the years that followed. But for now, right as the New Republic found stability in the galaxy, it was perfect. The Empire would die out before the birth of the First Order, and upon Vader's release of the Sith values, their religion died with him and the Sith cultists of Exegol. Hera and Ezra would always maintain their mother and son dynamic. Even if they didn't see each other for long periods of time, they always gave each other hugs on screen, Ahsoka Season 1, as well as Ezra taking great care and love of Jason. While Jason was older, the Bridger kids would garner a lot of attention from the new Jedi Order, but neither Mira, Jason, nor Ben would join. They much preferred their father's or their big brother's method of teaching, because Ezra Bridger wasn't just a Jedi, but a loving person, one who had fulfilled the dream, and with his family, lived out that dream for the rest of their lives. Our story begins inside the Jedi Temple. 16-year-old Padawan Anakin Skywalker was seated inside the archives. He had been in here for the past 4 hours or so doing absolutely nothing. Obi-Wan was putting him in a timeout for being scandalous or something. From Anakin's perspective, hiding Yoda's cane wasn't that big of a deal, but Kenobi was too strict as it was in his mind. Anakin made unrhythmic beats with his hammer thumbs and sat idly taking deep breaths every few moments like someone would pity him. A big sigh here, a big yawn there, and nothing. All these actions were for reaction, and he wasn't getting that. He was getting bored, so he opened up the tablet in front of him and began aimlessly scanning around. This time inside the archives should have been used for personal growth and meditation. Instead, it was arguing with Obi-Wan inside of his head. The type of argument you have in the shower a day after the original argument ended type of thing. Just being frustrated at the situation, wishing that he used this dig rather than that one, and said this rather than that. The simple troubles of a 16-year-old rebel inside the Jedi Order. Then he came back to something he had considered a little while before. What if he left the Jedi Order? Well, he could, theoretically speaking. In his mind, that was kind of a good idea. He could have his freedom. He would lose his status though, which in his mind was very important to have. At the top of the feed were articles about the Republic's growing stance of hostility against the Outer Rim. They didn't maintain any territory, well, hardly any territory, in that part of the galaxy, so it wasn't something that they really wanted to dive in after. Chancellor Palpatine held his reserves about the Outer Rim, but the silence was just as loud as those who supported the alienation of the entire quadrant, aside from the few planets that were still inside of the Republic. While Anakin hated politics and loathed reading about them, this did interrupt his train of thought. His mother, his home world, the one he hated so much, was out there. Tatooine was one of those worlds that was being excluded. Skywalker had plenty of reason to be upset with the Jedi Order for their lack of enthusiasm about going into the Outer Rim. But truth be told, upon realizing this, maybe it wasn't all their fault after all. The Order, while spanning the galaxy, was only 10,000 strong, a quarter of which weren't even knights, if that many. This was in comparison to a galactic republic with hundreds of trillions of sentients that live within it. Maybe, and this was a big maybe, a big brain thought, maybe the Jedi Order wasn't actually responsible for taking on the entire Hutt Syndicate alone. Maybe there were other things that the Jedi could do while still being helpful, without of course excluding everyone to focus on one task. If the Order went to the Outer Rim, they might be able to influence change, but there was no guarantee that the Senate would back them. They would expose weaknesses in the mid-rim, inner rim, and core, not to mention the potential of Hutt space expansion on the eastern side of the galactic map. Anakin then crafted an idea. He could change that. If he revoked his status as a Jedi, he could become a senator for Tatooine and change things for the better. This was not a well-conceived plan, and it played out that way. Similar in fashion to Anakin hiding Yoda's cane, he abandoned the Jedi Order and went to the Senate, proclaiming that he was the representative of Tatooine, here to demand freedom for his people. The boy was laughed out of session. It was so embarrassing. The entire Senate erupted into perpetual laughter when quote-unquote young representative from Tatooine took the stand. What made it worse was what little Palpatine did. He couldn't exactly do anything, even though he wanted to for the sake of his future plans. But if he did, it would backfire on him for doing anything remotely for Anakin. He just had to kind of let this play out. This poorly conceived plan didn't go without its upside either. Anakin believed he could just become a senator and that would work. Technically, he wasn't wrong, which was the worst part about it, but the Senate would never recognize him as a senator or representative, especially not of Tatooine, without proper change. Due to the planet belonging to the Hutts, Skywalker needed to prove that the people on the planet were capable of being worthy of being a part of the Galactic Republic. Even more woefully, Palpatine would have to accept Tatooine into the ranks of said republic, which was something he would never do due to his own plans for civil war. Though that previously referenced plus side was what Anakin stole. With Obi-Wan trying to figure out how to appropriately handle Anakin's punishment, he snuck into the Jedi stockpile and transferred 100,000 Republic credits to himself, and then pulled all those credits out of his account before going to the Senate building. So yeah, he was laughed out of the Senate, but he still had some money to his name, which in his mind, 100,000 was a lot. It wasn't. He could buy maybe a good starship and get some fuel to get from Tatooine to here, and enough credits left over to pay for food, which wouldn't last him more than a month or two on Coruscant, and it wouldn't do him any good on Tatooine because they didn't use Republic currency, but it was 100,000 credits, right? With his failure already out of the way, Anakin went to a ship lot and purchased a YV-664 light freighter. It was used, but lightly so. More of a collector's item for an old head in the economic district. The man had passed away and the family sold off some of his stuff, which meant that Anakin could play treasure hunt with his new ship. In hidden compartments were thousands of credits just lying around. The man was a high roller, and he liked to keep some spending money away from his next of kin, or the savages that were referred to by the outside world as children. To him, they were people waiting for him to die. But that was a story beyond Anakin's own comprehension at the moment. With the ship collected, he went to the Outer Rim and began his ride to superstardom, so he could become that senator of Tatooine. He hadn't yet realized how challenging this would be. His rash decision had bitten him in the backside, and yet he was way too stubborn to just give up now. What would he do? Go back to the temple as a failure? As someone who just got laughed out of the Senate chambers? Go back to the people that already laughed at him for being a slave to his emotions? No! He would go back and rub his success in their arrogant faces. but he needed to start somewhere. How or where was the issue. He took a deep dive on his way to Tatooine, on how to start a political campaign. But there was a remaining issue. On the HoloNet, these articles were lessons on how to craft a campaign in Republic-established worlds. While their processes were all different to varying degrees, the theme was the same. Tatooine was not under such a government. It was ruled by the daimyo, one with absolute power and one of the most powerful beings in the Outer Rim, leaving Anakin with one question: how? When he eventually landed inside of his hometown, the question loomed over his head like a cloud. He felt encircled by the shroud of darkness and he didn't know how to escape it. Anakin walked from the ramp and found an individual waiting for their pay. Anakin tried to give Republic credits, but that didn't work, and the individual working the hangar bay told him that he would have 3 days to give him the credits to pay for these days, or he'd be sent to Jabba and have his money ripped out of him. Anakin nodded his head and scurried away from the hangar. This was generous, but the man did believe that if Anakin didn't pay up, then he could have his well-maintained freighter, so why even bother getting the payment? The kid probably stole it as it was. It was free money for the hangar operator either way. This was the business of Mos Espa, a business that was encouraged by one of the most powerful crime families in the galaxy, a family whose most powerful leader basked under the twin suns of dusty old Tatooine. Anakin attempted to copy some routines he had seen from politicians on other worlds. He didn't have a political presence, and he didn't have a campaign direction. All he could say was he wanted to bring Tatooine into the Republic. And the question is, do you think that worked well? Because it didn't. These people didn't want to be represented by a corrupt government. They were fine being comfortably uncomfortable under the Hutts, because that's what those slugs told them was the right thing to believe. It was horrid manipulation of a group of people that had been cast aside not even by choice. Anakin's continued failures were necessary. They destroyed his morale and crippled any sense of stubborn motivation he had left. But by the time the third day rolled around, he had at the very least gathered enough credits up to fund for his parking inside the hangar bay. So this was proof that good people would listen. Just to ease Anakin's mind, he made sure that all the credits that were donated out of pure pity were set aside in Republic currency so that it all went back to the people of Tatooine. That, in his mind, was very important. A credit for a credit system. Every donation they gave went right back to them. He had searched for his mother, but he never got a chance to go out and visit her. So, with his 3 days up, that's what he did. At the Lars homestead out past Anchorhead, he reunited with his mother and met the Lars family, a group of moisture farmers that lived off the land and paid tribute to the daimyo. It wasn't an easy life, but with as many members to their family as this, they were able to make it by on scraps. Anakin asked some questions about things that a Jedi shouldn't be that interested in, but he wasn't one of those anymore, explaining what his true purpose on Tatooine was. Anakin was excited about the prospect of doing something huge with his life here, and taking it in a direction that could positively impact the lives of those he abandoned all those years ago. The biggest inspiration for him was his mother, but on top of that, it was the Lars family themselves. This inspiration was because he had realized something. In his discussions with Klieg Lars, he learned about how miserable their lives had become. Anakin suggested mounting up, and while that was a sound idea, Jabba had scared off the other moisture farmers. There were movements in the past, definitely, but the bigger farms were bought off by the Hutts, and then the smaller ones lost power. Of course, as Klieg laughed in remarks, the Hutts didn't even know how to run those farms, so they were put out of commission just as quickly as they were bought. Their facilities deteriorated, and the other farms themselves were bled dry in a matter of weeks because of their inconsistent farming techniques. Klieg was disappointed by this at the time, but told Anakin that there were no more large farms, so Anakin suggested coming together and forming a unit. Klieg asked if he meant a union, and young Skywalker nodded. The elder Lars was a bit too worried about this. The last time a proper union formed on the planet, the Hutts flogged them until death, publicly. While Shmi wouldn't like this answer, it was a one-of-a-kind answer to be expected from Anakin. He told Klieg that he would run as their face. Any punishment given to the Union would come down on his back instead of theirs. Klieg asked why he was doing this. It didn't make sense. He had the perfect life on Coruscant with the Jedi, and Anakin said that Tatooine needed representation within the Republic. If they could get it, they could change the lives of trillions of beings. The Outer Rim was controlled by rival criminal syndicates and families. Anakin suggested if they could unionize, then perhaps they could garner more support from the massive cities. Klieg patted Anakin on the shoulder, walking away and telling the young man that he had wishful thinking. He supported him, truly. If Shmi loved Anakin, and she did, Klieg loved him too. But this was an uphill battle, one that would be nearly impossible. Anakin understood this, but he had a plan brewing. It wasn't much, but it was something. He disappeared into his YV freighter and began flying out to the multitude of moisture farmers across the planet. He didn't hit every single one of them, but he started communicating, understanding their desires, and things that would make their lives easier. These individuals, per Anakin's instruction, started getting into contact with their neighbors, buddies, and even rivals, and he started finding new sources of interactions. This came in the form of cantinas, Jawas, and other lines of work, like mechanical work, or food service type of stuff. These were the main focuses on Tatooine. There was education, but with all the slavery, it was more of homeschooling. Anakin could also really appeal to these people because he was a slave that was born on and around Tatooine. He could capitalize off of his past, and if he could mobilize a political movement, he could compete with the Hutts, and he believed he would. See, Anakin's plan wasn't to war with the crime family. Their ties to incredible wealth was their strength. Power and wealth was all that mattered to this family of slugs, and Jabba, at the helm here at Tatooine, could only be driven away if the Prophet wasn't there. The power was, and he kept a tight grip on it, but if these people unionized against him and proved to Coruscant that they could do something on their own, then maybe the Republic would side with their cause. This was risky, and Anakin knew it, but he, after gaining a list of individuals, union ideas, and of course some requirements people had for supporting such a decision, he departed for Coruscant. Anakin wanted to legitimize his movement, proving to the Senate itself that they had a true claim for a chance to become part of the Republic. Yes, they were far from Coruscant, but Rhodia, not more than a jump away, was a part of the Republic. If they could make it, so could Tatooine. Skywalker was dying doing this. He hated the research side of things, but the personable aspect was where he thrived. Meeting citizens, workers, and people who did the everyday jobs of slaving away gave him the motivation to continue this task. He did have true anxiety about returning to the Galactic Senate, but it had been a couple months since then. His time with Klieg, Shmi, and the multitude of individuals and businesses across Tatooine really helped him understand what he needed to do and how important his movement was. Also, it was worth mentioning that Anakin gained intelligent confidence. Inside the temple, he believed he was inadequate in the study sessions, but that wasn't it. It was more the fact that he had spent 9 years without formal education and was trying to rapidly keep up. Obviously, at 16, still, he was closer to where many of his peers were, but he still felt inadequate inside the temple. Out here, he was giving inspiration, and that was more than enough to him. His speech inside the Senate wouldn't receive a total annihilation of laughs and mockery because he did come prepared this time, though this did not mean he had gained their respect. Their laughs had turned into eye rolls, the pretentious type that had become associated with core-like folks, who pretended the Outer Rim was irrelevant or not real. Palpatine again seemed mute upon Anakin's discussions. They had a semi-formed bond before Anakin abandoned the Order, but now he wasn't feeling so inclined to trust the Chancellor. Anakin not only communicated to the Senate, but with a couple members of a pro-Outer Rim delegation. These early allies supported him and gave him some interesting concepts that might be worth his time upon his return to Tatooine. Anakin was grateful for the new allies he created inside the Galactic Republic, but there was one more, one who asked that he come back to Rhodia with him. Skywalker instantly trusted the man, because after all, he was one of Padme's mentors in the past. Anaconda Farr and Anakin would return to the senatorial district on Rhodia and discuss more options moving forward. Farr believed that what Anakin set out to accomplish was brave and should be commemorated, but until it wasn't, he wanted to help. This was both out of kindness but also political advantages for himself. While Farr was a kind mentor who mentored young and aspiring minds, the more selfish side of these mentorship programs was to aid young and growing senators into allies in the future. He planned on making a run for the Chancellor's seat, but it would be impossible without aid. However, Anakin was a unique example. It was almost impossible for any senator to push for a vote of no confidence against Supreme Chancellor, which is why Palpatine had Padme do it against Valorum. An individual that was not truly a part of the Senate as a representative or senator could though. Anakin, without true protection from the Republic, needed to gain favorability within the Senate. Unluckily, strategically, that might not work. The Senate was filled to the brim with bureaucrats, ones that sold their souls out to credits and business monopolies. An individual like Anakin could completely upset the status quo. Far as an experienced politician could manipulate the conversation so young Skywalker saw Palpatine for who he really was. But it was not told to him directly. Anaconda made sure that it was Anakin who pieced everything together. It was a strategic way to show Anakin why things were the way they were, who was supporting the corporate mind, and even those wealthier than them. While Palpatine was far removed from the Hutts, think of him as the Jabba of the Republic. There were good people in and around him, but their voices were not audible. They were subjugated to so much, and they were forced to change themselves to stay in power, which meant their original core motives were lost. And that was the lesson. Anakin couldn't believe it. As he put everything together, he continued adding more to his plan for forging a true government on Tatooine. Though what was started here on Rhodia was truly special in his mind, and he promised Anaconda that he would keep in close contact with them, which was appreciated from the new ally. When Anakin returned to Tatooine, there was a slight buzz, but it would need to be more to get this movement going. Skywalker would spend the next several months using anything he could get his hands on to splurge with credits and add to whatever it was he was trying to prove he would assist. Whether it was education unions or proper defenses from the Hutts, he was doing it, though these attempts got the attention of the daimyo. The issue is, Jabba wasn't the only one looking for Skywalker. Obi-Wan, shortly after his student abandoned the Order, chased him across the stars, searching for him everywhere. Dooku had been assigned to do the same thing, but the Jedi task force that Kenobi brought with him, and the smugglers and bounty hunters hired by Dooku, couldn't find Anakin. These were narrow misses too, which was the irony in all of it. Like Anakin was at a certain cantina and finished eating a couple minutes before the Jedi walked in to not find him. Obi-Wan never stopped his search though, neither did Dooku, but this tore Obi-Wan's heart apart, knowing that Anakin left angrily and was all alone in such a big galaxy. Kenobi vowed to find him and bring him home. Jabba, on the other hand, had a much wider wingspan on Tatooine than the Jedi or Dooku, so he was able to intimidate Anakin. This little game was fun for him, but he planned on showing the young wannabe up. However, this intimidation came with Anakin's own version of it. Within the months since speaking to a number of moisture farmers planet-wide, he had formed a union at 87% capacity of all farmers. There were 13% who were absolutely terrified of the Hutts, but the rest, they were angry. Jabba threatened the moisture farmer union, telling them that they could lose out on their very generous cut. The Hutts established a deal with the moisture farmers. The farmers made 35 cents on every credit, so not a whole lot. The Hutts made the rest, plus the profit. There was a reason the moisture families were living on tight budgets, needing as much help as they could get to make by. The moisture union, with Anakin's guidance, told Jabba that they would burn all their farms to the ground in a state of protest against the slug. They would lose out on their wealth, yes, but the cost would be much worse for the Hutts themselves. Without the farmers, they would lose their profit on Tatooine, and they'd be forced to bring water from off-world to maintain their grip on the planet. Realistically, they wouldn't, and they would have to abandon it so they could return to Nal Hutta. But Jabba didn't want to surrender his territory. Anakin used this very small bartering with Jabba as everything to propel his political career. This didn't make Anakin any safer. The criminal leader wanted him dead, and now there were bounty hunters searching for him. Even luckier, a really wealthy businessman from Mos Espa who had connections to the Trade Federation through family relations and investments threw a couple million credits at Anakin and even funded him with a proper security detail. Anakin truthfully appreciated the security he had, though after breaking the will of the Hutt crime family temporarily, Anakin had to make another trip back to Coruscant, this time as a 17-year-old. With the walls closing in on him at Tatooine, surviving shootouts with bounty hunters and smugglers, as well as avoiding attacks from local gangs trying to claim bounties on his head, Anakin needed to return to Coruscant with his evidence. That, at the very least, was all he needed to do with his life. In the months leading up to his 17th birthday, he was able to increase the bracket of Moisture Union up to 91%, but it was constantly capped at that, because the other farms were bought out by the Hutts. Luckily for Anakin, thanks to his early work in speaking with what would become his constituents, he was able to form unions in the meantime. With the Hutts focused on the Moisture Union, a labor union was started with the Jawas, and it monopolized planet-wide, because those little guys know each other. And then, that labor union spread into cities, branching off into different variations. It was pretty brilliant in his own mind. With how little teachers there were, he was able to present a teacher union very quickly as well. Anakin knew all of this was relatively arbitrary, but he was stat padding. He needed some form of presentation, and he had it here with this. Proof that the people wanted change and proof that he needed an alliance with the Republic to break the will of the Hutts. Anakin had even gotten some locals to strike up deals with non-violent Tusken tribes to guard the perimeter of moisture farms. Since the Tuskens were pretty barbaric, it gave the farmers a chance to be safe, and allowed for more violent clans to avoid territory. While these violent Tuskens could be terrible, the threat of other tribes mounting up or setting up permanent camp told those violent tribes be wary of potential attacks near moisture farm territory. The raiders who bartered with Skywalker were also receiving their own form of payment for the time being, something that was essential to them, water. The Moisture Union was a little wary of it, but it was necessary for the time being. Regardless, the young attempting to become senator moved from Tatooine to Coruscant so that he could address the Senate with his stats and provide another case of interest. He had his proof that Tatooine was properly ready for change, and after being laughed out of the Senate nearly twice, he came back a third time with a vengeance. Anakin was wronged. Tatooine was forced into the back of people's minds, and the complacency of the Republic was at fault for it. He stopped by Rhodey to pick up Senator Farr, who was finishing up his vacation. Also with them was Shmi and a couple Union heads, a Jawa, who was a mechanic, a Oogway bar owner, and a Celestian teacher. Anakin spoke mostly with the Union heads and Anaconda Farr during the duration of the trip to Coruscant, which was fine. Shmi was just here to support her son. They planned out a speech that was truthfully mostly written by Anaconda, but it was Anakin's words, just refined into court dialect, something that would appease the minds of people in the Senate. While they were talking and planning out this speech, Anakin asked about Padme, and Anaconda smiled, telling him that she would be in attendance, but first, focus on the speech, and maybe they could set something up after it was finished. Anaconda also walked Anakin through some potential scenarios where the Senate banded together with him, or they did what they had done before. He was very adamant that he needed to stand his ground either way. These senators were ruthless. Anakin agreed. He was truthfully very nervous. This was the time to get it right. Anaconda reminded Anakin that he had to be wary. If he went the last route, it would be do or die for Tatooine. Palpatine made the right people happy, and that was all that mattered for re-election. But if Skywalker could disrupt that status quo, then there was a chance that something could be changed or influenced. But Anaconda warned it could jeopardize his people and his entire political career. It was a last option because it was all or nothing. When they arrived inside the Senate chambers, Anakin wore a new cloak, one outfitted by Senator Farr's stylist. He was presented in core standards, with people that did not make the mark, which was intended. Anakin made his way to the podium and slid out to the middle of the massive building. This was his third time. Anakin was visibly nervous. His index finger was digging at the corner of his thumb, ripping up skin, and his other hand was grasping the actual podium itself until his knuckles were pale. His eyes scanned the first few words of his speech, and they caught in his throat. A representative from the Trade Federation mockingly told the representative from Tatooine to take the stand. Anakin looked up and began his speech, slipping over the first two words and starting over. He wished he could have that back, but as he was reeling in embarrassment, he saw his mother from the corner of his eyes. A happiness washed over him. He had this. He could do this. A smile formed and he apologized, making a joke out of it, telling the Senate that after being laughed out of here 2 times, he apparently still had not recovered. A chuckle formed in the audience as he started again, straightening his back and stiffening his voice. He spoke to the people, identifying their cause for being here, telling them that with only a few short months, he was able to bring together unions and threaten Jabba the Hutt and the crime family he was a part of. If he was able to accomplish that on Tatooine, then it was accomplishable throughout the entire Outer Rim. His case was for fair representation inside the halls of the Galactic Republic, but he pointed out that there was so little in the Outer Rim. Thanks to Anaconda, he knew that there were business monopolies with representation inside the Senate. They liked Palpatine. However, if Anakin could find the incentive to get them more power, then he could gain their trust. What Anaconda helped Anakin with was political manipulation. Earn the sympathy of the Senate. Earn credits from the businesses. While unions wouldn't be the biggest friend of someone like the Trade Federation, Anakin made a point. Tatooine was massive, and it was in need of proper business. This wasn't selling his people out to the Republic, and he said that, but it was foregoing adherence to a system that benefited no one so that they could expand the minds of a generation so desperate for representation, expand the hearts of a planet that would work harder than any system in the Galactic Republic, because these people had seen slavery, they had seen oppression, and they had lived with fear. Hungry people work harder because they know what it's like to starve, and they would never want that again. He let the others with him have a chance to speak, and then he finished up their talks with a rallying cry. If a 17-year-old boy from Tatooine could rally a movement against one of the most powerful gangsters in the galaxy, if that kid could move mountains, then the Republic should have no problem moving what should only be considered to them a molehill. When he stepped back, the Senate erupted, and Anakin took a deep breath. The fight was not over yet, but it felt relieving for now. Palpatine addressed the Senate, and as per Anaconda's fears, the Chancellor called his movement a sympathetic one, but not a feasible one. There were too many risks involved. He tried to play the safe side, but because Anakin put money into the eyes of the businesses, Palpatine was left without his biggest allies. What Anakin said was true. The Outer Rim was untapped territory to exploit people. The Federation, Commerce Guild, and banking clans, as well as some of the others, could get cheap labor in the Outer Rim. They could multiply their factories and upscale their production output. Anakin did have a plan for this, and he didn't specifically say they could do that, but he put that idea into their minds. His main goal, personally, was to form unions, just in the sweet spots, so that none of that could happen to his people or people around the Outer Rim. All he needed was the support to make Tatooine a planet of the Republic. Betraying the business conglomerates didn't concern him as of yet. So this came back to the main issue, one that Palpatine steamrolled, referring to Anakin as a brave soul for coming so far to assert a stance for his people, but it would not work. On Tatooine, millions of people felt the air leave their lungs as they watched the Republic betray them yet again, and watched Palpatine tell Anakin that he was brave, but better luck next time. Anakin stood up after he heard this, telling the Chancellor that he understood that Palpatine feared risks. But the risk for Anakin's own people were too great. A hologram came up, showing Anakin and a squad of security detail in the middle of a shootout. Skywalker was behind a wall as they fought off the attackers. While yes, Anakin was a Jedi and had Jedi training, he needed to earn the sympathy, even if that meant sacrificing his guards. It killed him on the inside, but they were necessary deaths, ones for the greater good of Tatooine. On another hologram, he showed a transport of his that was destroyed by a bounty hunter sent by the Hutts. This wasn't sympathetic. He didn't want Palpatine's pity, he wanted his action. So Anakin spoke again, interrupting Palpatine, expressing that while this inaction didn't directly affect the Republic now, it could. Under Palpatine's administration, he had given the crime families consistent rule of the Outer Rim. While this wasn't new, Anakin didn't elaborate on that. He told the people of the Chambers that if these families continued gaining strength, they would drown out the hardworking people that made this movement work, the hardworking people who made any movement work on any of the systems forgotten by this chamber. He called to them, reminding them of their civic duty to their people, what their actions did for those hurt by poverty or hurt by crime, how they can not only help people on their own worlds, but turn the greater galaxy into a system that is intergalactic, one that no longer allowed slavery or allowed criminal families built on generational wealth to sustain strength. And with such a riveting response, he called for a vote of no confidence in Supreme Chancellor Palpatine's leadership. All the air in the Senate chambers was taken out of the room. But because Anakin had mentioned the Trade Federation businessman from Mos Espa, the first group to side with Tatooine was in fact the sleazy Trade Federation. Anaconda, despite the potential ramifications this could have on his career, supported immediately. His allies rallied with him. And then another caucus. Wookiees and their allies joined the vote. Another business conglomerate followed in the steps of the Trade Federation, and it continued winding around for the Chancellor. Anakin had given the people a rallying cry, just enough to bite on, and he had their support. It wasn't going to be easy. Palpatine established strong roots in the Senate, but when Naboo turned on him, some of the swing voters felt desire to pull back. The truth is, some planets had alliances with those affected by the syndicates, and some affected by the illegal slave trade. Allies of the Wookiees, Twi'leks, and other Mid-Rim and Outer Rim worlds saw Anakin's point. He was right. These illegal slave trades needed to be stopped, which was echoed by the representative from Kashyyyk, who supported Anakin immediately, informing him and the Senate that they would volunteer a fighting force of 1,500 Wookiees to go to Tatooine and assist this new movement, insisting that the Republic remove Palpatine so real change could impact those who had been neglected under his rule. Once the business monopolies flipped, it was really over. The Trade Federation, even after Naboo, had a lot of influence. Padme wasn't siding with the Federation. She was siding with Anakin, the boy she tried so hard to help. She'd been back to Tatooine to free Shmi, but she was gone. Seeing that she was alright warmed Padme's heart. the session would come to an end, and Palpatine's power would slip out from under him, reaching the margin by just enough to force him out of office, making Anakin's motion successful. He then had a reuniting with Padme, which was beautiful all around, but she was interested in speaking business, which Anakin sadly had to be interested in as well, despite his personal desires with her. Skywalker, Amidala, and Far made sure that they had their plans set out before Anakin returned to Tatooine. They wanted to send him extra aid, but there were some other conversations that needed to be held, especially around Anakin's resilience in the Senate chambers. Truthfully, the establishment of a government on Tatooine would be necessary as a step forward, and Anakin had to tread lightly. Corporations would desire property and economic control over a recovering system, which is why Far believed they sided with him over Palpatine, Far being right with his belief. With an extra security detail consisting of Rodians, combined Naboo guards, Wookiees, and a couple other generous donors, Anakin returned to Tatooine. This was a brilliant political play for his people. He didn't wait around on Coruscant to see who the next Chancellor was, and the people respected this about him. It wasn't at all intentional, he just simply didn't care. But he returned with a force ready to bring democracy to the desolate world of Tatooine. Jabba had forces prepared to counter them, but Anakin announced that he did not want conflict to erupt. He was going to bring this system to its knees by forming a true democracy. Individuals interested in the politics of the situation also went to Tatooine to help establish a government, while members of the corporate bodies went to scout out locations to begin construction for the expansion of their monopolized powers. Jabba decided to go with Cold War tactics. He could squash the resistance with force, but instead, he would use his best tactics. A slug, a gangster who cheated to win everything, born with generational wealth. He wouldn't cower. He knew he could win a fraudulent election, one that he could rig himself, one that would affirm his rule. If Skywalker wanted to play fairly, then this would be unfair. The individuals who came to defend Anakin were surprised by what they saw. Anakin could only say so much about his home world without sounding like he was trashing it, but it truthfully built up sympathy for him and his movement. Padme and Anaconda were integral to assisting the people of Tatooine with establishing a government. However, Jabba himself made a public appearance to commemorate this remarkable day, insisting that this would be a vote that could win over the public of Tatooine, one showing who was truly deserving of their respect. For weeks, hostilities would continue to grow between them, but nothing would bubble over. With representatives from Coruscant coming to certify everything, it slowly became an uphill battle for Jabba, and for citizens of the planet, hope started to rise. Anakin's name was now a household one, and he flourished in the public eye. He was a little nervous about everything, but the population of Tatooine was rallying. In the meantime, his wealthy investor friend, while being in tandem with the Federation, warned Anakin of what would come if he won. The Federation would swarm this planet, and he needed to ensure the people were ready, which put Anakin in a tight spot. Too many promises to too many people, and he didn't want to disappoint. This is where Padme came in. Because of how stressful everything was at the moment, Anakin couldn't chase his personal desires, and it was the true friendship of Padme that made him appreciate her more than he ever had. She was a guiding hand, helping him navigate through something he had never been prepared for. Meanwhile, on Coruscant, a new Supreme Chancellor was taking office, in the form of Tarson Chancellor Rebs. He was a neutral face in the crowd, a late election year riser, someone who snuck into the ballot and rose exponentially after a tie formed between the two leading candidates. Rebs was able to rise into the position to become the first Tarsonet Chancellor since Drellic. In his leadership, Rebs himself would go to Tatooine to certify the results of this election, one that had been kept on a tight leash with Republic influence everywhere. With the Supreme Chancellor came a sector authority fleet from Iridium, and a couple other volunteer forces to ensure protection for the Chancellor, Senators, and hopeful new administration of the Tatooine government. Jabba for the first time in his life felt true worry, and even more than that, threatened and intimidated. They were actually here, and they proved him wrong, and that's because Rebs had upset the status quo, just as Anakin did. Their desire for change led to this, and Anakin challenged Jabba up front and told him to return to his world and leave Tatooine alone. It was time for a real, united change to take over this planet, led by the people who built it, and not those who were lazy slugs sucking on hookah sticks all day. Anakin was young, maybe even too young, in some people's eyes, but he was the right person. He did not buckle to the threats of the crime family. The election began, and as quickly as it did, it ended. Jabba's thieves and bounty hunters had gone to change things. But many of them had changed their minds, realizing that, as locals of Tatooine, this would benefit all of them. Jabba would continue subjugating them. Anakin would not. Those who didn't shrivel away from their jobs fought the armed guard and died or were captured. This left no one to change the results, and no one to stop the overwhelming call for change. With the certification of Anakin's leadership as Senator of Tatooine, was Chancellor Robish's welcoming of the system into the Galactic Republic. There was a new governor of the planet as well, that would work in tandem with Skywalker, and a new system, one set up by Far and Amidala. The beginning of a new era had commenced. Tatooine's acceptance into the Republic wasn't just jarring for Anakin, but overwhelmingly positive. He never honestly expected to go the distance. From being laughed out of the Senate itself to returning to Coruscant as Senator of Tatooine, he felt called to serve his people. Finally, at the culmination of his power, would he see Obi-Wan again? And it was bittersweet. But Kenobi didn't want Anakin to feel anything other than joy. He had set out to accomplish something, and he did. That's all Kenobi could ask of his former pupil, and Anakin was happy. On the eve of their victory, Skywalker and Amidala would spend all night talking. They were speaking on political strategies and movements forward. The stress was semi-gone, and it was much more relaxing of an environment. And yes, Anakin still longed for a relationship here. But there was something more, something that he craved, that he actually thrived off of. He wanted validation, and he had it. Padme gave him validation because she truly respected his grit. Most people would have given up, but he didn't. That was a testament to his character. All this validation gave him the confidence to put his emotions for her to the side for the moment and enjoy the comfort of being accepted. What followed was the actual work. The Republic military forces refused to leave Tatooine until the Hutts did, which was good. But the actual work wasn't nearly as fun as the campaign. Anakin's campaign was difficult work, but he strived to make it successful. But running a political office wasn't about saying things, it was doing them. Jabba and his thugs were gone by week 1. Big accomplishment. The unions formed and created a strong united body with Anakin's leadership. Huge accomplishment. With Republic forces present, they began a monthly push to transfer into the Republic economy. After that month ended, it was done. Big accomplishment. The best part is, in Anakin's mind about working on a planet that was so desecrated, is that it would be especially hard for him to lose favor. But they also had themselves a miniature sandbox to work with, so they had a lot they could do. The Federation donor wanted one thing from Anakin, which was a casino. It was a difficult thing because budget restraints, but Anakin was able to do a little switch up on the donor. Anakin's efforts went into a local academy, a K-12, that was built in the middle of multiple cities. On the flip side, there was a 4-year plan for a new tourist destination that would take time to create. Anakin had a great plan, and that was his promise to the Federation man. Due to alliances with the Tuscans, he was able to learn of a geyser that was bubbling with water in the Dune Sea. It was far removed from civilization, but he planned on cutting a deal with the Moisture Union. He would split the water equally, turn it into a huge tourist destination, a pool area and a casino, promising the donor a facility that would garner attraction and credits. Gambling was also allowed in the new constitution. What became the biggest challenge was delegating time on Coruscant and time on Tatooine. He wasn't just a part of the Republic, but a new member of the delegation of 2000. All the while, despite Anakin's efforts to change the course of history on Tatooine, Dooku and Palpatine were forming their own issues. Count Dooku had become quite evil since his execution of Yaddle. He murdered, cheated, and was controlled by Sith greed. But the change within the Republic was dangling keys in his face. He wanted to help people, that was the core to who he was. And with Palpatine trying to get Dooku into political power, which he lost out to Supreme Chancellor Rabish, arguments continued getting out of hand between the two Sith. Palpatine wanted Dooku to push the galaxy closer to civil war. But why do that? The change was coming, and instead of being on the wrong side, Dooku's funds and credits could be used for good. In a meeting with his master, a duel ensued, one that Palpatine could not anticipate. Dooku had superior skills with a lightsaber, and he would never win a contest with the Force, so he made sure Sidious was trapped inside of the castle. Dozens of Magna Guards, fresh off the assembly line, were situated inside of Castle Sereno. Palpatine fought with fury and his blades. While the guards were no match, they provided the perfect cover for Dooku, so that he may kill Sidious. When he landed the killing blow, he did not tell the Jedi. He never wanted them to have the satisfaction. Instead, he had the body burned and the lightsaber confiscated as a trophy. The Sith would die with him and Maul, whoever went first, obviously. Instead of using evil to rule the galaxy, he would use his money. The Trade Federation and other businesses got to Tatooine after Jabba left, but it was nearly too late ironically. Anakin was able to give them factory space, but for the most part his promises inside the Senate were empty-handed. In all fairness, and they realized this, his promises weren't really for Tatooine, but the Outer Rim. Anakin played on their emotions, which is why veteran Senator Anaconda Farr was so necessary for writing his backup plans and speeches. Without Anaconda, this would have never gotten this far. They used emotion to swing them against Palpatine, not logic, and logic was only as good as greed inside the Senate during the rule of Palpatine. The corporations did find home and they did turn a profit on Tatooine, just not the margins they were looking for. However, more opportunities would continue supplying them, with new planets from around the Outer Rim wanting their shot at a position within the Republic. Supreme Chancellor Rabish had bitten off more than he could chew, but he used what he could to make everything work. It wouldn't be easy, but that wasn't what public service was. For years, this continued. Skywalker remained the semi-permanent face of Tatooine, while the governors continued getting fed in and out of the system. Former slaves like himself were pursuing education, joining factories ran by the Federation, and going to work at the all-inclusive tourist destination and casino on the other side of the planet, not to mention the pod racing circuit that had gained galactic attention. Infrastructure on Tatooine was the most radical change that happened on the planet after the Hutt cartel was scared off. Anakin bartered with the Trade Federation. They needed to place a fleet of 3 Lucrehulks over the planet as a defense force and trade protector if they wanted to have factories on the system. This was agreed upon by both sides, mostly the people of Tatooine, because they had been given a scare when the Eridu security force left. Not a big deal, but a fleet of Hutt forces arrived, and thanks to some old Hammerhead corvettes, a Krillin battlecruiser, and some N1s, they scared off the Hutts without a fight. Since then, Supreme Chancellor Rabish had found profit in the war against the Syndicate, so the Republic went in after them, and the Hutts paid dearly. Their territory was down to 1 planet, and once that was gone, they'd be done for. Infrastructure-wise, Tatooine grew into the sky. They made sure that buildings were taken care of, and they started a new project to test out domes on Tatooine, similar to what they had on Mandalore. It was a bit challenging with the 2 suns and everything, but the planet was growing, and that was because of their senator. Skyscrapers littered Mos Espa and Mos Eisley. Places that were once hubs of criminal activity slowly became hubs of hard workers, people building a better planet for the next generation. Everything with the people of Tatooine was accepting that they had it hard, but refusal to make for a better world for those that came after them was complacency that earned slugs like Jabba power. This was a generational refusal to give in to such fallacies. Anakin and Padme continued working together, and while he was friendly with the Federation on Tatooine, she and he and the delegation of 2000 were working dedicatedly to remove the Federation from representation within the Senate. The delegation wanted more regulation on the Federation because of the monopolization, and thankfully, oh so thankfully, Chancellor Rabish had an actual backbone. He had made millions off the Federation, and that was good, but he did not sell his soul to them. They had done him well in the war against the syndicates, but that era was coming to an end. Regulations were passed, and with the delegation of 2000, the corporate conglomerates lost their influence within the Senate body itself. Due to spending so much time together on Coruscant, Naboo, and Tatooine, Anakin and Padme started dating, and eventually, when he was 25 and she was 30, they tied the knot. It was a slowly building fire that burned unlike any other. Friends to lovers was quite the trip, and despite representing different planets, they made it work. In the decades following their marriage, Skywalker would have finished his life's work, the first dome of Tatooine. It was built over Mos Espa. Just outside the dome was the new and improved raceway for the Boonta Eve Classic. Anakin's champion banner was still hung in the Hall of Champions. The facilities were all updated, and the planet truly reflected change. Anakin and Padme were happily in their 40s. Padme was finished with her career and had moved to Tatooine to live inside the first dome. It was gorgeous. A second one was being built for Mos Espa and a couple other minor ones for other cities. Inside the domes, plant life ruled, and there was even an integration program for Tuskens that wanted to assimilate into regular life. Emphasis on their personal want. It was never forced on them. Anakin and Padme by this point had their 3 children. The first was a daughter named Leia, the second was a boy named Luke, and the last was a daughter named Ahsoka. A big, happy family. Shmi was a grade school teacher, and Klieg, Owen, and Beru had changed practices after making a fortune off of an Anakin-passed legislation for the Moisture Farm Union, which still ran all of Tatooine's water supply. A total union without business oversight, and it was brilliant. The Skywalker children would aspire to be like their parents in many ways, and while at this point there was a chance for Anakin to become a chancellor, he decided against it.
He thought the opportunity was good, but in his one chance to just rise above the political ranks to become Supreme Chancellor, he chose his family, remaining the Senator of Tatooine. His apprentice was a young girl. She was also a former slave too, and he was teaching her how to run his position, because when he was finished, there was no one other than her that'd be good enough for the role, in his mind at least. Anakin's generosity also brought the Jedi to Tatooine, which is why they were there and so prevalent in the destruction of the crime syndicate system. Their outpost inside of Mos Eisley was a true aid to the locals, and their positioning helped them move off-world to assist the Republic in other operations. When Anakin retired, there would be Jubilee. He had earned himself the title of Tatooine's finest son. He had earned respect from Dooku before he passed away, of a natural death. He had unintentionally brought balance to the Force. He had helped bring the system of the Republic back from the dead, and he had found his happiness. That surprisingly, all coming to him because he stole Master Yoda's cane.
Our story begins inside the Millennium Falcon over Jakku. Rey and Finn ran to each other, and they were overjoyed with their performance. After Rey almost slammed the Falcon into the ground and Finn missed his first few shots, the two of them locked in and were able to save each other. Rey admitted very quickly, in the midst of their praise for each other, that she'd flown before, but never left the planet. The two of them were introduced to each other by themselves, learning their respective names. What they didn't understand was how the Force connected them in this moment. They were two, both far from each other at each of their births, and now, bonded in one moment, they had a chance to change the galaxy for the better. Of course, for both of them, the Force had never been anything but a feeling. Finn's connection to the Force had been repressed due to being a part of the First Order. Of course, this wasn't his choice, but it was a consequence of being captured and forced into service for their evil regime. The First Order was like the Empire, and it would kill him if he ever showed signs. But the truth is, they never did midichlorian tests. There was never a need to, especially after the whole Gideon debacle about 2 decades before. Rey was similar in this, but she never had a reason to hide it. When she was 5, she knew they were on the run from something, but didn't know what. They narrowly missed a chance to be saved by Luke Skywalker and Lando Calrissian, but they never knew of that. She felt pulls to an island surrounded by an ocean, in a tug but never knew what it meant. The Force was strong with both of them, and their bond was one not seen in generations. Before the two of them could really go any further, there was an issue with the Falcon, one that they needed to fix right now. Following their initial bond on the Falcon, they had a series of events that forced the bond they didn't know about to the back of their focus. These events included getting captured by Han and Chewie, going to Takodana, having Finn almost abandon the Resistance path, Anakin's Kyber crystal calling to Rey, and the Battle of Takodana, resulting in Rey being captured by Kylo Ren. While the bond in the Force was connected between the two of them on their first real stressful event with each other, they had a long way to go when it came to understanding the Force. Though something for Rey helped her understand the Force more than she ever would have had it never happened. During her interrogation, she felt helpless, similar to how Poe did earlier inside the same room on the same Star Destroyer. Kylo was using the darkness to probe her mind, pulling pieces of information to understand who she was and what she knew about Skywalker. But there was a sudden twist, an awakening, if you will. Some might even call it the Force Awakens. Rey felt a latch, and without any understanding of what it was, she was drawn to it. She resisted, but it wasn't just that. There was a pull to a darkness. She saw Ben Solo's innermost fears, what he dreaded the thought of the most, and she could see things he had done in his life. Whether it be the galaxy-renowned mind trick, or just simply what it was that he was doing now. The tug and pull between light and dark became one where each of them fiercely fought with each other. From the midst of it, Rey called Ben out, telling him to his face that he was afraid that he would never become as powerful as Darth Vader. Then, no, it was Kylo now. He pulled out. He couldn't. How could she resist? It didn't make sense, but it led to her running, and eventually brought her and Finn back together. Their friendship felt so new, but it was exactly what each of them needed. From alone in the barracks and alone in the desert, they were once again unified. They had to tragically watch an already conflicted Ben Solo kill his father, and then after being shot with a bowcaster, one that within the last 24 hours blew up multiple stormtroopers, chase after them. Crazy stuff. Kylo was both forced into emotional and physical pain, and he couldn't escape it, but he would have his revenge. The three of them met in the forest, and the fight transpired all the same. Though before Finn could be cut across the back, a blaster bolt was fired and Kylo stopped it. giving Finn a chance to try and strike back. As he swung, Kylo nearly got cut, but he blocked the strike and removed Finn's hand, launching the Skywalker saber across the forest. As he turned to find Rey, she vanished from his view. He turned over to pull the lightsaber. As Anakin's grandson, he believed that saber belonged to him, but the Kyber crystal that called to Anakin, the one that also called to Luke, did not call to their grandson and nephew. As Rey pulled the lightsaber, she prepared for combat against a weak, tired, and emotionally berated Kylo Ren, but she still was immediately put on a backpedal, using her lightsaber like she used her staff and jabbed forward, but running away as she did. She knew and understood that this was an uphill battle for her. All the while, she forgot about the Force. She forgot about the words told to her by Maz and Han, and then remembered what she felt inside the interrogation room. Everything came together in one moment. The Force awakens. She needed to trust something that she hadn't before. It may have scared her, but it was the one thing she could latch onto in her most desperate moment. A fight just like every single fight she had on Jakku, one between life and death. Her defeat of Kylo came with a split within the planet they stood on. Luckily, she was able to quickly find Finn, who had been trying to find them with a blaster in his remaining hand. Chewie landed the Falcon and brought the two of them inside, as the Resistance triumphed over the First Order. They had to go though. The First Order was coming. As mentioned before the assault on Starkiller, they had a readout of where Dakar was, and were preparing to fire on it. Of course, now, General Hux was deploying a fleet with the Dreadnought-class destroyer so they could wipe out the Resistance. On Dakar, Rey and Finn were tasked with a mission to find Luke Skywalker and bring him back to the fight. Of course, this was done after Finn got his new hand. In the meantime, the Resistance had to be ready for their escape. Luckily for them, after they learned of Starkiller targeting them, Admiral Akbar's flagship, the Raddus, was brought to the planet to evacuate them. The New Republic fleet, like the pre-Clone Wars Republic, kept all of its power centralized, and without a true fear in the First Order, there was no reason to assume they needed their fleets anywhere else, and they paid a costly price for it. When Rey and Finn arrived at Ahch-To, they were hopeful to find the Jedi Master, but instead, they came face to face with someone terrified, an individual that before they arrived prepared to burn down the Jedi Temple. As Finn and Rey ascended the temple island of Ahch-To, they surprised Luke, who didn't even sense them, having been cut off from the Force. When they showed up, he was surprised, but when he saw that lightsaber, he remembered everything he had been running from. Luke didn't take the lightsaber and threw it behind him as he stormed away. The following several hours would be Finn and Rey trying to understand something they didn't fully understand. Luke was struggling terribly with everything that happened before, and the two young, eager minds continued to press him until he eventually caved, teaching them 3 lessons. Luke understood what Yoda may have not, that to teach the Force and to understand it, one needn't be a Jedi, and so that's how he taught these 2 students, that unlike him, wanted to know the secrets of the Force rather than go on the great adventure. While Finn was slower coming around to the Force, due to having to suppress it subconsciously in the First Order, being on Ahch-To was really beneficial. Not only that, but being with the other half of his dyad. Luke imparted 3 important lessons to his students, the last students he ever planned to teach the Force to. He told them, Lesson 1, the Force does not belong to the Jedi. To say that if the Jedi die, the light dies is vanity. The Force is not about lifting rocks. There is no need for structure or tradition. The Force was so much more than one narrow view. Lesson 2. The failure of the Jedi is their hubris, the importance of the past, and not blindly following their traditions. A lesson very in tune with that of the previous one. Lesson 3 is the Jedi would do anything for balance. As a fire rages within a camp, Rey and Finn are led to believe that these are raiders coming to attack the caregivers. Luke told them that a Jedi would not interfere because it was the natural balance. The raiders were simply the caretakers having a festival, but Rey and Finn didn't know that, and they charged in. The lesson was, the Resistance needed someone willing to do anything, not a Jedi willing to keep balance. For Finn and Rey, these lessons were a bit jarring, but it was through these lessons that they'd be able to understand that to learn the Force, one didn't need to follow the select lessons of an ancient religion. Luke had seen what the cycle was. He felt responsible, not just the generational cycle from his father and the previous Grand Master, but the almost poetic nature of his nephew and the new Grand Master, which was himself. Despite these lessons, it was Rey who was pulled to darkness. The caves below the island offered her knowledge that she was looking for, and she took it, not finding the secrets within. Finn was sleeping when she left, so when she returned, they were able to have a very deep conversation. They both understood each other. They were searching for belonging in each of their own respective ways, and without ever having a true connection, they finally had it. In a sick way, all Finn, Rey, and Kylo were desperately searching for something. Without the Dyad aspect connecting Ben and Rey, there was nothing for him to latch onto. Instead, he tried connecting to a Darth Vader spirit that never ever reached out to him. Snoke knew that a student had become weak, and in a way to force his student further down a dark path, he needed to give Kylo a reason to find his darkest self. All the while, the Resistance was on its last legs, and thanks to General Hux, a broadcast of their final moments was being shown galaxy-wide. Snoke pridefully waited in his throne room, preparing for his next move after the destruction of the Resistance. He was prepared to see the end of their little fight against his new regime. Things didn't exactly go that way though. On Ahch-To, Luke was running around the Temple Island, calling out Rey and Finn's names. The two of them were seated across from each other inside of a hut and speaking about her encounter in the cave. As Luke rushed in, he took a deep breath. He was so glad to see they hadn't left yet. He realized after both Finn and Rey told him that they needed him, that he could be a part of their fight, that he should follow them too. Had Luke seen Ben inside the tent, he would have severed the connection again. But it was both Rey and Finn. He told them what happened that night, but it was his version, the unreliable narrator. While Luke never did outright attack Ben, he did ignite his lightsaber as a reaction to a vision that scared him so badly that he was left to react. Why else would he do it? Luke wouldn't ever hurt his nephew, but Ben by that point was twisted so badly by Snoke that he couldn't delineate between fact or fiction. Luke promised them that they would save the Resistance. Across the Outer Rim, as transports were abandoning the Raddus under Vice Admiral Holdo's commands, the Resistance lived to fight another day. Without Finn or ever meeting Rose inside the same ship, Poe didn't have the motivation to send anyone off to Canto Bight, but luckily, he was able to trust Vice Admiral Holdo, who strategically put the Resistance into a position where they could escape, without anyone inside the Supremacy looking for smaller crafts. The First Order never noticed the Resistance escape to Crate. They'd won. While it was a temporary victory, their real victory wouldn't come for another several hours. The Raddus was on its last legs, and Snoke was broadcasting their victory galaxy-wide. But people had something else to lock onto. Leia noticed the message and she prepared a speech, one final battle cry for her people. As she watched the Raddus turn around and snap forward into the First Order fleet, it exploded, sending a shockwave outwards and detonating most of the fleet and the Supremacy. Snoke, Hux, and Kylo survived, but now they had to know, what happened to the Resistance? Leia answered those questions. She started a message that went out to the galaxy. Leia told them that a brave leader sacrificed herself so that the Resistance could survive. What they saw was the beginning of the end of the First Order. She reminded each of them that their fight might seem dire, but they had won before, and they could do it again, reminding them that they had seen larger foes, and they had conquered those too. She promised that they would not lose everything they fought so hard to preserve. She then sent a message to Snoke, telling him that they could attack their people, they could try and extinguish hope, but there would never again be a regime that preyed off the people in the galaxy. The fire was lit. It was time for the people to rise up. Shortly following this message, a small New Republic fleet from the Outer Rim dropped out of hyperspace. They sent transports down to pick up the Resistance fighters, as the war against the Empire became real. Luke, Rey, Finn, and Chewie arrived shortly before the fleet did, and there was of course the reunion between brother and sister, and their very quiet conversation. Leia knew who Rey was, she could sense it. That had always been a gift of hers. As she told Luke on Endor, she always knew they were brother and sister before ever officially knowing. This wasn't much different than that. While Leia recognized the lineage for the girl, it was Luke that realized that Finn and Rey were a dyad in the Force. He sensed it on Ahch-To. Had he known that there was a dyad in the galaxy, he shouldn't or wouldn't, or Leia stopped him. Luke went into exile because he believed that Han and Leia would blame him when he couldn't save his student, but what he didn't realize was that his friends never blamed him. Life gets harder as you get older. It happens in life, and they never wanted Luke to feel responsible for twisting their son. It was Snoke who turned him, never Luke. Luke believed that Ben could be saved, but it couldn't be done through him. Like his master before him, Obi-Wan couldn't be responsible for turning Vader, someone else had to be the one for Ben's turn. So it was up to Rey and Finn to do it, the scavenger and the traitor. But every moment they wasted, they came closer to Ben's darkest moment. Despite a war taking place for the following year, the biggest focus was on the training of Rey and Finn. It was difficult for Finn, and at one point, Luke and Leia separated them. Because of how attached they became after their Falcon trip, and because there was no instant separation after the fight on Starkiller, Finn latched really heavily onto Rey. There was a necessary time apart that they didn't have, time where Finn could see that there was more in the galaxy than his good friend. It was with Luke that he was able to learn this. In other words, Canto Bight was very necessary for Finn's development into the eventual Resistance General in Rise of Skywalker. Due to the no fight that happened on the Supremacy, Finn still had his demons to fight with Captain Phasma. And without a battle of Crate, there was still unresolved tension for Rey and Kylo. But thanks to brother and sister working in unison, both Rey and Finn were able to resolve their inner conflicts and have their necessary growth following the Holdo maneuver and escape at Crate. Due to the Kyber crystal calling to Rey, she used Anakin's old saber, and Finn used Leia's old blade. Without the time necessary to hunt for Kyber crystals, this would have to suffice. Meanwhile, the Dyad was understanding their true abilities with aid from the original Jedi texts, and a mixed training regimen from Leia and Luke. The darkness was moving though. Snoke had an obsession with the dark side. He never knew he was a creation from Palpatine, but he did know that there were secrets of the Sith he wanted. Despite the failure over Crate, the First Order continued growing in the Outer Rim. This war mainly took place within the confines of the Outer Rim territory, and even some Mid-Rim space. But due to the fact that the Hosnian system was destroyed, it involved the entire galaxy. The people were afraid. The Resistance was giving people hope. There was almost a movement ready to move against the First Order. It was brewing. It just couldn't be stopped from brewing. Kylo was sent to Mustafar, where he would discover the Sith Wayfinder, the one that once belonged to his grandfather. He would use it to guide himself and his master to Exegol, where they would find a disheveled Darth Sidious. The Dark Lord survived, suffocating in the balance created by Anakin and maintained by Luke and Leia. And finally, when his creations returned home, he wanted to exploit them. Snoke from his own blood, Ben from his own manipulations. But Snoke had no intentions of doing that. His mastery of the dark arts rivaled that of Palpatine in this crooked and broken state. He tried to defend himself, but there was nothing he could do. Snoke used a collaboration of dark side powers to choke Sidious out of existence. Kylo watched as Snoke told the boy that they now had themselves a true empire. He raised his hands, as Palpatine would've, and from beneath the rocks of the planet rose a Sith fleet. Kylo then saw that Snoke was nothing more than Palpatine. While the Dark Master was grappling with the reality of his existence, he didn't let it plague him. He had all the best quirks to Palpatine's personality, and he'd be remiss if he wasted it away in feeling sorry for himself for being nothing more than a clone of Palpatine. With a full fleet of Zyston-class Star Destroyers, he picked his own personal flagship, and then turned to Kylo and told him that they would split up for now. He would see him in the new galaxy. Snoke stepped away, still sensing the conflict within his student, telling him that the rebels he needed to face to finish his training were waiting for him. They would come to him, and he would have to prove himself by killing them. Finn, Rey, Poe, Chewie, BB-8, and C-3PO went off in the Falcon. They were looking to gather more allies. Because the First Order fleet was moving around in the Outer Rim aimlessly, if they could find it, they could ambush it and win this war. Instead, after traversing from Zar to Rhodia, they found a sect of the First Order on Kijimi. The Final Order was still leaving Exegol. It would take precise planning to do that. Snoke wanted the fleet to split up and drop out over every planet that they could to show the galaxy what true power was. Snoke believed that with the heart of the galaxy in the Hosnian system destroyed, they could achieve victory through a show of strength. While the main group was on Kijimi, Ren's flagship dropped out of hyperspace. Luckily, they were able to inform the sect of the resistance of this attack on the free world. Kylo landed on the planet, following the Force, after a report was made by Captain Phasma that indicated that the rebels he was looking for were here. As Rey and Finn were moving throughout the streets, they stopped. They turned over, and down the alleyway was Kylo Ren. He stood there, towering from a distance. He didn't say a word, just slowly moved forward. From the left, Captain Phasma and a group of stormtroopers marched forward, as the Knights of Ren popped out from around them. Rey, Finn, Poe, and Chewie looked to each other, as the Dyad ignited their lightsabers and stood on opposing sides of the small group. There was seemingly no way out of this. Rey and Finn had an idea, and Chewie was catching a glimpse of what he would do. Within an instant, Finn and Rey moved at their respective opponents as Chewie shoved 3PO down a corridor and Poe covered their rear, with BB-8 following. Finn slapped his lightsaber forward, clashing with Phasma, who whipped out a pike and blocked it. Rey swung aggressively against Ben, who blocked the strikes. Without any knowledge of who Rey was, there was nothing for him to use against her. He was just ready for this rematch. He was calm and collected, blocking each of the strikes as he tried to fend off her assault. The Knights of Ren moved in surrounding him, and her, as their engagement got more intense. Poe and Chewie were trailed by stormtroopers as Phasma made it clear to them that this kill was personal for her. Due to all the Jedi training the two had received in the last year of their lives, they were ready for each of their respective encounters. Finn pressed heavily against Phasma as their weapons pushed for control over their fight. Phasma taunted him by referring to him as a flaw in their system, a traitor if you will. He threw his blade forward and knocked her backwards. She used the ground to give her momentum as she struck forward with a pike, nearly landing a hit on his face. In the years following the fall of the Order, the Jedi didn't use such strict lightsaber forms, and Luke and Leia were still trying to work on teaching them concretely to Finn and Rey. Finn blocked Phasma as he shoved her forward, before spinning around and cutting upwards, revealing a piece of her face from behind her armor. No one had ever seen her face before, and now she was going to pay for what she did to all the other troopers he served with. Rey was taunted by the Knights of Ren, which only pushed her to use more of her aggression, something that Kylo had been taught since Crate. He positioned himself around her, lightly defending her strikes, and, as her stamina started to slow, he saw his opportunity. She may have snuck by with a win on Starkiller, but he was actually ready for this fight. Kylo used his crossguard to block his strike, before shoving forward and forcing her backwards. Kylo prepared to finish the fight, and as he did, he felt something, and his eyes turned back. He could see his mother. She was saying something to him. Only he could hear it. As he stopped, Rey, not having sensed this, pulled her blade around and in a last-ditch effort, stabbed him in the abdomen as shock filled his face and he felt his mother become one with the Force. Luke and R2 were by her side when she transcended into the living Force, welcomed in by Ben Kenobi and Yoda, as she did. Luke was heartbroken, and Ben was shocked. The Knights of Ren prepared to move in, all of them in total shock to see how weak the Master of the Knights of Ren had become. Rey stopped in the moment, feeling the shock of the death of Leia, but there was something more. Everything that had been taught to her, about the notion of no one ever being gone, the notion that the Jedi way could bring people back. Rey looked to the knights around her. She had since learned the truth of what happened that night on Ossus, the same night that Ben fell to the dark side. She felt for him. He was deceived by a lie, like his grandfather before him. Palpatine's generational torment of the Skywalkers was evident in Ben. Rey, while not knowing her own grandfather or her own lineage, didn't think it was right to let Ben's death come at her hands. She reached out her hand and placed it on his abdomen, using lessons taught to her by Leia to heal Ben's wound, by simply transferring a little bit of life essence into him. These lessons were taught from not just Leia, but the old Jedi texts. She backed up as she looked at her hand in shock. In the distance, they could hear Phasma slamming into the ground as Finn leapt down from the stairs, bashing his blade against her helmet and killing her instantly. Finn looked up to see the Knights of Ren around Rey, and he called out her name. The Knights were confused. Did they kill Rey? Did they kill Kylo? Did they kill them both? He was clearly the lesser opponent here. That was obviously further from the truth, but none of the Knights knew that their leader was so desperately attached to his mother, and his desire for true and actual belonging was gifted to him once again. Because when Rey healed him, she told him that she would not be his killer. It didn't have to end that way. The Knights turned their attention as Finn stopped on the steps, and the Knights moved in. Rey joined her other half in the Dyad as they beat back the Dark Warriors. Ben was just confused, not understanding what to make of the situation. He could see his Knights fall like it was in slow motion. He grabbed his lightsaber and, getting up without pain in his stomach, ignited it and swung at the Knights, who were losing. Within moments, the Knights were gone, and Ben told them that there was something worse coming than him. He didn't know where his heart lay anymore, and he told them that he wanted to help them, but the galaxy would come to an end. Snoke could feel his students pulled to the light, and so from a galaxy away he released the Final Order fleet on the galaxy. Due to the sheer size of the fleet coming out, they could get ships out of Exegol and across the Outer Rim and Mid-Rim within hours. So while Kylo was trying to resist the pull of being Ben, he was also trying to resist the pull to be Kylo. The Resistance heroes were preparing to warn the galaxy. Thanks to Luke, Lando was on Agen Kloss with the Resistance before Leia died. He wasn't there at the moment of her death, but he was there to support his friends. Rey and Finn contacted them and informed them of the coming fight. Lando told them to get back immediately. When they returned from Kijimi, Lando took Chewie and the Falcon off the planet and towards the core to gather support for their fight against the First Order. Ben was still in Kijimi, and while he was there, he was fighting his inner demons by having a vision of sorts of his father. He wasn't really there, but he was imagining what his father might say if he was still alive, and it pushed Ben to the point he needed to be at. It was a crossroads where he no longer cared about what happened to him. All that mattered was ending the torment for the galaxy, standing for what his mother and father stood for. In the following hours, the galaxy would be under siege, but as a response, the galaxy was prepared. Despite there not being a message from Palpatine, there was a final message from the general who gathered up the fighting force to begin with. Leia recorded one final message to send out, and it reflected one of her earliest inspirations, a message left behind on Ferrix by Marva Karasi Andor. This call to action was the inspiration the galaxy needed to make a move on the Final Order. Inside the main flagship was Snoke, which was going to Coruscant. To prepare for it, a small resistance force, including the Dyad, moved out to stop it in its tracks. Snoke was like his creator, arrogant, believing that the galaxy would bend immediately. But like the mother of the Chosen One always said, the biggest issue in the galaxy was that people didn't help each other. This was a full completion of that arc. People together, whether they were rivals or friends, planets or systems, rich or poor, they came together as one to rise up and fight this evil regime. As the Final Order destroyers arrived over key locations around the Outer Rim, they met stiff resistance. Before these ships could fire their cannons, they were hit with bombs, torpedoes, or anything else that could be done. There were many sacrifices, because unlike the atmosphere of Exegol, these ships weren't unprotected. They were able to defend themselves, but the people weren't ready to let an evil regime back into their lives. The inspiration of the Holdo maneuver and Leia Organa brought the galaxy back into one final grudge match with the Empire. Because while Palpatine never sent his message, warning the galaxy of his return, it was clear this was an Imperial fleet, one waiting for their glorious return. Lando's warning saved trillions of lives, and because of him, they were able to fight back against the darkness. Leia's message was a fire to push people to fight. Over Coruscant, Snoke's destroyer arrived, and with the help of the Falcon and a number of Y-wing bombers led by Omega, the Dyad was able to sneak aboard. The cannon on the bottom of the ship was disabled by the strike made by Omega Batch. The only reason this was permitted was so that the Dyad could stomp out the darkness once and for all. Luke was not present for this, as he was still grieving the loss of his sister, preparing the burning ritual necessary. Of course, on the other hand, if Kylo or Ben showed up, he didn't want to push him further from the path of righteousness, which is also why Luke stayed away from this encounter. The Dyad arrived at the throne room, where a very unhappy Snoke waited. He dragged them across the throne room floors and electrocuted them. His Praetorian guard stood at attention as he watched the cannon on his Zyston become disabled. He told the Dyad that they would pay with their lives. As he said that, the last First Order fleet arrived. It was prepared to make sure all of their friends died, and with a dreadnought heading the fleet, led by General Hux, its main cannon primed and shot a blast into the financial district of Coruscant, leveling the old Senate building, Executive building, and Jedi Temple, not to mention killing millions in the process. As Rey and Finn tried to fight the power of Snoke, another lightsaber ignited. It was Ben. He was here to free himself and the galaxy from Snoke and his evil regime. Snoke threw the Dyad to the ground after feeling their power. He realized something right before Kylo entered. He realized that this Dyad could give him more than enough power to be the leader of the regime he wanted to rule. Snoke lowered his hand as the Praetorian Guard went in after Ben, who quickly prepared for combat. Finn and Rey saw their opportunity as they got up and ran at Snoke. He didn't carry weapons, but as a practitioner of the dark arts, he used dark magic to ignite two swords. It was very similar in style to the blades of Talzin. He defended himself adequately, as his young opponent struggled next to him. Finn landed the first cut, as Rey followed up by disarming one of his blades. Outside the throne room, there was an explosion. The attack on Coruscant brought the people together, ready to avoid the subjugation of another empire. The dreadnought was shredded, and at the helm of the explosion was General Poe Dameron with a fleet of MG-100 star fortresses, not to mention a collection of old and new flagships. Inside the throne room, Ben struggled with the Praetorians, as he faced off against all 8 instead of 5. He could see the Dyad forcing their way forward, but Snoke lifted them up and electrocuted them, before tossing them to the side. Ben was horrified, but he saw his opportunity. He slipped between the Praetorians, taking a slit across the chest, a deep cut across the thigh, a punch to the face, but he carried on. He leapt up and Snoke turned, lowering his finger and dropping Kylo to his knees. As he used the Force to push Ben's lightsaber up towards his neck, Snoke's other hand waved and the guard stopped. As he was torturing his fallen apprentice by pushing his lightsaber closer and closer to decapitating him, he could feel 2 lightsabers ignite into his back. Snoke turned back and swung, missing Finn and nearly clipping Rey in the face, but they ducked out of the way. Ben's lightsaber was released, and he was let go, as he turned to defend himself from a strike made by the Praetorian Guard. Finn and Rey made sure Snoke was gone, and as they turned over they could see Ben slip to the ground. The Dyad used their power to launch the Praetorians down the reactor shafts in the throne room as they ran over to Ben, preparing to heal him. He pulled the staff from his stomach and shook his head. He took responsibility for the Hosnian incident. Even though he didn't pull the trigger, he felt responsible. He told them that he didn't want to be saved physically, because they already saved him emotionally. He fell down the dark path, and now he could finally have his peace. He looked to them and thanked them for giving him a chance after everything. As Luke was next to his sister, her body slowly vanished, and with it, a story that began with a son walking away from his home and his mother, ended with a boy returning to his home and his mother in the Force. The Final Order continued and tried to expand, and instead of one battle at one location, it was a galaxy-wide contest for victory. The First Order was destroyed over Coruscant, but the Final Order found its defeat where it all ended for the Empire, at Jakku. Rey and Finn would be able to escape the last Zyston as it exploded around them. It wasn't just a victory for the Force, but the galaxy. It could finally have its peace. While there would never forever be balance, as balance was never eternal nor guaranteed, the Sith were gone, and the Jedi could rebuild again. Luke, despite his previous fears from Ahch-To, decided to return to guide the next generation, working more as an advisor, but nothing more. He would tell them what worked for him and what didn't. At some point he would tell the truth to Rey about her lineage, and she'd be accepting of it, having already found her found family and being happy with it. Despite Rey and Finn being a dyad, they would never have a romantic connection. Their bond was always strongest as a trio, Rey, Poe, and Finn. They were all great friends, and they remained that way. As the Jedi Order rebuilt, and the New Republic found stability in a galaxy, liberated from the scourge of the Final Order. Our story begins in the arena on Geonosis. The echoes of battle could be heard outside the Tomb of Dead Jedi, Geonosians, battle droids, one clone, and Jango Fett. His son Boba was sitting not far from his body, holding onto a helmet that his father once wore with pride. The unclone didn't know what to do anymore. It wasn't more than 20 minutes before when he watched the Jedi Master decapitate his father. It felt like days had passed since that moment. The galaxy came to a stop and he was here, alone. He held the helmet looking into his expressionless gaze, trying to piece together what would become of his life now. Boba looked around and then to the sky, as the sound of gunships, all too familiar, buzzed overhead. He never thought he would ever resent the hum of an LAAT like he did now. Boba got to his feet and took his father's helmet back to the ship. Inside of it were a set of custom pistols and armor that Boba was supposed to wear one day. It was inside Slave 1, where he was safe from the war unfolding on the surface of the planet. It was here inside of his father's vessel that he would try and come up with a plan to escape from this hell he found himself in. Boba remembered some of the many conversations he and his father had, things to do if he ever died in combat or on a mission. But the issue is, Boba was only given these instructions for when he was on Kamino, not in the circumstance that Jango died with Boba by his side, because Jango never intended for that to happen. He looked into the ship's manifest to see what he could find, if he could find anything his father may have left behind. Perhaps there were close friends or allies that he could acquaint himself with. Boba was already trained for the life of a bounty hunter. He wasn't trained to become one, but he was trained so that he could always protect himself in case it was necessary. At his heart, Boba wanted to go right into the lifestyle that killed his father, but he was unsure if that was even the right decision. He met with a couple people before but never remembered their names. He just thought that they were a fascinating group of people and continued with his life. Boba always believed that he would live to adulthood and be able to make a choice with his life with the guidance of his father around him. Now that that wasn't the case, he needed to make a decision for himself. Boba scoured the manifest for hours and came across a number of languages that he didn't know or speak. He could identify a couple syllables or letters, but that was about it. Though one thing was most apparent about these symbols is that they all originated from Mandalore. Boba couldn't remember much about what his father said regarding the Mandalorians. Jango definitely had his own issues with the people of Mandalore, most specifically those from Death Watch. However, Jango made a point to leave his past behind him. He was in the top 1% of Mandalorian warriors in his era, so there was never really any concern for him when it came to challengers from Mandalore. Because Jango left so many stories about his time with the Mandalorians behind him, Boba wasn't entirely sure if they could be trusted or not. He was hopeful that they could be. The biggest reason for this is because his father wore Mandalorian armor. He assumed that because Jango wore the armor, his father and he himself would be accepted amongst the warriors or clans of Mandalore. What Boba was able to read was in regard to a moon of Mandalore. He couldn't read much else about why there was such an importance to Concordia. Since he knew his father had marked Concordia, he decided that he would go there first. Boba didn't know anything about Mandalorian politics. Most of his life revolved around regiments his father gave him, and the very little taste of maternity he felt from Taun We. Boba was never bothered by that, at least not on the surface, and so he set out to find his belonging. Boba did make a trip to a local fueling depot in the Outer Rim. He went directly to the Onrondia refueling depot. It wasn't much more than a short jump from Nal Hutta, which was close enough to Geonosis that he could get there with what little he had left. Boba was also kind of hoping that his father's ship might be recognized by an ally. When he landed on Onrondia, it turns out his father made an enemy or two there, and so Boba was going to pay for what his dead daddy couldn't. This led to Boba spending about a week on the system avoiding gangsters, before dispatching each of them and escaping inside Slave 1. This extra week really heightened Boba's awareness to the galaxy around him. It made him almost wish he went to some of the smugglers or bounty hunters' dens that were closer to Geonosis. If he went the bounty hunting route, then he wouldn't have been anywhere near Onrondia. But it was a whatever thing. It just made him yearn for friendship more. If he could get allies, then he would be a lot safer. Ironically, if Jango hadn't instilled into Boba that he and the clones weren't alike, Boba would have had a much easier time going to them. It was one of those things that Boba didn't know any better for. Jango told his son that he was a legitimate heir to his name. The clones were not the same. They had the genetic enhancements, such as aging or mutations or whatnot. Boba didn't. And while this was true, aside from Omega running around Tipoca City, the clones would have accepted Boba had he gone back to Kamino. They would have treated him like a brother and taken care of him. The obvious risk is becoming a lab rat to hang around Nala Se all the time, but none of that crossed his mind. The clones were lesser beings than him. Boba didn't hate them or dislike them, he just saw himself on a pedestal in comparison to them because of Jango. Regardless, Boba exited hyperspace outside the Mandalorian moon of Concordia. He piloted the ship down for what the coordinates were next to the words he could decipher. Boba had no issue finding an old mine and landing. He didn't really know why there wasn't anyone around here, but he grabbed some Mandalorian armor that fit and put it on. He grabbed one of the pistols his father had pre-made for him and exited the vessel. Boba had his weapons ready just in case anyone came across him. The issue for him at the moment is that his father's helmet was too large for his head, so he was basically wearing an oversized chest piece with his father's shoulder pads, hoping that the armor would be recognizable. He was very excited, walking through the mines, preparing to meet those that he would soon call home. As he walked through, a couple shadows dropped behind him, but he didn't notice. He continued to look around for anyone until seeing an empty assembly room. He looked around before making his way towards a lift and taking it up. The two shadows behind him informed the commander of what was going on. Boba exited at the top of the elevator and looked down at a small camp. He was surprised that everything was so small. He truthfully expected more from the Mandalorians. He was a little disappointed, but instead of pouting about it, he looked for a way down. As Boba started to walk around the top layer of the camp, the two that had been trailing him popped up behind him and grabbed his arms, pulling him back and holding him steady. At 10 years old, there wasn't really much he could do. A jetpack sounded off, and then the man who landed in front of him was clearly a leader of some sorts. Pre Vizsla asked the boy who he was and why he was here. Boba told him that he was Boba Fett, son of Jango, and he came here because his father had this planet or moon inside the manifest of the ship. Pre looked to the other Mandalorians and removed his helmet with an insidious grin. He told the boy that he wasn't welcome here. He laughed as he said it, looking around and telling the child that Jango wasn't welcome within the Death Watch. Boba was extremely confused, and Pre turned around and told the kid that he was foolish for coming here. His father was even more so for believing that he could just be cloned and act like a Mandalorian. Pre got down on the Boba's level and smiled with a devious grin, and told Boba that Jango wasn't a real Mandalorian. True Mandalorians were born in the Mandalore system. Concord Dawn wasn't Mandalorian, and neither were the Fets. Pre pulled his pistol and spun it around in his fingers, asking the other Mandalorians how they should execute the Faker. Boba squirmed, pulling at his arms, trying to break free, and Pre spun the pistol and placed it against Boba's head and smiled. He asked the kid if he had any last words. Boba panicked, but he was grateful his father taught him a trick. So, Boba threw his knee upwards, and a small rocket bounced out of his knee and slammed right into Pre Vizsla's codpiece. The Death Watch leader toppled over in terrible pain, as Boba pulled at his arms, feeling the grip on the left side slip. He didn't try to stay and fight. He knew at this point he wasn't a match, so he ran towards the lift and pulled a pistol, shot the lining at the top of the lift, and watched it drop. Behind him, the other Mandalorians were starting to take notice. They fired away at him, and he jumped into the hole. Because Boba was simply trying to impress the Mandalorians, he had equipment all over him. He pulled some detonators out of his pockets and threw them at the ground underneath him as he scurried away. He knew he'd never be able to escape the Mandalorians on foot, so he needed to even the odds. The boy ran out of the mines and into his father's ship before lifting off and pulling away from the moon. As he did, he was chased by Mandalorian starcraft. Pre really wanted him dead and was willing to risk anything he had to get Boba's head on a platter. 3 fighters chased after him, and Boba very quickly had to use all of his father's training to his advantage, but he hadn't piloted and fired away at the same time. Plus, it was extremely hard with short arms. Boba pulled back and forth, avoiding fire from the Mandalorian vessels. In his panic, he started for Mandalore itself, which was slightly troubling because he assumed more Mandalorians meant more trouble for him. Boba couldn't avoid these chasers as he spun and maneuvered as best as he could. He was getting distance and he dropped 2 seismic charges, but he was mistimed, and due to the one they used over Geonosis, the ship was out of them. The bombs didn't hit the mark, and so he twisted the lasers on the front of the ship backwards and fired away. One of the ships was knocked out of the air before the side of Slave 1 was clipped and sped down towards the surface of Mandalore. He continued firing away, strafing one of the fighters before descending to the surface of the planet with very little control. When he entered the atmosphere, he smashed through another Mandalorian ship before the last one broke off, and it was the last thing he remembered. When Boba woke up, he was inside of a medical facility. He was surrounded by people who were taking care of him. There was a notice next to his bed, and it was written in Galactic Standard, so he could actually read it. He was requested to the Palace of Sundari when he was healthy enough to walk on his own. It would take a couple of hours, but Boba only had a mild concussion from his crash. There was a bruised fibula on his left leg, but it wasn't too bad. He eventually got to the palace and was amazed by his wondrous size and beauty. At the end of the throne room was an elegant woman. Next to her, at the bottom of a few steps, was a ghastly figure. Boba approached, being escorted by some Mandalorian guards. There was an introduction process, and when he disclosed his name, Almec turned to the Duchess and told her that he needed to be done away with. Fett wasn't a Mandalorian, nothing more than a terrorist. Boba was visibly upset by this. At this point, everyone in the galaxy was aware that the clone army was Jango Fett's clones. They also knew that the infamous bounty hunter was killed on Geonosis, something reported by now Jedi General Mace Windu. Almec referred to Boba as a clone of a terrible person who tried to claim his name to Mandalore, and with a whip of her fingers, she shushed him. Satine may have disagreed with Jango's lifestyle, but under his hobbies and professions was an honorable man. She told Almec to do away with himself, essentially, as she stepped off her throne and asked to speak with Boba alone. The two of them were going to walk through Sundari. She wanted to get an idea of why he was here and how he was doing, a task that would be impossible with Almec bugging the two of them. Satine and Jango never crossed paths, personally, but they knew of each other. Neither disliked or liked the other. It was more so of a respect for their own decisions in life. Jango, by the time Satine really took power, didn't care enough about Mandalore. Plus, he hated Death Watch. She knew of his talents and was totally against his way of life, for the sake of her people, but she respected his honor. This is where she differed from Almec. Jango may have not been a Mandalorian, but certain groups were more than willing to accept foundlings. Satine and this society was one of them. It was an elitist way of life to perceive someone as lesser due to being born elsewhere. Satine and Boba had a long talk with each other. She explained that he had done damage to one of their landing docks, but she wasn't going to blame him for it. Boba explained that there was something called Death Watch and they were on Concordia, even explaining who their leader was by describing his face, which gave her insight into who her friends and enemies were. The two of them talked for hours, stopping in a park and discussing Boba's trajectory in life. He wanted revenge, but she discouraged it. Truthfully, she had a tough decision to make regarding Death Watch, especially since she knew that Pre Vizsla was their leader. She wanted to keep the peace, but Mandalorians existed in spite of themselves. It was a tragic cycle that she didn't want to be repeated. But honestly, Pre wasn't bold enough to target Sundari without help, which he didn't have at the moment. So in this moment, with Boba, she was most concerned for him and if he would be alright. She could see that the pressure of being an adult at 10 was weighing him down, and she could sympathize with that. It wasn't easy. She had lived that life before. Satine gave her stories to him, hoping to inspire him, hoping to give him hope in himself. She didn't want to leave him alone, especially because he had no one else and his ship was damaged. While they were speaking, it became evident to her that he was intent on finding a way to get revenge, and he was very focused on what would potentially be a life full of pain and suffering. She could very clearly see the pain in his eyes, especially whenever the conversation found its way back to his father. She knew he was a clone, but unlike Olmec, she never referred to him as one. Satine saw Boba as his own individual, just as she believed all the clones were. So instead of allowing Boba to boil in his own pain, she told him at the end of their conversation that if he wanted, he could have his own room inside the royal palace for however long he wanted. She started to explain that she wouldn't be able to be there for him all the time or anything, and before she could finish, he wrapped his arms around her. He was conflicted, and she was giving him the only sense of comfort he had received since his father died. Also, it wasn't like he'd experienced anything maternal before. Tanwi wasn't exactly the most caring individual, neither were any of the Kaminoans. She was very surprised, but she lowered her arms behind his back and then brought him back to the palace. She of course needed to make her own decision regarding how she would handle the Death Watch, but the light in Boba's eyes gave her hope that there wouldn't be need for a conflict. The following few months would be full of tough decisions and ramping up their police force and royal guard. Satine had embraced a mother-like role with Boba, and she'd opened herself up for the first time since she was last around Ben Kenobi. She hadn't ever experienced this before, aside for a few times with her nephew. Satine showed Boba her Mandalorian armor and told him stories about her own father, which encouraged him to tell stories about Jango. The heal was to embrace, to remember but not lament. She told Boba that his father wouldn't want him to suffer over his loss. Jango and her may have disagreed on morals, but his honor told her everything she needed to know about him and the boy he raised. Boba appreciated her warmth more than words could say. Most of their days weren't around each other. Boba was able to frolic around the palace or go to school if he wanted. To keep up the ruse in school so that he wouldn't be bullied for being a fat, he called himself Boba Kryze. He didn't mind this, and he appreciated that she was willing to do that for him. He did understand how busy she was, too, especially with the worry of Death Watch, so he never took up issue with her being so active and away from him. But Satine always made a point to eat dinner with him. Didn't matter if she had dinner with diplomats beforehand, she'd always save room so that she could sit down with him and eat, asking him about his day, his new adventures, times with new friends, and whatever else was running rampant in his mind. This was hard for her. It did involve her physically pushing herself to stay up later in some circumstances, and have more patience on difficult days. But the peace it gave Boba was worth all of it. The thing with Boba, being 10 years old, is that he was searching for a connection. He was searching for someone to be around, and because he didn't go to the Bounty Hunters Guild, he found his only sense of belonging with Satine, which is why he stayed. His fathership was repaired, and because he was so adamant on being Mandalorian like his father, she brought him to the Great Forge, where he could have his own armor. It would be resized in the future, but he was permitted to get it, ceremonially. Mandalorians still used the Forge, but just not as ritualistically as they once did. The previous Civil War kind of took it out of the society. This moment in the Great Forge came months after Boba came to Mandalore, and because Satine had kept a close eye on Boba, she accidentally found some drawings he made on the tablet. He fell asleep in the living quarters of the palace, and she was cleaning up and putting a blanket over him when she saw it. He made an emblem for himself. It combined Jango Fett's personal symbol and that of Clan Kryze. She thought it was endearing, and so as Boba was having his armor crafted, she presented him with a cutout piece of what he drew. It could forever be a part of his armor, and Boba didn't really have the words or emotions to properly express anything. He originally planned on leaving Mandalore, but now he knew he found his home. For Satine, she simply got joy out of him having what could best be described as a normal childhood. Boba was now not just a part of his father's legacy, but that of an adopted family's legacy. In wearing her armor again for the ceremony, Satine knew what needed to be done. As a little girl, she desired to be a warrior like her father. As an adult, she needed to be a leader for her people because this is what they wanted. However, because she was monitoring Concordia, she could see that Death Watch was amping up their movements and their supply runs. She knew that at one point or another they'd prepare for an attack, and then she saw Separatist tanks, and with that, she had to make a decision. Luckily, the way she planned it out, she could use those Separatist tanks against Death Watch. Because they weren't associated with Mandalore, a local Republic fleet was able to deal with not just the CIS forces, but the Mandalorians on the surface. As Death Watch hobbled away, they were captured by the Mandalorian Royal Guard and police force from Sundari. The miniature war was anticlimactic, entirely because Satine didn't want another war to top Sundari. Kaldabe was the cost of the previous civil war on Mandalore. She didn't want Death Watch to even have a chance. She was able to acquire the Darksaber when she accompanied the guard to capture Death Watch. There was little conflict, and it resulted in the remaining members of Death Watch being placed behind bars. Satine took the Mandalorian weapon to where it belonged, in the hands of their people. It was a part of their history, and so it was enclosed inside of a learning center, so that it could be treasured by their people for generations to come. Aside from this little hiccup on Concordia, the Clone Wars stayed far, far away from Mandalore. There were some plots to dethrone Satine, but she remained as a powerful leader for the Neutral Systems Coalition. Dooku and Palpatine hated her because she was able to resist the temptation to join either faction, and her unbreakable will kept her out of the hands of violent mercenaries and assassins. The one true threat to her power, that would have been Darth Maul, was never recovered. He and his brother were left adrift, locked in a frozen abyss until one day they crashed down into a star. Satine and Ben had a couple of small reunions during the war, but none lasting too long. This was something that Satine helped Boba with. He initially hated the Jedi, and she was willing to hear him out, and then she explained Mandalorian history, how once the Jedi and Mandalorians warred with each other. Vizsla still believed the Jedi were evil and whatnot, but what was amazing is that with time, wounds can mend. They can become whole again. Maybe he didn't want to forgive or forget, and she wouldn't blame him, but perhaps there would be a day, one when he least expects it, that the Jedi would be an aid to him. He never thought of it like that, and with her own personal understanding and experiences with the Jedi and Obi-Wan, he was able to see them in a different light. This didn't make Boba understanding or respectful in his thoughts surrounding Windu, but it did help his upset heart. Before the end of the Clone Wars, Boba was calling Satine Bir, which in the Mandalorian language meant either mother or father, in this case mother. She would sometimes refer to him as Ad, because that was a used word for son or daughter, again in this case being son. Their dynamic was very sweet, and the people accepted Boba as one of Clan Kryze. Obviously using her name helped with this, but he was able to grow up into someone who could represent Clan Kryze with the prowess of a Kryze, but not just that, the prowess of a Fat. Because Boba wanted to keep some of his warrior way alive, he did spend some time with the Royal Guard in their training, but most of his time actually was spent at school with other Mandalorians. Something else that happened before the end of the war was the reunion between sisters. Bo and Satine had been separated for years. It all came after the Civil War. Satine hated that things happened the way they did, but there wasn't anything they could do to change the past. Instead, what they could do was fix themselves in the present. The rekindling of sisterhood was everything to Satine. The Duchess didn't want Death Watch to be resentful, and she tried to help them out of their ways. They could be productive as guardsmen or enforcers, but they rejected it. Bo came back around because she realized how great of a leader her sister was. Mandalore had fully recovered from a civil war and was on the galactic stage as a world of strength and prosperity. But Mandalore was about to face its most challenging era. With the execution of Order 66, Satine had to navigate the difficulty of an imperial reign. The CIS vanished from the galactic map overnight, as did the Jedi, which broke Satine's heart. It was the second time she thought Obi-Wan died. Also, why did he lie to her the first time? Anyways, due to Order 66 and her worry for Ben, she was able to get into contact with him. She was friends with Padme, and of course, there was a bond with Obi-Wan. What resulted when she finally learned that he was alive, of course, was Obi-Wan, Luke, and Leia were brought to Sundari and hidden away within the palace. They would not see the light of day, but at least they would be protected. Because Almec had since been removed from power, there weren't, to her knowledge, any more moles running around the palace, but one could never be too sure. It was a difficult time, and Boba tried to do anything to help his bureau, but she was adamant that he needn't do a thing. As Duchess, it was a burden for her to bear, not for him. He understood, but he didn't want to see her struggle with this. The era of the Empire was strenuous. Satine and the 1200 systems inside the Neutral Systems Coalition had to band together to peacefully accept the Empire. As the leader of this coalition, she had to hold relations with the Emperor himself, which was very stressful. He didn't like that she had survived, but he'd have to maintain their current dynamic to keep the status quo. Mandalore had always been an issue in his heart, and he would wait until he could garner some support from the Collective Senate to use anything against her and her people. At the moment, Sidious didn't have that, but he was patient. The rise of the Empire brought the galaxy to what felt like a standstill. Imperial patrols were required everywhere, even systems within the coalition. Satine and her peers couldn't reject it, because if they did, then the Empire would wage war on them, like they did on Mimban. Due to her having to bend at the knee for the Empire, her people became disenchanted with the Emperor. They knew their leader wouldn't just allow the Empire to do that, so they picked the Empire as their enemy. Within the Palace of Sundari, other conversations were being held. Satine was willing to help out Luke and Leia with as much as she could, but she and Ben wouldn't be picking up every aspect of their relationship, due to the fact that she couldn't have the weight of a relationship on her. Also, there was another reason. Both Obi-Wan and Satine acknowledged that with her having to work close around the Emperor, they couldn't risk a couple of things, one of which being a possible pregnancy. Sidious would be all over that, and it would lead the Empire to Mandalore. This was something Satine would not allow to happen to her people. They were finally united. There was no unstable branches of their society, and she wanted to keep it that way. What this meant for Satine and Obi-Wan is that they would play house, if you will. While Kenobi would never leave the palace, to make sure he and the twins were safe, he could raise the twins and interact with Boba. Because Satine accepted Boba, Obi-Wan accepted him, and he saw him as a piece of this little family that they had. It wasn't exactly put together, but it worked for them. Something Obi-Wan didn't expect was what came from his time hanging around with Boba Fett. Boba often went down and asked questions about this, that, or the other. All of it led to Boba seeing the Jedi in yet another different perspective, which for him was very interesting. He enjoyed learning things about things he didn't understand before. He also was very happy to see the effect that Obi-Wan had on Satine. Boba knew from their conversations throughout the Clone Wars that she had been very isolated. Obviously, because she saw him as a son, she didn't tell him everything, but he picked up on some of her emotional reactions and understood why she made the choices she did. She had to isolate herself so that she could protect Mandalore. Boba really got to understand why his bureau was so isolated because of this, but with Obi-Wan she was more open than usual. On the surface, as a ruler, she kept calm and confident in demeanor, but when she was at home with her small little family, she was very content and happy. Bo was always around. Corky was hanging around from time to time. Boba and Obi-Wan got along fine, and the twins were able to grow up with each other and a strong family around them. Satine and Obi-Wan never tied the knot on their relationship, but with him out of the order, he was able to communicate some of his more personal emotions, though there was something that needed to be noted. Kenobi was able to heal extensively through the bonds he built with Bo-Katan and Boba. For years, the status quo would be maintained on Mandalore. As Satine understood, as long as there were no uprisings like the one from Concordia during the Clone Wars, there wouldn't be any issues. She knew that the Empire was trying to set up Mandalore. Pre Vizsla was freed from prison 1 year and he attempted to start a revolt before being killed by Bo-Katan and Boba Fett. On top of that, aside from Boba just learning the role of leadership from his bureau, his aunt, Bo, was teaching him some of her methods in the warrior way. It really helped keep everything tighter in the family unit they had. Obi-Wan also did train Boba in some other ways as well. Regardless, the Empire was seemingly trying to find an excuse to balance in the Mandalore, but Satine continued to prevent it. She, on top of that, had begun elevating peers around her. In secrecy, she was aiding Mothma and Organa with the beginning of the Rebel Alliance. Because Satine was more than a senator, she could help out with a lot more support. This was also due to her control and leadership over the Neutral Systems Coalition. This process of keeping Mandalore safe from the Empire while propping up the rebellion was very stressful. The years went by very quickly for her, because she was always winding herself up to make sure she was at the top of her game. The reason her peers were elevated was so in case anything happened to her, they'd be ready to take her responsibilities to ease the transition of power to the heir to the throne, which was Boba. Satine planned everything as extensively as she could. She didn't want anything going wrong for her people or her family, and even though over these several years she was busier than ever before, she'd have the joy of seeing her family evolve. It was something she longed for the 20 years up until Boba's arrival to Mandalore. She and Boba filled a hole in each other's hearts. Boba needed a parent, and Satine needed someone to love. She had dreams of having a family, like the one she had before her parents died and her sister ran away. So despite everything around her and around the galaxy, she always made time for her family. Every day she saw Boba, Luke, and Leia grow up, as well as see the dramatic changes in those who were already adults, or she was close to them. Bo, Corky, and Ben all had their own changes within themselves that made them better people for each other in the family. Around 15 years after the execution of Order 66, the Empire sent out fleets to maintain control over a number of other worlds. One of them was Lothal, and another one of them was Mandalore. Satine was not pleased with this, but over the years, legislation continued to push back against the neutral systems. The Imperial military grew without slowing, and no one was able to resist it. This did bug her, but she could handle the Imperial occupation. She did everything she could for her people, while also continuing to contribute to the underground network that had been set up by Bo, Boba, and Ben. Satine shared information with her family in secrecy of the palace. The information was used, especially by Bo and Boba, to go out and help move a section of the path through the Mandalore system. It was just a small portion of it, but the establishment of the path was the building blocks to an underground operation supported by Satine that was ready for when the Empire arrived. On Mandalore, there wasn't a single soul loyal to the Empire, so Satine knew that when they did arrive, her people would be on her side, because she did know, before they ever came this far into the galaxy, that the Empire would try and take over these planets. They were still trying to submit the galaxy to their will, and it would never work. Scare tactics didn't work against those who were determined to take down Tyranny. When the Empire arrived on Mandalore, the people took the occupation in stride. This is when Satine's first left the nest. Boba was given directions from Satine and Bail. He was able to go out and run missions against Imperial stormtroopers. Boba was a powerhouse too. He typically concealed his Mandalorian armor underneath cloth, just to protect Satine and his own name. He would wear his father's helmet though, but because it was just a helmet, no one ever connected it back to Mandalore. There were other mercenaries in the galaxy that wore stolen Mandalorian gear as it was, so it didn't matter. Boba was instrumental in recruiting top-tier members of the rebel insurgent squads. Other Mandalorians did contribute to this, with Bo-Katan being one of them. Though back on Mandalore itself, the Empire started making the Great Forge inaccessible. This did upset a lot of people on Mandalore, because ever since the rise of the Empire, people had been using the Forge to fix and rebuild broken pieces of armor that they didn't use in the 20 years since the Civil War. They were ready for war against the Empire, but Satine specifically wanted to make sure they didn't make a move until the time was right. Throughout this time frame, Obi-Wan was training Luke and Leia. While they knew the truth about their lineage, thanks to Satine encouraging Obi-Wan to tell them, they considered themselves one with Clan Kryze. They knew how to use their lightsabers and they were adequate Force users too. However, they both wanted to be like their older brother, Boba, because of course they considered him their older brother. They missed him while he was out, but he kept in contact with them throughout the entire duration of his time away. While contributing to the rebellions on Ferrix, Aldhani, and Lothal, Mandalore had its own rebellion. Satine worked closely with the Alliance, and used the building of this alliance to anchor her own push to get the Empire away from Mandalore. The Alliance itself was much further along because of the Neutral Systems Coalition. Satine's leadership kept these systems together, and while a few of them left the Coalition to join the Empire, a majority of the 1200 systems were following under Satine, which was following in tandem with the Alliance. When the Empire originally went to Mandalore, it also went to a number of these neutral systems, which were Alliance-based. So, on the day of rebirth, hundreds of star systems, including Mandalore, rose up and took the fight to the Empire. This came after Aldhani, Ferrix, and Lothal. It was a deadly contest, but the Mandalorians, especially, were able to rip through the Imperials. The collective assault pushed the Empire away from a number of these neutral systems. This was the birth of the Rebel Alliance. It was already established, but it was the announcement to the galaxy that the Alliance was real and it was united. This wasn't just rebels, but Jedi, Mandalorians, and anyone else willing to join. The collective uprising was a jarring strike at the Empire, and something that aided this rebellion was the Outer Rim. Without an established criminal empire in the years since the Clone Wars, it was a couple of warring factions without power over the other, which meant that the majority of systems and people were just freely existing without the Empire. These people held resentment for the Empire because it was once the Republic, and when the Empire came for them, they had the motivation to join the fight with the Alliance. It was a domino effect. After Ferrix and Aldhani were Mandalore and Lothal. Following that came Ryloth, Rhodia, and Bothawai. The war only continued from there, but the extra support led to the exposure of secret projects, such as a super weapon over Scarif discovered by Boba Fett. The Alliance was growing, and they used the exposure of the super weapon to bolster support for their movement. The weapon they found was going to be the Death Star, and the realization of what the Empire was trying to accomplish pushed people together. Years would continue by, more warriors funneled out to the front lines, with the likes of Luke and Leia joining their brother, other Jedi, and Mandalorians on the front lines in the fight for the galaxy. The Empire didn't buckle immediately, but when the twins found their father, they fought him, until they both sensed his ability to turn to the light. It wouldn't be for another year or two that they would be able to save Vader. However, he knew that there was no place for him in the galaxy that was to come, so he'd be responsible for bringing balance to the Force by killing the Emperor in a heroic sacrifice. It would be the most completing moment in Obi-Wan's life to learn that Anakin Skywalker had returned and was responsible for defeating Sidious. On top of that, Boba Fett led a number of rebel craft and engagements with the Empire. His vessel was becoming one of the most feared rebel starships in the galaxy, alongside that of the Ghost. Satine and Obi-Wan would finally at the end of the war be able to certify their love openly. At their age, they wouldn't have any kids, but their adopted children would one by one make their way home. Luke and Leia coming home first, with Commander Boba Fett Kryze coming home afterwards. They would all be there for the wedding ceremony. They did make a point to make sure their marriage didn't come off as too informal, or in other words, to make sure they didn't try and overshadow the victory celebration for the galaxy. Satine would commemorate those who fought in the war against the Empire, and she would join figureheads of the Alliance in helping set up the New Republic. Due to how everything went down with Vader, Luke, and Leia, he had about a month's worth of time where he could inform them of the little he knew of Exegol. Vader didn't know about the cloning, but he knew about the planet. They wouldn't need to use the information due to the way that Vader killed his master in the final days of the Empire. The New Republic pushed for a more pacifist direction, but Boba, due to all the time he spent around his beer, decided to become a representative from Mandalore. Satine didn't want to be involved in anything other than Mandalore's politics, but Boba, after fighting for the galaxy, would represent it. His position inside the New Republic would be combining everything Satine, Bo, and Ben taught him, using the best attributes from each to push not just for a better system of government, but one with a military presence. Ben would guide Luke and Leia to rebuilding the Jedi Order on Mandalore, making the whole conflict between Mandalorians and Jedi come full circle. He also did this because he didn't want to leave Satine. They stayed put and continued ruling for years to come. Bo-Katan would have children, but ironically, the heir to the Mandalorian throne came down to Boba, and then after him, the twins, Luke being born first, then Leia. Even though they were adopted, they were family, and they were Clan Kryze. Before Boba left the New Republic, he would marry and eventually have his own children. He stayed put for the longer part of a decade with the new government. During this time, he and a number of other leaders fought an Imperial remnant and crushed what little military it had. When it was said and done, Boba and his love would return to Mandalore and take up the throne that Satine was ready to step down from. As Boba's new heirs were born, the clan continued to grow. There were cousins, nieces, and nephews everywhere. It was a perfect rebirth of a broken family. Luke and Leia would forgo some of the Jedi way due to how open Obi-Wan had become with love and attachments. This led to the two of them having children with their own respective spouses. While Luke and Leia's children would never be up for the role of Duke or Duchess, they would eventually fill out the royal cabinet on Mandalore. This was all a continuation of what Boba and Satine were able to establish, not just with Mandalore but the New Republic. The new era established by the Mandalorians' position in the rebellion aided to the future security of their republic. Boba's bond with Satine would become the cornerstone and building blocks to the establishment of a new republic that prepared for anything the galaxy might throw at it in this new era of peace. Our story begins on the Rishi Moon. It was a base not far from Camino, meant to transmit a signal to Republic High Command, keeping the clone homeworld a safe haven from the war. It was one of the most important locations for the Republic War effort. The clones assigned to it were the sergeant of the base and the new batch of shinies called the Domino Squad. Each of their members of course had their names, aside from the code numbers they were given at birth, which were 5s, Echo, Heavy, Cut Up, and Droid Bait. Currently, the one titled Droid Bait was outside the base, when he saw a bunch of asteroids make their way for the moon. This wasn't the most uncommon thing, but it also wasn't the most common thing either. The issue with this little asteroid drop is Droid Bait remembered that Echo was reporting the news to the squad the other day. Typically, Droid Bait would just tune out his brother, but he happened to be listening, because in a way it did pertain to his role as deck officer. Essentially, there were reports that there was a new brand of battle droids, and they were commandos. They used unorthodox methods to land at their targets. Whichever method they used, they made sure that when they landed, they weren't an identifiable threat. The report wasn't taken seriously, but Droid Bait decided that it could be an issue here. He didn't have a weapon with him, so he quickly rerouted to the base and locked it up. This did seem a little paranoid at first, even to him, but he didn't want to risk anything, especially without protection. As he entered the base and made his way for the armory, the proximity alert began to blare. Sarge quickly told the boys to get to their weapons, and as they moved into the armory to get everything ready, they watched Sarge and a couple other clones get decimated before the new breed of battle droids made their way in. What resulted from this was a squad of clones evacuating through a vent, and Droid Bait saving Cut Up's life by blasting one of the Rishi eels that lived under the base. It was one of those 1 in a million shots by him, but it saved his brother. And following this event, Captain Rex and Commander Cody would assist the clone shinies in recapturing the base and then defending it off from a droid invasion force. Despite the Domino Squad being fresh to combat, like veterans, they joined Rex and Cody in fighting for the base. Their work wasn't the best Rex or Cody had ever seen, but the fight was worth recognition. As the clones started to fall back, Heavy, Droid Bait, and Cut Up worked with a gonk droid to try and tie it to charges for the entire base and then rig it to a detonator. It wasn't working too well at the moment, but thanks to Cody, Fives, Echo, and Rex, the clones were able to work together and desperately get everything ready to go. This led to the Domino Squad escaping out the hatches and blowing the Rishi station to bits. Despite the loss of the base, it would be the heroic efforts that stopped the Separatists from invading Kamino. Obviously, the clone homeworld wouldn't be safe forever, but it was at the very least temporarily protected from the Separatists. Once the station was destroyed, a fleet arrived and scared off the Separatists. On top of that, the Domino Squad no longer had a place to be stationed, so Captain Rex brought them back to the Resolute and promoted them, adding them to Torrent Company within the 501st. They had proved themselves to be exceptional soldiers, and Rex couldn't think of any other men he would want serving alongside him on the front lines. For the Domino Squad, this was their big break. Of course, it was tragic they lost some brothers in the Rishi incident, but at least they had all their squad mates from Kamino. It was extremely rare for squad mates to enter the same division, company, or squad after leaving Kamino. It was even more rare for said squad, if together, to not lose one of its members after the first engagement. Fives and Echo still had their sights on the role of ARC Trooper, but the squad met with each other after being introduced to Commander Tano and General Skywalker. Heavy wanted to say something to each of his brothers. Firstly, he told them all that he's very proud of them. They had done a service to the galaxy, but they'd also face a lot more adversity. He told them that despite their loyalty to their brothers and their focus to the wider war around them, he wanted to make a pact. He and the rest of them understood how rare of an occurrence this was, and Heavy, especially, didn't want to lose these brothers. Heavy never told them that he almost deserted, and now that he hadn't, he was more loyal to their cause than ever before. So he suggested that this pact was one that they would make to protect each other, so that they would do everything within their own power to keep the others safe. Out of all the clones in Domino Squad, the only one who took up any sort of issue with this was Echo. He didn't have an issue. It was more of, he was concerned about the potential what-ifs that could happen. Like, if one of them was captured, would they disobey orders to save them? Or, if one of them was dying on the battlefield and there was no way to get to their side, what would they do? There were reasonable answers to each of Echo's concerns. Heavy and the rest of the squad then settled on their pact, and they integrated into the 501st. Their first combat missions would be very challenging. Despite being a part of the Torrent Company, which was arguably one of the most elite units in the Grand Army, they were also able to stay alive. Most of this was because they were at the back of the line. They didn't have to eat the first barrage of blaster fire. What made this scenario interesting for them is they got to fight with other elite troopers, but also learn while they were doing so. It's what made the progress of Torrent Company so continuous. Every time they needed new troopers, Rex would just do this with new recruits, just as a way to get them mentally prepared for what they might see. Rex and Anakin were uncanny with their strategies, and for the by-the-book clones, this could be hard to get behind. But part of the pact made by the Domino Squad included making sure that none of them fell behind. They wanted to stick together, and so that's exactly what they did. Initially, they didn't have the credentials to go off and do high-caliber missions, but they became trustworthy to Skywalker, Tano, and Rex. Domino Squad acted on a very tight regiment, one specifically designed by Echo, but it was created to help them stay at the top of their game. When they weren't on the battlefront, they would spend the first several hours of their day working on physical exercise. Didn't matter what it was, just something to keep them active. They would afterwards work on squad formations and tactical maneuvers that Rex used during previous battles, even ones they weren't a part of. Part of this was for the survival element of it, but the other part is they actively wanted to be the best within the Torrent Company. Rex and Anakin did know about this, but they didn't say anything about it. Rex would from time to time joke with the boys that they were coming for his position, and they loved the good little banter that was done with their captain. The biggest issue for them was when they had to sit through space battles. There were so many ground battles that the Torrent Company and 501st excelled at, but the Domino Squad hated having to remain idle when a space battle was going on. If it was simply a fleet battle like the one with the Malevolence, then they couldn't really do anything but wait. However, the Domino Squad got a chance to be excited about a fleet battle. A few short months after they joined the 501st, they were a part of a battle that took place in an asteroid field. The boys would join Rex and the men of Torrent Company as they placed their ATTE walkers onto asteroids within the belt and used them to target the underbelly of the incoming Separatist fleet. Rex and the boys awaited for the moment, and when the ships passed by, the trap was set. It was missions like this where Domino Squad thrived. They used these unorthodox methods to win the battle. Rex was very aware that Domino Squad welcomed these challenges, and so he decided that perhaps it was time to start giving them more chances to succeed. Rex was very hands-on with his troopers, and using them the best as he could, and so he made sure he could prop up his best troopers into his personal squad. He admired their dedication and their hard work. Rex knew that they would turn out as a benefit to not just their missions, but the individual clones themselves. He typically would keep a tally of each of the overachieving clones and make sure they were promoted accordingly. For the Domino squad, they were able to identify themselves with their squad logo and the color of the 501st. Rex early on in the war encouraged his more elite units to wear colored armor. Originally this was Danal, but very quickly followed up by the Domino squad. Heavy was the one who decided it'd be cool to lay artwork of dominoes on the side of their helmets, with a blue stripe down the middle of the artwork itself. Their armor was all custom to their own unique style. For example, Echo still had a blue handprint on his chest, and Heavy placed a rotator cannon piece on his chest, and so on. The stripes and markings on their armor were all different from each other, but the Domino squad on the side of their helmets were the key identifier that they were the Domino squad. While they were referred to as the Domino squad, they were fully a part of the 501st, but they still, in their own opinions, weren't living up to the standard they set out to live up to. Fives continued pushing the ARC Trooper narrative and they all bought into it, but they were all a long ways away from becoming ARC Troopers. No matter the conflict they fought at and the number of victories they achieved, they weren't ARC Troopers because, as a unit, they may have been elite, but they were also a part of something more than just themselves. Despite the Domino squad buying into the ARC Trooper mentality, they weren't chasing it to be better than their brothers. It was a goal they had underneath their camaraderie for the men of the 501st. They continued seeing conflicts arise at Ryloth with Cad Bane, the Second Battle of Geonosis, and Seleucami, but their bravery as a squad would be tested most at the Battle of Camino. It would be the place where Heavy could reconnect with 99 and have his medal returned to him. Obviously, Heavy didn't want it back. If it weren't for 99, he would have never become a trooper in the Grand Army of the Republic. The attack that came at Camino was one that was difficult to deal with, but the Domino squad was dispatched on a secret mission to deal with an incoming attack from the far side of Tipoca City. It was 5 clones versus an army of battle droids. The Aqua droids were very similar in size and strength to super battle droids, which made their fight even more difficult. But with Heavy leading the charge, the Domino squad banded together and fought off the incoming separatists. With a rotator cannon at the ready and 4 more weapons firing down at them, the Dominos were impenetrable, or at least they seemed to be that way as more battle droids started to ambush them from the sides. A grenade did the job when it came to dealing with those bundle of droids, and what remained was the final little surprise, a bundle of clone cadets that had been separated from their instructors. They were on the run because nowhere in the city was safe. Without anyone to lead them, Heavy knew this was his chance to shine, and so he took a hold of the reins, telling the boys that they were one and the same. They'd be able to defend their home and take down these attackers. What followed was a brilliantly executed plan to push the separatists away from Camino. They were fighting off bundles of attackers, but with 3 Jedi generals present, Cody and Rex, there was no way the clones wouldn't win. Inside the city, as General Kenobi engaged Grievous, the Domino squad, now escorted by Cody and Rex, were using themselves and clone cadets to ambush the separatist marching party. But no matter what Domino squad did, they wouldn't be able to save their brother from an unnerving death. At the end of the day, 99 was just like them, a soldier. The Domino squad would be recognized for their work during the Battle of Camino. It was understood that they were 5 against an army, and if it hadn't been for them, then they could have been more casualties and at that, the potential of a loss on Camino. Who knows what those hundreds of battle droids could have done had they broken free. This increase in ranking was a huge honor for the boys of the Domino squad, but something else remained. They would now hold more responsibilities than ever before. They, as ARC Troopers, were leaders, and despite new upgrades to their armor, new weapons, and greater responsibilities, they all accepted the challenge with open arms. However, Captain Rex saw a great amount of potential in this unit. It was uncommon to have so many ARC Troopers roaming around a division or company, but the fact that these clones were from around the same squad made them even more special. Rex proposed to General Skywalker that these clones be allowed to run missions with Commander Tano alone. It would allow both Ahsoka and the Dominos to get much needed practice, while also become a commando unit without the actual need for commandos. Anakin initially wasn't sure about the idea, but after thinking it through and seeing mostly only positives from this, he accepted the idea. The Dominos, which Ahsoka was now being lumped into, wasn't just a commando unit, but they were to slowly integrate into the eyes and ears of the 501st. Essentially, Rex and Anakin would make sure they could function properly under even more stress than they were used to, and if they could, then they would become an elite sect of the 501st. Skywalker didn't want them to be separated from the rest of the men, but he did want them to use more unorthodox methods. If they could even the odds for the 501st or even help them get the upper hand in a low-odds success mission, then they could continue pushing out victories at a faster rate than they already were. It was agreed upon, and the Dominos very quickly were given their first mission. Initially, Anakin and Rex wanted to give the 6 of them a relatively easy mission, but that didn't happen. Instead, they were thrown to the wolves and forced to fend for themselves. The mission was simple. Succeeding it was not. They were to land on the surface of a planet, disable the shield generator for the Separatist base, and then steal a Separatist shuttle and land inside a flagship and make it go boom boom. Very simple, very easy to understand. Accomplishing it would be very difficult, but they had Commander Tano. How bad could it be? They jumped the hyperspace and took the shuttle to the surface of the planet and split up. Ahsoka and Echo went down the left side, Heavy and Fives down the middle, and Droid Bait and Cut Up on the far right. This was meant to simply pull distractions if anything was triggered and get the attention of the droids away from anyone else. Droid Bait and Cut Up went to the side of the fort, and they followed some droids in and snuck behind some containers. At the same time, Ahsoka used the Force to help Echo get up the side of the wall. Meanwhile, Heavy and Fives were in the bushes, watching a patrol of 30 droids march down their direction. It was very tempting, especially for Heavy, to wipe these droids out, but it wouldn't serve them any purpose. Heavy was convinced that they could be responsible for killing one of their brothers once the invasion starts. Fives agreed, and so they laid some traps for the droids, essentially a couple sticky imploders so that once they were in the clear, they could blow up the droids. It was a very delicate maneuver, but they were able to stick these grenades to the back of the line so they could continue to be undetected. Droid Bait and Cut Up were in the worst position. They were stuck between battle droids moving around. However, they were the closest to the vessel. They then spotted Ahsoka and Echo moving about and decided that it was time to get to the shuttle. The commander and Echo moved into the command station and quietly took down the battle droids, and then they realized that the Separatists had a plan for the Republic. They knew there was an attack coming. Ahsoka looked to Echo and told him to inform Heavy and Fives to get out of here so they could warn the fleet. Echo nodded and quickly moved out of the command room, doing everything he could to avoid detection. Ahsoka knew that the 4 of them could finish the mission, but they couldn't afford to not warn the fleet. Echo hid behind some ramparts as he made his way to the front of the base, where Heavy and Fives still were. The 2 of them were still laying low, just making sure no one was coming. As they kept their eyes on the fortress walls, they could see Echo gesture his hands. He gave them hand signals to get back to the ship and inform the Republic of something. They may have been all super close, but no one knew the hand signals like Echo and Cut Up. Everyone knew them well, but Heavy had the hardest time with them. From what Fives could tell is that they were leaving to inform the Republic that it was a trap. They turned and booked it through the forest, getting back to the ship and leaving. At the same time, Ahsoka layered detonators across the shield generator controls and abandoned the command center, so that she could join Echo, Cut Up, and Droid Bait inside the Separatist shuttle. Once they were all together, she disclosed that they needed to act fast. Chances are, Anakin and the fleet were already in hyperspace. She knew how Anakin worked at this point. He would give her half an hour from the point they turned off their long-range communication frequency before jumping to hyperspace. It had been that amount of time and he was on the way now. She just thought that sending Heavy and Fives would be the best way to ensure, if they failed, that the fleet wasn't in danger or surprised. The 3 clones informed her that they wouldn't fail, and she smiled, sitting down at the controls and getting ready to lift off. When they got their chance to leave, they did, making their way for the flagship. There had been rumors of Admiral Trench's return since his apparent death at Christophsis, but no one knew for sure. Truthfully, the 501st wasn't supposed to be here. The only reason they were is because Anakin had the special forces that could complete the mission. If there were only 2 ARC troopers, he never would have sanctioned the mission to begin with. Speaking of Skywalker, he and Admiral Yularen received a communication from the system they were currently en route to. Yularen was fuming, because he knew they should have waited for the mission to be confirmed as complete, but Anakin insisted they go anyways. There was a point to both ends. Anakin just believed everything would work out perfectly, and that alone irked Yularen more than anything else. In the middle of the Separatist fleet, the 4 remaining Dominos exited their Separatist shuttle and quickly made their way through the halls of the vessel. They didn't have time to sneak around and avoid battle droids, so they caused a ruckus. The clones tore down the droids with Ahsoka leading the charge, blocking all potentially dangerous shots. As they continued pressing through the ship, everything got more difficult, which they did expect, considering it was a ship after all. But they were able to quickly get into the ship's mainframe and twist the wires. Everything was misconstrued now. As Cut Up and Droid Bait were siphoning through the wires to make sure they had enough time to escape the capital ship and get out of the explosion radius, Ahsoka told Echo to detonate the base on the ground, so he did, which caused Admiral Trench to direct focus to the base to stop whatever was happening down there. He was still loading up forces in the hangar base to make sure that if anyone was going to try and escape, that they couldn't and wouldn't have any luck. Trench knew how this game would go, but he was expecting an EMP burst, and despite the clones being humans, an EMP burst in a ship like this would affect them badly. Trench assumed EMP because it would disable their fleet near the flagship. Regardless, the clones got the correct combination and it gave them 5 minutes of leeway. Ahsoka told them that they would only need 3, as she and the troopers rushed out of the circuitry control room and ran for the hangar bay. They met very little resistance along the way, which made them worry about how they were actually going to escape, especially if Trench rerouted all the forces to the hangar bay. Ahsoka had a funny feeling, and so she told the clones to keep going, and she'd take a page out of Master Kenobi's manual. The clones had no issue with this. They were fully capable, so they pressed forward. When they got to the hangar bay, they saw nothing but battle droids, so many that they couldn't even see their shuttle. Droid Bait panicked, and suggested that they fix the wires so they would have more time to escape. Echo denied this idea, and said they could do it. Cut Up noted that Ahsoka made it to the catwalk over the hangar bay. She could potentially make something happen, but she then realized that she didn't know what she was doing. Maybe she was in over her head here. She looked down and saw the clones looking at her. They were all ready and waiting her move. She took a deep breath and looked around. Perhaps there was something that she could do. Maybe. She then looked up above her head and noticed that there were offline Vulture droids in the ceiling. Perhaps she could unlock their metallic feet and let them drop. She ran across the catwalk and found a control console. Her fingers quickly traced the screen to find a potential code for knocking them off the position, and then she found it. Only downside is it could turn them online. Well, they'd cross that bridge when they got there. Echo informed her that they were working with 1 minute and 30 seconds. They needed to get this going or they'd all be dead. Ahsoka shoved the lever down and watched dozens of Vulture droids drop from the ceiling. She then saw something else, and as they were falling, she threw her lightsaber down one end of the catwalk and caught it on the other end, before slamming her blade into the ground and dragging it across. As the Vulture droids crushed other battle droids, she was able to cut the catwalk off of its bolts and screws, allowing it to freefall. But because most of the damage was on her side of the catwalk, it crashed down in a huge wave, ripping through entire lines of battle droids. The clones saw no better opportunity, as Cut Up jokingly said they could use more explosives. Droid Bait had an idea, tossing some droid poppers to his brothers and telling them to throw them. He remembered seeing something an elite unit of troopers did. He blasted the mini EMP bursts and watched it descend onto the droids, incapacitating them. They continued firing forward, as they watched a couple of the Vulture droids activate again. The clones caught up with Ahsoka as she led them towards their ship, which was luckily undamaged by the free-falling Vulture droids. But there were some battle droids that had differing opinions on the condition of the ship. Wrist rockets were fired and Ahsoka stopped, knowing that if the shuttle was clipped, they would all die. She used the Force to propel the rocket into the head of a Vulture droid, before following the clones into the ship, where Echo lifted off and flew out of the hangar bay. As they left the capital ship, it exploded. Inside were a bundle of explosives that were meant to be used as mines for corvettes and light cruisers during the actual battle that was supposed to commence. And they worked entirely against Admiral Trench and doomed him again to an explosion and fire. The blast ripped out and destroyed some support vessels. As it did, the Dominos were able to escape the rest of the fleet, which was disorganized and waited for their reinforcements, which came very quickly. Anakin was informed by their success, and by the time they arrived, he could cockily tell Admiral Yularen, "I told you so," which was very openly despised. The success of the Domino squad would be recognized by Rex and General Skywalker. It was a much more challenging mission than it was originally supposed to be, but as the war continued on, their missions would vary between more difficult and not as much. The Dominos were extremely successful, and they had only one bad mission, which was a Citadel mission. The explosion that rocked Echo looked to be deadly, but the other members were able to quickly find him in the blast wreckage and carry him. It wasn't an easy mission as it was, but his helmet was ripped in half and he was struggling to breathe. Thanks to the wisdom of Jedi Master Even Peel, he was able to comfort Echo and perform a little bit of a force heal on his wounded body. It would be this very simple and selfless action that would save Echo's life while they were still here at the Citadel. When they escaped the planet with the help of Plo, Koon, and Satine, the Dominos would have themselves a conversation about the events that happened. Echo wasn't present for this because he was still in a Bacta tank, but the clones honestly expressed their fondness of the Jedi. They never had any fears of anything happening to the Jedi, but this was the most recent example of them doing something mystical to save their friend's life, or one of them. The Dominos felt as if they owed everything to the Jedi for having saved not just them, but their brothers across the galaxy a number of times. In the following months, the Dominos would lose a key member to their squad. It would be a loss that sent a rupture through their hearts and broke them in their very barracks. Commander Tano was removed from the Jedi Order, and on top of that, she decided that she wouldn't ever be returning to the Jedi. General Skywalker informed the Dominos first, being that they were so close to her. They knew that without her, they wouldn't have survived many of their missions, and now, they felt like they wouldn't be able to continue without her friendship and guidance. She was obviously much more than a military leader to them. She may have been their commander, but she was also their best friend, their sister if you will, and now she was gone. On the bright side, she wasn't dead, but there was also a very visible hole in the hearts of the Domino squad. But as soldiers, they must pick themselves up and continue forward. Echo by this point had fully recovered, and aside from minor surgery on his body, he was operating at a very functional level. Regardless, the unit fought on, and near the end of the war, they found themselves alongside Skywalker and Rex, trapped inside an LAAT shot down from the sky. When they crashed, the clones very quickly got up and rushed out, following Anakin as he led the men in a frontal assault. Inside the ship, Cut-Up struggled to get up. It's not like this was the first time this happened to them. The Domino squad had gone through dozens of gunships in their time, so surviving a crash wasn't the most uncommon thing for them. Cut-Up rubbed his head as Fives pulled him up and asked if he was alright. He nodded his head and shook off whatever was happening. Fives pushed ahead to catch up with the rest of the troopers. As Cut-Up continued moving forward, Kix came up and asked if everything was alright, and he again non-verbally nodded his head. His focus then became Anakin Skywalker. He was a Jedi. The Jedi needed to die. Cut-Up raised his blaster and shot. The shot went past Jesse, Rex, Fives, Droidbait, Echo, and Heavy, clipping Anakin on his dominant shoulder as he tripped over something, being simply surprised by being shot in the back. The other clones turned around and Kix very quickly tackled his brother, trying to stop him. But Cut-Up wasn't going to be manhandled. He had a job to finish. He resisted until he was stunned. When Cut-Up actually woke up, he was inside of a Kaminoan facility, with his squad mates beside him. The battle was won and the Republic didn't require any more reinforcements, so the rest of the Domino squad and Captain Rex could be present. They were simply monitoring Cut-Up, but the Kaminoans wished to do tests on the rest of the clones present. Rex wasn't on board with it, but he accepted the tests that they were put through. The Dominos really struggled with why Cut-Up would target a Jedi or have a vendetta against him, especially Skywalker. Fives was beginning to see that something was going on with Nala Se and Cut-Up, so he began digging, and the other members of Domino Squad realized that Fives was doing something odd. Why would he be digging? But it seemed like there was something deeper going on anyways. The plot continued to thicken, but they were out of the loop. Fives headlined the entire thing, and he eventually got to the point where he was able to get the inhibitor chip out of Cut-Up's head, and when everything seemed like it would fizzle out into chaos, the removal of Cut-Up's inhibitor chip is what inevitably saved him, which meant that for Shaak Ti, there was something going on here. Due to the Jedi believing the clones and the Kaminoans looking bad, Palpatine dispatched a unit of assassin clones from Mount Tantus. He was going to quote-unquote suggest that these were clones without their inhibitor chips, which in a way could be true because all they were conditioned monsters. They were supposed to be killing machines, and Palpatine sent them to Daboka City at the risk of exposing everything, just so the clones wouldn't ever speak about Order 66 or the inhibitor chips. Shaak Ti was set to bring Rex and the Dominos to Coruscant so they could meet with the Jedi Council. Nala Se was holding out because she wanted the clones to meet Palpatine. However, Shaak Ti had no intention of allowing Nala Se to get away with this, so instead of dispatching the clones to Coruscant, she requested the available Masters to Kamino. This included Yoda, Oppo, Saesee, and Fisto. It would take them longer than it would for the assassin clones to arrive. The terrifying aspect about these assassins is they blended in. They weren't wearing their specialized armor, and they looked just like regular Phase 2 clones. When night fell on Tipoca City, the Domino Squad was up with Cut Up in his room. They didn't want anyone coming near him. Outside the room was an armed guard. Everyone was on high alert in this area of the city, and this guard was stationed by Shaak Ti. Inside the room, they were playing a game of sabacc to pass the time. In the corner of the room, Fives was sleeping. The other three would take their turns later. As they were playing, the two guards outside the room were attacked and killed discreetly. Due to Lamasu, all the security in the city was cut off, and the Kaminoans were monitoring everything, as to make sure it could all be covered up. The assassin clones blew into the room after taking out the guard, and instantly, the Domino Squad got to their feet and defended themselves, but they were tired and not armed. The clones got into a brawl the second hostilities were shown. The assassins tried to fire, but the second they burst into the room, they were ambushed. It was an all-out fight, and as the noise rattled throughout the room, Fives got up and joined his brothers. Cut Up was still lifelessly silent on the bed. The clone assassins were such a surprise to the Dominos that they were actually struggling, despite them not even doing their best. Not to mention that they were outnumbered. They were fighting a squad of 12 with a squad of 4 barely awake. The Dominos pulled together and used each other to pin the other clones against the walls and use low blows to take an advantage. They needed to stall until Shaak Ti arrived, as Fives tapped a button on his communication device to inform her if something happened. The brawl continued on with members of Domino Squad falling, and then Droid Bay got a blaster and used it to stun 1, 2, 3, oops, that was heavy. He got 4 clones, but it lessened their own odds before he was kicked over a table and knocked out. As the fight continued, Shaak Ti arrived and ignited her lightsaber. When she did, one of the clones grabbed her weapon and shot at her, only for her to back out of the room and use the force to fling the assassins out of the room too. But there was one missing, the one who was currently shaking the mannequin. They thought they caught him, but Rex was informed by the clone commander of the city that an unidentified vessel landed on the docks. Rex thought this was odd and decided to conspire with Shaak Ti, which she was okay with. They were all ready for this, and at this current moment, Cut Up was closing in on Coruscant. Nala Se had no clue, and Shaak Ti worked very diligently to keep everything under the wraps, because despite Shaak Ti telling the council about Cut Up with Nala Se next to her, she used hand symbols to inform them that there was something going on here in Tipoca City. This allowed the Jedi to use everything they had to prepare Cut Up and Rex. Their arrival coincided with the interrogation of the assassin troopers in Tipoca City, but instead of answers, they watched 12 clones commit self-die by biting on an electrical burst in their mouth. On Coruscant, the Jedi were given all the information the clones received, and at that, they learned of the developments of Tipoca City. They decided that instead of allowing the Domino Squad out of their sight, they'd be kept right here on Coruscant. The following few weeks would be extremely strenuous and tense, not just for the Jedi and Kaminoans, but for Palpatine. He didn't know what the Jedi had or didn't have. He was also actively trying to split the Council up. He knew that the Jedi Council could defend the Order from Order 66. Currently, none of their members were on-world. He couldn't get away with murder, as it were. He did work hard to make sure there was something that could pull the Jedi away, but nothing actually did the job. They continued gifting the task to other Jedi within the Order, so while it did separate the Jedi and spread them out, it wasn't like it was the best of the Order. The Jedi had been going through the inhibitor chips to try and find the cause of these chips. It was clear the Kaminoans were behind it, and they were curious as to what their intentions were. What was also occurring at the same time was the discovery of Silman on Obadiah, and because Palpatine was doing damage control with the clones and Dooku was trying to cover up his involvement, the Jedi were able to bring Silman back to the temple, which only added to the plot, and so the Jedi, thanks to the information from both Silman and the Domino Squad, were able to release everything to the Senate and inform them of the plot behind the war. Inevitably, this brought the war crashing down to an end. Dooku was exposed, and he had one choice: expose the full truth or die, and so he exposed Palpatine. He knew this plan failed, and the Sith were frauds. He'd rather go out with a little bit of honor than die loyal to a cause that betrayed him a number of times over the past 12 years. It wouldn't save Dooku from himself or his own actions, but he could at the very least live knowing that he did something right. He would be bombed by Palpatine before he could ever be brought to justice. What followed was a crazy witch hunt across the galaxy, after Palpatine executed a number of executive orders. These included 65, 66, and 99. Palpatine at the end of this hunt would be caught and killed. This turned the galaxy into a state of chaos, but luckily, the clones for the most part had removed their inhibitor chips. It wasn't galaxy-wide, but it was enough to reduce casualties to a super high level. The addition of Order 65 allowed the Senate to feel the wrath of their own complacency. While the mess that unfolded across the galaxy was nightmarish, it did stop the Empire from rising. It turned the Sith against each other, and it would be the end of the Clone Wars era. Though the final battle of the Clone Wars would come with the Domino Squad finally reuniting with their best friend Ahsoka Tano on Mandalore, where they would be instrumental in stopping the birth of a criminal empire. The Domino Squad would eventually be remembered as the clone unit responsible for stopping so much unknown, and while they would accept their gratitude with humility, there was a part of them that wondered what came next. They had the life of victors, but they were still soldiers. What followed the war would be a miniature war in the Outer Rim, one completed by the clones who were receiving their own freedom from the military once they won this war. This came with numerous benefits. The Domino Squad took those benefits, but realized they didn't know what to do with themselves. So they found a place to figure it all out. Instead of focusing on the warrior past they had, the five brothers would open up a bar on Coruscant with all their pension money. It would build them the lives they desired after the war came to an end. Each brother actually going on to have their own fulfillment in life. For some of them, this became a married life under the Clone Act of 1 ACW after Clone Wars, or simply managing the new bar and having fun. All that mattered in the end, to them, is they were the lucky ones. Cut Up was a 1 in a million survivor, as were the rest of them, all survivors of the terrible era that had finally come to its end. Our story begins not more than a year after the fall of the Republic. Lord Vader was the Dark Lord of the Sith, though there was still so much more for him to learn about the dark side of the Force. He may have been Anakin Skywalker once, and he may have had unlimited potential, but now he was nothing but a shell. He had killed a few Jedi here and there, and that brought him momentary fulfillment, but nothing long-term. He served his master's bidding, and it was established early on in the relationship as master and apprentice that to Sidious, Vader was nothing but a tool. He had the luxury of hunting down Jedi, and that fueled Vader's hatred of them, but the reality of it being that he was actively trying to force himself to hate. He was constantly reminded that he was, in fact, Anakin Skywalker. There was not someone else he could shift the blame on. He had to take responsibility for the actions he made and why he was living the way he was living, trying to convince himself that Anakin Skywalker was weak when in reality, he was fragile as Darth Vader, a hulking monster in constant torment. Sure, the darkness gave him a means to power in the Force, but what good was his power when he was nothing but a shell? He existed in a perpetual state of darkness. He never saw the light. He couldn't even exist without a mask. All of that because he lost the fight. Sometimes Anakin would fantasize about the idea of apologizing to Obi-Wan and earning his master's love back. Obi-Wan was always kind to Anakin, and he missed that. Or perhaps he would fantasize about what it would have been to raise his children on Naboo with Padme. Would they have had a happy life? He'd like to think so. Padme was such a missing piece in his current life. Despite not seeing her actively throughout the duration of the Clone Wars, she was always there to some degree, and that was more than nothing. Anything was more than this. Regardless of that, Skywalker and his division were being sent to the planet Kashyyyk. The Republic may have won the battle during the Clone Wars, but upon their betrayal of the Jedi, the Wookiees retreated back into the dense forest and began hunting down unlucky clone troopers. This is why Vader and the 501st were being sent down there. They would be able to eradicate the insurgents and herald in a new era of the Empire. Though there was something Vader wasn't privy to, which was what would happen to the occupants after the Empire won the day. As far as Vader understood, the Empire was just an extension of the Republic. They didn't change much aside from the politics of the Senate, but the plot ran much deeper than that. If Vader allowed himself to be so naive, he'd miss out on everything his evil master was doing. As someone so focused on revenge against the Jedi, he missed a lot of anything his master was doing. It was a fall from grace, and Vader was none the wiser. He departed for Kashyyyk with his troopers, and when they arrived, there was already a war taking place. Vader and his division were the final reinforcements being sent. Initially, the Empire was going to bombard the Wookiees into submission, but the Emperor didn't want to waste such resources. Everything was planned out for him, and so he knew that Vader would be coming to him after this little battle. When the Dark Lord landed, he walked down his ramp to his commander, who informed him of the progress thus far. Vader was here for some Jedi. Apparently, they had found refuge with the Wookiees and were aiding the resistance. That wouldn't last for too long. Vader moved through the Wookiee warriors with ease. There was very little they could do to defend themselves from the Dark Lord. Still new to his powers, he was a monster on the battlefield. As he progressed through the tree fortifications, he was ambushed by 3 Jedi Knights and a Jedi Master. While Vader struggled with the quick movements that would have been so easy for Anakin Skywalker, his hulking strength allowed him to decimate each and every single one of the Jedi opponents. When they were all slaughtered, he prepared to return to his flagship and depart back to Coruscant. Before he could do that, his commander approached him and informed him that the captives were being moved to their transports. There were a number of Wookiees who had escaped into the forest, and they were being pursued as well. Vader turned back with force, startling the clone commander. Vader demanded to know what he meant about the captors being moved to their transports. The commander looked down at his tablet and back up to Lord Vader, expressing that the orders came from Imperial High Command. The Wookiees were to become slaves and work for the Empire. Vader looked at the commander blankly, memories passing through his eyes as he remembered what it was like being a slave when he was still Anakin Skywalker. He may have been the Dark Lord of the Sith, but this was egregious to him. Vader informed the commander to call off the hunt and have his personal shuttle prepared. He'd be departing back to Coruscant. The commander hastily called off the hunt and had Vader's shuttle ready to pick him up in the following minutes. He didn't even return to the flagship. Vader was so upset. How could Palpatine do this? He trusted him, and then he started to allow the Empire to enslave in general? He couldn't support this. When he eventually arrived to Coruscant, he went before his master. Of course, he had to deal with the pleasantries. Sidious expressed satisfaction with Vader, but there was no response from his apprentice. Sidious thought for a moment and then realized that the only thing Vader could have been upset by was something that would plague Anakin Skywalker's mind. So Sidious expressed the most sincere apology to his apprentice, expressing that he forgot how Anakin Skywalker and his mother were once slaves. He started moving forward towards his apprentice, who was still kneeling. Vader looked up at his master. Sidious told him that the slavery the Empire was participating in wasn't the same. The syndicates took advantage of the people. The Empire was giving the people they captured new opportunity. It wasn't for profit, it was for the growth of their empire. Unity for each and every system that fell under Imperial occupation. Vader looked at Sidious, who after speaking didn't give Vader a second chance to respond, as he departed from the room. He left Vader to his thoughts, which allowed Vader to try and grasp what had just been said to him. Sidious just tried to make it sound like there were benefits of slavery? He just did that! Vader couldn't believe it. No matter how much he tried to dissociate from Anakin Skywalker, he realized for the first time since Mustafar that it would be impossible to do that. He'd only just proven that to himself. His attachment to his past created this break in the bond between him and Palpatine. The only question that remained was whether or not he could continue to allow this divide to exist, or if he would suck it up and allow the Empire to justify slavery. The reality for Vader is he couldn't do it. He could only think about what was being done, and as he looked into it more, he became more and more disgusted with the actions of the Empire. While the Jedi weren't much better, they weren't doing this. He hadn't yet been seen publicly as the Emperor's enforcer. At the moment, he was nothing more than simply a servant working in the shadows on the battlefield. He couldn't continue this way of life, or at least, he didn't believe he could. Maybe in reality, if he channeled the dark side of the Force more, then he would have some sort of fulfillment with the circumstance, but that would never come. As the weeks passed by, Vader became disillusioned with the Empire. He began to resent it more than anything in the galaxy. His master would soon become the very thing he hated more than the Empire. Vader spent this time in the Bacta tanks, more than he had before Kashyyyk. The visions, the memories, the thoughts, all of them contradicting everything he had done in the past several months leading up to Kashyyyk. It was here where he created the very thing that would destroy the Empire. It was plans upon plans, scheming everything he could do to write in the downfall of the evil Empire. Maybe it wouldn't be the Jedi way or the Sith way, but the one thing Anakin knew is that he wanted this Empire to fall. He would continue going out and doing his master's bidding, though it would slowly begin to change. He never assisted Imperial troopers when they landed on the ground to oppress civilization. Instead, he waited inside the capital ship, scheming. When he confronted Jedi, he gave them a safe passage away from the Empire, and told them where to go. This wasn't a redemption or even a love for the Jedi, it was hatred for the Sith. Because of Vader's actions, the path was able to grow exponentially. There were around 105 survivors of the Purge, about a dozen of them killed by Vader before Kashyyyk. Another dozen of them became Inquisitors. He couldn't continue contributing to an order that had the power that the Empire had, but also still had slavery. All of the basis for his turn within Vader came from the slave trade of the Empire. It was a domino effect. Though once the clones started getting phased out and he watched Senator Chuchi die from an assassination, he fell further away from the Empire and his new master. Senator Chuchi was working on a progressive plan to help every single clone from the Grand Army of the Republic. The tragedy is, it was a clone trooper who was responsible for her death, though the clone who killed her was under a mind probe, so the individual wasn't even inside of the body. When the clone was captured by Imperial stormtroopers, he was executed for killing an Imperial senator. Without Rio working on the clones and trying to get a program set up for them, no one else was willing to put their foot forward. Ryo's allies knew what happened to her, and they knew that it happened as a planned assassination by the Emperor. Plus, Ryo's allies were trying to jumpstart a rebellion, but the pieces were slowly forming. Padme Amidala would have been a great help for this, being that she was a founder of what would become the Alliance. On the other hand, the clones were simply helpless as they were cast off, replaced by human soldiers, and watched the Republic they fought to protect betray them and leave them out like they were nothing. It was truly a shame. Vader had served with the clones for 4 years up until this point, and to watch them get replaced like they weren't the soldiers they were only fractured his care for Palpatine or the Empire more. He couldn't allude to any of this dissent though. Vader needed to buy time until the time was right. Tragically, the right moment would come when an Inquisitor stole an Imperial Senator's daughter. Years had passed since Kashyyyk at this point. He was still known as Darth Vader, but he was convinced that he was only Anakin Skywalker. Darth Vader was unknown to anyone outside of the Imperial military. Inside of it, he was ruthless and he scared everyone to death. Imperial officers were replaced often, and it was intentional, though no one, aside from a few cases, blamed Vader. When an officer messed up, obviously they died. On the other hand, when an officer was just existing, they weren't safe. Several cases of accidents killing off high-ranking officers plagued the Imperial military. These incidents even killing off names like Yularen, Pride, Versio, Krennic, Piet, and a couple other big names. He would have killed Tarkin, but he was in Palpatine's back pocket. Some of their deaths being water leak flooding their rooms inside of Star Destroyers, an airlock bursting and sending 1 or 5 officers into the reaches of space, a blast door closing rapidly onto an officer splitting them in half, a vent falling through the ceiling and caving another's head in. Point being, Vader got creative with it. Every accident was simply that, a freak accident. Though this allowed for something else to happen. Imperial officers at the Academy would rise through the ranks. Initially, it sounded like a good way for young Imperial Academy kids to get their chance with the Imperial Navy. It was horrible though, aside from one case. Most of the officers from the Academy were hungry. They didn't care about anyone else other than themselves, and the Empire bred this type of behavior. Narcissists who had an ego problem. All of them were just trying to be the best of the best. So while Vader was making freak accidents happen on a weekly basis for the last 10 or so years, officers were also contributing to this. They threw everyone under the destroyer, and everyone suffered because of this. This nature and environment forced the Empire to crack down on officers, but by that point it was already too late. The culture was toxic. People would poison their cohorts' food, slip spice into their drawers before checkups, anything to excel ahead. This inadvertently affected one of the brightest officers from the Academy, a Chiss man named Thrawn. He was the top of anyone, and he was positioned on a small cruiser. Actually, calling it a cruiser was generous, but as a captain, he was content with it. He showed off his potential through his work. Vader worked with Thrawn before, but had no knowledge of him ascending into the Imperial ranks. He was the only positive example coming out of the Empire, because he wasn't focused on ego or rising through the ranks. Obviously, this didn't pan out for him when a group of officers ganged up on him, tied him to his bed, and slit his throat and threw him out the airlock for being pretentious. All the officers who were found guilty were also executed. These issues only continued down the ranks too. There was no unity, and while these issues weren't present to anyone outside the military, it was obvious by the way troopers fought against insurgents that it was present. The Battle of Mimban in 9 BBY, where Private Solo was stationed at, was a great example of Imperial fighting tactics. They were getting grittier and filthier with how they treated anyone they attacked. All of this stemming from what Vader did. The reason they got more haughty was due to the need to be protected like Imperial Moffs. They were the only safe individuals in the galaxy, or in the Empire at least, and Tarkin was given the rank of Moff early into the frequent deaths of officers. Regardless, Vader was following an Inquisitor who believed she could draw out Kenobi to get Vader. It was an elaborate plan to get revenge. It does wonders for the will to live, don't you think? Reva was able to get Kenobi drawn out to Mapuzo, which is where Lord Vader would arrive. It would be here where he would kill 3 Inquisitors, the 3rd sister, the 4th sister, and the 5th brother. The rationale behind it being that they captured a senator's daughter and he didn't want the Imperial Senate to believe that the Empire would willingly target their children. Vader did it as a way to both appease his master but also frustrate him. The slaughter of the Inquisitors wasn't necessary, but why he did it was. It was a double-edged sword, and Sidious couldn't technically punish Vader for doing it. During his trip to Mapuzo, he would sense Kenobi, but he would never find him. Both Obi-Wan and Tala would get Leia to her father in Alderaan, being able to avoid Vader entirely. But Obi-Wan was able to see what Vader had become, still blaming himself for Anakin's fall, when Skywalker never blamed him for it. Vader may have enjoyed the entirety of killing off some of the Emperor's Inquisitorius members, but the event of Mapuzo would haunt him for the years that followed. Part of it was because of the fact that he never got to see Obi-Wan, but the biggest part was from a figment of his imagination. He'd replay the moments over and over again, blaming his rage for keeping him from Obi-Wan. If he hadn't been slaughtering the Inquisitors, he would have been able to meet Kenobi again, or something. Though there was a small fantasy included in all of that. He began to imagine the little girl that was captured by the third sister as his own daughter. It was a silly thing in all honesty, but the little girl was reportedly 10 years old, which would have made her the same age as Padme and his child had they been born. The decision to find out if the child was a boy or a girl came when Anakin came back home to Coruscant. They decided to keep it a secret until the birth, being that it was so close to the time that Padme would have given birth. Skywalker liked the thought of the senator's daughter being his own, and he thought of how nice it would have been to be able to save his own daughter. It gave him a sense of peace though. He was able to save the daughter of a senator from the Empire. It was a way of him to conceptualize forgiving himself for something 10 years old. It moved mountains for him internally, and it helped him continue trotting along for the years to follow. He could see that people were getting sick of the Empire at this point too, and it was a matter of time until the rebellion would grow. Since he could see the rising currents, he began to use a number of droids, whether they were astromechs or mouse droids, and sent them to the largest data facilities in the galaxy. They'd hijack information and send it to Vader's secret hard drive. He knew that the Emperor had been watching closely, especially since he started showing more hostility towards Imperial officers, so he made sure to keep everything secretive. The next 5 years of his life would incorporate this. He would do Imperial data leaks to the Senate, which in turn meant the rest of the galaxy and so forth. This made heads roll. But Vader kept lurking as Sidious's humble little apprentice, the quiet pet who was always obedient. The irony of Sidious's brilliance is that Vader picked up on it, and he understood how to play the game, while standing in plain sight. He truly figured out how to do it, and Sidious was none the wiser. He was cracking down on Imperial officers while holding the Senate away from him and keeping his empire afloat. The Senate began seeing cracks in the system, and collectively, they moved to remove Palpatine from office, but they couldn't. He had too much power. This left many members of the Senate with a stale taste in their mouth. Vader continued his work, and even began sending out astromechs to people he believed were sympathizers to a larger rebellion. Sidious and 4BBY, under the duress of the current events, wanted Vader far away from him, and so he sent his apprentice away to Exegol. This included Vader collecting his very own wayfinder and going off to the Sith planet. He found a terribly large fleet and the secrets of the Sith. In Sidious's mind, it was an example of his plan in motion. The intention of sending Vader to Exegol was to keep him in check, to realize that things were bigger than him, and that the Empire was truthfully unstoppable. He hadn't realized how far his student had fallen from the darkness. Vader's aid to the Alliance was going extremely far. He had access to pretty much every single secret document, and now he found the prize. Instead of abandoning Exegol, he utilized the only active super laser cannon in the entire fleet, and had it fire. Of course, it was a triggered explosion, so he wasn't near the planet when it went off. But when it did, the Sith Eternal, Exegol, a decade and a half of research, Sidious's son Dathan, and Sidious's contingency plan were ripped apart, though Sidious's son Dathan wasn't on planet when it blew up. Sidious never heard from Vader after that. The apprentice to the Sith Lord vanished, and he went searching for the Alliance. With Aldani and Ferrix behind them and the message from Lothal which had been just sent out across the galaxy by Ezra Bridger, Anakin knew where he'd be going. He'd be going to search for General Syndulla. There were rebel movements growing, and there were going to be a chance at saving the galaxy from Sidious. Anakin was privy to Saw Gerrera, but he avoided him, believing that he had good intentions, but he was going about it in the wrong way. All of his actions could very easily destroy the balance of what the rebel movement should be going for. Saw reacted harsher due to how vile the Empire had become. It took some time, but Skywalker was finally able to get to the Alliance, revealing who he was and how he'd been behind everything, working in the shadows to give the information they had to them. The rebels were skeptical, many of them never having heard of Vader simply due to the fact that his name only scared Imperial officers. When dozens of mouse droids and astromechs came into their facilities revealing everything in the Imperial database, they knew he was on their side. The rebels were just grateful, and he was permitted to join them at Yavin. Due to their efforts in the Senate, Vader wouldn't have a run-in with Bail Ormond for several months. In this period of time, he would meet General Syndulla, General Dodonna, Captain Sato, and of course the lovely Princess of Alderaan, who bore a striking resemblance to Padme Amidala, despite being Bail and Brea's daughter. Anakin at this point was going by his own name, and he was wearing lighter robes. There was a hint of black in his armor due to the paint job, but it wasn't as intimidating. He wore brown robes instead of black robes, and he removed some of his more menacing presence, though it wasn't easy. Over the years, he utilized bacta tanks more than he would have otherwise. The issue was simply the fact that he couldn't breathe without the suit, so he had to keep the suit on, but his face was more healed and there was actually hair growing under the suit. The weird thing for Leia is that she felt like she had known Anakin, as he now called himself, but she didn't know why. She was 15 years old and she'd always been very insightful. but with the mask on, it was very hard for her to read him in their limited time around each other. Anakin didn't leave the Yavin base. He stayed put to help out the schematics with the best places for the Alliance to strike and win. He literally had everything. Schedules on Kessel, fleet rotations over Scarif, troop movements in the Sector 3 of Corellia. There wasn't a thing that he didn't recover during all of his time. This insight was terrific, though something was even more helpful was the officer uniforms he brought with him that were inside the Lambda shuttles. He switched the officer codes with the ones inside the barracks on his personal destroyer. It meant that the codes of the officers would be registered and cleared to be used if and when the rebels wanted to sneak anywhere. When Bail learned that Anakin Skywalker was at Yavin, he left for the planet immediately, and what followed would be a very awkward conversation. Not one revolving around the daughter, but around if Bail could legitimately trust him. Obviously, Anakin hadn't destroyed the base yet, so he wasn't a villain, or at least that's how it seemed. But Bail was still on edge. Bail didn't trust the man that killed his good friend Padme, and he fought Obi-Wan to the death. Though with such news and seeing that Skywalker was in fact back, he would send for Obi-Wan. This trip was great for Leia. She loved old Ben Kenobi, and she was yearning to see him again. The reunion between Obi-Wan and Anakin was still. There weren't many words shared, and the few that were spoken were heart-wrenching. Anakin removed his helmet for his old friend for a short while, until it became too hard to breathe without it. Leia had been peeking around the corner, being rebellious as 15-year-olds typically are, and she realized what was so familiar about Anakin. He was related to her, biologically, in some way. Ben and Anakin were so separated, yet the moment they came back to each other, it was like not a moment had passed since the last time they saw each other. Just like the day that Obi-Wan left for Utapau, never ever thinking something so terrible could happen in the span of 48 hours, or so that he was gone. Before Anakin put the helmet back on, Leia came around the corner and walked up to Obi-Wan and got his attention, asking him if he should know the other guy. A chill was sent down Ben's spine when she asked the question. He turned back with a smile on his face and he looked over at Anakin. He held so much regret for what happened, never finding closure and always wondering what if. Now he had that closure. With it, he stood up and put his hand gently on Leia's shoulder, and then turned back to Anakin and said that he was her father. She looked at him, and Anakin looked at him. Ben and Anakin had a long conversation, but they never really got around to Anakin's lineage. Leia looked back at Ben and then to Anakin, confused as to why nothing was said. Obi-Wan guided her down to the seat he was sitting in. A wave of emotions ran through her body, as did they with Anakin. They had spoken several times since he arrived here at Yavin, but they never did believe that they were each other's father and daughter. Maybe Anakin did, but that was him just hoping that Padme's legacy could live on past his errors. Obviously they didn't. She built the rebellion before she died. So many words could be said, but none of them could be spoken. Instead, father and daughter just looked at each other, both searching for the words to say. This extended on for a while, both of them struggling to get out anything. Their conversation eventually did move them into both tears, some frustrations, which mostly came from Leia, and some regrets, obviously from Anakin. Anakin couldn't just ask her to forget Bail, considering he literally raised her, but he would like a chance to make things right, or at least make it up to her. So much of her life had been missing due to his misjudgments, and he wouldn't allow those fallacies to deter him from making things right. And for the first time, father and daughter embraced each other for a moment. It was short, but it was the beginning of a bond that Anakin never knew he would find. Not long after, he would learn about a son that he had, one who, unlike the princes of Alderaan, grew up as a moisture farmer on Tatooine with Owen and Beru. That was an entirely different situation Anakin would have to deal with, and he would get to it in time. He just needed to think about how he'd approach them, considering Obi-Wan told Anakin about how courteous Owen could be, which only discouraged Anakin of his hopes to meet his son for the first time. Their first encounter with each other would come shortly after a rebel task force went to Scarif to rip apart the weapons dish of the Death Star, which was currently still being pieced together. With the dish destroyed, it became clear to the Empire, and especially Sidious, who was behind this. He wanted Vader dead, and he would do anything in his power to make sure the failure of a student had suffered. Anakin, on the other hand, had momentarily forgotten about Sidious. Meeting his son was much different than meeting his daughter. Luke didn't pick up on things the way his sister did. They were both very similar in potential, they just had very different natural affinities with the Force. Luke was like his father, finding the Force in the mechanical and piloting realm. This is how they bonded after Owen finally let Luke interact with his father. It took a long conversation and a lot of convincing, but it did finally happen. Luke was kinda standoffish with his father upon their first interaction, but it wasn't meant to be taken in a negative way. He was just on guard because his uncle was on guard about everything, ever. Once they got through to each other, it was similar to the bond started with Leia and Anakin, though Owen made it clear to Luke that he would not be leaving his homestead until he was old enough. Owen needed to hire more help if Luke was going to be heading off Tatooine. This created a divide between Luke and Owen, but Anakin was willing to compromise and take Owen's side because, in all fairness, this was on him. He only just now showed up in Luke's life. It would be unfair to Owen and Beru if he just made Luke resent them. They raised the boy, and they should at least be respected in Anakin's eyes. The Alliance started rounding up more support after the first vote of no confidence in 20 years against Palpatine. It wasn't easy, but the Senate managed to get the ball rolling on it. The only issue is Palpatine clapped back harder, disbanding the Senate and forcing Imperial occupation to become even harsher. Without Vader, he started becoming paranoid, started questioning every move up until this point. He would find the pattern and exploit it, bringing down Vader and the rest of the insignificant rebellion. Though the issue is, the Alliance, thanks to Anakin, was growing and winning. Due to them being able to predict Imperial troop movements and patterns, Alliance rebels could target Imperial foundries and free slaves. They could bombard troop transports, they could evacuate towns before a skirmish, whatever they needed to do to get the Empire to crumble and garner more allies for their cause. While the Alliance was having its success with the help of Vader's intel, father and daughter were building a bond that should have been. Anakin did wish Luke could be here too, but he couldn't force the pressure onto Owen, even though it did bother him. Anakin and Leia spent their quality time doing a number of things, first being strategy, second being talking and hearing stories, and the last being the Force. Leia hearing stories of Padme from her actual father was really cool. This didn't diminish her bond with Bail. Just for Leia, she thought of it of having two dads. She was learning how to love Anakin, and everything he was doing for her and with her really helped her find a genuine appreciation for the man that should have raised her. Anakin also learned that there was more to the Force than what he knew. This knowledge came in the form of Ahsoka teaching him how to heal his crystal. Obviously, this followed a very emotional and tender conversation between the two, former master and apprentice, or older brother and little sister. It was really important to Anakin, these moments with so many people who meant so much to him. Ben and Ahsoka stayed around the base on Yavin, but Anakin and Leia really became the duo. For Ben, it was the greatest in the watch. The Alliance slowly began to rally up support, and the Empire cracked down harder and harder onto the galaxy, and so Anakin knew what he needed to do. He would challenge his former master to a fight to the death. He would send out a transmission to Sidious and give him coordinates, telling him to come alone. Sidious couldn't be stopped unless he was killed, and so that's what Anakin was going to do. He was going to kill his master. Leia knew what this was about, and so did Ahsoka and Ben. They were very wary of this decision, but he informed them of what he wanted to do. He brought this evil onto the galaxy. He'd be the one to snuff it out. No one else was there with him when he cut off Windu's hand. The actions he put forward created this. He would end it. When Sidious arrived at the planet, he came with a fleet, and his personal Star Destroyer, which hovered in the atmosphere. As the shuttle landed, he walked out to see Anakin Skywalker. This confused him because he assumed that Vader would still be wearing the armor. Sidious asked which death would suit him most, one through the Force or one through the blade. Anakin ignited his lightsaber. Sidious noticed the tint of the blue blade and snarled. Skywalker turned to the light. What a pitiful end for someone with so much potential. Sidious pulled two blades out from his outfit and rolled them around. The weapons growled as he lunged across the fields to fight Skywalker. Anakin slid out of the way, avoiding the strike, informing the Emperor that he would die. Sidious turned back with a permanent scowl on his face. He couldn't believe the arrogance. His blades rolled around as Anakin reached his arm up into the sky. Sidious' personal Star Destroyer had explosions ring out throughout it. How was this possible? Sidious saw Anakin's hand. It was human. There wasn't an element of anything robotic. He got angrier. How was this possible? Sidious rolled his blades forward, throwing them at Anakin. He spun out of the way, avoiding the strikes from his former instructor. The sound of the Star Destroyer howling in the background as it crashed at the surface. Anakin got behind Sidious and told him that he failed. Sidious hissed again, but Anakin told him that there was no point in trying to fight the inevitable. The Dark Lord told Anakin that no matter what happened here, the Sith would never lose. The Jedi were dead. The fight would crumble and the Empire would live forever. Anakin smiled with a hint of arrogance as he backpedaled. He deignited his weapon against his head, standing up straighter, telling the Sith Lord that everything he said was false. The Jedi were reborn. The rebellion would never lose. The Empire would be his greatest failure, and as the last of the Sith, their legacy would die with him. Sidious' rage grew as he ripped his blades forward and slashed through Anakin's body. He could feel it, the moment he made contact with his former student's skin. He killed him. Sidious knew the Jedi were weak. He raised his head, turning to see the Star Destroyer slam into the ground, exploding upon impact. Sidious turned back to a shadow in the corner of his eye. Anakin hadn't fallen over. Instead, he was looking at the distance, towards the direction of Sidious's fleet. The Dark Lord couldn't see it, but he could hear it. The Alliance had arrived. Anakin turned back towards his master and smiled, before bowing and disappearing. Sidious had only a short moment to live with it. Explosions were set off on the ground around him. He didn't even have a second to react. The ignition triggered by a number of Both and explosive experts nearby. Above the planet, Anakin fell backwards inside the medical facility on Home 1, the flagship of Alliance Admiral Akbar. Leia held her father, his suit so heavy. He coughed, heaving. The medical droid got to Anakin's side and put an oxygen mask over him. Leia held her father's hand and told him that he'd be alright, but he knew that. The smile on his face was radiant, and he slowly fell into a realm of unconsciousness. Leia made her way to the bridge to see the Alliance assault, which, led by General Syndulla and Phoenix Squadron, routed the Emperor's fleet. This was the largest fleet battle since the end of the Clone Wars, and it completely blindsided the Emperor's fleet, which was out of position due to the Emperor's flagship exploding on the ground. The entire thing was a planned trap, and Anakin laced Palpatine's flagship with explosives. Because Anakin was dramatic, he waited until the perfect moment. He did this years before this happened. It'd be the perfect way to show Palpatine the culmination of his career. You know, the one that Palpatine had such great interest in. Despite the victory over the Emperor and his fleet, the Empire was still at large. They'd have to be taken down, and it would take time. But with no super weapons and the rebels having access to pretty much all their schematics from 4BBY and before, the Empire was doomed. When Anakin woke up, he'd be surprised with a gift, something his daughter did for him. His breathing apparatus was installed into his chest, so he could breathe without the suit. He was given legs and arms that fit him, and had human texture on them, so it looked like he was actually a man again. The sentiment from his daughter brought him to tears. He was so thankful for her, and he made sure she knew how appreciative of her he was. She reminded him so much of her mother, but in reality, Leia was so much like both of her parents. While Anakin had no interest in the Jedi, he was interested in the prospect of teaching his daughter the Force. Thanks to Obi-Wan, he gifted her his old lightsaber. She was a little put off with the Force to begin with, but she fell into it naturally, and she also enjoyed the quality time she got to have with her actual father. Leia eventually donned the name Skywalker, which was something that did mean a lot to her father. But she kept the Organa as her middle name, Leia Organa Skywalker. Luke continued to work on his uncle's moisture farm pretty much until the war came to an end. The victory at Lothal with the Ghost Squad was very influential in their efforts to push for a wider acknowledgement of the failure that was the Empire. People rallied together, and the battle cry heard galaxy-wide united the people against the tyranny of the Empire. The beauty of it was Rogue One and Ghost Squad were leading the charge, Captain Andor being one of the most influential voices in the Alliance. Anakin backed away from the Alliance towards the end of the war so he could focus on his own goals, which were establishing a true balance within the Force. His use of the Force projection was something very draining, and had he not been in close proximity to the planet, it could have very badly injured him. He wanted to harmonize with the Force and also continued to do that with his own children, both of which wanted to be with him. He adored them, and the feeling was mutually shared with them. He would actually get a chance to apologize to Master Yoda before his natural death, but the joy of his life would be spending his time with his children and reconciling what had been lost since the end of the Clone Wars, such as R2-D2 and C-3PO. Old friends and allies came back to each other, and they made up for lost time, this being Ahsoka, Rex, and Ben to name a few. Bail and Mon split up the Empire when the system crumbled. The New Republic, as they called it, was maintained in two halves, Bail overseeing the Loyalist Caucus, and Mon overseeing the Alliance-supporting caucus. The Empire dwindled out. With the officer culture that Vader established still so prominent, there was no life for anyone after the structure fell apart. Moths were originally safe, but with the Emperor dead and Coruscant taken, that was no longer the case. The Empire ate itself alive as society came together with the goal of solving the issues of the galaxy. Anakin and his children would continue to bond with each other, and when Luke left the homestead, he would become enamored with both the Force but also the politics of the New Republic. More or less, in his mind, the politics of the New Republic meant traveling. Considering he was chasing adventure, he went after the role that Leia would have taken had she not built such a tight bond with her father. She was a princess, she'd seen every corner of the galaxy. She no longer needed adventure, and her level-headedness kept her with her father. Ben, on the other hand, united with the Jedi. Kanan and Ezra were both basically Boken Jedi at this point, and they had no order, but there was an order in the galaxy of 56 Jedi. Due to Vader's mercy to the Jedi, they were able to unify, and while a number of Inquisitors lived a life of suffering, the Jedi rebuilt. Ben joined this coalition of Jedi and helped them build up. Members of this order included Cal Kestis, Ser Junda, Nari, Balin Skull, and even Terrace Anube. It was wonderful for Obi-Wan, being that he was the one who would herald in the new era of the Jedi as their Grand Master. Anakin's life would be peaceful from here on out. He would have both of his children in and out of his life, and the joy for him would be the happiness they brought each other. He did what he could to make up for what he did during his time as Vader, but as far as many were concerned in the Alliance, he killed the Emperor. That went above and beyond anything he could have ever done. He was a hero, and despite the guilt he still had, he felt pride in having killed the Emperor. It was a step in the right direction for the galaxy. He would be with both of his children throughout the rest of his life as well. He watched his son follow in his mother's footsteps, but he watched his daughter follow in his own. Leia would become a Jedi in Obi-Wan's order, and Anakin would join her where Obi-Wan built this order, but nothing more than an outsider, someone in harmony with the Force, but unaligned, similar to what Qui-Gon was, as the galaxy around him moved into a new peace. Our story begins inside of the Invisible Hand. The ship rattled back and forth as a battle smashed the exterior of the vessel. Anakin and Dooku were interlocked in a duel on the other side of the tower. Obi-Wan's eyes flickered open. He moved a little bit, but realized that he was trapped. Where was he? What had happened? The sound of the lightsaber duel was fading in and out of his mind. He could hear it, but it felt so distant. Obi-Wan's eyes shot open a little bit more briefly, and he assessed that he was trapped. He wiggled his feet to make sure he hadn't lost the ability to walk. He could feel his feet, but the blood circulation was not exactly circulating. Obi-Wan pushed his hands under the walkway and lifted it up ever so slightly. He was really fuzzy, and the sounds were still echoey. He turned his head to see if he could spot Anakin and Dooku, but that was cut short when he heard the sizzling sound of skin and the ignition of another lightsaber. Obi-Wan knew that someone just lost a fight, and he had to make sure it wasn't Anakin. Obi-Wan pulled his other foot out from under the walkway and got to his feet, before falling off of them. He stumbled to the ground and he heard something that sent a chill down his spine. He could hear Palpatine praising Anakin. The chill he felt when he first heard Palpatine was nothing in comparison to the sound he heard afterwards, which was Palpatine telling Anakin to kill the Sith Lord. That wasn't good. Obi-Wan ran around the corner and he saw Anakin standing there with two lightsabers sitting across each other, and in front of him, a defeated Dooku. It took a couple seconds for Obi-Wan to register that Dooku had lost his hands. Obi-Wan yelled at Anakin and told him to stop. It was just as Anakin was telling Palpatine that he shouldn't do it. Before Anakin could react to Obi-Wan, Obi-Wan heard Palpatine tell him to do it. Anakin didn't move. His arms budged ever so slightly, and his head turned over to see Obi-Wan, who was stumbling on his feet forward. He was a little loose on his feet due to the walkway being brought down onto his legs. He reached out his hand and shook his head. Anakin looked back down at Dooku, who hadn't said a word. There was so much he could say, but he was at a loss for words. He felt just so betrayed by his master. Obi-Wan slowly walked up to Anakin, whose hands were unsteady. A war can take so much from someone, but it was clear that despite the thousands of battle droids Anakin destroyed, he still had some semblance of humanity left within him. He may have disliked Dooku, maybe even hated him, but he didn't want to do this. Obi-Wan came up to Anakin and told him that there were other ways to handle this. They did not need to kill him. Anakin nodded his head and slowly moved his hands back away from him. While Anakin may have not heard Palpatine telling him to kill Dooku by saying, "Do it," Obi-Wan did. Kenobi grabbed Dooku's blade from Anakin's hand and put it on his belt. He walked around Anakin and looked at Palpatine and told him that Anakin should not be instructed to follow such orders. It was inhumane from Palpatine, and as a politician, maybe he should learn some humanity. This may have been a bit personal coming from Kenobi. The woman he loved was a duchess who loved her people and gave her life for them. This wasn't saying that Palpatine should do the same for the Republic, but Kenobi had to admit he didn't expect Palpatine to stoop so low. Obi-Wan wanted to consult the council about this erratic behavior. It didn't seem like something just a regular old man would say. It was cynical. Obi-Wan used the Force to break the locks around Palpatine's wrists. He said that Anakin was very powerful and very wise, but he shouldn't be coerced into doing something that was clearly wrong and something that he knew was wrong. Maybe Obi-Wan didn't want Dooku to die because Dooku was Qui-Gon's mentor, or maybe it was the most blatant answer ever, that just killing Dooku could make it harder for the Jedi to understand who the real Sith Lord was, as well as stopping the Separatist efforts by forcing them to surrender. Obi-Wan walked over to Dooku and put his hand under his arm and helped him to his feet. Kenobi looked over to Anakin and asked if he was alright. Skywalker nodded his head, and Obi-Wan suggested they get on the move. There was no point to be waiting around. Dooku was still very quiet, like his tongue had been removed. Palpatine walked with them, and they carried on through the ship until they were hit with a Rey shield and trapped inside. This was the first that Dooku spoke. He said to the Jedi that Grievous would come for them. Anakin looked over at the Count and told him that they would destroy General Grievous. It wouldn't be a problem for them. Obi-Wan looked around and Anakin suggested that in a moment R2 would release the Rey shields. This was true, however, R2 was not able to release the Rey shields. As the group made their way for the bridge of the Invisible Hand, they were greeted by General Grievous. Dooku was walking with the other droids and standing in a ghostly fashion. His skin was pale and his eyes wore nothing but defeat in them. Obi-Wan saw this and he was trying to get to the bottom of it. Obviously Dooku and Palpatine were political rivals, but there was something else here. Dooku looked as if he'd been betrayed by a longtime friend, someone he would consider an ally. Dooku's face wore shock, sadness, and shame. Perhaps there was something more. Obi-Wan didn't have time to think about it because General Grievous and Anakin were getting snarky with each other. Anakin learned a lot from Obi-Wan, and while he may have never interacted with Grievous until now, he knew how to piss him off. He had a fragile ego, and calling him short, even in his incredible height, annoyed Grievous. Didn't matter. The banter was nothing more than a distraction for R2 as he unloaded all of his systems in the middle of the bridge as Kenobi and Skywalker ignited their lightsabers and broke out of their cufflinks. Grievous backed away as Magna Guards ignited their stabs and a number of B1s took Palpatine away. Kenobi and Skywalker quickly got to work, fighting off the droids. Dooku moved out of the way, which caught Grievous's attention. Why wasn't he fighting? The droid general didn't notice that Dooku was missing his hands. That was something he wouldn't figure out either. Obi-Wan engaged a Magna Guard while Anakin cut down the B-1s holding the Chancellor captive. Obi-Wan was able to get around to Grievous before Anakin could corner him. Grievous assumed that this was some sort of test by Dooku, like Dooku wanted to see Grievous defeat both the Jedi, and so instead of running away, he ignited his 2 lightsabers just in time to confront Skywalker. With the bridge emptying out, Dooku and Palpatine looked on in interest from different sides of the room. Skywalker moved in first. Grievous was able to make a number of quick parries before launching his attack on Skywalker and kicking him off his feet. Grievous whipped around, engaging with Kenobi. Their duel kicked off with a speedy assault. Obi-Wan was on the defense as per usual. All their times fighting together across the war led them here, to this moment. With 4 lightsabers ignited, Obi-Wan quickly defended himself. He was able to catch Grievous in a bind and slip him. Under the slip, he cut off 2 of the hands before Grievous tried to challenge Obi-Wan again. A blue lightsaber exited through his back and through his chest. To ensure his death, Obi-Wan ran forward, swinging, slicing, and dicing the good general. The fun wasn't over yet. The ship was breaking apart. The Republic had assumed that Kenobi and Skywalker had escaped, and one of the flagships of the Republic fleet nearly destroyed the Invisible Hand. Anakin looked over at Obi-Wan, and they nodded their heads. Kenobi pushed Dooku down into a seat and strapped him in, because of the no hands thing. He made his way back to his seat, and the ship dropped down out of space, and the entire back half of the ship ripped apart. Anakin and Obi-Wan piloted the ship through the skies as fire patrols came to douse the fire, until they slammed down onto the runway, accidentally wiping out the air traffic control center and another happy landing. Obi-Wan told Anakin that he would take Dooku back to prison, and asked that Anakin escort the Chancellor to the Senate building. Palpatine was not fond of this, as he believed that Dooku would tell information to the Jedi. He needed to make Kenobi understand why that wouldn't happen. Palpatine told Obi-Wan that Dooku was under Republic jurisdiction and he needed to be brought to the Republic military complex. Obi-Wan nodded his head and explained that that was exactly where Dooku was going to go. Of course, he was going to the Jedi Temple, but he wasn't here to oblige the Chancellor. This was setting Obi-Wan off even more. Why was Palpatine being so hostile towards the situation? There wasn't anything more between the two of them, was there? Dooku and Palpatine never, at least to Obi-Wan's knowledge, interacted with each other before Dooku became Countess Sereno. This was certainly something that needed to be dealt with, and addressed to the Jedi Council. Anakin obviously didn't believe Obi-Wan was lying, and he saw that this was working brilliantly in their favor. Dooku was caught, and Grievous was destroyed. As the two parties split up with the assistance of LAAT dropships, Anakin and Palpatine would have a conversation, as would Dooku and Kenobi. Without clones in the back of the LAAT, Palpatine would tell Skywalker that he believed the Jedi didn't trust him. While Anakin had no real reason to see that as true, he also didn't have any real reason to see that as false. Palpatine suggested that the Jedi Council clearly did not trust him, and they wanted him gone, hence why Master Kenobi was so standoffish. Anakin shook his head. He said that Obi-Wan wasn't being standoffish, he's just escorting the prisoner to prison. Why would Palpatine assume Obi-Wan would do any differently? In all honesty, this wasn't doing Palpatine any favors for Anakin. Anakin wasn't fond of just executing Dooku. He had his reasons for wanting to, but he was a Jedi. It wasn't something Jedi did. Anakin suggested that Obi-Wan was doing right by him by stopping him from killing Dooku. He had information they needed, and it could help resolve the war with him still alive. Palpatine, after this sentiment, became quiet in a brooding nature. Obi-Wan and Dooku, on the other hand, were surrounded by clones as they departed for the Jedi Temple. Obi-Wan told Dooku that he could inform him of who the Sith Lord was, and this could be all over and done with. Dooku looked at Kenobi with a scowl. He said he was disappointed. After 3 years of war and so many opportunities to see the truth, he didn't understand how Obi-Wan continuously missed it after it was told him on Geonosis. It was staring him right in the face. Obi-Wan said it could be easier if he just told the Council who the Sith Lord was, so the war could end. Obi-Wan didn't want any more clones to die. It was pointless. The war was over. It was time to surrender. Dooku simply shook his head. When they arrived, they were greeted by Masters Windu and Fisto. The clones stayed on the LAAT as Dooku and Kenobi exited. Windu turned around without saying a word, and they walked where Dooku would be questioned. The Jedi Council members on World were all waiting here for Dooku's arrival. They sauntered through the temple halls. Dooku's eyes didn't move. He looked straight forward without saying a word. There was an eerie feeling coming from within him. But the Council could also interpret this as some sort of fear. When they entered the questioning room, Dooku was seated and the Council members all looked at him. Yoda stepped forward and asked who the Sith Lord was, and Dooku looked around with a scowl again. He told them that he already told them. They had 3 years to try and save the fractured system that they curated for thousands of years. The Order had become complacent due to its Grand Master, and there was nothing to save it except for what was to replace it. Dooku didn't say another word. In his mind, He knew where he sat. Dooku may have been shocked that Sidious would just turn on him so quickly. He may have been disappointed that he didn't see it coming sooner. But the reality is, Dooku believed the Jedi would fail. He wasn't on their side. He literally told Obi-Wan that the Sith controlled the Senate 3 years ago, and amid all potential coincidences there were throughout the Clone Wars, it shouldn't have been that far-fetched to assume that Palpatine was behind everything. Dooku didn't even want to see the Jedi win. He didn't want to see the Republic win. Why would he tell them? Did he feel for Kenobi? Sure. It was the last sign of Qui-Gon. Because Dooku certainly did not like Skywalker, but if Obi-Wan would die a Jedi rather than on the winning side, then that too was his fault. He had his chance to change, and he didn't. Dooku was sticking to himself. When the Jedi fell, he could be free. Though in an ironic way, Dooku believed that with Grievous dead, the Jedi and Sidious would come to take each other out, and he could just come out on top. Sidious had other plans. He was assuming that the Jedi Order was going to learn what they needed from Dooku and turn on him. He wanted Skywalker on his side, and so he curated a perfect way to do that. So while he and Anakin had a small disagreement in the LAAT, it did not fracture their relationship. Targeting Kenobi was clearly not the way to go, and because he knew that, he could target one of the other people in Anakin's life. That person was probably the most important person in Anakin's life, and he'd make short work of her. It would be so easy. Palpatine designed the inhibitor chips to have a primary function, and that was to make his victory as easy as possible. It would have to wait though. Palpatine told Skywalker that he would still be his personal representative on the Jedi High Council. Anakin was taken aback, and his excitement grew. He would become a master. This, on top of the fact that he was going to be a father, was super exciting to him. What more could he ask for? When Anakin returned to the Jedi Temple, he learned that Dooku wasn't actually at the Republic military complex, which did surprise him. But he learned that the Jedi were on edge. See, while he was with the Chancellor, and after the Jedi interrogated Dooku, Obi-Wan informed the Council about everything that happened on the Invisible Hand. The Palpatine-Anakin bond was weird to begin with. Anakin didn't want to kill Dooku, but Obi-Wan expressed that while he felt for Anakin, he was trying to resist Palpatine. Obi-Wan suggested to the Council that Anakin should not spy on the Chancellor. If they did in fact believe he was a Sith Lord, which the Collective Council believed, then it would be better for them if they kept Anakin as far away from Palpatine as possible. If he was allowed to go near him, then it could jeopardize everything. This notion was taken very seriously by the High Council. They didn't want to risk Anakin turning away from them. While they believed Anakin could be off-kilter a lot of the time, and that he could be very difficult to work with other times, it wasn't worth the risk. They all liked him, they just didn't trust him. And they didn't want to trust him with someone who was actively trying to make him work against his own moral code. This drastically offended Windu as well. He was very pissed that Palpatine would just try and coerce Anakin into murdering Dooku like an executioner. Anakin was far better than that. Windu and Anakin may have not been as close as Palpatine and Anakin, but he didn't like that in the slightest. Why would a man who was so friendly with Anakin try and force him to do something he was so very clearly not okay with doing? The Council believed that there was one option. That option was to remove Palpatine from power. Yoda was on board with the idea. However, introducing it to Skywalker was a different story. The Council knew, in an instance like this, they cannot lie to him, simply because he was on Coruscant and the Senate building was just across the way. Windu and the other Masters were convinced that they would be able to do this without it backfiring on them, as long as they provided the right information to Skywalker. They had to sway the conversation in the right direction to make sure Anakin didn't see this as anything other than protecting the Republic. Both Dooku and Grievous were out of the picture, and Palpatine, despite the chaos of the last few hours, wasn't scrambling to end the war. Something was off with that. When Anakin was inside the council chambers, they gave him the rank of Master. This wasn't as a means to garner favorability with him. It was actually requested by Master Kenobi. He suggested they do it because Anakin was following the Jedi Code, despite someone of a higher militaristic rank ordering him to do something he knew was wrong. It was the actions of a Jedi Master, not a Knight. The Council did agree with this, and because of this, they were able to try and get information out of Dooku, regardless of it working or not. If there was something involving Palpatine that Dooku knew about, it was better that he was alive rather than deceased. Anakin Skywalker was now a Jedi Master. He stood in the council chambers amongst his peers with great pride. He said he was extremely grateful for the responsibility, and as he was asked to take a seat, he took it. The council turned the conversation around and suggested they needed to make a move on the Senate. This did blindside Anakin, and he listened intently as both Yoda and Windu talked about why they were going to make a move on the Senate, and for how long they intended for it to last. It wasn't meant to take long. The Jedi wanted to remove Palpatine from power, which they were aware would cause a discrepancy with Anakin. But with Palpatine removed from power, they could force a peace treaty onto the Senate floor and request that the war come to an end. And that the Senate elect a new Chancellor, one that didn't have his or her own intentions before anyone else in the Republic. Palpatine was corrupt, and his grip on the galaxy was too strong. The war needed to come to an end. Anakin was left in a state of bewilderment. He was going to counter it and suggest that it was illegitimate and that they couldn't do it, but the Jedi had a long history of intervening in the Republic. This would obviously be further than anywhere they'd ever gone before. Anakin didn't agree with it, but he kinda saw their point. He also didn't want to lose the rank of Master, and figured he should accept the status quo. Not for nothing, ending the war was better than prolonging it. The Jedi were keepers of peace and justice. Obviously, aside from Padme, Anakin didn't have a whole lot of reasons to trust people in the Senate anyways. Yoda told Obi-Wan and Anakin that they would remain here inside the Jedi Temple, as the rest of the council made their move on the Senate. When the session ended, Anakin tried to contact Padme so that she was aware that the Jedi were coming, but she didn't respond. He was kind of disgruntled with it, but it didn't matter, it wasn't that big of a deal. Obi-Wan was also busy keeping him distracted anyways. Anakin told his former master that doing this didn't seem right, and while Obi-Wan understood Anakin's sentiment, it was about doing what was right for the galaxy. That's what Jedi were supposed to do, even if no one liked them for doing it. That's what Anakin did on the Invisible Hand, and they should hope that this results in a betterment for the galaxy. Obi-Wan didn't want Anakin to put pressure on himself. He told Anakin that what he did was a testament to who he was as an individual and as a Jedi. Obi-Wan suggested that he was a great Jedi. He was a product of his own hard work and determination. And he was very proud of him. This did bring a smile to Anakin's face as the two of them walked through the halls, talking and communicating with each other. That is until the surge in the Force got their attention. Anakin and Obi-Wan looked at each other with a load of confusion. Something terrible was happening on Coruscant. The Jedi in the halls of the Jedi Temple were all confused, and they looked around at each other. The motion within the halls of the temple came to a complete stop, as they tried to understand what was causing this. Obi-Wan said the words before Anakin could. It was a Senate. When the Jedi Council arrived at the Senate building, they came with a number of clone troopers. Palpatine was prepared, and he intended on playing the long game here. Out of all the contingency orders, he of course had one that was meant to remove the entire Senate from existence. It was Executive Order 18. This order forced all clone troopers to turn against the Senate. This was an order that could be used by the Chancellor, and it didn't turn men against him. So, when the Jedi entered with a number of clone troopers, they were all given Executive Order 18. The clones switched into kill mode and tracked down each and every single senator inside the Senate building and Republic Executive building and killed them all. Palpatine, on the other hand, barricaded himself inside of his office because of this siege on the Republic. The Jedi were so clearly trying to take over, and of course, the clones who were completely fine with following this order were as well. Of course, the downside is that Masameda was going to get canned, but he was replaceable, so it wasn't that big of a deal to Palpatine. Oh, and not for nothing, the entire Republic got to watch it. Every citizen saw the Jedi go in, and then reports came out that it was the Jedi who killed everyone. How could this not be Palpatine's plan? It was such a perfectly curated plan. Get a bunch of people riled up, send them to the Senate, and then blame them as he establishes himself as a monarch. It was brilliant, and it would see the fall of the Republic. Republic troopers and shock troopers were brought to the Senate building and Republic Executive building to arrest the traitors. The Jedi were so confused when it started, and they quickly tried to stop the slaughter, but the clones couldn't be stopped. The tragedy is, there were simply just too many clones inside the Senate building to stop. They couldn't stop the tragedy from unfolding, and little did they realize that it looked like they planned for this to happen as such. They went there in a show of force, and now the entire Senate, aside from senators who were off-world, were dead. Anakin tried to rush over to the Senate, but Obi-Wan had to stop him. Obi-Wan told Anakin that everything would be alright, they just needed to let everything pan out. As it turns out, that was the right decision, because if they went there, they would cause even more ruckus. But everything panned out extremely negative for the Jedi. While the Separatists didn't have any leadership aside from the cowardly council and the government on Raxus, that no one listened to, the Republic was now leaderless. On the Senate grounds, a battle ensued, though it did not include the Jedi. The clones who had Order 18 were fighting with the shock troopers who came to stop this rebellion. Commander Fox and his men were trying to make the others surrender, but the clones with Order 18 could only see these clones acting as traitors of the Republic and traitors of the Chancellor. The Jedi had to skip town and lock down their temple. Tin, Kolar, Fisto, and the other council members returned to the Jedi Temple to lock it down, while Mace Windu and Yoda began their search for Palpatine. Regardless of him being the Sith Lord or not, he needed to be found. Inside of the temple, Anakin told Obi-Wan that he had to go, and Obi-Wan told him that he wasn't going anywhere alone. He would be by his side through this. Anakin agreed begrudgingly, and the two of them left the Jedi Temple for Padme's residence. The Republic News was reporting that every senator inside of the Senate and Republic Executive buildings were dead. No one was being kept as a prisoner. It was an all-out war, and they were being executed. Obi-Wan knew where Anakin was going, and he hoped that Padme would be there. Their ship piloted across the skies of Coruscant, ducking and weaving streams of vessels on their daily commute. Obi-Wan was getting nauseous from the maneuvers, but he was able to turn on his tracking device. As their ship sped through the skies, they ended up at Padme's residence, which is not exactly where Obi-Wan thought they were going. When they docked, Anakin hopped out of the ship and ran through the hallway searching for Padme. Obi-Wan got out of the ship as well. Something was wrong. What was it? He put his hand on his belt and looked around. Obi-Wan could feel his eyes met the gaze of the sinister smile. Obi-Wan said it aloud, calling Palpatine the Sith Lord. Palpatine emerged from the shadows of the apartment. Anakin came running back, hearing this. To see Obi-Wan standing across from Palpatine in the living room of the apartment, Anakin asked what was happening here. Palpatine turned with an outrageous look on his face. He called Anakin his boy and said he came here to make sure that Padme was okay. He had to escape the Senate building with the Jedi infiltration and whatnot. Anakin looked as he crept forward, asking what that was supposed to mean. Sidious smiled and told Anakin that the Jedi were trying to take over. All who have power seek to control it. The Jedi were simply trying to seize control over the Senate and the Republic for their own greed, and it put the lives of every senator in danger. Palpatine came here because he knew that she was in danger, and she wasn't responding to her communication device. Anakin looked infuriated. Obi-Wan had seen such anger in Skywalker so many times, but never to this degree. He put his hand up and told Anakin that it couldn't be remotely true. The Jedi didn't want to harm anyone, and he knew that. This action could only be made by the same man who tried to force him to break the code earlier. Anakin looked over at Obi-Wan. He was angry and emotional, his eyes welted with tears at the possibility of Padme being dead. Obi-Wan told Anakin that he had his back in all of this, and so did the Jedi. They showed that to him today, didn't they? They supported him for his actions on the Invisible Hand, and they supported him as a Jedi. Anakin nodded his head, and Sidious could see his grip slipping. He reminded Anakin that the Jedi never had his best intentions in their mind. Just remember his mother. Anakin looked over with a seething rage and remembered how the Jedi didn't ever free her. Obi-Wan shook his head. He told Anakin that the Jedi didn't want that. They couldn't go out that far because of the Republic. Mind you, a Republic that was controlled by Palpatine at the time. If it mattered to him, then he would have done it. Anakin then asked why Obi-Wan didn't do it if it mattered to him. Obi-Wan told Anakin that he followed the code and the jurisdiction of the High Council. He pleaded with the council members a number of times, and yet every time he did, they told him that the Chancellor was denying the request. Obi-Wan asked if he really thought he would just do that to him. At the same time, why would the Jedi realistically want every senator dead? What would that do for them? What would that give them? They worked so closely with the Republic for centuries, and now all of a sudden just change that? Didn't make any sense. At that, the Jedi put Anakin there to protect Padme 3 years before. If they wanted the senators hurt, then why would they do that? Obi-Wan looked sincerely into Anakin's eyes and said, if it wasn't for the Jedi pairing him with Padme, they would have never shared their love for each other for such a short period of time. Obi-Wan understood. He was paired with someone at a young age they lost her to. Obi-Wan told Anakin that it took strength to resist the dark side. Only the weak embrace it, and Anakin was not weak. He was one of the strongest-willed people he'd ever met. Anakin frowned with a little smile as well. He looked at his master, Obi-Wan Kenobi. Sidious's anger was growing, and he said that this was enough before igniting his lightsabers. Obi-Wan was waiting for it. He could see it in Palpatine's eyes and ignited his own lightsaber just in time. Sidious sped forward, catching Obi-Wan in a bind. The Jedi Master of Defense had to protect himself. Anakin saw this and his rage split. He knew who had his intentions in good spirits and who was trying to manipulate him. His blade ignited and he sped towards Palpatine. He was already drifting towards Kenobi anyways because his points actually made sense, but now he was all against Palpatine. This meant that Palpatine intentionally killed his wife and tried to frame the Jedi, not to mention his child as well. Anakin's strikes were hot and heavy. Each time his blade connected, the Force was magnificent. He was actively trying to kill. Obi-Wan was quick to use his defense as an ally as they got stuck in the gridlock with the Sith Lord. Sidious was on something else, his rage and his power unlike anything they'd ever seen before. Sidious used both of his lightsabers and broke away from Anakin before he kicked Obi-Wan in the face and attacked at full speed. Obi-Wan was quick, but not quick enough, falling backwards and seeing a crimson lightsaber dive towards his face. Before it could connect, an amethyst blade slammed into the blade, deterring it from his path. The three collectively looked over at the Master of the Order, Mace Windu, as he arrived and pulled his lightsaber back into his hand. He told Sidious that this party was over. He lunged forward and Sidious backed up, moving away from Kenobi to defend himself. Skywalker moved in as well. Sidious was defending himself from both sides. His speed and ferocity were incredible. Each strike landing his mark, each defense protecting him where it needed to be. Sidious moved with incredible speed, kicking Skywalker off the assault and singling out Windu as Kenobi came up and joined his Jedi brother. Sidious cackled, throwing his blades around, shoving and pushing the Jedi in every which way. Windu used Vapad against Sidious to take advantage of the dark side within. Obi-Wan got engaged, his lightsaber quickly defending each strike and parrying where it needed to be. He had his opportunity to strike, but he was too late. Sidious was far too quick. He intended for Obi-Wan to make the move, and it worked. Sidious slashed his blade down across Obi-Wan's thigh, and he dropped to the ground. Before a final blow could be dealt, Anakin saved his master with a defending strike, before thrusting Palpatine's blade upwards. Sidious backpedaled before using some furniture to leap off of. As he landed, the furniture was thrown at the Jedi who defended themselves. Windu looked at Anakin with a nod as they cut through the furniture. Anakin and Windu moved shoulder to shoulder with each other. Windu moved his blade up and said for Skywalker to go now. Anakin ducked under a strike made by Sidious. Windu smashed his blade across Sidious's hand, which was a jarring strike that forced Sidious to lose his blade. As Windu moved forward, his side was slashed by the blade of Sidious as he fell over. Anakin used his momentum, kicking Sidious in the stomach, which ironically, because of Windu bending over in his pain, Sidious tripped over Windu. This left him undefended as Skywalker leapt up into the middle of the air, using all of his force and thrusting his saber downwards. Obi-Wan was watching, and Sidious quickly lifted his other lightsaber. It would kill Anakin. Obi-Wan reached for his blade and flipped it across the room with as much speed as he possibly could. If he missed, Skywalker would die. As Anakin looked down preparing to end Sidious's life, his own flashed before his own eyes. The crimson blade was staring at him right in the eyes. Anakin closed his own. He saw the pod race, his mother, his friends from Tatooine, the Clone Wars beginning on Geonosis. He could see Ahsoka, he could see Padme in the fields of Naboo. When his eyes opened, he caught his breath. He was stiff. He looked down, and he looked into the lifeless eyes of Palpatine. Both Windu and Obi-Wan called out Anakin's name. He looked down and saw the crimson blade rolling on the ground next to him before it extinguished itself, with smoke rolling out of it. Anakin's breath resumed, and he rolled over and looked up at the ceiling. Mace got up, and Obi-Wan did as well. Mace stood over Anakin and asked if he was alright. Anakin simply smiled a little bit before closing his eyes and nodding his head. He opened his eyes as Windu outstretched his arm and helped Anakin up. Anakin asked Master Windu if he was able to give peace to everyone who died because of Sidious. Mace smiled and placed his hand on Anakin's shoulder and nodded his head. He told Anakin that he didn't just give those people their peace, he saved an entire galaxy from more pain, and Mace paused for a moment as he looked on with pride at Anakin. And he brought balance of the Force. Anakin's smile faded and a tear watered in his eyes. He thanked Master Windu, and Mace told him that he was the one who did it. He was the chosen one. Obi-Wan hobbled over to the two of them, and he put his hand on Anakin's upper back and told him that those who he lost would be very proud of him. Obviously, both Anakin and Obi-Wan knew who he was talking about, but it was the final straw for Anakin. A tear slipped down his cheek, and he thanked both of them. He told them that he couldn't have done it without them. The three Jedi would request for a number of temple guards to come and pick up the body of Sidious. They had to dispose of it the Jedi way, and as they did with Sith bodies. It was respectful in its own right, but the Jedi would purge the body of anything resembling the dark side, and then give them a proper burial. The belief is that the dark side corrupted what would have otherwise been a fine individual. Someone of Palpatine's intellect would have made a great Jedi. Mace told Master Skywalker that he should remain in the temple for now. The council would clean up Palpatine's mess. As the council prepared to inform the wider galaxy of the plot they learned about, Obi-Wan and Anakin would be sitting in the council chambers in a fiery sunset. They were sitting there quietly. While the war was over with the separatist government calling for peace, after seeing what the clones did to their own government, Obi-Wan and Anakin could feel the darkness still. Ahsoka was en route from Mandalore with Maul in custody. Anakin asked Obi-Wan why he could still feel such darkness. Obi-Wan told his former student that the dark side would never go away. It was always there. As long as people can make wrong decisions, there will always be a darkness. But what they do as Jedi determine how great that darkness can become. Perhaps the Jedi were too lenient for too long, and maybe the Clone Wars was what the Jedi needed to see that they just had fallen from their grace. Obi-Wan reminded Anakin that the war was fresh. The light would return, but it would take its time to happen. Obi-Wan then begged the question. He told Anakin he knew that they weren't supposed to talk about it. Obviously they weren't. But how was he doing in regards to the loss of Padme? Anakin looked out across the city. He could see the collection of structures where Padme's residence was. Anakin looked back over and told Obi-Wan that it hurt. A lot. His voice cracked when the words squeezed out. He told Obi-Wan that he wasn't ready to let go of someone he loved so much. How could he? Anakin said he was afraid of getting too close to people. He lost everyone he was close to. Obi-Wan shook his head, suggesting that if he was restricting himself, he would lose himself. That wouldn't be what his mother or Padme wanted for him. Anakin nodded his head, afraid to speak under such conditions that he felt over himself. Obi-Wan could tell, and he looked off in the distance too. He told Anakin that he harbored a lot of feelings for Satine. Perhaps they could say they loved each other. Obi-Wan told Anakin that he watched her die before his eyes. She died in his arms. But it was for her that he never changed. He couldn't change himself because of her death. She wouldn't want that for him, and neither would Qui-Gon. If he became someone he wasn't, he'd be doing a disservice to himself and those he cared about. If Anakin wanted to stay a strong individual, he'd find peace in the destruction. He wouldn't resent those around him for something they had no control over. He would trust that what happened was out of his control and that those he loved knew he did everything he could for them in the end. Anakin's cheeks were flowing with tears as he wiped them away with his metallic glove. Obi-Wan reminded Anakin that he was who he was because of those people, to never remove himself from within, or it would tarnish everything they loved about him. Anakin smiled and thanked Obi-Wan for his kind words. Obi-Wan just smiled and closed his eyes. He heard Satine tell him through his memories that she loved him, that she always would. A tear slipped down his own cheek, and he told his former student that the words were true. Everything about them, and him, were true. The two of them would sit with each other, in a solitary state of peace and mourning. When Ahsoka returned to the temple, they would greet her, and Sinjalak would take Maul off at their hands. That was it. The end of the Sith. Dooku, Maul, Sidious, their religion was gone. Anakin excitedly asked Ahsoka if she would reconsider joining the Jedi Order. She looked a little meh about the idea, but Anakin did give a tempting offer. Now that he was a council member and a master, he could make legitimate cases to the Jedi Council to change things. She kind of smiled and said she'd think about it. Obi-Wan just smiled and told her that they were proud of her. She did them a great service, one for the galaxy and one for the Jedi. She nodded her head. Over the coming weeks, the Jedi would work as an interim government. They would completely take control over the Republic and explain away everything they discovered. Without a Senate or Chancellor sitting in their way, they would reveal everything regarding the clone army and the facilities on Kamino. This would have the Kaminoans being arrested by clone troopers for the fabrication of a war and the plot to take over the Republic and destroy the Jedi. At the same time, while it wasn't encouraged by the Jedi, the former CIS government, which was working closely with the Jedi, would outvote the Jedi in a decision that would have the entire Separatist Council publicly executed for costing the lives of millions. This council was Newt Gunray's council, not their actual government. The Jedi would open up the Senate, and people from around the galaxy would begin their elections, and slowly but surely, the Republic would fill up. It was at this point where the council needed to make a decision. Control the Republic or let go. Yoda believed that they needed to take more of a role in the government, but Anakin and a number of other Jedi suggested that to do that could allow another situation similar to the previous one to happen again. The Jedi were too far into the Republic to see what was wrong with it. Sure, Dooku was wrong for many things, but this particular thing did actually have some legitimacy to it. The Jedi would decide that being a part of the Republic so tightly wasn't the best idea, and that perhaps they should try and remove themselves. This idea was taken and voted upon. They would leave the Republic. However, before they left, they had to ensure no one could receive so much power again. Ahsoka would see the distance created between the Jedi and the Republic, and see it as a large enough change to switch teams and rejoin the ranks of the Jedi Order. However, that did include something else. While the Clone Wars were over, the galaxy learned of Crimson Dawn, and the Jedi weren't about to let them or other criminal empires grow to the size of the Nile. The Nile were so large that they kept the Republic away from the Outer Rim for centuries during the era of the High Republic. Yoda and Opa Rencesis, remembering those days, did not want it to happen again. Since they had an army, why not use it? Oh, Skywalker loved this. He could kill the Hutts. Maybe it wasn't the most Jedi thing ever, but he could enjoy every second of their painful deaths. He wanted them to remember his face when he was cutting them down. This, of course, didn't need to be shared with anybody else, and it wasn't. The Republic dove right into the Outer Rim. If anyone thought funding was a concern, it wasn't. The Republic took everything from the Kaminoan Reserve, everything from Dooku's estate, and just about everything the Separatist government had to offer. The irony is, the battle droids for the Separatists were reprogrammed and sent to die for the Republic. Of course, if there were clones that wanted or were interested in joining, they could, and they did. However, the Republic was very adamant on taking care of the clone troopers who fought a war and were bred to fight a war for the purpose of dying so that one man could have all the power in the galaxy. Of course, for the most part, the rest of the reserve were split up and used across the galaxy. For the battlefront, it didn't take more than a year for Jedi, droids, and clones to defeat the pirates. Once they were gone, the Republic reinstated the Starlight Beacon project to establish stations, or as they called them, beacons of hope, across the Outer Rim to show that the Republic was here, and that they were here to help. The Clone Wars took a lot from the people of the galaxy, but his resolution would give everything back plus some. Skywalker's time as a Jedi would remain permanent, and while he was devastated from the losses he endured, he made a promise to himself to be sure that he helped others in the Order, and as a member on the High Council, that he took on the responsibility of another Jedi Padawan, and a young Twi'lek girl named Deja Numa. Ahsoka, on the other hand, would avoid teaching and spend a collection of time as a knight out with the other Jedi on several missions. She was treated in high regard by the Jedi Council, not because she was Anakin's former student, but because she was her. She defeated Maul and went through some of the most arduous trials one could go through. She was an equal in their eyes to most Jedi Masters. There was an issue with one of the Temple Guards during this year since Palpatine's death, but the man who was soon to be Grand Inquisitor was locked away and given a peaceful death with Dooku. The deaths weren't painful, and it was just a means to, let them have their peace, rather than be consumed by hatred. Maul, on the other hand, despite all of his hate, could be saved. Grand Inquisitor was too new to the concept to have any real reason to go back on it, and Dooku was shortly removed from death anyways, so, why not? While there was a grudge between Maul and Kenobi, mostly for Maul, he was willing to give it a try, and try he did. Plo Koon and Kit Fisto led the work on Maul, and it ended up, after years of dedication, bringing him to become a Jedi. He would train under Plo Koon until he was able to become a Jedi Knight. Ahsoka eventually, like her master, would take on a student and become a Jedi Master herself. While the galaxy was far from perfect, and there were issues, especially in the Outer Rim, it was a much better galaxy, one with unity, compassion, care, and love for all who existed within it.
Our story begins on the fields of Ryloth, where Anakin and Ahsoka were finishing up yet another leg of their campaign. After victory over Ryloth came at Ahsoka's maneuver, Obi-Wan and Mace were finishing up their own legs of the battle. Mace was with Cham Syndulla, and Kenobi had freed a group of captured Twi'leks. Anakin and Ahsoka were in the fields. There were battle droids filling up the barren lands of the planet, and the two Jedi were joined with Twi'lek rebels in their pursuit of freedom of their system. Ahsoka was with a clone trooper, one who was dying. His head was wrapped under cloth, and she was holding his hand. It was a show of the dynamic that existed between Jedi and clone, and despite Ahsoka's want and desire to be there for her men, she couldn't do this anymore. The soldier's hand fell limp in hers, and she let him go, patting his forearm lightly as she looked over to her master. Ahsoka's face was distraught. Her body language was pained, and she had nothing but sorrow written across her essence. Anakin could sense this. He was talking to Captain Rex and a Resistance commander, and so he turned around. She was staring at him, so he excused himself and walked over to her side, asking if she was alright, and she wasn't. Ahsoka expressed, without a hint of hesitation, her frustration. She felt that this was all wrong. This war was not what being a Jedi was all about. Protectors and Knights of the Galaxy was what her entire life taught her to be. Die in the face of adversity, sure. Die to crime bosses, maybe, but never in a political war. One that made very little sense to most adults in the galaxy, let alone a 14-year-old Jedi Padawan. Ahsoka told her master that she didn't want to do this anymore. She didn't want to serve in a war that would only tear the galaxy apart. The Jedi should have been breaking things down. They should be focusing on all the rights in the galaxy and how to maintain them. They could do so much more by not being a part of this war. Sure, it might cost them their temple on Coruscant, but there were outposts across the galaxy. Couldn't they do something about that? Couldn't they leave the temple on Coruscant and split up, and with such a split, go to both sides of the war and broker a treaty, start a ceasefire? Anakin's hands landed firmly on his hips, and he looked down at his young student. He could feel her anger, her fury. It was so much like his own. He was the right teacher for her, and he could feel it. But this was going too far. He believed in the Jedi, and he believed they were on the right path. The one of conscience. The one dedicated to bringing peace to the galaxy. He listened to her as she expressively pointed back at the soldier who had died behind her. She said that these men did not deserve this. They were like her, young. They were child soldiers, dying for some politician on Coruscant, and dying because of another on Raxus. This wasn't their burden, and neither was it theirs. These people, like those of Ryloth, Christophsis, Meridon, and more, didn't deserve to be punished. This war was a failure on the part of the Republic. It was the job of the Jedi to de-escalate, and what happened? He and 200 other Jedi went to Geonosis? She threw her hands down in frustration, wanting to hit something, but nothing being close enough to do so. Anakin asked her what she wanted him to do about this. He couldn't control this war. He couldn't, even if he tried. They had a duty to fulfill. He could be loose about it, or it could be stern. What she wanted was what he would accommodate for her. But this was their position, their place in the galaxy. As Jedi, it was their duty to serve the people affected by the war. He knew it was challenging to understand, maybe even hard to grasp, but what they were doing was the right thing. She turned around, flustered. This was not the right thing, and he needed to accept that. He was far beyond this. They both were. The Jedi were. Anakin was very caring towards the subject, because he knew it meant a lot to her, so he listened, asking her what she wanted him to do about any of this. Her eyes drifted towards the men who had died behind her, before coming back around to Anakin. She didn't know. He tried to reason with her, but this wasn't his battle. She didn't blame him. She was ranting, she was expressive, and she was feeling emotions that the Order did not train for her to have. Ahsoka turned back and she said under her breath that she didn't want this anymore. Anakin asked what she meant. As he stepped forward towards her, feeling a rift form between the two of them. What did she mean? He asked. And Ahsoka reiterated, she didn't want this. She didn't want to be a Jedi or a commander. She wanted to be there for her troopers, but there were more efficient ways of doing this, and she couldn't imagine continuing it in this way. Anakin tried to calm her down, telling her that they could handle this as one, and she shrugged, not knowing if they could or not. Before they could continue, an explosion sounded off nearby. Rex and the Twi'lek commander yelled out to their respective soldiers and turned to face the battlefield, before charging in together. ATTEs in the distance unloaded their heavy cannons, and operators pressed them forward. Anakin told Ahsoka that he wouldn't force her to join him, but if she wanted to stay with the clones, they could continue this conversation after the battle. He really wanted to hear her out. He cared about her emotions and tried to be accepting of them, but as general, his duty called, and he said that to her. He needed to lead his men in the combat. Skywalker told her that he was always here for her. His lightsaber ignited, and he turned around, calling out to the remaining troopers and telling them to form up behind him as he ran into combat. Ahsoka watched him vanish into a plume of smoke. His lightsaber could be heard buzzing into the fray as it vanished under the haze of explosions and blaster fire. Her eyes drifted towards the wounded camp. She couldn't do this anymore. She couldn't. And while it took her a couple minutes to come up with her sense of direction, she eventually found an LAAT to take to the Resolute, before taking her starfighter and a hyperspace ring and disappearing. Admiral Yularen tried to stop her, but that didn't really do him any good. When Anakin came back, he was informed that Ahsoka had simply vanished, and the tracker on her ship had been taken off. She was gone, somewhere. Panic filled his body, and his heart hurt unlike ever before. He asked around, but no one had the answers. And then came the very excruciating meeting with the other two generals, Mace and Obi-Wan. Explaining to them that Ahsoka ran off was devastating, and even further than that, telling the two of them about their conversation leading up to it. Mace and Obi-Wan weren't upset at either of them. Her reaction was validated, and to the Master of the Order, it addressed a fear he had mentioned during a previous session in the Council chambers. Mace, as Master of the Order, was one of the most integral members of the entire Jedi Order. His role was to look after every single one of the 10,000 Jedi that lived in the galaxy. He had suggested to the Council near the beginning of the war that Padawans be removed from the front lines, or be sent somewhere away from the war to avoid the conflict, being that it could create a generation of Jedi that viewed war as a necessary means to an end. It seemed in the case with Padawan Tano that he was kind of correct. However, the fact that the young were being so violently shifted because of the combat meant that the change had already begun. Mace wished the Council hadn't been so adamant on the strength and resilience of their young. The trauma alone could disrupt this entire generation. Regardless, Mace suggested to Anakin that he look around the planets they had been to as a duo, and see if he could find her. Obi-Wan affirmed this point, and believed that Mace Windu was right. Ahsoka would only go somewhere she knew and she felt comfortable with. Obi-Wan was more apologetic for this having happened, but he did now see Mace's stance that he brought up in the Council chambers before. Obi-Wan told Anakin to go swiftly, find her before the Separatists do. Mace was in agreement with that. They didn't want Ahsoka to be absorbed into the dark and downtrodden path of the Sith. If Dooku could find her, he could manipulate her, like he was. That was something the Jedi and Anakin, especially, could not afford to allow. Anakin nodded and very quickly left, taking his Jedi starfighter and leaving Ryloth. All command of the operation shifted to Rex, and General Windu made sure that Anakin's fleet remained in position above Ryloth until he returned. Anakin tried Coruscant first. It seemed like a dumb idea, but it really wasn't. Ahsoka knew Coruscant because it was her home. Surely she wouldn't go far from it. He searched the planet and the city for several days, not finding anything. He asked around the Jedi Temple and kept tabs on former planets that they had been to. Christophsis, Teth, Ryloth, and Naboo had no signs of her. Anakin didn't think she'd go to Naboo because of the whole Blue Shadow virus incident. That was pretty bad, even in his mind. Something that was drastically affecting Anakin was his guilt, though. He felt like this was his fault, when in reality it was further from the truth. Because of this overwhelming guilt, his mind wasn't fully operating. There was a deep tug at his heart, and with a lack of continuous updates for him, he really felt like she was gone forever, which he was not alright with. Anakin, one night inside the temple, woke up in a shock. He finally had it. He was dreaming about being on the front lines, and he was barricading a door with the Force, protecting Ayla, Ahsoka, Bly, and Rex, before an explosion knocked him out. He woke up on a different planet and was with Rex or someone else. He wasn't really sure, but that didn't matter right now. He knew where his apprentice had gone. Anakin slid out of his room, quickly shuffling down the halls and into the hangar, where he took a Jedi T6 shuttle and left for Meriden. He didn't even wait for clone scouts to give him the report. There was a feeling, a gut instinct that told him his apprentice was there.
When he exited hyperspace, he could see a duo of light Republic Arquentans-class cruisers, maintaining a defense of the planet. The Republic couldn't do much in the way of properly defending Meriden, because it had nothing of interest for the Republic, but the humanitarian side of the war effort forced 2 Republic cruisers to be present over the planet, just in case the Separatists wanted to try and exterminate the Lumen again. Anakin deposited a clearance code, and was permitted to pass. Surely Ahsoka had done the same. She hadn't. When he landed, he could see her Jedi starfighter. It was covered up loosely by a tarp. He walked over towards it and he could hear his name be called. He turned over and saw Ahsoka walking towards him. His heart rate jumped with excitement, and he started over towards her, asking if she was alright. Ahsoka crossed her arms and nodded her head, asking him why he had followed her. Anakin was surprised by this tone. He had been stressed out of his mind, hoping to find her, and now he had, and she really didn't have much excitement to share back with him. Ahsoka slipped away from the harshness of her tone, apologizing and expressing that it wasn't his fault the war was happening, and she was directing her frustration wrongly. Ahsoka suggested that they talk about this and her decision away from the village, and Anakin nodded his head. As the two, master and apprentice, walked away from the Lurman village, Ahsoka said that she understood that Anakin wanted to chase her because she was his student, but having been out here, alone, with the Lurman for the past week, had given her clairvoyance. She didn't want him to feel bad, she didn't want the burden to fall onto him, but she needed to know, and now she did. Ahsoka no longer wanted to participate in this war. It was terrible, and she believed it wasn't right to do. She believed the Order should be doing something to stop it, more to stop it other than fighting. Ahsoka did admit that she felt bad for abandoning the clones, but this was her decision. She wasn't running, but searching for another method. Anakin swung his hands over his hips, and asked this to her in a frustrated tone. So she was throwing her whole life away to do the same thing the Jedi were doing, but her way? Ahsoka shook her head. Maybe they interpreted the lesson of their Order differently, but this was not the Jedi Order she grew up with. Ahsoka told Anakin that she was sorry, and she knew this was probably a burden on him, but she would not go back. She was going to find the cure to this war, as the Jedi should have. Anakin told her in an almost passive-aggressive tone that he wasn't going to go back either. If she believed she was as wise as Master Yoda, or the minds of the Collective Council, then he wanted to see her prove it. Ahsoka was confused. She could tell that Anakin was being passive-aggressive. To what extent, she wasn't sure. But for Anakin, he was being as snide as he could be. He wanted her to prove to him that it was as easy as she was making it out to be. Surely, if it was as easy enough for a 14-year-old to do it, then it wouldn't be hard for a Jedi Council of multiple hundreds of years of combined experience to do it. In a way, Anakin was hoping that this would knock Ahsoka out of her delusions. In another way, he was hoping that she would see this as a challenge to overcome. Ahsoka looked at Anakin as he, still with his hands on his hips, asked Grandmaster Tano what she was going to be doing with this new Jedi Order, and she looked at him with frustration, and also annoyance. Of course Anakin would ride the wave, so now she had to definitely live with her decisions. Ahsoka turned around and looked at the sky. It was dusk, and she told him that she'd have an answer for him by the end of the week. Anakin rolled his eyes and told her to take her time. When that week did come to an end, Anakin had transmitted his information back to the Council, informing them that he would not be at his post for a while. He did distribute a personal message to the men of the 501st, Captain Rex and Admiral Yularen. He just wanted to be transparent to all of them, and also he was trying to be supportive and challenging to his student. Ahsoka at the end of the week had a number of pages written on what she wanted to accomplish. Despite Anakin wanting to take his passive aggressiveness to another level by telling her that she couldn't use the T6 because it belonged to the Jedi Order of old, he also didn't want to waste any more time on this obvious side quest. Everything Ahsoka thought she knew about the Order was undone during their first mission together. She believed they could go out into the Outer Rim and start helping people. She started with a world at the edge of the Outer Rim called Lorda. There was a small townspeople that hadn't been impacted by the war, but as Ahsoka went to help them, they cared not. There was so little these Jedi could do for them. The people didn't want handouts from an order that pretended to care under the guise of government mandate. What a tough reality to learn. While helping people was the Jedi way, it was a little bit more political than most Jedi even liked to believe it was. Helping people always came at a cost, and the Order, wanting to be most efficient at assisting, needed aid from the Galactic Republic to make it work. This came in the form of credits, manpower, legislation, and more. The Jedi Order worked on their own, but if they could get support from the Republic, then they could be the most effective at their work. Ahsoka's philosophy revolved around everything she learned as a youngling, about how the Order and its members were selfless, and how they operated out of the care and the well-being of those around the galaxy. Those key and core values didn't change when it came to getting succor from the Republic. What changed was the magnitude of the effect they had. Anakin never liked supporting the Jedi Council or even their motives, but at this point, with not too many reasons to distrust them, Ahsoka was kind of in the wrong. The Order didn't refuse to act out of negligence. Their hands were always tied. Was it political? Yeah. Did that help? Not really. But the point still stood. They could do most of their work in selected areas with Republic support. This, of course, is why slavery ran rampant in the Outer Rim. It's why criminal syndicates were able to remain in business. It wasn't like the Jedi weren't trying or even petitioning, but the Senate wouldn't bite the bullet to assist the people. They were comfortable in the mid-rim and core. Why start a conflict that didn't need to start? Of course, when the promise of galactic-scale war came, they dug their silver spoons into it so they could share in the spoils of war, but that was another story for another time. When Master and Apprentice returned to Meriden, he asked her if she was done with the self-righteous expedition, and she said she wasn't. She was truthfully appalled by his demeanor towards their work. Anakin wasn't being super serious. He was mostly poking fun at her, but she was fully invested, and she was annoyed that he wasn't. In a funny way though, without Anakin's super sarcastic tone, she likely wouldn't have developed such a can-do attitude. So much of Ahsoka's original drive came from belief that the war was going wrong and that Jedi should do more. And while the base was fundamentally important to her rationale to stay out here, she now wanted to prove Anakin wrong, because he was irritating her, even though he was just trying to be a funny guy. As a result, Ahsoka decided on a different approach. To try and capture the feeling of the Order she knew, there had to be a more efficient method. The thing is, without realizing it, Ahsoka was latching onto both a part of innocence and a part of the Jedi Order that was irreplaceable. The combination of childhood purity and even nostalgia for the pre-war Jedi Order was overtaking her. But the main disconnect between Master and Apprentice was how this factor drove everything for them. Ahsoka was latching onto something that would never come back. She would never have a childlike innocence, especially not after fighting in the Clone War. That part of her had died off in her first battle. But childhood purity doesn't die with maturity. It can be recaptured. It can transform into new understandings and new passions. Ahsoka had to find that and learn that. The first step to doing so was traveling the Jedha City, west of the Deep Core in the Mid-Rim. Master and Apprentice went to Jedha to speak to a group of people. Ahsoka had become interested in the other four sects of the galaxy. Because she didn't realize she lost what she was looking for, the only way to locate it was by evolving. And like her, Ahsoka's view and understanding of the Jedi Order needed to change into something new. Instead of outwardly trying to help the people on Jedha, Ahsoka simply observed, until she found what she was looking for. Aside from the Jedi, there were other groups that younglings were made aware of, one of such groups being the Guardians of the Whills, which were mostly located here inside the ancient city. Ahsoka and one of the Guardians' wiser members spoke up. Chirrut was a native to Jedha, born blind. He believed that everything was connected to the Force, and while he didn't have a show of Force abilities, it was a high religious belief in the Force that he was able to be effective as a living being. Ahsoka and Chirrut spoke for several hours about the Force, the philosophy of it, and even how the Guardians of the Whills perceived their place in all of this. Chirrut spoke highly of the Jedi, despite how many of the people around here thought of them. What Chirrut reminded Ahsoka is how ideas are often shifted when comfort changes. When the people of the galaxy felt pressure on them from external devices, such as the Clone War, they were forced to alienate something that shouldn't have become that. Chirrut told her to look into his eyes. Forsake them he did when he was young. A sightless child trying to play with seeing children wasn't always the greatest gift. His purity had been taken from him at a young age. The life of one surrounded by darkness would be considered a curse by one gifted with the presence of sight. But Chirrut said that through his darkness he envisioned his own light. He found his own placement, and through the Force, he could be more than what he initially believed he was. He patted the ground with his staff. The Jedi had taught her well. Her curiosity, though, was her greatest strength. Her journey to new beginnings would be founded through this childlike wonder, this light in this darkness. While Ahsoka hadn't mentioned her own decision to try and rebirth the Jedi Order, she learned a great deal from the blind man. Chirrut told Ahsoka one final thing. Through idealistic purity would she be able to guide others.
What the Jedi had foiled for themselves was not their ideals or their effect. What they had done was seclude themselves from their own connection, not to the Force or to themselves, but how little it took to make a big change. The people around looked at the Jedi with fondness for a long time, and yet no Jedi were here. The Jedi hadn't been here since the war started, and yet the people had changed their view of them. In that, Ahsoka would find what it took to change her own perception of not just herself, but the future she wanted to build. Chirrut nodded with a smile, looking off into the distance. He told Ahsoka that she had a heart of Kyber, one that could guide the masses. She couldn't be afraid of that gift. If she feared it, then she'd become gray and lose her touch. Trust the Force was what the message he imparted her with, and if she ever needed a friend, the Guardians of the Wills were always here. Ahsoka got up and turned around to see Master Plo Koon. His arms were crossed, and his hood was raised above his head. She looked at Anakin, who stepped back and out of the way. Plo had been listening for a majority of this conversation, just as Anakin had. Skywalker wanted to see if Master Plo could talk Ahsoka out of this righteous path, but instead, after listening to her heart, he could not do that. She belonged on this journey, and he truthfully wanted to support her. What Chirrut said was true, but there was still so much more Ahsoka needed to learn about the Force and those who used it. By this point, the Council was well aware of this undertaking, and especially with Plo assisting, they now had full eyes and ears inside of this little movement. Plo Koon would send Ahsoka on 2 missions. The first would be to his own home world of Doran, where he would guide her to meet the Keldor sect of Force users called the Barando Sages. These mystics were protectors of the locals, and through their connection to the Force, their impact was felt planet-wide. This was yet another introspective look at what the Force meant to the people, and why the message of the Jedi had been lost through their entanglement with Republic politics. Master Plo, after that mission, then sent Ahsoka to Shilly, Ahsoka's own homeworld, where she would meet another Jedi Master. At Shilly, Ahsoka would finally reunite with Master Satine, who would take Ahsoka and Anakin on a 13-day journey. There was a religious sect on Shilly as well, just another group that existed amongst the stars. The Bozique priestesses of Shilly were a group much like the Barando Sages. However, their influence over weather patterns wasn't as renowned. The priestesses of Shilly had a purpose, to cultivate the young minds and hearts of this planet. Like Satine, she understood that these religious types believed in the expansion of knowledge and understanding of the Force. Through the Force, they found strength and unity. Again, much like the previous groups of Force worshippers, their effect on the people around them was incomparable. Unlike the Jedi, these groups held a strong place in the hearts of those near them. Following this, Shakti and Plo Koon agreed to escort Ahsoka to the planet of Dathomir for her final interaction, and added one suggested by Shakti herself. While Plo and Shakti had no intention of fully abandoning the Jedi Order, they did believe individually that this mission was imperative for their younger generation inside the Jedi Order. They believed that Ahsoka would return to their order and be the guide for her generation. This information could be the lessons they needed by a future Grand Master, lessons that nothing could compare to, especially ones taught inside the Order itself. On Dathomir, Ahsoka would meet Mother Talzin. Initially, Ahsoka was very skeptical of this, and the extra Jedi protection seemed to put the witch into a space of hostility. But if the Jedi were willing to learn, then perhaps something more could come from it. Talzin was merely interested in the benefits for her sisters, so helping Ahsoka was only for the potential of benefiting her clan. Ahsoka's lessons with Talzin would reflect those with the previous religious communities. While Talzin was more interested in the ability to wield the Force for power and self-interest, the effect it had on her clan was similar in essence to what the other religions had on their local populations. Ahsoka told Mother Talzin that she wished to form an alliance with her. Old Daka, an ancient witch, who was walking into this conversation, believed that such an alliance would be beneficiary for all of them, and so Mother Talzin formed a bond with Ahsoka, one that turned them both into allies. When the quartet returned to Meridum, Shakti and Plo believed that Ahsoka would return to Coruscant after her multiple-month lesson. Shakti and Plo had been informing the Jedi Council of these developments. They believed Ahsoka was coming around to them, but she secretly wasn't. She was seeing a need for a more developed Jedi Order, one that represented more of the galaxy. The Council had become invested in this project because Ahsoka was like Anakin, a prodigy, and that could be conditioned into the perfect future member of the High Council. However, despite Ahsoka being the true learner in all of this, it was Plo, Shakti, and Anakin who started to see, like Ahsoka, this new way. There was nothing fundamentally wrong with the morality or even the dogma of the Jedi Order. However, the issues with the current status of the Order came from its dogma. What Ahsoka had learned and truly understood at this point was the need for a religious order that understood the people it was meant to represent. The divide between the Jedi and the people of the galaxy was a political one. The Jedi were trying to be too much, when the simplicity of their actions had garnered them a reputation to begin with. The childlike innocence of their mandate was one the people of the galaxy could empathize with, not the warlike knights that now stood. Sure, in the past there were warriors, but this was a different war. This was neighboring systems fighting against the other. The Clone War may have had a fancy name regarding the nature of Republic troopers, but the reality of this war was it was a galactic divorce, and the Jedi chose a side. The people didn't know or care about a generational duel with the Sith that wasn't in the public eye. They cared about the dedication of the Jedi Order, and it was gone. It had dissipated, and it lost its presence in the decades leading up to the galactic divide. But that was because the Jedi had chosen their side before the divorce was set into motion. Ahsoka, now 15, had spent the last several months gathering information, preparing for her own thesis on all of this. Jedi education was fine. It was very useful for creating young and talented students of understanding and empathy, which was Ahsoka. The young former Jedi told everyone that her new Jedi Order wasn't just the Jedi. She didn't want it to be that. She knew that with a title that had the name Jedi in it wouldn't resonate. There would be a united order. That name didn't really work, by the way. They could pick one later. The Masters were curious now. The three who had been guiding her during this journey were curious on where she would go with all of this. It would decide their own paths after all. Ahsoka believed a galactic community, one that existed between each religious sect across the galaxy, was needed. That too included the witches of Dathomir. The Force worked through all of them, and the people were hopeless. If they could inspire change and hope, then they could resonate where the Jedi could not anymore. Shakti and Plo looked to each other. In an effort to create a student of the Force and a young mind eager to lead the next generation of Jedi, they had transformed a Jedi Padawan into a generational guide. The irony of this proved how mysterious the Force was, and how it always worked in puzzling or peculiar ways. As a result, the Four wouldn't sever their ties or connection to the Order, but they would revoke their status as full-time Jedi. This was not a rejection of the old order, rather a decision to grow beyond. The purity of Ahsoka's decision resonated. It was about the people, but helping individuals on a galactic level wouldn't work either. It didn't work for the Jedi of 10,000, so it wouldn't work for an Order of 4. Instead, this was about bringing galactic community together. Ahsoka would have to write out her own quote-unquote rules for this new system or new sect, but Ahsoka truthfully didn't think of it as something new. It was just the natural evolution of something that had fallen behind. She didn't want the Jedi to feel like they were rivals. She only wanted to embrace the purity of what she grew up within. And as she tried to construct a rulebook for this new order, she realized it wasn't that. Ahsoka had developed a little bit of a rough art during her travels, just as a way to emotionally communicate her emotions to herself. Little doodles that spoke to her, and what she crafted here was something reminiscent of a well of the Force. Ahsoka had drawn herself on one knee, bearing water into a small pool with her right hand. In her left hand she was doing the same, but instead of a small pool of already filled water, she was dumping onto the ground. Over her shoulder was a small bird, one that was reminiscent of a species that inhabited Meriden. Her singular focus was on pouring the water. Behind her there were slight mountains, and above them were 7 miniature stars and one larger one that sat in the middle. So much of this message, this meaning, this vision of the star, was the creation of something new. Gentility, emotion, vulnerability, but also security, guidance, and at the end of it all, completion. It was with this that she realized that this new Jedi Order was truthfully the well of the Force. She was confident with this, and with it came growth. Plo, Shakti, Anakin, and Ahsoka fully left the Jedi Order. Ahsoka sent each of them out, including herself, from Meriden to unite the other religious groups they'd come across. Nothing would change them. All that would become new is their interconnectedness. The Jedi had always been the dominant presence of religious Force wielders and believers, but this wasn't a singular giant of religious influence. This was everyone's home. The galaxy was for everyone. Despite the influence Ahsoka's new well of the Force would have, it wouldn't directly change the impact of the war, except in one instance. Midway through the second year of combat, Anakin and Plo were redirected to Dathomir, where they would help Asajj Ventress destroy General Grievous and relocate the witches before the Separatists wiped them out.
It was a very arduous mission for the two former Jedi, but it was something that was almost entirely disavowed by the Jedi Order of old. They would have never attacked the Night Sisters, but they also weren't against letting them be destroyed. It seemed counterproductive for the Jedi to keep an organization around that used the darkness, but in accordance to what Ahsoka and her compatriots understood, it wasn't in their usage of the dark side that they were bad, because the witches were not simply bad. They did not harm the Force. They pushed it to its boundaries, sure, but unlike the Sith, they did not break the threshold of how far the Force was willing to go. If they did, an event similar to Anakin's birth would have transpired by this point. Tragically for the Jedi, especially those who didn't end up redirecting their efforts into this new order, they'd be caught flat-footed when the Clone War came to an end. Palpatine never really needed Anakin for Order 66. He was a benefit, a cherry on top. But Dooku was killed by Windu in a duel, and the Jedi Master was killed in Order 66, so win-win. Despite the Well of the Force being made up of around 100 former Jedi by the time Order 66 was executed, they did not exist in or around clone military groups. A few interacted, but because they weren't members of the Republic, they never could stay on base or around bases. In the 2 years leading up to the destruction of the Jedi Order, the Well of the Force was able to unite several groups of Force users around the galaxy. This tight-knit bond created a more stable galactic citizenry. The war was still terrible, and no one refuted that, but there was a larger sense of galactic community. That aside from kings and pawns, there were regular people on both sides of the galactic divorce that were affected tremendously by battle droids or clone troopers. It was through the work of the Well of the Force that these people were guided. To help them was temporary, to guide them was eternal. That was the point, too. Ahsoka didn't come up with any ground rules, but she did enforce the idea that their mission statement was presence. The formal issue with the Jedi for most people is how they felt so far away. Their pieces on the war board was kings. They, like Republic officers, senators, and chancellors, were the leaders, whereas the soldiers, the ones the people saw, were pawns. When the Well of the Force started to arise across the galaxy, they gave people hope for an alternative future. So with the onslaught of Order 66, Jedi refugees from the war ended up reunited with former members who abandoned the Jedi path. The Night Sisters no longer lived on Dathomir. The Singing Mountain clan currently held position over the planet, but they still were nowhere near as domineering as the Night Sisters were. Instead, these refugees united on Dantooine, a former Jedi outpost that was transformed into a hub of members of various Force groups across the galaxy. About 30 Jedi survivors of Order 66, due to the temple being bombarded, because without Anakin, who cared, came to this temple. These survivors found home, and, like the people of the galaxy, they understood what was so important about this order. Anakin, throughout the war and even out of it, hadn't lost or changed his relationship with Padme. It was actually a lot more trusting because they weren't hiding it. Shakti, Plo, and Ahsoka knew about the entire thing, and truthfully, they wouldn't have cared if he had told them when they were Jedi. Anakin and Padme weren't currently having children because timing. Things didn't connect. You know, that whole thing. Anyways, General Grievous's death on Dathomir didn't also change a whole lot. With Palpatine and Dooku manipulating the war, it really didn't matter. Ahsoka, nearing the end of the Clone War before Order 66, was drawn from Dantooine to Atalan, where she met the Great Bendu. His advice to her was to keep going. She had done something no other group had ever done. This unity, the one that existed through each and every collection of Force wielders and believers, hadn't been achieved on a level like this before. The Jedi always existed as the strongest unit, but now the Well of the Force could create a community. However, there remained one true threat to the sect, and it was Palpatine. Despite being a relatively non-violent sect similar to the Jedi, they still had their lightsabers, and even encouraged the use of kyber crystals for weapons of defense. So at the end of an era dominated by the Republic, the rise of an empire took a hold of the galaxy. Palpatine's evil regime rose, and with it, knowledge of the Force was outlawed. In an effort to ensure the Jedi were killed and never returned, he prepared steps to ensure their destruction. Palpatine did try to have a new apprentice, but for the first time since being Plagueis' student, he was without his own student. Grand Inquisitor was an unlucky scratch. He attempted to drag a Jedi into the Sith, but he was killed by said Jedi. Part of Palpatine wished he had spent more time focusing on Anakin, but even he knew that it wasn't the worst situation in the galaxy. An apprentice would come. For now, Imperial clone troopers would be sent to take down surviving Jedi. Thanks to the unity within the Well of the Force, Mother Talzin agreed with the heads of the sect that Palpatine was their largest threat. She and Old Doc had prepared their trap for the Sith Lord. and the Jedi from Dantooine moved in to assist this trap. The trap for Sidious would take place on Dathomir, following a wave of visions implanted into Palpatine's brain by Mother Talzin. While Yoda did survive, he did not join the mission to Dathomir, mostly because he was unaware of it, or said he was. Sidious, being tormented by the witches of Dathomir, prepared his own counter. Being that they were cleared out of their home, he didn't expect them to go back, but they did. Mother Talzin and Old Daka were true rivals in the Force of Palpatine. Like Yoda, he had every intention to go to their home world and clear them out. Sidious did, in a way, fear these witches. Instead of going alone, he brought a unit of clone troopers, the 501st being one of the most elite units to join him on their expedition to the witch homeworld. When they arrived, they found 4 Jedi waiting outside the mouth of the Dathomiri cave. He was surprised. He thought he'd find old witches, but this was not that. He would still kill these fools for siding with the Dathomiri. Sidious knew that these 4 Jedi wouldn't be a problem anyways. The most challenging members, quote-unquote, would be Shakti and Plo Koon, because they were long-established masters. Ahsoka and Anakin were young, inexperienced, and they barely fought in the war, so no problem there. The 4 Jedi ignited their weapons, and they prepared for his attack. Sidious mocked them as he moved in. He sent the clones into the cave to kill the witches. Sidious drove his lightsabers at the Jedi, telling them to die. He wanted them all gone. It was their time to end. It was the age of the Sith, and his empire. Plo and Shakti got out of the way, avoiding strikes. Anakin swung in before slipping to the side and avoiding a nearly deadly jab by Palpatine. Ahsoka was last in line, and Sidious dove at her, using a Sith howl, going for the kill. She slipped backwards, nearly being hit as the other 3 Jedi rushed to her aid. Ahsoka, the leader of such an important movement, was on her back foot, trying to not get hit by a single strike. Palpatine pushed forward, swinging with viciousness, trying to end her life. Ahsoka fell backwards, and as she did, Sidious smiled, turning towards the other 3 Jedi and telling them that they would watch their youngest die before being consumed by his own power. They all cried out, telling him to not do it. He smiled, laughing as he did it, before jabbing his lightsaber into her abdomen and twisting. She didn't react. Sidious looked back and the 3 Jedi were gone. His eyes moved around before realizing he was inside their cave. He then saw the clones cry out in agony as green light slid into their helmets and they became zombified. They turned their attention to Sidious and charged him. Palpatine pulled his saber out of the ground, and Ahsoka was still there. She smiled with a kerfuffle grin. She vanished from beneath his blade with a wink, and he screamed out Talzin's name. Like a demon, she appeared in multiple forms, telling Sidious that their long-time truce was at an end. It was terminated when he sent that wretched servant Grievous to destroy her home. With he and Dooku gone, Sidious's death would mark the end of their religion. He wailed in anger, blasting lightning, but there was no use. He would spend the rest of his days fighting off the undead horde of Dathomir, chopping up hundreds of the undead, including recently zombified clones. There'd be no escape. The 2 witches, Talzin and Old Daka, would make sure that his death was painful. The 4 Jedi who had used Force projection were actually on Dathomir, and so were Talzin and Daka. They were all inside the Singing Mountain clan, overlooking the remnants of the Night Sister village. Mother of Singing Mountain clan provided a healing ritual to protect each of the Jedi and the witches as they used the Force to end the Sith. In the truest 2 Jedi form possible, Ahsoka, Plo, Shakti, and Anakin destroyed Sidious without an attack. They used the Force for knowledge and defense, and they lured him into a trap, where individuals, Talzin and Daka, who didn't follow such rules of purity could destroy him in their own way. Ironically, the former Jedi didn't even follow that code anymore, but it was a show of the purity they had reached since abandoning their order. All the dogma instilled into them from a young age existed, but without the overwhelming presence of galactic political duty, they were able to approach and defeat evil without sacrificing a moral code that would have existed for them had they still been Jedi. Despite cities being destroyed and Maul dying during Agon Kolar and Kit Fisto's invasion of Mandalore before Order 66, the Sith were gone. However, this did not change the course of history for the Empire. It would still loom large, and Palpatine's initial policy would remain. But there was something else. The sense of community that now existed on both sides of the previous galactic divide outweighed a sense of patriotism for the new galactic empire. This left the Senate in a bind. The will of the Force had unified the people. So while gods and generals were deciding the political outcome of the war, the people were coming together and realizing that they were not so different. The unity between systems brought the galaxy closer together. The problem with the galaxy was not the Force, nor its practice. The problem with it was its politicization in the galactic sphere. The Jedi were victims of such politicization.
But the will of the Force, the star of the galaxy, was not that problem, and the people finally had not a government to rely on, but the community of each other, and they were one. There was room for Ahsoka to establish herself as a Grand Master of sorts, but she never took it. The Remnant Jedi Order on Dantooine was a loosely built collection of former Jedi that abided by their code by their own discretion. This allowed individuals like Anakin and eventually Caleb Doom to build relationships with others and maintain them in whatever form they wished. The will of the Force wasn't any one way of following or using the Force. It was an outstretched community that existed within each star system. It was a collection of peoples whose understanding varied, and yet everything bubbled down to one mutual understanding. The Force was the life force of the galaxy. It bound every living being to one another, and it was through the Force that the community of the galaxy could unite. Ahsoka's life work wasn't just influential, it was generational, but the beauty of it was simply just a guide. It was willed by individuals who made strong communities that rallied people that fostered togetherness that became a constant in the galaxy, a galaxy now fully unified, even under an empire. A galaxy would find itself moving forward by choice, one that would benefit the lives of each and every sentient that existed in every and each quadrant of the galaxy, a true and collective well of the Force.
Our story begins at the end of 65 BBY, with Sheev Palpatine on his home world of Naboo. He and his master, Lord Plagueis, came up with a plan to lure the Jedi into a trap. Being that his apprentice had a higher midichlorian count than him, Plagueis thought it'd be wise to try a ruse. He was obsessed with the Force, and using it to its true power. He knew he wouldn't live forever, and his end goal was immortality. Considering that he was far removed from learning how to influence the midichlorians to create life, he came up with an alternative means to wipe the Jedi out. He wanted his 20-year-old student to produce an offspring, one that could be cursed with an ancient Sith ritual, and then sent into the ranks of the Jedi Order. Palpatine had a powerful bloodline, and the best way to transfer midichlorians to the next generation was through this. Sidious was in agreement with the plan, and it was set in motion. What came was a child born with Palpatine's legacy attached to her, and a child that'd be left behind in an orphanage, one in Naboo that would contact the Jedi when the time was right. The Sith took a midichlorian count from the child and proved that she was indeed from the bloodline of Palpatine, carrying his natural affinity for the Force and his natural pull to the dark side. She would be a useful asset in the future. The mother of the child was killed, and the two Sith vanished into the shadows once more. The infant girl wouldn't be given a name by her father, and she would have absolutely no connection to her roots. There'd be no transfusion of any sort that could tie her back to Palpatine, and the Sith ritual Plagueis used was an infection, one meant to push her to the dark side naturally, as if her own bloodline wouldn't do that to her. In the months following her abandonment, she'd be picked up by the Jedi Order at the age of 27 months and brought into the Jedi Temple. Rey was the name she was given, never having received a last name. The Jedi inside the temple were incredibly shocked to see her midichlorian count, the highest welcomed into the Order since Yoda. The Council kept a close eye on her training, as she went through the basic instruction every youngling had to go through. Due to her being brought in as a child, the Jedi would oversee her training and development closely. They wanted to make sure she fit in with the rest of the Order, and due to being a Jedi since adolescence, she had no issues fitting into what the Jedi were. Had she been brought in later, the circumstances could have been different. When Rey was 14, she was able to become a Padawan. This was a bit late for most Jedi, but she didn't have any issue with being the last of her class to be selected by a master. Because the Council was watching over her growth, it was Jedi Master Tyvoka who suggested that his former student take on Rey as his first apprentice. Plo was a little iffy about taking on a student with such a high M count, but he was willing to do it. If his instructor believed he to be capable of such an undertaking, then he wouldn't disappoint. In the year 50 BBY, Plo would take Rey on as a student, and their training would begin immediately. The first week of work with the new duo of master and apprentice was always a bit weird. They both had to get used to being around the other, and they needed to work through any potential growing pains. Luckily, Rey was similar to Plo. She was someone who deeply respected the code and was eager to learn. The issue noted to Plo is that Rey was always in a state of self-doubt. It was something that plagued her ever since she was an adolescent. Younglings often reflected on what little they knew from their past. It was a good way for them to keep themselves grounded to what they were now. Rey remembered, as did every other youngling, what their first family was like. Some children were the youngest child, some were the oldest. Others were with their grandparents, and Rey, unlike the rest of them, had no parents. She was left alone in an orphanage. There were a couple other kids, but once she started signs of being able to use the Force, she was separated, and that was the end of that. This immediate difference between her and her peers made her feel as if, as a child, she was unlovable. These thoughts stayed with her. Even though she was able to go into her training and work to become a Jedi, she couldn't just leave them behind. Due to the Council always watching over her, she assumed it was because they planned on getting rid of her. The Council was never the best when it came to informing their members why things were being done the way they were being done. Rey was left to her own devices when it came to theorizing on why they were overseeing her. No one else had this kind of attention, and she naturally assumed it meant that they were going to just toss her away, like her parents did. When that didn't happen, she fell behind. Rey's main strengths within the Order, especially as a youngling, was working with Jedi texts. She had no issue with excelling in her studies. When it came time to introduce the Force aspect, she picked it up fairly naturally. With proper insight into what she was doing, she was able to adopt the Force with relative ease. If she were a part of a Dyad, this knowledge could have been passed to her through an interrogation, if you will. Rey's real struggles came at using the blade. While she was an orphan, she wasn't left on the streets to fend for herself. Had she been left on her own for a long period of time, it was entirely plausible to believe that she would have naturally figured out how to fight on her own. As a Jedi, though, she was much like Master Katiri. She found more interest in the study of being a Jedi than using a lightsaber. Rey wasn't afraid of the blade, but it was her weakest subject and her biggest struggle. Her stamina was low because of this, and she also wasn't able to keep pace with her peers in this area of studying. There was also another thing plaguing Rey, but this was something the Council wasn't aware of, something that her new master would come to learn about soon. Due to Plo being up to date on all of Rey's struggles and advantages, he made sure he kept her in her comfort zone while they were getting used to being around each other and knowing each other. This started simply with studying in the archives together. They'd spend hours in there. She was a bookworm, and she preferred nothing more than filling her mind with the droves of information dispensable inside the archives. Plo actually enjoyed this because it was a very easy way for them to connect. Rey and Plo were both quiet people, as it were, so it made things simpler for them. After these few introductory weeks, Plo would slowly force her out of her comfort zone. They both knew it had to come eventually, but Plo was one of the premier duelists in the Jedi Order. If there was anyone to learn a saber technique from, it was either him or Dooku, at least Jedi that weren't on the Council at the moment. Plo brought her into a room on the outskirts of the temple. It overlooked the city and it was far from any of her other peers. He thought it'd be best if she could work on her training in a secluded area. The two of them drew their lightsabers and began the training regiment. There'd be no sparring. He knew that could be dangerous with an inexperienced saber user. Plo asked her which form she'd like to learn, and she didn't know. She knew all of them like the back of her hand, but not the actual technique of them. Rey simply read about all the forms from the books. They were all inside the archives and really easy to access. When she did her training with her peers, she learned to use Form 1, so Plo focused on that first. It was the most common form to use for a student. He suggested that he would make input on her fighting techniques and they could go from there once they figured out what she was more comfortable with. Despite her somewhat clumsy saber technique and her wide swings, which left weaknesses in her defense, Plo decided to stay away from Form 3 and perhaps Form 4. These training sessions did go on for a bit longer than they should have. Her lack of stamina in the early training sessions only reminded Plo how too much of something was bad. She likely would be able to hold her own against untrained mercenaries, but anything more than that would likely be a bit much for her at this point. Plo noted how a lot of her movements were on instinct rather than technique, which wasn't all that uncommon for a Padawan. However, she had a little bit more of an issue than a general group of students. There was something about her saber technique that threw Plo off. It wasn't unheard of, but it was uncommon. Rey had an affinity for using aggressive strikes. Not the type you'd see in Form 4 or Form 5, but something one might see from Form 6 or 7. Her strikes were piercing. Sometimes during her saber training she'd drive her blade forward, a move that a Jedi typically wouldn't make unless necessary. The movement was very aggressive, and Plo wondered if there was something the Council didn't know about his new student. She was pulled into these more aggressive styles, but when he asked her about it, she almost shied away, as if she didn't want to reveal the nature of her emotions regarding these movements. Plo kept the Council informed on everything she did and how her training was going. It was a bit odd, but he was able to learn new things about himself through this process. Plo spent a majority of his life not becoming a teacher, and he realized that he was actually built almost specifically to be an instructor. Rey expressed adoration for her teacher, but there was still something missing. A piece of the equation wasn't adding up, so he hatched a plan. He wanted to see if he could figure it all out. After a rigorous day of training in the same hall as before, they went to the guard where he would sit her down and sit down next to her, asking her to meditate. She had done this exercise before, but he wanted to try it a little differently. There was a class doing instruction behind them, and he asked her to focus on the world. As she focused, she fell into her own pool of memories and binds. She was stuck on something, and Plo felt it immediately when she hit that latch in the forest. She was calmly moving through the forest and then stopped. It was as if she was walking and she was forced to stop, like a control in her body that refused to release its grip on her. She pulled back, and then Plo felt something that he hadn't in such a long time. The darkness. It was cold, and it sent chills right up his spine when he felt it. He looked over and she was frozen in place, her face scrunched up as if she was in pain. Before she released, it sent a shockwave down into the steps, splitting them from side to side. She opened her eyes and looked down at what she did. The students that were all training behind her were silent, and before Plo could say a word, she darted off. Plo immediately informed the council of this development and informed the other students that it was nothing to worry about, it was just simply an accident. When he eventually got to her room, he knocked on it, but she requested time alone, which he accepted. However, he stationed himself outside of her room. She could feel his presence, but it didn't bother her. She enjoyed the serenity he brought, and was very grateful that he didn't leave her. This serenity gifted her a night of actual rest. Rey never slept well after she hit her 5th birthday. She was able to relax, but ever since, she had nightmares and night terrors, a constant stacking of a waking fear. Every night came a new demon to face, and every time she woke up, she was left more afraid of herself than the night before. Plo didn't realize he changed this for her. All he did was sit outside of her room and meditate. He reflected on what he saw, and he planned to keep his promise to not just the council but to himself. He would train Rey, and he would take care of her. It was his responsibility as her master. In the morning, when she woke up, she didn't feel the fear of her previous nights. This confused her more than anything, but she got up and walked out of the room, finding her master in front of it. He woke up from his meditation and turned over, pressing his hand on his knee, to get up and ask her if she was okay. Without saying a word, she wrapped her arms around him and thanked him. He was confused, but he reciprocated the hug. When they broke, he asked if she would like to speak about it, and she did. So he took her to the outskirts of the temple, where they could talk in the morning hum of the Coruscant skyline. When they got there, she explained to him that she had nightmares for a long time. As a kid, they mostly revolved around her lack of a family when she was an infant, something she recognized that she needed to let go of as a Jedi. But as an orphan, she felt alone. Her friends were still here, but that bond was different. Her peers were never given away to no one's, and never locked away for being force sensitive. After a couple years, these nightmares manifested into terrors, ones in which she would see herself on the Dark Throne. She knew that the legends were just stories, and that the Sith were gone. But what if she was meant to be their rebirth? She couldn't live with herself if she was on that Dark Throne, leading the forces of evil. It wasn't her. She knew she used more aggressive strikes in her fighting, but she believed it didn't represent her. Plo told her that his master, Tyvoka, was a Wookiee. Being that he was a Wookiee, he had a short temper. That wasn't something wrong with him, though. Because Tyvoka understood he had a temper, he used it to his advantage, similar to how new council member Mace Windu used both the light and the dark in his lightsaber form. He used his best attributes to his abilities, and harnessed them in one focused motion. If she could do that, he promised that she'd be one of the greatest Jedi of her time. They'd work on her nightmares together, but she needed to not see these struggles as a reflection of something bad about her. Rey appreciated this consolation, and Plo told her that together they'd work past these troubles and help her find peace. The following 3 years of Rey's training would be challenging, but they would be the best years of her life up until that point. She obviously continued reading through the Jedi texts, but she found such a profound peace with her teacher. He was exactly what she needed, and despite her not knowing about the watchful eyes of the council, she excelled. Plo thought it best to keep the nightmares to himself, fearing that the council might act. These nightmares were still a trouble for him, though. Some days they were rough, others they were horrid. Rey would sometimes wake up holding her lightsaber in her hands. One of her greatest fears was herself. But a new plague in her mind challenged her after all this time training with Plo. She found her sense of belonging with her teacher. Her friendships with other Jedi continued to evolve, but she found herself stuck in a cycle of imposter syndrome. It wasn't that she didn't work hard, Rey strived to work as hard as possible, which made her an easy student to instruct. She wasn't distracted by a need for adventure, and she desired to be the best Jedi she could be, not even be better than the other Jedi. She just wished to be the best version of herself. But this imposter syndrome sat like a leech in her head. Every accomplishment was worth nothing. Every challenge surpassed was less than pleasing. Every attempt to be better was futile. The inner imposter drained all of her accomplishments away from her. She was no master of the blade, but she was said to be one of the Order's premier duelists. She moved what would have been Form 5 into the Geo aspect of Form 7. Rey didn't have the mind and balance that Windu had mastered in his years since joining the Council. She could likely learn how to use Vapad, but likely wouldn't have the same success as Master Windu did, which is why she stuck to Juyo. The Council did have involvement openly with their instruction of Juyo because it was one of the more vile aspects of lightsaber combat. It was fierce, aggressive, and quick. Rey was able to, with the help of her instructor, avoid using the darker attributes of the form. She wasn't controlled by the darkness that sat within the form. One of her greatest allies during the ascension of her skill was Master Dooku and his former student, Qui-Gon Jinn. Due to Master Dooku being such a powerful and precise duelist, he took interest in a young Jedi starting to reach for such a challenging form like Juyo. Rey was still very focused on her studies, but Form 7 was a good way to loosen herself out. Her relationship with her instructor after he learned about her nightmares became a lot more lighthearted. She's able to joke around with him and even wind him up every so often by being a little goober. Plo enjoyed the jokes, but more than anything, he loved that she was finally able to learn to be comfortable with herself. He was still working with her on the imposter bug that she had. The difficulty with her imposter syndrome was controlling how it could be. It wasn't that it had a depressive effect on her, but it dragged every accomplishment through the dirt. It wasn't because she did it on her own, it was because she was favorited, which wasn't true, despite the Council watching over her training. The Council was very hands-off aside from Form 7. Or it wasn't because she worked hard for it, it was because she had a high midichlorian count. Every accomplishment she had was worth nothing because she could never be good enough in her own mind. However, at the age of 17, she wanted to do something different. She had been a good student and partook in the exercises necessary to continue her ascension to other ranks within the Order. But she didn't want to be a knight yet. She wanted to help people of the galaxy. Due to spending time sparring with Dooku, she knew what his mindset was. She obviously hadn't heard his diatribes about the Republic, but she knew he wasn't the biggest fan of it. However, his words had an effect on her, because she was now informed that the Republic was corrupt. It was becoming more and more corrupt every day. She recognized from what Dooku was saying that the corporations were influencing the politicians, and that therefore led to people being neglected. Dooku's experience, the one he referenced the most, was from the Republic system in which a senator neglected people into the dirt. They were starving and he was eating in mansions with upper-class delicacies. Rey asked if she and her master could go out into the galaxy to begin these type of investigations. Plo and Rey had done missions before, but what she was suggesting would have to be approved by the High Council, and so he asked that she prepare a statement. Plo knew that she would at some point do this, and the Council knew that with Dooku around her, she would at some point do this. The Council was adamant that she make a statement to show that she wouldn't be as radical as Dooku. Plo did not inform her of the Council's task. Rey spent 4 nights writing up a statement to perfectly articulate what she wanted to say, taking things from Dooku, Qui-Gon, Plo, and a number of other Jedi from across the temple and putting it into her piece of work. When she delivered her statement to the Council, it was in a manner of which the Council would accept. In her time with Dooku, she learned that the Council respected certain types of behavior, and they responded to certain types of dialect better than others. She proposed a motion that wouldn't just involve her and Plo, but a number of other Jedi. Her instructor didn't expect for her to go above and beyond with this, but she did. To Rey, this wasn't just her mission, but a mission that all Jedi should have. The Council was surprised by this, and they pondered amongst themselves, asking her questions about each point she made, of which she had the answers at the ready. Rey didn't want this opportunity to be wasted. She was here to bring the Jedi out of their abode on Coruscant, to meet the Council and Dooku halfway. It was accepted, and the Grand Master asked that they tread carefully. The galaxy wouldn't be kind to them. Their mandates were simple, but the weight of such a mission carried not just the Jedi of the now, but an entire legacy behind it. Plo and Rey began their missions away from Coruscant. These missions were seen by the institutions of the Republic as simple. The Jedi were one with the Republic, and the Republic was one of the corporations that controlled it. The Jedi were regarded as just doing a new process and allowed to pass. For the next year, this would continue to be the case, until Plo and Rey found themselves on a planet they hadn't been to yet. It was Skako Minor. They were following a trail that started on Megiddo, a banking firm that had its accounts connected to some of the major corporations of the galaxy. When the two Jedi entered, everything was normal, until chaos struck. The two Jedi had been reporting all their findings to the Council, but found themselves at a crossroads. There was a hooded figure before them, one who waited eagerly for a moment to face the Jedi again. Plo told a student to stay behind him, but Rey was 18 and ready for this fight. She didn't want this creature to escape into the shadows again. They both felt it when they happened upon him, the Dark Lord of the Sith. 3 lightsabers ignited, and the two Jedi stayed their distance. Despite being some of the best the Order had to offer, it had been a millennium since the Sith had been recorded. The Jedi moved in, Plo keeping a close eye on Rey, afraid to lose her in this fight. His biggest worry was taking care of her, and that was an exposable weakness for Plagueis. The Sith Lord swung his blades aggressively, countering the two Jedi. Despite his mastery, he was a little surprised. He didn't expect the Jedi to come onto him with such aggression, but once he realized who the girl was, it all made sense. She was the heir to a legacy. She was the one meant to bring the Jedi to the ground. This was a fight he and Palpatine were waiting for. They just didn't expect her to be the one to find them. Plagueis couldn't kill her, but he would kill her master. The 3 duelists continued, pacing around with extreme speeds and matching the mastery of each other. Rey's Geo became a weakness for her as the duel progressed. Plagueis was able to pick apart her defenses, which she planned on. Plo did not know that, and he was trying to make up for these weaknesses that she showed. Plagueis used all of Plo's focus against him, but instead of landing a killing blow on the Jedi instructor, Plo harnessed the power of electric judgment to defend himself. Before Plagueis could be hit with the Jedi power, he avoided it like a plague. Rey struck forward, her continuous aggressive pursuit blinding in the wake of the electric judgment. They were both the perfect combination for the Sith Lord. His apprentice gleefully watching, hoping that his future pupil could be the one to put his master into his place. The Sith Lord escaped when he slashed a door panel separating himself from the Jedi. He escaped but realized that he was a little too ignorant. Previous encounters with the Jedi had gone unnoticed because the Jedi were killed. It's how each Sith got their Kyber crystal. They killed the Jedi and bled their blade. So these type of events weren't uncommon. Rey was supposed to be turned when her master died. Plagueis just didn't expect for a priest to be so powerful. Typically, Doran Jedi, which is what Plo was, didn't have such skills with a blade, due to being so close with the Barando sages. When Plagueis slipped away, Rey dug her blade into the wall and started the twist. Plo realized that he was being too overprotective, but he also realized that perhaps the student was clouded by the dark side. It was too late anyways. The Sith Lord escaped. Rey and Plo to report their findings to the Council on Coruscant. Rey was acting a little different since his encounter. The purpose of the Sith Curse was to inflict as much internal damage as possible, changing the psychology of an individual until they became a being of evil. Rey was fighting it silently, but the Council could sense something, asking her to explain why she was being so vengeful. The report and the findings could and would be dealt with, but why was she so blindly controlled by this? Truthfully, she didn't know. It came from within. During her fight, it was like she was fighting herself. She knew every move Plagueis made before he made it, and it felt as if he was connected to her in some way. She had dreams of someone like that before. It terrified her, but now she was ready to conquer her fears. She told them that she wanted to go back out and face it, but she was denied. Rey didn't understand why. They were hot in the trail finding the Sith Lord. It would be dealt with by masters, not Padawans. She expressed passionately that this was their fight, not just one that belonged to the masters, but a generational one. They didn't find the Sith Lord. It was Plo and her. The Council was grateful for that, but this was enough. Her focus was to find the source of those feelings and control them. Rey took a deep breath and nodded her head. She found the choices of the Council to be unfair, but she understood why they felt inclined to do it. Instead of trying to be better than the Council, she continued her training. The thought of the Sith never left her mind. But what was she to do? She couldn't face Plagueis alone. That was something she wouldn't be able to accomplish. Instead, she focused on her training. She'd be a knight soon, and she would speak with Grandmaster Yoda about these plaguing feelings. What followed was a year and a half of continuous ups and downs. Rey struggled with the curse of the Sith. It was revealed by Yoda after extensive sessions with the young Jedi that she was cursed by them. This led to the Council doing a healing session with her, and revealing that her father killed her mother, abandoning her at that dump on Naboo. Rey felt it too. She could feel that whoever her father was a Sith. It was somewhat daunting. She never met the man, but there of course was the curiosity of the potential. What would have been if he had raised her instead of becoming a Jedi? Though of course there was another fear that Rey had. Her terrors turned into sleepwalking, which made her move in ways that could terrify the Elder. She sometimes could find herself standing in a different part of the temple, holding her lightsaber as if she were to strike someone down. Many times she woke up in this state, and it was inside the youngling corridors. Rey feared this iteration of herself more than anything, almost driving her away from the Order as a whole. But the Council, and her master, requested that she stick the path, that she persevere. It wouldn't be easy, but it would be much worse to quit. Rey agreed, following their teachings and challenging the curse her father left her to face. When she was 20 years old, she was a Jedi Knight, and she was finally permitted to join the other Masters on their hunt for the Sith. She had been, since being taken off the hunt, searching through databases to find any piece of information she could. She used everything the Council found during her time away from the hunt, as well as all of her own information from the hunt with Plo. What she found was a pattern. Well, at least she hoped it was. She had been giving this information to the Council consistently, so they were always informing their operatives of the updates. The Sith always preferred staying at foundries, acting like one of the people, using their wealth to set up strong alliances between corporations, buy political offices in the power, and a number of other unsanctioned maneuvers to hold power in the galaxy. Rey was desperately waiting for a chance to make a move, and when the time came, she revealed all of her updated information to the Council. They were partial to believing it, but they sent Mace Windu with her, Plo, and Dooku to track her patterns. Due to them being multiple years old and continuing to evolve, they couldn't really be explained to the Council, so she needed to be with them to explain how she figured them out and where to go. She read every report 4 times and again, and she cross-checked everything she took in from the Council and their reports, and made sure everything was perfectly up to date. There was no one, perhaps in the entire Order, that knew this like her. Rey was obsessed with finding it, and very intentionally made it so this information required her presence. It was a gut feeling. It felt like this was something she needed to be a part of. While she did partake in Plo's training, they got to a point where she was essentially a knight, just waiting for the actual trials. Plo didn't find it necessary to continue training her because by the age of 16, she was pretty good at handling herself without any oversight. The following few weeks would be difficult. The Jedi by this point weren't as welcome as they once were when they started this hunt for the Sith. The Council believed what Rey and Plo said about the Sith Lord they fought. They just couldn't find anything to support their claims. She led the group of Jedi into corporate offices, most of the time as unwelcome guests. They used an astromech plug-in hard drive to steal information when they snuck into places and go out quietly. It was very difficult work. Mace at a certain point believed that these patterns weren't going to get them anywhere, but Dooku, who hadn't been approached by the Sith or swayed from his standings with the Jedi, stopped his friend. Dooku had absolute faith that Rey could lead them to their target. Eventually, Dooku was correct. Those few weeks concluded with the group of Jedi coming upon a layer of ambience on Naboo. What was so odd about this is that their tracks went dead on Raxus Secundus, but they found a hyperspace route with coordinates to this location on Naboo. It was a bit of an awkward homecoming for Rey because it was her first time back to the planet since she was left in that hard orphanage. The 4 Jedi moved in, sensing the darkness and preparing themselves for a fight. They could hear ritualistic rhythms and walked into the room to find Sidious and Plagueis stood over an altar with a fiery haze flowing into the air. Mace, Rey, Plo, and Dooku ignited the lightsabers and told the Sith to stand down. The ritual didn't stop, and before it could be stopped, Rey fell to the ground in agony. She reached for her throat as if there was a force pull against her. She could feel the darkness reaching into her skin, and her sight went dark. Rey saw herself, sitting at a throne, one with 2 Sith at the altar by her sides. She called them loyal allies, and spoke with a hypnotic voice, one that called to the evil nature of the Sith. She couldn't hold herself together. Rey pushed against it, feeling every inch of her training fall into the abyss of the dark side. Her fury rose, and then at that very moment she realized that to fight the darkness, she wasn't to fight with fury. She was to stand in solidarity with the light. To erase hate, there must be light. She fled from the vision and came back to the living, as the 3 Jedi that once stood beside her were engaged in a fight. They weren't fighting in specific orders, it was 3 Jedi and 2 Sith. The fight for light and dark. If the Jedi died here, then they, like those who came before them, would be forgotten to time, victims of the Sith lineage. Rey coughed out, holding her chest, feeling the burning sensation of smoke rise from within her. The curse had been holding on, waiting for her to be pulled to it, but she released it. She focused on her natural pull to the good and looked up, pulling her blade from her belt and igniting it. Sidious grinned, believing that she would kill these Jedi and become the Order's very destruction. He had this whole plan laid out. She would assassinate their highest-ranking members, and the Sith would take over the Senate with no issues. But when he looked at his daughter, she was not pulled through the darkness. She rose to her feet and lunged forward, engaging with the two Sith. Her usage of Form 7 paralleled that of Mace Windu. They were a force, a combination of 4 Jedi that were too much for the Sith to handle. Despite all the years of practice and planning, they all felt it slip. Plagueis knew his student needed to pass on the gifts of the dark side, so he slammed his blade down, creating a shockwave that sent the Jedi from their feet, the energy of the shockwave weakening him. Dooku was the first to regather his footing, and he sliced Plagueis down. Sidious saw the odds lessen, and he ran. Dooku and Plo chased, as Windu helped Rey up, and the two of them followed their other Jedi. In a 1 versus 1 scenario, Sidious was able to pull a fighting retreat, slamming Dooku into a wall by pulling stones out and throwing them into him when he least expected it. He defended himself from Plo, kicking his ankle into the side before blasting with a burst of electricity. Rey sped in front of Windu, hopping over Dooku and chasing the Sith out of the stone layer and onto the side of a cliff, where Sidious parried her strike and threw her into the side of the wall, holding his lightsaber at her neck. He called her his daughter, and told her that she could have had the power of his evil empire. They could have ruled as one, as father and daughter, but she ruined that. He saw the light snap from her eyes. The one she spent a lifetime wondering about was right before her. She felt her lightsaber slip from her hand, and her father told her that she could still make things right. Rey dropped her blade, and she felt her satchel that was slung over her shoulder. Sheev told Rey that they could do this. They could escape, and they could find a way to win this war. Mace came out of the cave, hoping to stop this encounter. But Sidious turned with a devious look, one that said, if he moved another step, the girl dies. From the corner of his eye, though, he could see Rey opening up a Jedi holocron, one Master Jocasta gave her. When he turned back, his daughter's eyes were closed, and she was using all of her strength to harmonize with the light, drawing Sidious's essence into the holocron. He cried out in agony as he tried to force a lightsaber forward, but Windu, holding out his hand, kept Rey safe from the lethal strike. When it was done, Rey fell to her knees, and the Jedi came to her side, asking if she was alright. But she was more so focused on making sure the holocron was properly sealed. Mace looked at it before handing it to Dooku, who confirmed that it was indeed sealed. It was done. The Sith were gone. Rey looked up with shame though. Their influence still had to go. Plo knelt down and put his hand on her shoulder, telling her that with the Sith gone, they could make right of this. If they worked together, they could make things right again. With the curse lifted from Rey, she could leave her nightmares in the past. While the imposter syndrome did show itself, she was able to work herself away from it. Her master was promoted to the High Council, Master Tyvoka making a seat available to him by stepping down from it. Rey would receive an honorary promotion to the rank of Master, but she would reject it, seeing it as an honor, but believing that she needed to reach such a rank with a student, one that she wouldn't take on for another couple years. Rey, while not being a Master, would, with the guidance of the Council, be given access to the restricted section of the archives. She would use the information within them to proactively help people in the galaxy. Rey would continue to push for the Council to make moves outside of Coruscant, decisions that would completely alter galactic history. Her friendship with Dooku would continue to bloom, and he would even learn to lessen his radical views. He thought Rey had good intentions, ones that matched both sides of the Jedi way. Dooku wouldn't ever leave, and he'd eventually become a good friend to Obi-Wan-Kenobi. The Order would learn to forego its attachment to the Republic, and its attitude towards the galaxy changed. They were Knights of the Republic, and they represented the people. The Order challenged the status quo of the Galactic Republic, and it challenged the established order to make right of the wrongs and forgotten locations across the galaxy, especially like in the Outer Rim. With the Force returned to balance, Rey would eventually become a Jedi Master after training her student. She would join the High Council eventually and continue to help do good for others in the galaxy, one now changed because of this new direction made by the Jedi. Oh hello, this is another crossover. Today we're bringing in Master Oogway to the Star Wars universe. Let me know what you think down below and I might do more of these. Our story begins inside the High Council chambers. A legendary Jedi had returned from his bearish vow. Master Oogway was one of the eldest Jedi within the Order. He was away from the Order for a couple of centuries, having stepped down from the High Council and the role of Grand Master to do so. Oogway was a Jedi Master from before the era of the High Republic, and he was a founder of a lost Jedi art. While some practiced it, the form fell out of favor during the rise and fall of the Republic, and with it, the rise and fall of the Jedi Order. Oogway was the Grand Master of the Order long before Yoda took his seat, and Oogway was significantly older than his green little friend. But upon his return, he was met with great disappointment. The Jedi he had left in the hands of his friend had become a shell of who they once were. Oogway, at the time of his bearish vow, stepped down from the role of Grand Master because he had a vision of a rising darkness. When he couldn't find the answers on Coruscant, he fled the planet to a monastery far from the active galaxy. He knew that he could find the secrets of the Force by doing so. During his departure from the Order, he had visions of the Sith returning. He could feel tremors from the Republic, from the Outer Rim, and the Force itself. As he continued searching, he found relics of the Jedi that had vanished long before, and he studied them. Oogway did everything within his power to ensure that when he returned, he'd be able to guide the Jedi to their next place, one of higher elevation within the Force. When he saw what the Order had become in his absence, he almost regret leaving. He knew that acting on the fate of the future could lead to the future coming to him, which is why he took his vow. But it seemed as if in a means to prevent himself from allowing said future to come, he pushed it to happening. Yoda failed as a Grand Master, and Oogway was able to see the Jedi and the Republic were intertwined. The Jedi did not serve the galaxy, rather as politicians. To add to that, the Sith had returned and killed a Jedi Master, not to mention the Chosen One had been brought into the galaxy, and brought all the way here to Coruscant. The ancient Jedi Master didn't know how to feel about anything. While the Council welcomed him with open arms, he realized that the Order had fallen from what it once was. They no longer held golden robes, they were now dull and void without life. The Jedi were no longer the inspiration for the hopeless, rather they searched for their inspiration in the stars that had since died out. Master Oogway informed the Council that he felt terrible shame for having taken his vow. It seemed to have hurt the Jedi Order itself, and that was his mistake. The Council was confused, and he admitted that in their failure to adjust to the times, they surrendered themselves to a version of their order that did not align with their true values. The representation of their order was meshed with the core system of beliefs that melded with the Republic they did not serve. He told the Council that while he was grateful for their welcoming and their desires to reinstate him as their Grand Master, he would like to take time to himself to decide his own future with the Jedi and the future of their order. The Council, especially the younger members, didn't quite understand, but the older ones did. Yariel, Oppo, and Yoda all served during the High Republic. They knew to an extent what Oogway left behind, and they all had tarnished the reputation of their order in his absence. The Jedi Master made his way to the garden, where the leaves had met the end of their time. They were crumpled up and falling off, disappearing into the wind. Oogway placed his cane down on the ground and slowly used his mind to calm his body and heart, stiffening the staff and using nothing but the will of the Force to ascend it, and place himself on top of it. He began yet another meditation and felt nothing but the disarray of the galaxy at hand. He was unaware, but one of the Jedi from the Council had recently stepped down, and she had since disappeared. Oogway met with Yaddle when she was just a child. It was right before he left, and he had high hopes for her and her future. But Dooku had brought any such hopes to an end across the city. As Oogway was meditating, he could feel something troubling walk by. It was like a wave of anger, fear, rage, and confusion. It placed itself right next to him, as if it didn't notice he was there, and Oogway slowly moved out of his meditation and found next to him a little boy. Anakin asked what he was, not noticing him there, and Oogway smiled, calming down after a couple hours of being still. Skywalker popped back, never having seen this Jedi or species before. Oogway smiled and asked if the boy was from Tatooine. Anakin nodded his head, and the Jedi Master sat down and asked why his heart was so misconstrued. Anakin explained the situation to Master Oogway, and the Jedi Master just silently listened. Shame fell across him and he finally saw the depths of which his order had fallen. He stood up and asked Anakin to see his instructor, so he was brought to a young Obi-Wan the Jedi Knight was in the archives, running through information on how to be a good instructor. Obi-Wan was surprised to see Oogway. Rumors were circulating that the legendary Jedi Master had returned, but Oogway took no notice of that. He never considered himself a legendary Jedi. Oogway was simply just a Jedi, not a legend. Regardless, he asked Obi-Wan what he was doing, and he explained what it was. Oogway could see that Obi-Wan was flustered and informed him that Kenobi's mind was agitated. He'd have a difficult time finding the correct path. He needed to settle. Being an instructor wasn't about perfection, rather learning from imperfections. This went for both student and master. It helped Obi-Wan relax a little, but Oogway took note of this. He would also like to oversee Skywalker's training, potentially. Oogway would spend the next week of his life watching over the Jedi and seeing what they had become. The more time he spent watching, the more he began to resent what happened. He never felt hate or despise towards them, just disappointment. Throughout this duration, he did research and looked over everything that had happened since he left. from the Jedi becoming a part of the Republic, to 2 Jedi Knights per mission rule, Starlight Beacon, the Fall of the Outer Rim, and countless other failures. He couldn't believe that the golden standard of peace and justice in the galaxy had been reduced to this. He made a decision on what he would do going forward. The following day, after a week of disappointment, he would approach the High Council and request the role of Grand Master, which they were willing to accept. He then took the reins of the Jedi Order. He started what could only be described as a mass exodus. The Jedi would pick up and disappear from Coruscant overnight. Oogway had vessels prepared, so there was nothing the Council or anyone else had to do. Instead, they boarded their ships and were taken to the far side of the galaxy. Where they would arrive would surprise all of them. Oogway brought the entire Order, all 10,000 Jedi, to Jeddah. Obviously, there was still Jedi on missions, and they were allowed to continue doing as they were, but once they were done, they were instructed to come to Jeddah as well. Oogway learned about the battle that took place here. The ancient temple was in ruins, and it was left that way. The Jedi made no attempt to reconcile with their past, nor the people who lived here. To be Jedi wasn't an easy task. To be Jedi wasn't to sit in an ivory tower. To be Jedi wasn't to wield laser swords like superheroes. Oogway sat on a rock, overlooking his peers and students. He told them all that to be a Jedi was to inspire hope, to search for balance and harmony in everything, to save those in need, not to serve a Senate. They'd fallen from their path, and it would take time to correct said direction, but if they were willing to trust each other, then they begin to make things right. He informed each of them that they would not be returning to the core as a whole. They'd be cementing their stay in the Outer Rim. These people desperately needed them. Before he sent anyone into the city, he told them to remove their weapons and lay them on a sheet of cloth here in the desert. They could reclaim their weapons once a lesson was learned. This did instill fear into some of their hearts, but conquering fear was the destiny of the Jedi. Allowing fear to determine them made them fragile, and it was not something the Jedi could just allow. Oogway didn't believe anything would happen, but as Jedi, they had to be prepared for anything, even if they didn't have their weapons. Oogway, after all, was the creator of a Jedi form that the Order had since lost, aside from the few that still practice it. Oogway's form was a martial art. It relied entirely on force and body control. There wasn't anything about his form that required a lightsaber. Oogway did have himself a lightsaber, white in color and entirely purified, but he never carried it and he never drew it. His reliance on the Force was the base of his connection to any living being. Whether it be an animal in the jungles or the desert, he could control any situation without needing to draw the weapon. All he needed to do was trust the Force and himself. This lesson was passed on to the other Jedi, especially the Council. It was their turn to learn the most important lessons in the Force. Many Jedi felt stress and pressure in their little adventure through Jedha City, but for others, it was like a brand new world to them. Interacting with the public as the public, rather than officers or enforcers, was relieving. People didn't see Jedi with favorability, considering Jedha City was abandoned after their battle. When the Jedi returned to Oogway, he would continue his lessons, informing them that if they only do what they can, they will never become more than what they are now. This message resonated, and the Jedi realized that perhaps they had everything all wrong. All their time was focused on the wrong things, but Oogway wasn't finished yet. He would continue moving Jedi around the Outer Rim for the longer part of a couple years. Each new location came with a new lesson. Of course, he had no issue with the Jedi using their weapons, but it was a last resort. The Jedi's greatest gift was defense, not offense. During this time, he would see minds expand. He would see younglings become eager Padawans. He would see complacency shift into focus. Oogway's order had returned from the depths of its failures, but the mission wasn't done yet. There was still darkness in the galaxy and it had to be dealt with, but the way a Jedi should. Because they were in the Outer Rim, the Jedi once again took down the slavery ring on Zygeria, crippling their slave empire. The Jedi would thwart grips of power that were held by the Hutts, the Pikes, and the Black Suns. But the irony of most of this is that when the Jedi took down these criminal empires, they did it without war. In the few years they spent on the Outer Rim, the Jedi lost close to 28 members. This came from conflicts that arose, but these deaths were not a result of the Jedi not using their weapons. The Jedi gained an appreciation for who they were and who they were meant to be. Oogway reminded the Jedi that their fear of attachment wasn't because attachment was bad, it was because if the Jedi focused on their attachments of an individual rather than the whole, it could cause more people pain than the Jedi needed or wanted. Oogway to an extent encouraged attachments, some with other Jedi, some with people outside the Order. These didn't have to be romantic, just in the means that an individual could learn to love, but not sacrifice everything for the singular person they cared about. If a Jedi had to choose between one person they attached to, or a collection of people they never met, they would have to be willing to make the difficult decision. That was the challenge of being a Jedi. It required absolute control, dedication, and mastery of oneself above all else. During these years, Oogway would spend a bit more time around the Skywalker boy. He was a bit uncharacteristic, but he saw this as a gift rather than an obstacle. Anakin's attachments to his mother were what made him, him. But if he allowed those attachments to take control over his life, then he would sacrifice what it meant to be a good Jedi. Oogway emphasized that Anakin understand the difference of attachment and obsession. During their time in the Outer Rim, they'd be able to free Shmi Skywalker, and because of the Jedi involvement in the Outer Rim, Oogway requested that those close to the politicians of the today go back to Coruscant and send diplomats to each liberated planet. It was a mass exodus, and as the Jedi started learning, they started splitting up, each council member taking 700 or so Jedi to different locations around the galaxy to free systems and planets. The younglings and instructors would be sent by Oogway to notable locations across the Outer Rim and unknown regions. The first place he sent them to was Ahch-To, after there was Ashish Ri, and finally to Tanu, where most of the younglings would be comfortable at, though the younglings became deeply connected to the order they were attached to. Oogway was instructing everyone he could, but he did have a focus on Skywalker whenever he had the time. Anakin was learning from Obi-Wan with oversight from the Grand Master. It was a perfect pairing because all Oogway did was gift Anakin a few short quotes, nothing too hard to wrap his mind around, but words that once they settled could have a tremendous effect. Because of Oogway, Obi-Wan handled Anakin's training with care and generosity, more so than he would have done so otherwise. Oogway noted that the council should have taken more time for the boy. This went for all 12 members on the council when he was brought into the order. Not a single one of them didn't bear the responsibility. Oogway's instructions continued to uplift those around the galaxy, because as the Jedi continued to spread out, their influence began making a mark inside the core. The Sith Lord, waiting for his time to strike back, was very disenchanted with the return of Oogway the Magnificent. He, of course, had heard stories of the Grand Master. Oogway's M count was higher than Yoda's, and he was considered to be the chosen one when he was brought into the Order. When he disappeared, the Sith planned for what would be his eventual return, but it didn't come for generations. Sidious never feared him until he returned and ended up being the ultimate Jedi Master. Oogway's harmony and balance with the Force itself made him a greater threat than the combined Jedi Order. Sidious couldn't do anything about it either, because the public was seeing the Jedi as heroes, because they returned to their peak form. Sidious tried to come up with other ways to combat this, and he waited eagerly for the war to come. There were a number of ways he could play the Jedi, but the most present one on his mind was getting them to interfere with Republic politics. It could make them look weaker than their image, but Oogway continued to avoid biting the bait. Sidious understood that he would have to drag this out and hoped the Jedi would be blindsided by the coming war. Dooku himself, despite his atrocities, saw the Jedi become who they were meant to be, and it created a wavering feeling inside of him. He was still focused on tearing down the establishment of the Republic, but the Jedi were incredibly hard to dislike, even for him. The Grand Master himself continued to direct Jedi across the galaxy. He was hands-on initially, because he needed to plant the seeds. Now they were growing into wondrous trees, and attached to those trees were the seeds that would sprout the future generation of Jedi. Oogway returned to Ahch-To with a handful of Jedi he believed to be those seeds, and began instructing them on his own. When Oogway took these Jedi into consideration, he wasn't going off of midichlorians, or power counts, or lightsaber skills. He saw their determination, heart, courage, and their desire to do good. Among the Jedi brought to this were Kelleran Beck, Kit Fisto, Baylan Skoll, Aayla Secura, Quinlan Vos, Barriss Offee, Obi-Wan, Anakin, and a couple of others. Skywalker was included with this bunch because of how his training had gone thus far. There was no ego with him, and he didn't chase adventure, power, or obsess over his lightsaber. This was greatly in part to what Oogway had instructed when he oversaw his training. Oogway brought Jedi that were not yet a part of the Council for a reason. He wanted each of these students to be the future. The Council itself had its issues, and they were weeding them out, each member having to undergo their own respective training while overseeing different sections of the Order. Each member of the Council had their flaws, and they would spend time making sure they were corrected. The group on Ahch-To learned directly from the Grand Master himself. They learned what the Force truly meant. They understood not just themselves, but the galaxy around them in a deeper and more harmonic way. They became one with the Force as the Force was with them. He guided each meditation, each moment, every instruction. But Oogway was wise enough to take his foot off the gas and allow them to coast. Many of these Jedi had natural instincts to be the best within their order. They just had to find it within themselves. He taught them that if they were to fulfill their destiny, they needed to let go of the illusion of control. These Jedi very quickly became elevated, but it was never the power they obtained. It was the level of self-control they exhibited, the peace of mind they shared, the lessons they could pass on. As Oogway stated, every moment in life is a lesson to be learned, even that of failure. Once they finished their training after a few months, the Grand Master had one more appointment. The Jedi from Ahch-To were instructed to go out into the galaxy and instruct others. Because there were a couple of Padawan and Master duos, they would go together. Barriss was brought to the Temple Island without her master. This was because Oogway believed Luminara made a fine priestess, but that did not mesh with her student. Barriss had a new set of skills and a new horizon thanks to the guidance laid behind by the Grand Master. When Oogway arrived on Coruscant, he shocked the current Chancellor. Palpatine didn't expect Oogway to take his call. The ancient Jedi walked into the office of the Chancellor quietly and looked around. He could sense it and feel it. Had the Jedi been more open, perhaps they would have noticed this sooner. Sidious was right under their noses, and they refused to see it. Palpatine could tell that Oogway was onto him, and he tried to play it cool. The Grand Master smiled with a chuckle and told the Sith Lord that if he wanted him dead, all he needed to do was ask. This was a riddle tougher than Yoda's speech pattern. Oogway confessed that if Sidious had plans on killing all the Jedi, then perhaps he should worry first about the one sitting across from him. Palpatine tried to play dumb, but Oogway wasn't going to go that way. Once Sidious realized his little bluff had been called, Oogway suggested that they take their own little conversation elsewhere. And of course, Sidious wouldn't play fair, so the Chancellor and Jedi Master went across the city to the industrial side of the planet. The ride there was awkward as could be. Just Sidious driving Oogway across the city so they could presumably fight to the death. Even worse, Palpatine's radio was broken, no hunga bunga pot for them. When the ship touched down, Sidious got out of the ship excitedly and prepared his weapons, but Oogway didn't. He actually didn't even bring a lightsaber, which Sidious found even more alluring. The fact that a Jedi Master thought he could outmaneuver a Sith Lord in combat of the Force was truly laughable. Oogway simply placed his staff on the ground and turned to the Sith Lord, who raised his hands. Sidious blasted lightning, and Oogway used the Force to shift the lightning into a swift breeze. This infuriated Sidious, and he continued, creating a Force storm, using the already dark halls as a means to draw in more power, but all he saw in Oogway's eyes were disappointment. It almost forced Sidious to lose concentration, but he stayed the course, throwing everything he could at the Jedi Master. But Oogway was undeterred. He stood like a statue and he moved his hands gently. Nothing was harming him. And then Sidious's anger rose higher than ever before as he raged at the Grand Master. Oogway just sadly shook his head, because without lifting a finger, Sidious's blades were stopped right in front of Oogway's face before he was launched back into the air. The Dark Lord slammed into a pillar, knocking it over on top of himself, and Oogway got onto the ground, pulling both of Sidious's lightsabers into his hands and levitating them above himself. Sidious saw this as taunting as he charged Oogway, pulling the blades and igniting them. As he did, he was caught by surprise. He twisted too far to the side during his strike at Oogway and lost his balance, toppling over and then looking down at his blades. They were no longer crimson. The crystals were purified, and he didn't understand how. Oogway stood up and turned back to him, telling the Sith Lord that in all of his anger and all of his power, he had done nothing but fight himself. The true path of life is through harmony, and his lack of it made him weak. Sidious couldn't stand this, but it was true. The Dark Lord continued his strikes and attempts, and eventually, after what felt like hours, he wore himself down and collapsed under the weight of his own swings. Oogway at this point would walk over to the Sith Lord and kneel down next to him, telling him that he would bring him to his peace. Sidious believed he was about to be executed, but that didn't happen. Oogway wasn't going to kill. As a Jedi, that wasn't his purpose. Instead, he was here to guide, and as he placed his hand down, Sidious fell into his head. When he came to, he felt different. The world seemed odd and alien. Everything around him, still inside the Sith Temple, was fixed. Oogway was sitting on top of his staff, just as he was inside the temple garden. Sidious demanded to know what he had done, and Oogway slowly came out of his shell, telling Sheev that he hadn't done anything, but released him from the burden of his suffering. The life he desired sat in front of him. Palpatine wanted power for the longest time, but instead of finding power within himself, he found a deeply repressed memory from his childhood. Sidious craved power because of his abusive father. When he got that strength, he exerted it, and it made him feel better. But now, with those burdens gone, he remembered a thought he had as a boy. One evening, Sheev was with his sister. They were running through the streets, and she brought him up to her favorite place in all of Theed. It was a bridge over a river, and she picked him up so he could sit on top of the stone railing. She climbed up after him. His sister asked him what he wanted to be when he grew up, and Palpatine looked at the stars and said he wanted to be a racer. She smiled and told him that he'd be the best star racer in the galaxy. A couple years after that, he'd be responsible for her death. Oogway frowned, feeling the pain rush through Sheev, but he told him that his time for what he always desired wasn't too far gone. Maybe being a racer wasn't his interest anymore, but it was never too late to do something he loved. Palpatine was just so confused. He hated and was filled with rage for so long, and now it was just gone. Oogway eventually returned to the temple and deposited the darkness that he took from Palpatine and stored it inside of a hologron, one that'd be locked away so that it could never be harnessed again. Only the most skilled Jedi could do this maneuver, and it was something that Oogway taught each student on Ahch-To. The power from Sidious was a lot, even for Oogway, and he became very ill as a result of what he had done. Palpatine cut off contact with Dooku and restarted his own political life. He knew he could make the best out of the situation. While Palpatine was too old to be a racer, he could technically still make it. However, something else would be fun for him. He liked the idea of being a race announcer. He could do this for star racing and for pod racing. Didn't really matter. All that did was that he had his new life, and it reinvigorated him, unlike anything before. Inside the Jedi Temple, Oogway felt the call of the Force. One life for another. Some of the Jedi around the galaxy would be able to come back to see him, one of them being the Chosen One, and he watched over. Master Oogway walked with a small congregation of Jedi, reminding them of virtues he had instilled, reminding them of the time they had had together, and why they should be grateful that it happened, not sad that it was gone. Master Oogway spoke quietly to his students, and then they came out to the temple garden. He remembered a time, a long time ago actually, when he was a boy. He was seated in front of the garden. It was always peaceful to him. He knew that wherever he was in the galaxy, he would see this as his final sight in life. Oogway turned to all of his students, and he told them that the light was stronger now, but it was up to them to carry on the journey without him. He held his staff and smiled at it, looking to the crowd of Jedi and stepping forward towards the youngest of the group and handing it over to Skywalker. They all watched, and then Oogway took a step back, telling them that his time had come. A gentle wind picked up and Oogway stepped back again. Anakin was confused. He wasn't old enough. He didn't have the skills or knowledge. His humility was showing. Oogway knew that Skywalker was on the right track. He looked to all of them and then back to what would technically be considered his final student. He told Anakin to believe in himself, as he had him. Skywalker broke forward as if to chase Master Oogway, but the wind surrounded the Jedi Master. Oogway smiled and brought his two hands together and told Anakin to believe. The leaves crawled off the tree and surrounded his body and took him into the Force. The Grand Master that saved the Order became one with the Force within moments. He was at peace. The darkness he stole from Palpatine was a burden too hefty to bear, but he would do it over and over again if what he saw in the future became a reality. The Jedi and the Chancellor would all mourn the passing of the Grand Master, but his messages, lessons, and philosophies still lived on. The memories those closest to him had would remain alive as long as they told them. All he asked is that they not lament his passing, rejoice in him becoming one with the living Force. What followed were the years of light. Palpatine fixed what issues he created within the Senate, and the Jedi continued on their own path. Skywalker would finish his training and Obi-Wan would become a Jedi Knight. But there was no war. Dooku saw the effects of Oogway and reformed his own life. He had done atrocities, but the Republic was healing its corruption. The Jedi were spread across the galaxy, helping people in every which way. He no longer wished to be a Sith. He would never return to the Jedi way, but instead, like Palpatine at the end of his political career, Dooku would strive for bringing out the best in those around him. Anakin wouldn't descend the ranks. Instead, he would follow the instructions he was given and learn as much as he could about the Force and himself. He was very powerful, but that was never his objective, just like the one that belonged to Oogway. When the clones were revealed to the public, the entire situation was swept under the rug, and instead of becoming soldiers, the clones were given a chance at a regular life. They were brought into the galaxy to fight, but instead of that, they joined the Jedi in the Outer Rim. There were some fights and clashes, but for the most part, they were essentially people who helped out others. The Kaminoans would work quickly to make sure the clones could live full lives without the accelerated aging. This was due to a late-time request made by the man formerly known as Tyrannus. The last of the Sith were seemingly gone, and as the years continued by, the Jedi Order continued to expand, along with the Republic. Anakin believed Oogway had done all the work, though Anakin's chance to fulfill Oogway's wishes would be met when somehow Darth Maul had returned. But Master Skywalker, just as Oogway had done, would find him immediately, stopping Maul before he hurt innocent civilians and releasing him from his pain. It would be a very difficult task for Skywalker, but in doing as his master instructed him, he was able to give Maul a fresh start at life. It was something that couldn't really be described, but Maul appreciated it. He would find a life full of enjoyment and companionship. As for the other former Sith, Palpatine would get to live out his childhood dreams, while Dooku became a prominent politician, working dedicatedly for those without a voice. Master Skywalker would continue following Oogway's steps into the future. He knew that the late Master wouldn't want something to memorialize him, but in a way to make sure Oogway's legacy would never be forgotten, Master Skywalker established the Jade Palace in the core. It was a beautiful place, one with relics of the past, some of which belonging to Oogway himself. The Jade Palace became home to over 1,000 Jedi every generation. It would be here where seeds were harvested and planted before being spread out amongst the stars. As Anakin became Grand Master, he would call the Jade Palace home for himself, transcribing the lessons his master taught to him onto paper. Obviously holograms would work too, but for Anakin, it was a means of bringing himself more peace or meditation. It was a relaxing activity. The galaxy thrived because of Oogway's Jedi Order, and the order Anakin followed up with, added to that. As Oogway's successor, it was Skywalker's job to find one to replace him when his time would come, and he would find himself a person to take on the mantle. While he would honor Oogway's teachings on attachments, Anakin's own attachments would never bore an offspring, which he was alright with. However, the order he himself bore was one of over 30,000 members by the time he too became one with the Force. Our story begins on the moon of Concordia. Master Qui-Gon Jinn had contacted his young apprentice, Obi-Wan Kenobi, for the first time in months. He informed the Jedi Padawan that it was over. They could come back to Sundari. The bounty hunters and Mandalorians that had been tracking them for the last year of their lives were dealt with. It was time for him to return the Duchess to her palace, so that she may lead her people. Obi-Wan was both happy and sad. He and Satine had grown especially close in the past year since being on the run. Due to the circumstances, they were forced to trust each other, but the trust they were forced to share developed more naturally over the course of the last 12 months. It was more than survival. While the Jedi didn't have a word for it, the people of the galaxy would call it love. There was so much triumph in the fact that she could go home. As a young duchess of her people, she would be forced to return to assist them in carnage. They weren't more than a decade removed from a civil war that cut their population in half. The people of Mandalore had Satine's advisors to thank for running the system in her absence, but she could finally do what she was born to do. Though with the triumph of victory, there was a tragedy of losing someone she deeply cared about. The two of them knew they loved each other, but they didn't know if the feelings were mutually shared. They each had their reasons for not sharing the truth. Obi-Wan was a Jedi. It was forbidden, and Satine knew how much he cared about the Jedi Order. Satine was a Duchess. While it wasn't forbidden, she was the leader of a world devastated by war. Distractions were the last thing the 18-year-old Duchess needed. Perhaps it would be best if they just let their last year remain just that, something that only existed in the past, with no bearing on the future. Neither one of them wanted that to be the case, but Satine especially wasn't going to force Obi-Wan to choose between her and the Jedi Order. If she truly loved him, which she did, then she wouldn't make him choose between two things he loved. Obi-Wan was thinking about these same things, but he wouldn't ever leave the Jedi Order unless she said the word. It was a weird little dynamic, but they both weren't willing to make the other sacrifice something they cared about. They had maybe an hour at most alone. There was a Cormac-class starfighter coming to pick them up. The two of them sat down in an open field by some rocks. It gave them a place to sit, but also visibility for the royal pilots to find them. As they sat there, they couldn't find conversation. Despite both being only 18, they always had something to talk about. Aspirations, stories, jokes, but right now, there was nothing. They couldn't even look at each other. It was too emotional. Being that they were so young, it felt like the end of the world, like they would never see each other again. And while they were young and had a great concept of the galaxy around them, simply due to their positions in life, it didn't change how fleeting the moment felt. Each of them had the words creeping towards the tips of their tongues, but it was silent, remorseful almost. Despite how stressful and sometimes even terrifying their time together had been, they didn't want it to end, because it was just them, only reliant on each other for survival, and that was something tragically beautiful. The feelings shared between them could ignite a star, it could create vision for the blind, it could heal broken hearts, and yet it was silent. Every few moments one would look at the other and take in their individual beauty, before turning their eyes before the other caught them. How devastating it would be to let these feelings wither away as they departed back to their own lives. Satine spoke up first, asking if this was the way they should leave it. Obi-Wan looked over to her and told her that he never wanted to leave it. There was nothing in the galaxy that could ever make leaving it feel right. Satine turned to him and expressed that she felt similarly about it. For the longest time, it felt like they had forever, and now it seemed like forever wasn't long enough for them. He asked her if they could really have forever. She didn't break eye contact. Satine then spoke up, calling him Ben and telling him that they could if they tried. Perhaps it wouldn't be easy, but if these feelings were real, then why let them slip? He agreed. There was not a doubt in his mind that he was willing to commit, but she stopped his train of thought, telling him that she didn't want him to give up the order. She knew how much being a Jedi meant to him, and he at that moment knew it was true love. Not that in his mind being a Jedi outweighed his love for her, but the consideration, the ability to compromise despite it possibly hurting her, which it didn't. They moved closer, grabbing each other's hands, and as if their minds were connected as one, they both proposed a secretive marriage. As if it weren't written in the stars, they proposed to each other with one conversation, one that would bind them together forever. Satine knew that they wouldn't have time when they got back to Sundari, but they would need a witness too. Obi-Wan smiled and told her that he could make some time. He could distract Qui-Gon with something. They planned everything out and waited for their pickup. When the time came for their secret marriage, Obi-Wan would distract Qui-Gon with some mission updates from a log. It was a poor distraction because Qui-Gon had been reading these updates for the last several months. Obi-Wan just had no clue. So he skimmed over them again and realized he already read everything in them. When he finished, he realized his student was gone, and started looking for him. Master Jin would come across a student and the Duchess on a balcony with a Mandalorian official, one that was very close to Satine's father, someone she trusted with her life, and someone who wouldn't tell anyone of this binding. Qui-Gon watched with a smile on his face as the student and the Duchess bound themselves to one another for life. His smile radiated from the window, before he looked down and back over to them, before walking back to the ship and grabbing the log Obi-Wan so desperately wanted him to read. Kenobi and Kryze were one, a relationship recognized by both newlyweds. Obi-Wan and Satine only had a few more minutes to themselves on the balcony, where they would simply hold each other, not wanting to let go. But the time had to come, no matter how much they didn't want for it to come. It did eventually come, and they said their formal goodbyes. Obi-Wan followed his master into their shuttle, and they departed from the system. Qui-Gon never said a word about what he saw. To him, it wasn't a big deal, and he was supportive of Obi-Wan breaking the status quo. Finally, his student could be like him and Dooku, though they still need to work at a time when Obi-Wan and Dooku could meet each other. While the secret marriage to Satine wouldn't change Obi-Wan's fundamental values as a Jedi, he did start to see flaws with the Jedi Code, and appreciate Qui-Gon's own interpretation of the code itself. Especially how Qui-Gon regarded the path of the Jedi. He chose the Jedi because they were the light. There were a lot of fallacies, and once Obi-Wan opened himself to them, he couldn't unsee their failures as a collective order. This allowed his relationship with Qui-Gon to become more balanced. There were less conflicts and less arguments about Qui-Gon's distrust of the Jedi Council. Initially, Obi-Wan feared that his master could get in trouble with the Council. After the Mandalore mission, he believed that Qui-Gon was right to go against the Council, especially in a manner to do what was best. The change Qui-Gon saw was exactly why he wanted to give Obi-Wan the reins and allow him to enjoy the relationship without his presence or influence. Kenobi changed almost overnight because he was allowed to express his emotions more openly. Qui-Gon was always open with Obi-Wan, but once Kenobi introduced Satine to his weekly life, he became a lot more attached to what made him human. Due to the distance, time zones, and busy schedules of both Duchess of Mandalore and Jedi Padawan, they had a hard time keeping in contact with each other. But they made sure there was always an open slot for them during the week. If they were lucky, they got the chance to talk 1 to 3 times a week. Unlucky weeks were when they never spoke to each other, simply due to misaligning schedules. This did hurt both of them emotionally, but they both trusted each other. There were no feelings or fears of insincerity. It was a strong and firm bond, but Qui-Gon could tell that the distance was harming the student. So Master Jin made sure he could visit Mandalore with his student for a quote-unquote follow-up mission. Jedi didn't do this, but Qui-Gon didn't. This continued to strengthen the bond between master and apprentice. Qui-Gon made sure the two of them got a week together. He went to Mandalore to investigate potential threats that could have stayed hidden after their departure, which meant Obi-Wan was guarding the Duchess in her palace and Qui-Gon was looking for nothing. He still looked, but he wasn't really under the belief that he would find anything. This week was everything the two of them needed. They could catch up and spend time together, spending pretty much every second of every day together until it was time for them to depart. They left with an open hug in front of everyone, which no one really batted an eye to. Not that they thought there was a relationship, aside from the advisor and Qui-Gon, but the fact that they were just close friends. The next several years of their lives would be very similar. It was difficult, but the two of them always found new ways to express their care for each other. Sometimes it would be flowers delivered to the Palace of Sundari, or the Jedi Temple, addressed to each other with secret admirers and so forth. Ways to make sure the relationship was both in open but secret. Because truthfully, as long as Obi-Wan quote-unquote didn't know who this secret admirer was, then who cares? Obi-Wan really emulated Qui-Gon as he grew into a man, and even due to this, became a Jedi Knight early. Qui-Gon was worried that Obi-Wan's tightness with the code would hold him back, so when he learned to let go of that attachment, ironically, Qui-Gon believed he was ready for his trials. Despite Kenobi becoming a Jedi Knight at 23, their lives would be relatively similar. Obi-Wan had the freedom to return to Mandalore from time to time, which was nice for him, but nothing substantial would be different for him. Qui-Gon would ask Obi-Wan to join him when he was sent to the blockade of Naboo. Qui-Gon would have asked Dooku, but he wasn't inside the temple when it happened. Sadly, Dooku was talking with Sidious when Qui-Gon began the mission. It would be a costly mistake that Dooku did not accompany his student. Qui-Gon, despite Obi-Wan being a Jedi Knight, would fall victim to the Sith assassin on Naboo. It would be Obi-Wan who finished the job, and it would be Kenobi who promised to take care of the training for Skywalker. The loss of his master was devastating, and it would be very challenging for the young Jedi to overcome. But as was his promise to Qui-Gon, he would immediately oversee the training of Anakin Skywalker. Due to his closeness with Satine, he was able to inform her about Qui-Gon's death. She was equally as devastated, but as Obi-Wan was there for her when her father's close friend died, she'd be there for Obi-Wan. Both of them lost mentors at an early age, and it would be through solidarity with each other that they'd find strength. Though as things had been for the last several years, they would have to return to their weekly calls in absence from each other's lives. The Jedi Council had no worries when it came to Obi-Wan training Anakin. The reason for this is because Obi-Wan never showed signs of being anything like Qui-Gon. This was for a number of reasons, but it was mostly because Qui-Gon took up most of the brunt of everything. Obi-Wan always agreed with his master, especially after their first mission to Mandalore, but Obi-Wan was still regarded as the struggling student from his younger days, the Jedi who persevered and was beyond loyal to the code. This was also in part to how Kenobi carried himself. He wasn't nearly as radical as Dooku, but he sat between Qui-Gon and Dooku in their spectrum of disagreements with the Council and the Code. But Obi-Wan was negotiable. He saw the fallacies but realized how simple it was to fix them. He just never spoke up, because as a Padawan and even a Knight, it wasn't his place to. Anakin initially had struggles with Jedi instruction. He wasn't exactly welcomed and he felt insecure initially. Obi-Wan didn't really notice this, partially because Anakin hid his feelings from his instructor, mostly to him trusting Qui-Gon more than Obi-Wan. The other reason Kenobi didn't notice is because he didn't think this would happen. He got picked on when he was little, but that's because he was the worst in his class. Obi-Wan persevered and figured that the kid who won a literal pod race would too, if it ever happened. Though after a couple months worth of Jedi training and growing out his new beard and hair, Obi-Wan caught wind of the changes. He saw Anakin getting picked on and stepped in. He called out the bullies for their erratic behavior and informed their instructor so that fair punishments could be given to them. This is why the Council never assumed Obi-Wan changed. His actions were in line with the Code. His rhetoric reflected that of a Council Master. Kenobi, after the incident, would formally request to pull a student from basic training. The Council wanted to know why, and Obi-Wan informed them that it wasn't a suitable learning environment for Anakin. The negative connotation his student might have with his peers could stint his growth as a Jedi. Kenobi wanted to get his student away from the temple for a little while, and the Council wanted to know where. Obi-Wan suggested Concordia or Mandalore. He had his own most growth during his early years as a student on those planets. Plus, it might help Anakin get more accustomed to an advanced society. The Council looked to each other and Master Windu sanctioned it, believing that it'd be a good way to bring the boy into their way of life. It was jarring going from Tatooine to Coruscant. Being inside of Sundari would allow Skywalker time to grapple with the differences in societal tone, as well as how to handle not being around crime lords, slavers, and pirates. They could also work individually on his Force skills, so it'd be good for Anakin to catch up on his basic classes before moving to the next stages of its training. Who knows, maybe Anakin could get advanced placement when he came back. The Council responded well to Obi-Wan's tone and negotiation, allowing the two Jedi to go to Mandalore. Anakin was a little beaten down by everything that led up to this moment, but his master's attitude changed that for him. Anakin was a little more excitable because Obi-Wan was giddy with excitement and joy. The two of them were able to continue building their bond with each other as they traveled to Mandalore. Obi-Wan never told the full story, but he did give Anakin insight into what Satine was like and the fact that they were friends. Skywalker was now excited. His expectations were not misplaced when they arrived. The Duchess walked out with her escort and greeted her good friend, Ben Kenobi. She also greeted the young Anakin Skywalker, someone she was very delighted to meet and see. Despite the beauty of Coruscant, Sundari was enchanting. It was the capital of a once war-torn society, one that was once almost reduced to ash. Seeing it in all of its glory was inspiring. Due to Anakin connecting to the Force, he could almost feel the weight of the history here. While Sundari didn't see the worst of the war, the pain left behind was felt. Satine had done a lot of work in the past 7 years as Duchess of Mandalore. There'd be a state dinner for the 2 Jedi guests, and once Anakin went to sleep inside the royal palace, Obi-Wan and Satine were able to spend time together, which was much needed for the two of them. While Obi-Wan did want to spend all of his time with Satine, she was still Duchess, and she was very busy. He was also very busy himself, and he didn't want to let on to the secret relationship he had with her. Anakin was oblivious to it, as most kids are when adults say things with subtle hints or double entendres. The training for Anakin would be very beneficial. Obi-Wan learned a lot from Qui-Gon, and he took the best of Master Jin's instructions and that of the Jedi Order. Obi-Wan still hurt because of Qui-Gon's death, but he was able to handle the tragedy of his master's death by teaching Qui-Gon's best lessons to Anakin. It made everything come full circle for the new Jedi Master. They spent about a month on Mandalore before leaving, which had Anakin feeling a bit sad about the departure. But there was something very important to their presence. Anakin was able to confide in Satine when Obi-Wan was sleeping or doing any number of things. What Satine learned was the horrid nature of the Outer Rim, things that Obi-Wan never saw because he never went into Mos Espa. The revelation disgusted Satine, and she promised Anakin that by the time they visited Mandalore next, his mother would be freed. This warmed Anakin's heart, as he left his older politician friend. Satine was someone that Anakin felt he could look up to. Her story inspired him in many ways, and she expressed proudness for his accomplishments. Anakin would ask Obi-Wan about going back to Mandalore a number of times during their trip through hyperspace, which he was very pleased with, promising that one day they could go back and be with the Duchess. When Anakin returned to the temple, he was put into the advanced classes, just as his master suggested. Their training in solitude on Mandalore provided an adequate training ground for the young Jedi. He was able to experience the Force openly and connect to it through a teacher solely focused on him. Anakin's development continued as he started to develop friendships with his peers, which strengthened his belief in the Jedi teachings. Obi-Wan would also keep him updated on everything regarding movement of slaves in the Outer Rim and any news regarding his mother. It was very challenging for Satine. She rebuilt her society from the ground up, and she formed connections with numerous systems and worlds around the galaxy. Prior to her leadership, the galaxy traded with Mandalore, but only very skittishly. They weren't known for being reliable, and following the Civil War, they lost all their trade partners. Mandalore was sitting on an island alone, with no one to help them. Satine was able to restructure old alliances and build off her father's success as a leader, and then heighten Mandalore's success with her own twist. It's part of the reason why she delved so deeply into pacifism. It saved her people from starvation and a total depression, which would have curb-stomped their society following the Civil War. Satine was able to rally support, credits, and supplies to push for a relief effort into the Outer Rim. Without backing from the Republic, due to stinginess from Palpatine, Satine was forced to work alone on this. She almost got Dooku to bite, but he was playing Palpatine's game. It was really sad too. This was the type of thing that Dooku left the Jedi Order behind for. But because of Palpatine, he couldn't ally himself with someone like Satine. This movement was referred to as a Neutral Systems Coalition, though it wasn't meant to look like it was against the Republic. The Republic itself didn't really like it, but Satine didn't care. Her focus was on helping the people of the Outer Rim. The issue is, the crime syndicates weren't going to just hand over their slaves, and the Neutral Systems didn't want a war. As a way to avoid all-out war with the crime families, many slaves were bought with either credits or supplies that the Neutral Systems had in transition or extra of. Some people really didn't like this, but the message, especially from Satine, was to remember what Mandalore once was. They were nothing, on the brink of total economic collapse and starvation. Without allies, they wouldn't be prosperous. She just wished she knew about this earlier. While it was decent, she and her allies weren't satisfied when they freed 80% of slaves in the Outer Rim. They wished they could free more, but the crime families weren't budging. They didn't like that they lost their slaves. Sure, the credits were good, but slaves were cheap labor. Perhaps their obsession with credits and supplies sold them out, which was true. Among the slaves bought and brought to Mandalore was Shmi Skywalker. It took a long time to get these people registered in the civilized galaxy, but once Satine learned she had Anakin's mother, she contacted Obi-Wan immediately. Within days, they were able to come back so mother and son could reunite. It was so special for Satine and Obi-Wan to see. Anakin viewed them almost like mother and father in the absence of Shmi, and now he had his real mom back. This didn't mean that neither Obi-Wan or Satine would lose their importance. It was just a matter of Shmi being his mom. Over the years, when Anakin was 16, they'd returned to Mandalore, though this time for trouble on Concordia. It turned out that there were potential rebels forming. This wasn't confirmed, but some Mandalorians didn't agree with Satine's approach to the slaves issue. One of these individuals made such a big fuss that it caught the attention of the Royal Guard. They weren't able to capture him, but they trailed him and broke off when he arrived at Governor Vizsla's home on Concordia. Young Skywalker and Master Kenobi were sent in to investigate. They didn't think it'd be much, and truthfully, they weren't far off. The Mandalorians on Concordia weren't a large movement. They called themselves Death Watch, and it was Obi-Wan and Anakin who discovered them. The two Jedi went undercover for 3 days, studying the movements of Pre Vizsla, who had no clue they were there. This was completely covert, even though Satine didn't want to do it like that. None of her advisors knew about it. The only people who knew were Satine, Obi-Wan, Anakin, and Shmi, just because Anakin visited her. Obi-Wan led Anakin in, who followed his master's command to a T. Due to their dynamic, there were no power struggles between the two of them. Anakin's ego did flare up, but it was quickly put to rest before getting too out of control. They moved through an abandoned mining shaft, keeping their distance from the two guards who were in there. Anakin looked to Obi-Wan. As they made eye contact, they simply gave out directions. Quickly, Anakin took the high ground and jumped up, as Obi-Wan snuck up behind one of the guards and wrapped his arm around his neck. Anakin dropped down, doing the same, until both guards were unconscious. Skywalker and Kenobi moved to an elevator shaft that took them up to an overlook after they hid the bodies. When they got up there, they found the camp of rebel Mandalorians. Anakin looked at Obi-Wan and asked if they should call for reinforcements. Kenobi smiled with a grin, asking Anakin if he thought they needed them. Skywalker pulled his lightsaber without igniting it and nodded his head. Kenobi did the same. The Jedi moved from their perch down the side of the rock formation that this camp was built under. They kept their eyes peeled for any signs of Pre Vizsla. Obi-Wan was under the impression that Pre had bad intentions for Mandalore. Anakin spotted Pre walk out of what appeared to be the main tent. There were probably 30 or 40 Mandalorians in this camp. Anakin wasn't sure if they were going to be killing or knocking out these traitors, but that question answered itself when a Mandalorian returned via jetpack and saw the two intruders sneaking around. He called out the Jedi, and they looked back. As the Mandalorian dropped the rocket, Obi-Wan shoved Anakin back and used the Force to propel the rocket back into the Mandalorian trooper, who exploded. Kenobi looked over with a little smile as he waved at the Mandalorians looking at him. He ignited his lightsaber, as did Skywalker. This might prove to be troublesome. They ran down into the camp to avoid taking fire from every direction. Kenobi and Skywalker slid down and cut the first 3 Mandalorians down. It wasn't with ease, but they did it. Their blades moved quickly to defend blaster bolts back at their targets. Due to the Beskar, the Mandos were hard to knock out, but not all of them were wearing Mandalorian armor, due to it being dusk. Anakin and Obi-Wan split up, bouncing through tents and taking down more Mandalorians as they did. It wasn't easy, but they were able to make work of their opponent's unpreparedness. Skywalker pulled the same trick Obi-Wan did by throwing a rocket back into the lap of a half dozen Mandalorians, before Pre Vizsla attacked Kenobi with the darksaber. Anakin could hear the clashing of lightsabers, never having seen the darksaber before. He came around the corner to see 14 Mandalorians gathered up. Others were chasing after Skywalker or running away, seeing how this was a lost cause. Obi-Wan defended himself from Pre, blocking all of his strikes and avoiding him when he used his jetpack to gain an advantage. Kenobi could see how this was playing out. Pre wouldn't take a straight fight, so Kenobi evened the odds by using the Force to drag him out of the sky and launch him into his friends, sending his jetpack off into a collection of other Mandalorians, unlucky enough to meet the fires of this explosion. Skywalker slammed his blade into Beskar, not making a dent, before being backhanded in the face. He used the Force to throw someone into a wall, before someone jumped on his back, and he used their arm to drag them off, throwing them to the ground, before decapitating another. Skywalker prepared the jab down, then he was kicked in the shin and his leg bent awkwardly, before the Mandalorian under him kicked him in the abdomen. Obi-Wan was back to fighting with Pre. He could see Anakin from the corner of his eye as he spun around Vizsla and kicked him in the back. He watched Anakin kick the helmet off a Mandalorian he was fighting, revealing the face of Bo-Katan. He knew Satine would never forgive him if Bo was killed. Obi-Wan yelled out the word "don't" as Anakin tried to kill her. He looked over as she whacked him in the head. Obi-Wan used the Force to shove Pre to the ground, calling out and telling Anakin that was Satine's sister. Anakin looked at Bo, who didn't really care for the sentiment, as she threw a fist into his chest. Anakin pulled a beam off the tent and dragged it under her legs and swept him out from under her, as he pulled his blade around with the Force and held it, cutting down a few other Mandalorians coming to fight him. Obi-Wan slid back before driving his blade into Pre's shin and avoiding his hit, before sweeping his blade through the open patch under his arm, killing Vizsla immediately. Due to Kenobi being a Jedi, these other Mandalorians weren't going to just accept him as their new ruler, especially if he was bringing the blade back to Satine. So the fight became a king of the hill for the darksaber. Anakin threw Bo through a tent with the Force as he ran to Obi-Wan's aid. The two of them were outnumbered, but they had 3 lightsabers and that counted for something. They avoided swings from these broken warriors. Their morale was crushed, especially because these were Jedi. They should have been easier to kill. They fought as hard as they could until Anakin and Obi-Wan cut every last one of them down. As they finished, Obi-Wan asked where Satine's sister was, and Anakin shrugged his shoulders, before Obi-Wan lifted his own arm and stopped her from slamming a branch into Anakin's head. She was very angry, but there was time for anger later. They had to return to Sundari. Anakin was told to look after Bo, and make sure she didn't break free, which she was fine with. She had hand restraints and she was getting ready to pounce like a Nexu. Anakin was slightly unnerved by it, but he patiently waited out their trip back to Sundari. Everything would be explained to Satine, and the royal guard would go to pick up the pieces and make sure everyone was properly buried. Obi-Wan handed the darksaber over to her, which they would keep in secret. No reason to reveal the weapon to the public. Not that they would chase after it, but there was no reason to make it available to anyone. It was a piece of history that represented a legacy of suffering for their people. As for Bo, the reunion between sisters wasn't pleasant. Bo was the younger sister, and she wasn't fond of Satine's rule. There were some things that Bo didn't understand about her sister's leadership, and this lack of understanding created a divide in their relationship, which was a true travesty. Satine didn't want Bo to be punished, but for the time being, she was going to be kept locked away. Obi-Wan extended their mission time, because they actually had an issue to maintain. The Council never really cared. Was it a little odd that Obi-Wan went to Mandalore so frequently? Yeah. But he was Obi-Wan, and his student was just like him. Kenobi proved the Council wrong, but that's because he taught Anakin how to articulate things in a way the Council would be pleased with. A little give, a little take. So the Council didn't really care what Kenobi did, because he was the best of them in their eyes. While Obi-Wan was preparing to join the Royal Guard on Concordia, Satine asked Anakin to join her. She knew breaking this rebellious streak out of Bo would be difficult. Perhaps it'd be good to have a friend closer to her age. One that technically shouldn't have any loyalties to Mandalore. It was kind of a setup, but Satine was hopeful Bo and Anakin could begin a friendship, one that would help Bo come back around. Their introduction was by beating up each other inside of the Death Watch camp. Their second introduction was still a little hostile, but more formal. It gave Anakin and Bo more equal ground to work with. Skywalker was a little on edge about this, especially after their trip here from Concordia, but he gave it a shot. The following month on Mandalore would be very similar. Kenobi would bounce between Sundari and Concordia to hunt down any more loyalists of Death Watch, or any of the other more violent tribes. It was revealed through their search that Pre Vizsla had a manifesto written, one that exposed him for who he really was. Meanwhile, Anakin was getting to know Bo through a neutral environment, one without anyone watching, and one where they weren't bashing each other's heads into things. It really helped them with their communication. Due to how everything transpired in Anakin's life, he had a healthy connection to relationships that were functional. Not that he was seeing stars in his eyes, but Bo-Katan was pretty in his opinion, and he was willing to see where that went. It was a slow burn for Anakin. Maybe he had a concussion, maybe he actually felt something. All that was known is that by the end of their month on Mandalore, Bo was much calmer, and she wasn't really ready to let go of Anakin. He, similar to his master nearly 2 decades before, wasn't ready to leave. When the Jedi departed from Mandalore, Anakin would ask Obi-Wan a number of questions. He still hadn't caught on to the fact that Obi-Wan and Satine were married, simply because he was so used to seeing them act the way they did. But as he asked questions about the emotions he was feeling, he started to put things together, like a 4D puzzle. Anakin started to question if this entire time Obi-Wan and Satine were together. Part of him felt like that would be kind of wrong of Kenobi, like he was bringing Anakin out to Mandalore solely to be with his partner, but that was never true, and Anakin knew that. It was because of his own relationship with Satine that he was put off by Palpatine lurking over his shoulder every other week. It was because of Mandalore that he was able to return to the temple and enter the advanced classes and even make friends. It was because of Satine that he got his mother back. And then Anakin came up with the courage to ask the question, were Obi-Wan and Satine together? Kenobi had always been open with Anakin. Didn't matter what it was. He was always transparent with the student. So when Anakin asked the question, he was kind of blindsided by it, but he responded honestly and with sincerity. He informed Anakin that they were secretly married, but he made sure Anakin knew that this secret marriage was not why he kept going back to Mandalore. Anakin didn't care even if it was the truth, because he wasn't even getting the short end of the stick. Every time he went to Mandalore, he grew more as an individual, but it was very nice to know that he wasn't a second thought for Obi-Wan. The revelation of this marriage helped their conversation become a lot less awkward, and it let Anakin loosen up more. He did have some genuine feelings of attraction towards Bo, but she was a bit older than him. There were some instances where he felt those feelings inside the Jedi Temple, but he wasn't sure what to do about them. Obi-Wan made it clear to Anakin that he should trust his gut, approach these emotions with delicacy. It wouldn't be easy in his position, because unlike Obi-Wan and Satine, Anakin wasn't forced to be away with someone for an entire year, but Obi-Wan said if Anakin felt like there was a spark, he'd make sure Anakin got more time on Mandalore, with or without him, just so he could follow his heart and see what came from it. Skywalker was grateful for this, but he did want Obi-Wan to come with him, so that he at the very least could spend time with Satine. The relationship between master and apprentice was always strong, but it hadn't ever been this strong. The next 3 years would involve Anakin getting closer with Bo, and the relationship between Obi-Wan and Satine continuing to evolve. Anakin became a Jedi Knight when he was 18, but he and Obi-Wan stayed very close. Then of course, as it tried to divide the bond between Anakin and Bo, Palpatine assigned him to Padme, as Obi-Wan began his hunt to find the Camino system. Anakin's time with Padme would be nostalgic, but he had 3 full years of interacting with Bo and thinking about her when he wasn't on Mandalore, over when was the last time he thought about Padme? It seemed odd to be placed on this mission, and Anakin was continuing to get weirded out by Palpatine. Padme and Anakin didn't really have any flares or romance. They just followed the mission and acted as friends. Padme felt a slight flame, but it was extinguished when Anakin went on a tangent about Bo and their adventures on Mandalore. The beginning of the Clone Wars followed not long after, and on Mandalore, Bo tried to get her sister to join the Republic, but Satine didn't buckle. Palpatine and Dooku pressured her as well, and instead, she decided to go in the opposite direction, pulling her allies together and forming the Neutral Systems Coalition. The Jedi, on the other hand, went straight into combat and fought on behalf of the Republic, which for Anakin and Obi-Wan was troublesome. They wouldn't have time to stop by for visits with their friends and family on Mandalore. It would just be a continual grudge match between the Separatists and the Republic. Early into the war, Anakin was requested to Palpatine's office. He didn't really care for it, but he did as the Chancellor asked. While they were in there, Palpatine started talking about how he believed Anakin would be the greatest of all the Jedi. Palpatine had changed his manipulation strategies over the years, but Anakin was never bluntly honest with him. So Palpatine was always trying to counter Anakin, he just never could. During this day, Anakin was especially stressed out, and he was about to have his call with Bo, and then he was requested to Palpatine's office, so it wasn't like the greatest time ever for Skywalker. He had a new apprentice, was trying to get a grip on that, and he was really looking forward to chatting with Bo. They weren't an actual thing yet, but they were really close, and for Anakin, talking to a non-Jedi friend was very important to him. So taking that away from him, so Palpatine could gloat about Anakin, was really irritating. His relationship with Satine was a very big reason why everything with Palpatine never worked for him. It just wasn't the same. Palpatine felt like a politician, Satine felt like a human, and she felt maternal and caring. During this talk, Anakin accidentally tapped a vase by brushing against it. He caught it and felt its dark aura. He could tell that something wasn't right with it, and after his talk with Palpatine, including missing his call with Bo, he went directly to Mace Windu. The two of them had a much more trusting relationship with each other, mostly because Mace could actually trust Anakin. Skywalker told him of his suspicions, and Mace promised to look into it. The following week, the Jedi would confirm the worst. But instead of acting on it, they wouldn't. Not because they feared taking out Palpatine, but because this meant that Palpatine and Dooku were working together. The Separatists could very easily overwhelm the Republic if they took out Palpatine, so they needed something to work here. Well, new Council member Obi-Wankenobi had an idea. He told them that Dooku and the Separatist leaders had been trying to get Mandalore to join their cause. If they tried really hard, they might be able to sneak onto Mandalore and blindside these leaders. But the issue was General Grievous. He was a loose cannon, and even if the Seppies pulled out of the war, he might not. The Jedi liked the setup. Getting Dooku and the Separatist Council to a meeting room would be challenging, but Satine could do it. Only issue was her protection. The following 4 months would have the Jedi preparing for not just the capture and/or death of Dooku and the Separatist Council, but the destruction of General Grievous, not to mention the quote-unquote disappearance of Palpatine. It was all set in stone. Kenobi, Skywalker, Windu, and Shakti would go to Mandalore. With them would be a group of elite clones. General Grievous was being lured into a fleet battle. He'd been popping Republic medical stations, and he intentionally received a distress signal from one of them. Palpatine was none the wiser. Over the past few months, the Jedi Council ran smearing campaigns against Palpatine, secretly. These kept him from getting support to get emergency powers within the Senate, so this meant Palpatine didn't have extra power to gloat with. On Mandalore, Dooku and the Separatist Council, after weeks of deciding on a plan of approach, arrived. They moved through Sundari and greeted the Duchess and her advisors. they began their discussions. The Viceroy of the Trade Federation tried negotiating some way to bring the Neutral Systems Coalition into the Separatist Alliance. Satine was adamant that Mandalore was full of open territory. They could build factories here, and maybe even construct a shipyard over Concordia. One of her advisors, who was not in on the joke, challenged her. Satine quieted him with a venomous tone, before Bo brought some refreshments in for their guests. Dooku and the CIS leaders had a couple sips, and they got back to business. The conversation went on for a while, but the Jedi moved in patiently. Before they could actually strike, Dooku stood up and thanked Satine for her loyalty to the Separatist movement, before he slipped and slammed his head into the table. The Jedi burst out and ignited their weapons. Obi-Wan moved in front of Satine as the other Separatist leaders fell unconscious, or, as a clone would soon reveal, dead. What no one knew is Anakin and Bo met up before the Separatists got there, and they decided that it'd be funny to poison the CIS leaders, so they did. Because Bo was handing out refreshments, Satine never thought anything of it. Dooku was trying to grab his lightsaber, but he was unable to. The worst part is, Bo didn't have any desire to reveal where the cure was, so Dooku just suffocated. There were some Separatist leaders who didn't drink anything, like Wat Tambor, but he was captured, so no big deal there. At the same time, General Grievous blitzed a Republic medical station, when he was blindsided by 2 fleets. Jedi Masters Tin and Plo jumped short range to defend the station. It was empty anyways, but there was an astromech changing the readouts, so Grievous believed there were thousands of clones inside the station. This blindsiding ripped through his fleet, and the Jedi generals were able to lead bombers into the field of battle to cripple Grievous's flagship, which worked to perfection, eventually leading to his death. On Coruscant, the Jedi had an officially unscheduled stop with Palpatine. Yoda suggested that they do a public event with each other to gather support for the war. It could be a good way to see the Jedi and Chancellor side by side in the public. Yoda was very adamant that he would make sure everything was handled. Palpatine had Mas Amedda go and make arrangements, but the Jedi, thanks to Anakin, knew who else to target. So when the day came, Palpatine just vanished without anyone knowing where he went. The security cameras were bugged, and the Jedi had one of the Senator allies host an event to cover up their tracks. It was a very intense and stressful process, but it went smoothly, as was the flights across the galaxy. It was a little funny. Once the Jedi stopped playing the game and started thinking for themselves and trusting the Force, they became semi-functional. There'd be some unrest following the disappearance of Palpatine, but the Republic rallied, a lot quicker than the Separatists did. The Republic was long established, so they could fall back on trustworthy faces. The CIS couldn't, because it was entirely built around Dooku and was less than 10 years old. They crumbled almost immediately, and this allowed Mina Bonteri to reunite with her friend Padme and begin the peacemaking process. It was long and arduous, but various worlds from around the Neutral Systems pitched in to make this process as seamless as possible. With victory following the months of treaties and discussions, the Jedi were able to return to their status in the galaxy. Here, Obi-Wan and Anakin would open up dialogue again. While it had been kept secret for the last several months, Satine was pregnant, and she was going to have their first kid. Kenobi and she kept up the ruse, especially during the entire political session with Dooku, but by this point it was time for Obi-Wan to make a choice. He was 35. He lived the life he wanted to as a Jedi. Now, in his mind, it was time to live his life as a free person. Anakin was afraid though. He didn't want to be a Jedi without Obi-Wan. His master patted his shoulder and told him that he'd always be here, just like his friend Bo. They weren't going anywhere, and when Anakin felt like his time as a Jedi had run its course, he could return to Mandalore and be at home. Their talk was a bit somber, but it also was semi-rewarding. Anakin now had the thought of bringing Ahsoka to Mandalore, the same way Obi-Wan did with him. Kenobi would renounce his seat and abandon the Jedi Order so he could openly be with Satine, and be there for and with her when the time came for their first kid to be born. Turned out they themselves had twins, so they would name them Ben and Suna. It was a peaceful life on Mandalore. Despite Obi-Wan not being a Jedi, he would take up other forms of work inside the city. He'd become an instructor at the local university. It wasn't easy to become one, but he did it with joy. It was something that just made him happy, while also positively contributing to society. Their openly married life would continue for their lives. Anakin, after finishing Ahsoka's training, would do as Obi-Wan did, by abandoning the Order and joining Bo-Katan in her life, free from the binds of the Jedi Code. They wouldn't stay put on Mandalore like Duchess and Duke Consort. Their lives would be a lot more adventurous. But as two people in their younger 20s, adventure was a great desire. Plus, they had a place to call home, though it was still Princess of Mandalore, as it was. They could go back anytime they wanted. The galaxy around them would shift into a more peaceful era, especially without the curse of the Sith. But their individual lives could only be described as perfect. The Kenobi Kryze twins would grow up with the perfect family around them, and they would be shown how to become leaders when their time eventually came. Bo and Anakin's relationship would mirror Obi-Wan and Satine's, but the big difference is the two of them took a lot longer to get around the tying the knot. But there was no issue with that. Anakin's mom, Satine, Obi-Wan, and their little family were there to support them when the time came, and they're happily ever after on Mandalore. The story begins inside a place between time and space, a location only accessible to those who trust the Force and are guided by its winds. Ezra Bridger found himself wandering the barren paths of space. It was a world between worlds, one where he could see every event transpire, one where he could sense every change in the winds. He could hear voices past, present, and future, from Kanan to Qui-Gon to Kylo Ren. Every moment was unchanged from when he first stepped in here. Little did the young Jedi realize how much he could change by simply being in this realm. As he came across a portal, he saw Ahsoka fighting Darth Vader. It was a tense standoff, and she was about to lose, but she struck the ground in hopes that the Sith Temple would consume her former master. Ezra threw his hands out. Instead of pulling her, she dipped under the strike and away from the lethal blow. Ahsoka turned towards the portal where the Force had just saved her life. But this fight wasn't over yet. She still had to fend off Vader as the former master and apprentice dropped into the temple to finish their duel. Ezra watched with horror, a moment in time having already come and gone. Did he really change anything though? Ahsoka was moved by his hands. Ezra could hear screaming down the walk, and so he turned and ran, wondering who it was. When he came to the portal, it was bursting with light. A Jedi that he couldn't see was holding a purple lightsaber over his face and stopping lightning from coursing over his body. Ezra watched with interest as the Jedi Master lowered his blade, and Ezra saw who it really was. He wasn't familiar with the man, but the look was described by his master. Kanan spoke very highly of Windu, because they were of the same lineage. Ezra came from a line of some of the most incredible Jedi the Order had to offer: Windu, Balaba, Doom, and now Bridger. He watched the moment unfold in front of his eyes, a moment in time that only 3 individuals in the entire galaxy were aware of, a moment that would define the future of said galaxy. Ezra could see Anakin, recognizing him from one of Ahsoka's holocrons, but something was off. He wasn't caring or empathetic. He was vengeful, here to claim triumph or stop victory. It didn't make sense, but he waited, listening as the conversation unfolded, and at the last second, as if everything happened before ever happening, Ezra, on instinct, reached out his hand, throwing Anakin's lightsaber from his belt and pulling Windu through the portal into his own time. The Jedi Master looked around, wondering where he was, and Ezra told him it was a portal of some sort. Mace grabbed his weapon and asked who Ezra was, and it was explained. Mace turned back to see the moment in time he came from vanish. There were some pleasantries that were discussed for a short while, these revolving around how Ezra knew of Mace and what time this was. As Mace learned, it was 18.5 years after he was killed on Coruscant. The Jedi Master wasn't even sure how he felt about these change of events. He believed all is how the Force wills it, but maybe this was indeed the will of the Force. They didn't have a whole lot of time to talk because Palpatine opened up a dark portal so that he could access the world between worlds by using the Jedi. But upon seeing Mace Windu, Sidious felt confusion, rage, and a sense of dread. Mace wanted to charge the portal, but there was so much about this time that he needed to understand before chasing down the Sith Lord and defeating him. The 2 Jedi would use the Force to defend themselves from Palpatine before making their exit. They'd meet up with Hera, Sabine, Zeb, and Chopper as they escaped the excavation site. Due to the aid from Windu, Ezra would be wide awake until they returned to their base on the far side of the planet. There was so much to discuss, much to teach, much to learn. Mace was in a completely different era, because he came from an era in which the Jedi did not lose the war, an era where the Sith were defeated, and one where the Republic was the dominant force in the galaxy. He knew nothing of the fall of the Order, or the death of Anakin Skywalker, or even the creation of the Galactic Empire. It was explained to him, and aside from the obvious concerns, there were some wonders. For example, General Syndulla was just a little girl when he last saw her. It was when he and the Republic liberated Ryloth. She remembered him. So much had changed, and he didn't know how to really grasp any of it. This wave of confusion, shock, and heartbreak would affect him as the following days transpired. During a small skirmish, Mace would be responsible for the death of Ruck, Thrawn's personal assistant. But Mace would also follow Ezra's plans, the ones that would involve the storming of the Imperial facility over Lothal City, and the liberation that followed it. Also, thanks to Ruck's death, Gregor would be able to survive the Battle of the Dome. Mace would see Ezra, the boy who saved him and his Jedi descendant, go to Thrawn as a true Jedi would. Ezra would be responsible for the destruction of the Imperial fleet and the disappearance of Thrawn, all of which coming at a great sacrifice. Ezra was lost, but in the same fashion as his instructor and his teacher before him, and her teacher before her. The Shatterpoint lineage was one of great sacrifice for the greater good. Before Mace was saved, it was his victory over Sidious that would have saved a galaxy from the Empire. It was Depa's sacrifice that saved Kanan so that he may instruct Ezra, and it was Kanan's sacrifice so that Ezra could save Lothal. And now, it was Ezra's sacrifice, in the long line of a great lineage, one that liberated not just Lothal, but showed the galaxy that this alliance wasn't going to buckle to overwhelming odds. It was a message to the patriarch of the lineage that he should go to great lengths to ensure this galaxy was liberated from the curse of the Sith. Mace would have gone the distance, but seeing the young Ezra Bridger do what many of the great Jedi of his era couldn't, inspired him to represent their order with strength. And for Mace, he believed that he owed Ezra a life debt. He was saved by a descendant of his line. It was only right that he bring him back home. Mace understood the importance of this fight, but he also understood that he was a villainized individual. The galaxy saw him as the reason for the creation of the Empire. The Jedi were painted in an untrue narrative, one that he couldn't undo without time. At the moment, it was important for the Alliance to not worry about relics from the past, such as himself. Their fight was one that required unity, and due to Hera having a child on the way, he didn't want her to worry about anything other than her future infant and the Alliance. He would take the makeshift Phantom and go on a search, one in which he would enlist the help of an infamous Jedi droid, Professor Hyang, an individual who had been with their order for 25,000 years. It takes some tracking, but eventually, after a month or so, Mace would track down the professor and his T6 shuttle. Mace knew that to get to another galaxy would be nearly impossible without some help, and it would be even more difficult to get back home. Due to the lack of budget, they were pretty much out of luck. The only thing they could really do is take a Purrgil there, but they usually went to Peridea so they could die. It was the ancient burial ground of their species, so if the Jedi wanted to get back, they'd have to hop in with a herd of Purrgil that weren't dying a galaxy away, which also meant if they got there, they'd also need to make sure they found Ezra and got back in time to get back to the known galaxy. But there was yet again another issue. There was no guarantee that Ezra and Thrawn went to the location of these Purrgil, being that neither Jedi or droid knew where these herds were going. Mace did have an idea though. While Hyang was busy trying to track these space whales, Windu used Ezra's lightsaber crystal to try and connect with him. It was a very taxing process, but through a series of days and meditation, Mace would be able to connect with Ezra by using his crystal. The connection was weak, much weaker than Dathomiri witch magic would be, but it was just enough for Windu to get enough information from Ezra. This being that Ezra saw the planet come up on the ship's scanners as called as Peridea, and he recalled seeing dead Purrgil before making his escape to the surface and away from the fleet. Before Ezra and Mace lost connection to the Force, he told the Jedi Master he was with a people that called themselves the Nadi. The following events would be very strenuous, but they would involve the Jedi using the Purrgil to get to Peridea, Mace using Ezra's crystal to hone in on his position, grab Ezra while being chased by a bundle of TIE fighters, and then getting into a Purrgil at the last second before jumping back into hyperspace. They didn't know where they'd end up, but after copious of hours of waiting, they'd arrive outside the moon of Atar. During this trip through hyperspace, Mace would catch up with Ezra on all the events that led to him finding him. They'd talk a lot and catch up on things that Mace wasn't familiar with. Professor Hyang had filled Mace in during their trip to Peridea, but Ezra had some more personal anecdotes, especially about Kanan and what Ezra knew of Depa's passing, as well as Order 66, Luminar Unduli, and some other things that Hyang wasn't aware of, one of those being the discovery of Ben Kenobi on Tatooine. These were simply things that they didn't have time to discuss while they were on Lothal. During their trip through hyperspace, during a light-hearted conversation, both Ezra and Mace were hit with a terrible sense of dread, as if millions of voices cried out in fear or terror and then were silenced. Something terrible had happened. When they arrived at the moon of Atar, they had to find their way back to the rebels, and thankfully, Hera gave them the coordinates. Not to mention, Ezra was familiar with where Yavin was. With Mace's life debt semi-complete, he was ready to return to the war effort and aid the rebellion in defeating the Empire. When they got to Yavin, everything had changed. There was a debris field orbiting the planet, and the Jedi were to learn that the Death Star was destroyed by a young pilot, one flying an X-Wing for the very first time. Despite the celebration that followed, there wouldn't be much time for lollygagging around. The Alliance needed to beat it before the Empire returned with a vengeance. In the chaos, Ezra would give his lightsaber back to Sabine, believing that she would find her spark soon enough. Thanks to Ezra's return, the Ghost crew would be put back together almost entirely. Sabine would also learn what Ezra meant when he told her that he was counting on her. Ezra would craft a new lightsaber for himself, one keeping its emerald tone, simply due to his position in life at the moment. The hilt itself resembled that of his master's. The Alliance would relocate to another place of operations in a hidden location. For the time being, it would be on Crate. Due to its location in the Outer Rim, it was secure. It was one of those many locations the Alliance used that went undiscovered by the Empire. Here on Crate, the Alliance would set up camp and continue their heavy recruitment. The victory over Yavin and the destruction of the Death Star resulted in several new members coming to their aid. These freedom fighters wouldn't be brought straight to Crate. Instead, they would operate in the frontline environments. Mace would be a part of these operations. While he had no intention to break up the Ghost Squad, he believed that there was so much more training Ezra needed. Kanan had done a fine and terrific job, especially because he only received 3 years of informal training due to the war. But someone like Mace could give Ezra the instructions necessary to bring him to his full potential. And while Hera didn't want to lose Ezra, Windu promised, similar to the promises he made to Cham Syndulla during the Clone War, that he would protect Ezra. Hera knew she could trust the Jedi Master, as he never lied to her. Despite Ezra going off with Windu, the bond in the Ghost Crew never changed. Ezra and Mace would search for other freedom fighters and lead them against impure regiments and bases. For stormtroopers, this was nightmarish. Ezra was already an exceptional talent, but they were now facing one of the deadliest Jedi to grace the last 100 years of galactic history. Mace was looking for Sidious, and the Sith Lord sent elite troopers to track him down. Luckily, these elite members of the Imperial military wouldn't ever stand a chance. It'd be during these few months following the Battle of Yavin that Ezra would continue his training with Mace. They learned each other's styles, and Mace very quickly adjusted. While he didn't change his teaching style, he understood that this was a different era, one where survival trumped the Jedi Code, and that was something he believed was necessary. His quick and decisive change in teaching style allowed Ezra to catch up really quickly, and then expand upon his already established talents. As the two Jedi continued their work in the front lines, Mace would begin the rebirth of the Jedi Order. Because he and Ezra didn't stay grounded at Crate, they discover other Jedi lost amongst the stars. While there weren't many, they were there. Among the discovered were Reva and Cal Kestis. Cal had a family with Marin, and Reva was doing as the Jedi had before her, establish the hope for the hopeless in the galaxy. The path for former Jedi was difficult, and those who became Inquisitors either died for something they truly didn't understand, or they fell back into the light. Mace's acquisition of these new allies would be an inspiration for him to be a mentor for more than just Ezra. As he had come to suspect, the pilot from the Battle of Yavin was related to Skywalker, more than related but directly tied to Anakin. Mace didn't know of Vader being Anakin simply because those who knew were dead or Sidious. Ezra wasn't familiar with Anakin enough to recognize that he was Vader. All he knew is Anakin struck Windu at some point prior to Mace being pulled from the moment in time. And Ahsoka never said who he actually was. The information of Vader being Anakin would be revealed to Windu through Reva. This left Mace with a difficult decision: protect and train Skywalker or fear him as the Council of Old did. It would be through his decision to train Luke that he would learn of Leia's equal sensitivity. Not knowing that they were siblings, but knowing that they were almost two halves to a whole was interesting. Mace knew that to instruct these new Jedi, he couldn't ground them. He would give them instructions and allow them to continue on their own respective journeys. They would, for example, commit to 1 or 2 lessons on Crate. Then Leia and Luke would join Han and Chewie for some missions, while Cal and Marin stayed on Crate, and Reva joined Ezra for a mission or whatnot. The scenarios varied consistently, and Mace never stayed put. But it was through these new instructions that a new Jedi Order was born. Ezra and Mace were the closest out of the bunch, mostly because they saved each other, and of course they were the Shatterpoint lineage. This was a really weird time for the former Master of the Jedi Order, but he stuck to himself. He trusted the Force, and he allowed it to be his guide. His focus was on protecting the interests of the Jedi while standing up for the Alliance. He never stayed close to the Alliance forces because Palpatine was actively hunting him. Sidious sent special units to his recent locations, and he always made an effort to find the Jedi Master who escaped the world between worlds. While Palpatine was now aware of the Skywalker boy, he feared the one Jedi who beat him. Mace was still in his prime. Sidious was 20 years removed from having ever used a lightsaber. He was training tirelessly now to prepare for this encounter, but Windu was like a nightmare to him, someone who never felt too close, but never far away enough for comfort. Mace and Ezra at one point would be visited by the ghost of Ben Kenobi while they were on Crate, a Jedi that would direct them to Dagobah, which is where they went, instead of Huyang's T6. When they arrived, they found an old and decrepit Yoda, one who had given up his hope and became nothing more than a hermit, one consumed by his greatest failure. 900 years worth of lessons sitting bottled up in the bottom of a swamp. It was here, where perhaps for the first time in his life, Mace questioned the Jedi Order and their existence. He learned the truth about Yoda's failures and the survival of Anakin, who was now Darth Vader. There was so much more to unravel, but at the end of everything, it was Mace's fight. Yoda was too old to continue the fight himself. It was on Dagobah where Windu wondered if fighting the Empire was even worth his time. His order was gone, and he was meant to bear the weight of a 20-year-old mistake that was never corrected. Yoda had 20 years to strike down the Emperor, and he hesitated. That hesitation led to complacency, and fear and solitude, one forced by his own doubt. When Mace and Ezra left, it'd be the young Jedi who spoke to Windu. Ezra would inspire Mace, as Hera and Kanan did him at the beginning of his journey with the Ghost Crew. Ezra told Mace that he had won. The betrayal of Anakin wasn't his burden, but that perhaps was the greatest burden of the Jedi, to bear the weight that no one could withstand. After Mace's verbal criticisms towards Yoda, he considered fighting for the Alliance and just doing away with the Jedi Order. But his young student reminded him what the Jedi meant to people. They could be so much more than what they were now. Mace realized once more that the best instructors are always willing to learn from their students. Ezra was a bright young Jedi, and Mace had great pride in his student, in his legacy. Depa, Kanan, and Ezra were the best of their former order, and now it was time to make right of the sacrifices of those who came before them. Their return to the fight and to the Alliance would accompany the arrival of new Jedi, ones brought in by the Skywalker twins, Reva, Cal, and Merrin. The new Jedi prospects included Quinlan, Asajj, Barriss, Lin, Omega, and Grogu. Barriss and Asajj had to air out their own feelings with each other, but many of them had struggled with darkness. Barriss had aged significantly because she was the healer. She guided those running from the Empire and gave over her life force to help others on their journey. Sabine was also learning, but she was Sabine. Mandalorians were stubborn, and she was, well, very stubborn. This new order wasn't made up of high M counts, but people willing to learn, and people willing to help, like Asajj. She wanted no part in the Jedi Order, but she was willing to help. As the Alliance shuffled away from Crate and into the Hoth system, Windu would relocate this new Jedi Order to Deveron at the Temple of Edith. It was still in ruins from the Clone Wars skirmish, but it would suffice. It was a temporary location, a staging ground. Mace wanted to instruct, but every member of this order, aside from Grogu, were adults. So similar to before at Crate, Mace would conduct instructions, giving tips and guidance on how to best use their skills to their advantage, and then the Jedi would go out and do as Jedi did. Some of their missions would be mercy missions, or recon, or assaults. Didn't matter. All the Empire knew is they needed their enforcer to crush the Jedi scum. Without the Inquisitors, it meant Vader was up to the challenge. Sidious was wary of allowing Lord Vader to face off against Windu, but he would take his chances. He was on edge. Similar to how the Empire reacted to Windu, they did with all these other Jedi, but it never got them anywhere. With the Alliance growing, every time the Empire cracked down on a system where the Jedi were, they were hit by unrest. The people didn't bend to the system of oppression, they stood against it. That's what the Jedi meant. They fought their oppressors and they won. Not every time, not even with heavy-handed victories, but they proved a message, one that showed Sidious and Vader that no matter where they went, they would never escape the people, because no matter how large the military or their super weapons, they would never represent more than the collective people of the galaxy. When the Jedi were out on these missions, it would be Professor Huyang who would take care of Grogu, and it would be Windu who snuck down to Mustafar to capture Vader. Windu was here to capture the Dark Lord and drag Sidious here so he could kill him too. Vader was in an unsuspecting spot too. He had just returned from a failed mission to find the rebels. Imperial fleets were mere weeks away from locating Hoth, and Vader couldn't find the Jedi, who turned a local system against the Empire. He was fuming, and the last thing he wanted to deal with was, hey, is that a purple lightsaber? Vader, minutes after leaving his shuttle, after a hard day at work, had a house guest. Windu lunged from the ceiling and slammed his blade down on Vader's weapon, throwing him from his feet. Windu spun the lightsaber around and backed up, telling Vader to surrender. It'd make things a lot easier for the two of them. Vader got to his feet, not saying a word and lunging forward. Mace stepped back, parrying the strikes and playing this out. He knew Skywalker was somewhere within the suit, but how much has Skywalker changed in the last 22 years or so? Mace played it safe, using Shatterpoint to draw off the dark side and maneuver his blade around. He parried and defended, getting a feel for his opponent the same way he did Palpatine. Vader believed this was going to be an easy win for him. He held resentment for someone that only wanted one thing from him: to trust him. Vader got impatient, believing he could dominate this fight easily, and Windu allowed him to control the match. Mace picked apart the fighting style, seeing that it was Form 5. It wasn't nearly as athletic as Anakin's, but it was still the same form. Mace saw the weaknesses. Every strike was one more piece of the puzzle. Vader thought he had Windu on the ropes, but the Jedi Master quickly repositioned himself to dominate the duel. Vader shoved his blade down with all of his strength, and the two interlocked, as Vader told Mace that he would pay. Confusing, but Mace slid his blade around, pulling Vader's wrist and slashing his hip. Windu stepped back, distancing himself. Everything was slow and methodical. He just needed to defeat Vader. He wasn't here to kill him. Vader's rage wanted to rise, but that's how Kenobi beat him twice. Windu caught this, seeing that Anakin didn't get angry or frustrated. Mace slowly moved in, jabbing and pulling back. Vader swung heavily, and Mace met him again, before spinning into an aggressive strike, one knocking Vader off his balance and allowing Windu to sever his legs. Vader dropped to the ground, and Mace swung forward, cutting Vader's wrist off, and taking the lightsaber. He tossed the weapon to Luke and Leia, who dropped down from above. They watched the entire duel without intervening. From here, the plan went forward. Mace contacted the Dark Lord of the Sith, telling him that his student was here, waiting for his master to save him. Sidious snarled, informing Windu that he may have won the battle, but his precious Jedi were very soon to be wiped off the face of the galaxy. Because the Jedi expected a Sith trick, they were prepared when 3 Imperial Star Destroyers dropped out of hyperspace. A Rebel task force was prepared, one equipped with Mon Calamari flagships. The only reason the Alliance agreed to this was because General Syndulla led the Blitz. They surprised the Imperials before they could even properly react. Due to the failure to drag cities from Coruscant, the Jedi task force left Mustafar, taking the Ghost and Vader back to the hidden territory. Vader was given proper care, but never control over his other limbs. He was basically just a suit of armor sitting around. Though before the Empire located Echo Base, Mace and Vader would have a heart-to-heart. Mace spoke to Anakin the same way he would have had Anakin been transparent all those years before. Windu just wanted to know why he did it. Anakin said the same reason every individual joins the Sith: the promise of power. He wanted to save the person he cared about, and Mace asked if he did. Vader shook his head. Windu told Anakin that he was truly sorry that this happened to him. Whatever was supposed to happen inside of Palpatine's office may have never happened, but Mace expressed that he'd like to think that Anakin came there to support him. It was the first time he ever truly trusted Anakin. Vader didn't have much to say after that. He was there to stop Mace, and perhaps talking things out would have gotten him further than they did in this time. They continued talking, and Mace asked if he ever regret joining the Empire. Vader again didn't really speak. All that could be heard was his breathing apparatus, just silently suffocating away. Mace nodded his head and stood up, telling him that he'd be under the watchful eye of 2 individuals he should have spent a lifetime with. What Anakin didn't understand is that the farm boy and the Princess of Alderaan were his children. He was just confused because Asajj, Luke, and Leia were watching over him, so he thought maybe Skywalker and Ventress, but he didn't really know. Mace and the twins spoke about it, Reva and Yoda being the ones to reveal the truth to him. The twins told Mace that they would make it apparent to their father when they were comfortable who they were, and Mace thought that was totally fair of them to do. With the Empire now hunting for Vader, the Alliance bought themselves another couple months on Hoth, which they'd used to bounce back to Crate, due to total security the system had. The Empire was closing into Hoth, but the Empire was also losing room in the Outer Rim, making Crate pretty much completely undetectable. Under the watchful eye of the Rebels, Vader would watch Mace gather the Jedi up, one final gathering before they split up to join separate Alliance fleets as they made their push for the core. Mace had about a month to track cities down, and he did, believing he wasn't detected in doing so. However, he was going in alone. At this point, there wasn't another Jedi that could fight off Sidious. Quinlan, Asajj, Barriss, Cal, and Ezra could hold their own. That's not saying much. Lynn, Luke, Leia, Reva, and Omega would probably last a couple minutes. Not saying much. Sabine and Yoda, no-goes, so that left Mace. Also, to the point of Luke and Leia, they weren't fully trained at this point, so, But this was something Mace was okay with. These Jedi had the ability to continue training with each other. They were the one united order, one that had each other. With or without him, they'd be alright. All that mattered was that Sidious was dealt with once and for all. This final lesson was started at dusk, one where each of the Jedi trained together, the lightsabers outlining their silhouettes, all of which dancing harmoniously outside the base on Crate. Grogu watched from Professor Hyang's arms, and Vader's mask reflected the dancing blades of an order reborn. Mace led them in one united session, one that didn't just inspire each of them, but inspired an alliance prepared for their real fight against the Empire. These strikes would be simultaneous, along with the fight Mace would have with Palpatine. Luke and Asajj would stay put with a bundle of rebels and Vader. This was a decision on both of their parts. Asajj still had a bone to pick with Vader, and Luke had intentions to speak with his father openly. Mace would go to the fleet over Naboo, which is where His Excellency waited for him. Rebel fleets around the galaxy would be on a prowl for objectives that would lead them to Coruscant. It was a relatively sound plan. The Alliance knew they couldn't compete with the Empire on a galactic level, but a number of coordinated strikes at the same time could be the way to accomplish it. They just didn't have the numbers to compete in fleet-to-fleet combat. Mace was using an Imperial shuttle with new data codes to land on Palpatine's flagship, and the Jedi Master was dressed as a stormtrooper, something he learned from Ezra. Mace infiltrated the Star Destroyer quickly and moved through the halls under cover. He knew he'd find the Sith Lord. He could sense him. He was so close. As Mace got closer to the Emperor's command deck, battles around the galaxy were beginning. It wasn't just space battles, but uprisings led by the new Jedi and by the new Rebels. Mace entered the bridge, having now removed his stormtrooper outfit. As he walked in, he looked at Sidious, who stood eerily still, before turning back, similar to how he did that first night he lost the fight to Mace. Palpatine grunted, telling Windu that he waited too long to take his life. Mace grinned, igniting his Jedi weapon and telling Palpatine that his patience would have to wait for an eternity. Sidious ignited two lightsabers and lunged across the room. Mace stepped back, feeling this out as he had before. Palpatine wasn't as careful as he was the last time. He was actively trying to win this fight. For Mace, he had to act much quicker than he did with Vader, and much faster than he did with Sidious before, which was for him like 3 years before this. He spun his blade rapidly, fending off each strike from the lightsabers. Windu was so preoccupied he didn't hear Palpatine's Royal Guard preparing their staves and striking at him. Mace felt electricity wash over his back as he held his blade out in front of him, defending him from a nearly fatal strike, and Mace fell to his knees, as he turned back and threw the Royal Guards into the back of the wall and turned to be grazed in the face by Sidious's lightsaber. Mace held a hand over his cheek where he was cut. He looked up at Sidious, who stood over him, prepared to strike him down. Mace told his liege that he couldn't even properly win a battle without assistance. The Sith of old would have frowned upon him for his pathetic lack of strength. Sidious drove his lightsaber forward, and Mace shoved his hand away from his face and scrunched his face up as he used all of his strength to keep the blade away from landing. Sidious looked down in fear as Mace looked up, telling him that the light would always persevere. Mace shoved back and swung his lightsaber up, cutting Palpatine across his robes and watching the Sith Lord fall to his knees. Palpatine's blades dropped to the ground, and he held his face, seeing nothing but white. Mace looked over to the other Imperials as they fled the room, and Mace tilted his blade below Palpatine's chin, telling him that this was the end. The Sith Lord moved to strike, but it got him nowhere. He couldn't see anything, so he rose from the ground and was met with a blow to the jaw. Before Mace could land a strike, he could sense Palpatine's essence leaving. Mace didn't understand, but he stepped back and looked around. The other vessels in the fleet were targeting his ship. This was set up. Palpatine smiled and told Mace the Sith would forever outlive the Jedi of old. Mace, instead of giving in, ran. The Imperial destroyer unloaded all their firepower into a ship with no shields. Mace ran through the corridors as they exploded around him. He knew that the Imperials had evacuated, so he had to try his luck with something a little different. Luckily for him, the Imperials refused to take Palpatine's ship just in case he survived. No one ever understood essence transfer or what it meant, so they kept it for their Emperor in case he needed to escape. Mace would use that ship to get away, one that the Empire thought Palpatine was in until it abandoned Naboo and jumped to hyperspace. As Mace did this, Palpatine's body dropped to the ground and his essence transferred to Exegol, where he would be too early, finding a body that wouldn't sustain life, and needed to be propped up on a medical spike to survive. Palpatine would live until his son went and pulled the plug on him. Palpatine kept Dathan around so that he could go out and produce an offspring, hopefully one with his own powers, but Sidious would never live to find out. While Palpatine was trying to find himself a means to survive before his son cut the power on him, the galaxy changed. The Empire didn't collapse, it was far too vast for that, but these unified strikes hit the Empire hard, especially when it was confirmed that Palpatine was killed over Naboo by his own forces. The morale in the Empire was low, but they had one hope, the second of 3 Death Stars. Mace was relieved to survive the encounter with Sidious, but he knew something felt off. He asked Vader about it when he returned the crate. Anakin wasn't coming back around, but Asajj gave him an earful, which he didn't appreciate, and Luke kind of brought him back down. Good cop, bad cop style, except it wasn't intentional nor rehearsed. It was the shifting of the guard, and Asajj had to go first. Vader was willing to speak about it, but he didn't really know. What he did know is that the Eye of Webbish Bog on Mustafar had secrets of the Sith. Mace patted Vader's shoulder and thanked him before leaving. He would reunite with Cal and Reva before going to Mustafar to collect what he would discover was a Sith Wayfinder. All the while, his other Jedi would be out aiding the rebels gather allies for another push of the core, this time being an undercover mission at Kuat, one aided by the Mandalorians of Clan Ren. It was a joint operation to delay the completion of 2 superstar destroyers, and it would stop a number of important supplies from being sent to the Endor sector. As Alliance forces under the leadership of Commander Ren, Lin, Quinlan, and Omega struck at the largest Imperial shipyard in the galaxy, Mace, Cal, and Reva would make their way across the galaxy in Huyang's T6 shuttle, while using a Sith Wayfinder to get to Exegol. When they arrived, they found a complete desolate landscape. With Sidious gone and Vader teetering away from the Sith path, similar to how Dooku did, their religion was left to perish. The Sith Eternal were gone, their shops, laboratories, and shipyards were barren. The 3 Jedi wandered into the desolate lands. Reva and Cal hadn't felt such darkness since Order 66, a darkness, aside from the Empire, that Mace had never felt before. They eventually found Sidious's dead body, limp and detached from a crane. The life support was pulled out. Mace noted that it was done intentionally, and the Jedi scoured the facilities, eventually finding the heir to an evil throne that no longer stood, a child that, like the clones from Kamino, had no Force sensitivity. Only extremely rare cases produced Force-sensitive beings, and Dathan Palpatine was not one of them. They brought the boy with them back to Crate, and then allowed him to go off on his own, though he would be protected by the Jedi in case he ever had himself a child of the Force. The war for the galaxy would stretch on longer than it would have had Palpatine survived his encounter with Windu. Without Palpatine's overconfidence, the Empire would have attempted to win every battle without playing mind games with Jedi and Sith. They were set on maintaining the Empire, which brought public support back into their hands. This also meant that the war itself became a galactic grudge match, one that used the Jedi as signs that the galaxy was at war because of their return, and another that claimed the Jedi were a part of the oppressed and they desired to liberate the galaxy from said oppression. The new Jedi Order of Mace, Quinlan, Barriss, Asajj, Lin, Omega, Sabine, Reva, Ezra, Cal, Luke, and Leia would be pivotal to this fight. Mace's instruction of these Jedi would mirror what it did to Depa. It would advance them in their Jedi careers with delicate acceleration. They didn't become good because they were rushed. They became good because Windu brought out the best in them. Vader remained a prisoner, but his loyalties would shift from the Empire to the Rebellion. This wouldn't mean anything. He was a prisoner, and that was final, at least from Alliance command. The Alliance didn't like the idea of him getting a fair trial, regardless of his loyalties. The Jedi were to forgive, which was the hardest for Reva and Cal specifically, but the rebels were not as forgiving. Vader was a war criminal. He turned a convention into a checklist, and he did that without hesitation. Those were not forgivable offenses to the public, so as the war prolonged and Anakin returned from being Vader, Luke was especially worried about the fate of his father. Leia had a lot to get past, and she truthfully wasn't sure if she would or not. But it was Mace who taught these young minds to do as Luke was able to do, forgive. The scars would always remain, but Jedi must rise above. It was difficult, but that was their purpose. The war with the Empire really helped these struggling Jedi with forgiving Vader. It wasn't automatic, but it allowed them time to handle their past traumas. The war would conclude after another 3 years of combat, and would come crashing down and end over Chandrilia. The Empire by that point had lost Coruscant, and so they took control over the homeworld of Alliance leader Mon Mothma. They hoped it would prevent her from attacking, but she throughout her entire service to the Alliance sacrificed everything to save the galaxy. Mothma would be the one to accept the final surrender treaty from the remnants of the Empire. Due to the Empire not having their leader and falling back onto their contingency orders early, they were left with Moffs bickering for control, turning a unified front into chaos. The Shadow Council was ripped apart by infighting, and hope for saving Thrawn was lost with Morgan Elsbeth and her wishes to save a crumbling empire. With the aid of the Jedi Order, the Alliance would move to control major systems in the galaxy and demilitarize. But with the Jedi Master who lived during the era of the Clone War, he suggested that they demilitarize after generations, not within the first decade. The reach of the Empire was galactic. The New Republic that was to come would need a standing military, one that he informed their council would have the backing of the new Jedi Order. New Chancellor Mon Mothma would take this advice, and it would be the Jedi support that'd keep the New Republic from demilitarizing. But Mace wasn't going to allow his order to get swept into the political arena again. Yoda died a year previously, and Mace believed it was time for real change. The Order moved to Tython to complete their journey. Despite Vader's loyalty shifting to the Alliance, the New Republic would not be forgiving. Alderaan may have been Tarkin's order, but Vader stood by and let it happen. That was just as bad as doing it. Luke would feel resentment for the New Republic, but his sister would encourage that those feelings be put away. The twins' relationship with each other would be the key to reconciling with the fate of their father, understanding why it was done and coming to terms with the reasons it was done. Mace's order would remain in training for the coming years, growing in unison with the New Republic. It would be Mace who encouraged Ezra to continue the legacy and pass on his knowledge to Jacen Syndulla, regardless of him becoming a Jedi or not. Mace realized how important it was for their order to form around new morals and a new code. Without this new code, this Jedi Order wouldn't survive. It would take decades to see change, and with their Grand Master in his mid-50s, he'd be around long enough to instruct the next generation on how to prolong their existence. It'd be thanks to Windu that the Order would continue on further, and with an entire new generation of Jedi in their midlife by the time Mace passed away, the security of the future Order was maintained. It would be poetic in a way, how both the Republic and the Jedi fell, and how at the end of everything, it would be both rising up together in a new era without the scourge of the Sith and the oppression of the Empire. Our story begins inside the Jedi Temple, where Anakin woke up from another dream. It wasn't a nightmare, but it was the third time that he had been woken up during the night. He looked over the time and saw that there would be 6 more hours until the sun actually rose over Coruscant. He slammed his head back down into a pillow and looked at the ceiling. The dream he woke up from was one of him as a Jedi, like he was now, but the Jedi he was resembled the one from his dreams as a boy. As a boy, he envisioned a smuggler-esque Jedi look for him, one where he wore more than just Jedi robes. It was a colorful palette of yellow and blue, similar to his pod racer, and he used a golden lightsaber. It was a wonderful look in his opinion, and he was what a Jedi should be. Anakin twisted over and shut his eyes, hoping to return to the dream. He hated Tatooine, but there was something oddly alluring about the nostalgia he held for it. Not the slavery or the heat or the sand, but there was a feeling he longed for. Perhaps it was what he considered as home. He hadn't yet made himself home inside the temple as it was. He had and he hadn't, but for the most part he had just been existing here, going through the mundane day-to-day life that the Jedi had made their own. Anakin wished for some adventure and blah blah blah, no adventure that, no excitement this. But where was the heart? The Jedi were supposed to be protectors, at least that's what they promoted themselves as. They were the Knights of the Republic, and yet no one saw that. Anakin slammed his pillow over his head and tried to go back to sleep. He was tired, but he longed for more freedom. Then he became more awake. Eventually, he decided he'd just train inside the training room. But as he swung his legs over the bed, he realized he had done that before. Every time something like this happened, he resorted to doing the same thing. It no longer was fulfilling him. Skywalker then had an idea. Perhaps he could... No, that wouldn't be right. It was an idea he had every so often, one that Palpatine encouraged 4 years before. Anakin didn't do it then, but now, instead of leaving on someone else's word, he could do it on his own. Anakin looked over to the side of the room and walked towards the window. He could leave, and he could be what a Jedi was meant to be. The idea of being a Jedi hero was much more alluring to him being stuck here and being a no one. Skywalker eventually got everything he wanted together and grabbed the Jedi shuttle, one of the larger ones, turned off its tracker, and then departed from the temple. Most of Nolan was awake, so they wouldn't find out he had left until the morning. At 17 years old, this was a bit of a scary undertaking, but he believed in his own decision-making. This could be the life he always was destined for. He didn't know where he would go in the Outer Rim, but he considered going to Tatooine first. He had a bone to pick with Watto. However, he thought that perhaps he could do something more. His ideas centered around what it could mean to free the slaves of the Outer Rim. There certainly were a lot of them on Tatooine, but there were more slaves on Kessel and Zygerria. Instead of going home first, he could do something more. Anakin really liked the idea of going to one of these planets and starting a revolution. He didn't want to just free his mom, but he wanted to free all the slaves. His adolescent mind found brilliance in this. He figured that as a Jedi he could waltz into the spice mines of Kessel, free the slaves, and then move on to other slave rings. Anakin knew that once they were freed, he could lead revolutions across the Outer Rim, one that could save the people from their criminal overlords. When he landed on Kessel, he parked the ship far away from the mines and traversed on foot to the actual location of the mines. When he arrived, he could see thousands of people from across the galaxy marched into their chambers of heat, exhaustion, and suffering. Anakin's anger grew. He couldn't stand for what he was looking at. This was atrocious. He made his way down from the overlook and got to the ground level. As he started looking for the command station, he was jumped by a couple of guards. He defended himself by cutting through them, but the gunshots alerted the rest of the facility. Skywalker ran through, passing by slaves, looking for a way to turn off all their locks. He knew that simply breaking them could cause electrocution, something that could kill them if it was turned on. They watched as he sped past them, a horde of guards surrounding him. As Skywalker stopped to defend himself, he was blasted in the face with a pike, one that knocked him out completely. When he woke up, he had chains over his hands and a welt on his face. Standing over him were a couple of the Syndicate leaders, overseeing the operation. They called him Jedi Scum, as they told him that he'd be working in this mines until the day he died. All of these slaves would watch their hope die, through simply watching the mighty Jedi fall victim to their power. Skywalker lunged at the leader before he was captured with a light whip, one wrapping around his neck and dragging him to the ground. A visible wound of heat showed up before it was deactivated, and he was forced to work with everyone else. As Anakin was put to work, he saw that all of his looking for freedom was in vain. It got him nothing and nowhere. Now he was stuck with no aid, no allies, and once again, a slave. It was a 180 in terms of lifestyle, but also in terms of what he expected to come from this. Anakin didn't want to be a slave again, he wanted to free the slaves. What made this experience worse was the looks of disdain he got from the other slaves. They looked at him as if he was a monster. Some of the physically larger ones would walk into him or shove him to the ground, calling him a Force faker or a Jedi fool. All of his excitement to free these people now in vain. As he was put to work, he ended up next to a Zygerrian man. Skywalker hated this more than anything. Those wretched people all deserved to be inmates of their own system. The Zygerrian was the most peppy out of everyone. His uniform was clean, for the most part, and he seemed very optimistic at the least. He walked over and helped Skywalker off the ground, after having been shoved over again. The man told Anakin to not let this get to his head. Slaves always picked on the new kid on the block. It was in their nature. Skywalker could tell something was off, but he thanked him. The Zygerrian nodded his head, and joyfully got back to work. Anakin picked up his tool and followed in sync with him. The Zygerrian man asked for Anakin's name, and it was told. Skywalker asked for his name, and he told Anakin that his name was Caesar. Skywalker was confused about how or why he would be in the mines. Caesar laughed. He told Anakin that he had a bit too loud of a voice back home. He didn't fundamentally disagree with the idea of slavery. Truthfully, Caesar believed it was a necessary institution. It built his people. He just believed that the Zygerrians were a bit too cruel with it. So he spoke out, and the Queen sent him here. Caesar believed it was a valuable lesson to learn. He expressed that in a couple weeks he'd be shipped off and head back home. This was simply supposed to be a lesson for him, according to the Queen. Anakin asked how long he'd been here, and it was only a month. How odd. Anakin got to work with the crack of a light whip behind him. As the hours turned to days, Anakin was no longer the new kid on the block, and he could focus on how to escape. He didn't make any friends, and quite a few of the slaves told him to sleep with one eye open. If he wasn't careful, he might wake up without an eye or a leg or an arm, because what use was a slave that couldn't work? Just a good way to get a Jedi executed for leaving them to rot in the Outer Rim for so long. Anakin's only friend was someone he, in a way, absolutely hated. Caesar was pretentious as he was ignorant. Most of the slaves left him alone because he minded his own business, but talking with him was a different story. Like Anakin, Caesar came from this upper-class world. Zygerria and Coruscant were far removed from the scummy landscape of Kessel. He spoke to Anakin like these animals in the mines with them were less than sentient, suggesting that if Anakin didn't have his Jedi teachings, he would see them as lesser beings rather than worth his time. Skywalker tried to get his only ally to forget about Zygerria, but Caesar was fiercely loyal to his way of life. He now understood why the Zygerians were such cruel owners, and he wished to repent before the Queen. The trouble for Anakin is that, despite the other slaves leaving him alone, they didn't want to talk to him. They saw him as lesser. Even though he was trying to help them, he clearly wanted some self-fulfilling prophecy to be fulfilled. He wasn't here for them. If he was, he would have come with other allies. Skywalker's hope was at rock bottom, and he started to realize that if he wanted any chance of making a slave rebellion start, he needed to be the anchor. His only ally, or the only person that actually spoke to him, started to lose his own hope too. Caesar was supposed to be freed from Castle 2 months and 2 weeks after his conviction, but it had been 2 months and 3 weeks. He tried speaking to the guards, but they didn't care for his excuses. He tried getting in touch with the owners, but they didn't care for what a lowly slave had to say. He was expendable, and clearly the Queen thought he was too. Caesar was so hopeful that he could return home and embrace his people's way of life, but that was no longer the case. He became a mute, which for Anakin meant that he no longer had anyone to talk to. Skywalker had been here on Castle for an entire month by this point. The Jedi were looking for him, but they wouldn't ever anticipate him coming to Kessel or even going back to the Outer Rim. Obi-Wan was restlessly searching for Skywalker as Quinlan and Ayla aided Kenobi in the search, but they were starting to lose hope that they'd ever find him. Without Caesar, Anakin sat in his own mind, slaving away in the mines for 12 hours a day, with little food and a very sore body. He continued looking for a way out of this predicament, but everywhere he looked, it felt hopeless. Anakin then calmed himself. The best way to get a rebellion going was to find allies. He needed people that had been here to join him. The only issue is, the person who technically led all the slaves was a Trandoshan beast, a massive 550-pound lizard that towered even over the other Wookiees in the tunnels. He had a full name, but he went by Ort. He was a very nasty creature, and Anakin had to figure out a way to get him on his side. Anakin initially started with trying to give him rations, but Ort just took and never said thank you. If the Jedi wanted to gain allies, he needed to earn them through something more than giving food. Skywalker, after going a full 24 hours without eating, decided that he was done with trying to play a Jedi's game. If he wanted allies, he needed to fight this Trandoshan and beat him in a fight. But realistically, what was Anakin supposed to do against a monster like Ort? Only one way to find out. Caesar was still mute by this point. He didn't want to speak, and he lost all desire to say anything. Regardless of the betrayal of Caesar, Anakin one day was working in the mines and saw Ort walking past his station, and slid his foot out in front of him. The Trandoshan wasn't paying attention, and he slipped over Anakin's foot. He slammed into the ground and turned around hissing, demanding to know who did it. Skywalker stepped forward, asking if there was a problem. The Trandoshan got back to his feet and stood up, sliding his shoulders back and buffing up his chest to make him appear even larger than he already was. Anakin asked what the issue was, and the Trandoshan told him to think about what he was doing. This wouldn't end well for him. Skywalker grinned and stepped up again, paling in comparison to the massive lizard. The guards watched. If Skywalker died, they wouldn't have to worry about it. If he lived, then he'd be punished. The guards didn't care for what Ort did. He was actually liked for a slave. Because Anakin didn't stand down, Ort came forward, swinging his massive hands. Skywalker ducked out of the way and threw his hands at the block, but he was thrown backwards. The swings were powerful and they surged with energy. Anakin avoided where he could, but he needed to strike back. Anakin noted that Ort had a bandage on his thigh from a burn. He slammed his leg out and clipped it, which made Ort angrier. Anakin slid away, but Ort's reach was unlike anyone else's, as he grabbed Anakin by the back of the collar and pulled him before smashing him in the face. Anakin fell backwards before being grabbed and hoisted into the air. Anakin looked down as he squirmed, like a bug in Ort's hands. The Trandoshan asked if he had any last words, and Skywalker smiled, asking if he liked spice before throwing a handful into Ort's eyes. He dropped Skywalker, and Anakin threw his hands forward and released a wave of the Force upon impact, tossing Ort backwards. The guards were pleased with the fight so far, but once Anakin started winning, they had no intention of letting him finish Ort. The best part about this move is that most of the slaves by this point had forgotten that Skywalker was a Jedi. They just saw Anakin hit Ort, and the power behind his hit threw Ort off his feet. Skywalker saw the guards coming and used his skills to avoid one before grabbing his staff and throwing it into another's neck. Ort looked over and saw Anakin fighting off the guards. He then realized that perhaps the fight wasn't for him, but to get the guards to come closer. Most of the guards usually use a shock collar on everyone, just to get people to cooperate, but in circumstances of fights, they would just try to immobilize the individual that won, so they wouldn't have to shut down the entire assembly line of workers. Skywalker avoided and fought back before a stun round was fired into him and it clobbered him in the back. The leader of the operation walked out and told everyone to get back to work or they'd be made into examples. Ort looked down and watched the guards drag Anakin through the dirt. Skywalker wouldn't be seen for a week, as he was put into the hot box. It was a punishment system to kill or demoralize an individual. The hot box is exactly what it sounded like. It was a tiny room with miniature vents, smaller than a loth cat's eye, and placed next to the Inferno room, so it heated up really quickly. Actually, it was always hot. Inmates were given a little bit of water daily. If the slave consumed too much water too quick, they'd die. Skywalker would suffer for the week and be forced to return to labor once it was finished. But there was a benefit to his survival. Caesar was once again speaking, because he and Ort had started speaking. Ort wasn't usually one for games, but when he realized that Anakin wasn't trying to fight him, rather use him to get the guards into the action, he thought it was a brilliant play. He didn't realize that this was never the actual intention, but Ort didn't need to know that. The other slaves respected Anakin's grit. Most of them had seen Ort kill slaves in a fight when he first arrived. Ort showed up and he was picked on by a group of Wookiees. He fought all three and killed all three of them with his bare hands. It's why the Wookiees were separated from him, because he could kill them without much of a struggle. After the incident, Ort became feared, and it was that fear that elicited loyalty. Now it was semi-transferred to Anakin, because he technically won the fight. When he returned, Caesar was very optimistic. He told Anakin that he was very hopeful that he would survive the fight. Now that he had, it felt like maybe there was some hope. Caesar was also very apologetic for cutting him off before. As he explained, it was very disheartening when he realized that once he wasn't on Zygeria, he was no longer one of them. He went from being a member of society to an expendable piece of hardware. The burden of becoming such was a hard thing to grasp, and so he was apologetic for avoiding Anakin for so long. But Anakin was understanding. The two of them had spoken before. Aside from being a Jedi, Caesar knew Anakin was once a slave when he was a boy. The conditions on Tatooine were never this bad, but now there were whispers of trying to escape. In the slave barracks, these ideas would be explored more. Anakin and Ort would shake on their fight. This wasn't Anakin conceding. He still technically won the fight, and the only reason Ort shook on it was because he believed there were other motives. Anakin knew he could screw Ort out of this, but he needed the muscle. To have someone as big as him in his corner was invaluable. Ort was only willing to ally so he could get out of this wretched place. He'd been here for 3 whole years. But Ort, along with some other longtime members, knew some key locations to set the escape at. They just needed proper planning. They'd have to wait until a new waves of slaves were transported in. With every new batch, the system would reset, but only for 20 seconds. The only reason is the owners would place new collars on their new products and then reset the system so it included all the new frequencies. Anakin suggested that they needed to divide this up. They couldn't get caught short-handed. Ort liked where his head was at, but the system was specifically designed so that other units in the mines couldn't communicate. When they made their push, they needed to hope that the other batches would too. If not, they were in this alone. However, this operation couldn't be done overnight. Ort said they needed months of planning, and they needed to be sure they had everything set. So that's what happened. Anakin, Ort, and Caesar became the figureheads of this little resistance, and once they decided on when to make their move, Caesar and Ort made requests to transfer to other units in the mines. This would allow them to have about a week or so to prepare everything for the next move. They'd be able to rally 2 more units to their side before the actual rebellion began. Anakin was 18 and a half at this point. He had spent 9 months inside the spice mines of Kessel. The Jedi had given up their search, aside from Obi-Wan, and Skywalker was preparing to lead one of the biggest slave revolutions ever seen on Kessel. As the day came closer, the tension inside the mines were higher than ever before. There were some issues leading up to it, like members that wanted to inform the guards something was coming, but they were killed. And then the day came. Like a rising storm, it started with separate fights between slaves across the work line. Then the guards came to stop it, and as they did, they would take it down. They didn't have much time because the guards could inform command that something was happening, but there were no cameras to visually confirm that the guards had been taken down. The few slaves that took out the guards stole their uniforms and made a break for the command room. The reason they wore the guard uniforms is so they could blend in. Skywalker and a number of other disguised slaves ran through the corridors, running past actual guards who saw the commotion and chased after them. They essentially said that there'd be a break-in at the comms and they needed reinforcements. The other guards followed, but once they got to the command room, they were turned on, cut down, and Skywalker broke through the doors. His allies chased in after him, and they started tearing everything apart. As they were doing this, Anakin saw his lightsaber hanging in the commander's office, where he pulled it down and continued forward. As they were in the command room, they spotted Ort taking charge in one section of the mine, with Caesar and his unit doing the same in another section. The new slaves were also joining in the fun. The best part about Kessel is their methods were so cruel that they didn't need a surplus of guards, so once the revolt started, there was no slowing it down. Anakin told his group to continue taking down the command room. He would gather with Ort and Caesar. As he ran from the room, he ignited his weapon and cut down a couple guards on the way out. He eventually reunited with his allies and they fought off the remaining guards, taking their blasters, staves, or anything else they might have before killing them all. There were no prisoners, and Anakin faced a light whip enough times to forget about the Jedi Code. As they continued forward, they were able to rout the remaining guardsmen and kill anyone else who didn't get a chance to escape. Kessel had fallen. The spice mines were offline, and to ensure no one would ever return to enslave people and force them to work here, the slaves prepared an ignition switch that would melt the mines. Using 2 Gazanti cruisers, the ones that transported the new batches here, the rebels broke themselves up. Once they won, and before they melted the reactor of the mines, Anakin got up before everyone, Ort and Caesar on his sides, and told them all that they had won the battle, but there was a war that could be won. He wasn't much for rousing words, but if they wanted to continue fighting the fight, then he'd be honored if they would join him as they went to their next location to free more slaves like themselves. His entire motivation was to ending the crime syndicate's grip on the people of the Outer Rim. They could win this together. Surprisingly, to Anakin, more than half of the newly freed slaves were willing to continue this fight, to sacrifice themselves so there was a chance for their brothers and sisters across the Outer Rim to have a shot at freedom. Anakin, Ort, and Caesar spoke quietly amongst each other about their next target, and despite sounding biased, Caesar wanted to target Zygeria. It was a slave empire. If they were set on starting a slave rebellion, then they needed to go to the heart of slavery in the galaxy. If they could wipe out the Zygerians, then they could potentially rally more to their side. Also, as Caesar indicated, Zygeria was the furthest separated from the Hutts, Black Suns, and Pikes. Taking them down would be a lot easier than any of the other ones, because they were at the very least closer with each other. Anakin turned to Ort, and he said that they could rally together a raiding party of Trandoshans that were opposed to the slave trade. He knew a bunch of them that liked hunting for sport, but there were those who disagreed with the fundamentals of the trade, and on top of that, there were those that were loyal to Ort and would follow him if they ever got the chance to do so, even if it meant going to Zygeria. The trio entered the ship and it was lifted off from the surface, and as they moved through the atmosphere, the mines were detonated and destroyed for good. A plan was hatched before they ever got anywhere near Zygeria. Caesar, being the only individual in the entire rebellion to actually be from Zygeria, knew the layout and the best way to achieve victory. They had a bunch of colonies outside the main planet, but without support from the capital, those colonies would have to submit. Their power grid was reliant on support from their leadership. He suggested if they wanted to strike at the Zygerians, they needed to kill the queen. Since there were so many of them, they could act fast. But there was also one little issue. The people of Zygeria were all like him. They all supported slavery to some degree. There were of course the few who had their issues with the cruelty of it, but for the most part they were content with slavery. The practice built their empire, so if they wanted to lead a successful rebellion on Zygeria, they needed to have someone ready to stand in place of the queen. Caesar did suggest himself for this, but he said he would likely die if he did it. The chances are, people would turn against him once the rebellion quieted down, but he was willing to take that sacrifice. As long as the people didn't have to suffer the way they had in the minds of Kessel, then he would do it. The other two wouldn't get in his way if that's what he wanted to do. Throughout their trip through hyperspace, they diverged a plan. It was a basic seizure of the city. The former slaves would go in on chains. Anakin and Caesar would lead them to the royal palace, and they would capture it. Everything inside the capital ran to the palace. It was a sound plan, and they acted on it immediately. The sequence followed as such. The rebels were put in the chains, and they landed. They were marched out and brought into the royal palace. Anakin acting on behalf of Jabba, and this being a gift from Tatooine. No one knew about the rebellion on Kessel, so they would be able to operate without suspicion. Once they got into the palace, the shackles were dropped, and the rebellion commenced again. Luckily, on Zygeria, there were a lot more weapons to choose from, so hundreds of slaves from Kessel took over the entire palace within the span of an hour. Caesar and Ort took the throne room, while Anakin led the rest of the ground assault. Ort's Trandoshan reinforcements came in like an undertaker, and ripped the Zygerian guards to shreds. Their elite hunting skills were far too much for measly guards of the palace. There wasn't anything the Zygerians could do but besiege their own temple. Caesar and the Queen went before the people and he gave them an ultimatum: free the slaves or she would perish. The guards didn't care, they wanted to secure their empire. The holdout from the guards would last longer than anticipated. Anakin, Caesar, and Ort would have to resort to doing nighttime raids on guards, barracks, and outposts. The siege turned into a month-long fiasco, where the Zygerians refused to give up an inch. The key to the success of the rebels was a move made by their leaders. Anakin, Ort, and Caesar took an elite group of Trandoshans and other slaves to a Zygerian colony, where they would blindside their leadership, wiping it out entirely. It'd be here that Anakin would meet a Twi'lek slave named Maya Val. She didn't care much for him upon first meeting, aside from being grateful for their freedom. But the slaves at this colony were used as bartering tools during the siege, so up until their actual freedom, they saw the slave rebellion on Zygeria as ineffective. The rest of the crime families were well aware of the rebellion at this point, but none of them were willing to help the Zygerians. Their collapse would aid their own expansion, so let the Zygerian Empire fall again, and allow the rebels to continue growing. It gave the other syndicates time to prepare for what was surely to come. Regardless, the slaves from the colony were discreetly transported back to the capital, and when dawn rose, they attacked. The guards that had been holding the city were attacked on two sides, one from the palace and one from outside their gates. It was a slaughter, but it was one led for freedom of all sentience in the Outer Rim. The battle itself, the one that had been building for a month, ended in under an hour. With victory came more questions. Their fighting force had gone from hundreds holding a palace to thousands in control of a fallen empire. Caesar wanted to continue fighting the good fight with his allies, but he knew that there was nothing he could do. If he stayed with Anakin and Ort, his people could revert back to their old ways, and due to the siege drawing out for more than a month, the people, especially those like Caesar, were willing to try a new method. The Jedi destroyed their empire by taking away their slaves. Now their slaves had done the same to them. If they could be put onto life support by simply losing one attribute of their empire, then perhaps it was time for something new. Caesar would take the mantle and try and fix a broken system. He did wish his friends a farewell, believing that he would die before the next time he saw them. This led the slave rebellion, now in the thousands, to the next largest population, which was on Tatooine. Anakin had his personal concerns about attacking Tatooine. He didn't want his mother to be harmed in the crossfire, so he went to the planet to quote-unquote scout out everything before the battle started. He was able to track down his mother, kill Watto, and find her at the Lars homestead. Due to him being there, he was able to protect her from an attack made by the Tusken Raiders, one that highlighted not just the beginning of a siege on Tatooine and Jabba the Hutt, but the beginning of the Clone Wars. Warring with Jabba wouldn't be the same as the previous battle. Jabba was a Hutt, and they would fight until the bitter end. He had the full backing of Nal Hutta, so he would continue supporting this war effort. Skywalker and Ort knew that if they didn't make their fight more marketable, then they would lose. Luckily, they knew just how to do it. The fight with the crime lords would lose them profit, but inversely, the rebels could steal and/or capitalize off of said profits if they won. So if people joined this rebellion, then they could earn credits. It was no secret the crime families had all the money in the Outer Rim. But if they were ousted from power, then who got that money? The people. That was the message Skywalker and Ort were spreading. With the Clone Wars on the rise, it'd be the perfect way to add fuel to the fire. The criminal organizations would be looking for alliances with the CIS or the Republic. Why give them a chance to screw over the citizens again and again? Due to the Hutts fortifying Jabba, he had a full military force protecting him, and this showed the rebels that the Hutts were actually scared. They knew they had a losing fight, and they knew there were more slaves and the lower class people than there were of them. All it took was a spark, and it would all burn. Despite Skywalker's rebellion finding home on Tatooine, they didn't make any strikes. They learned the layout and made their alliances. Ort was the biggest contributor to this. There were new leaders within this unit that were able to add to their allies, but the war would give people more inspiration to join. The rebellion started on Tatooine when a transport was bombed, killing a couple dozen Hutt guardsmen. The rest of the war for the planet would consist of guerrilla warfare. Despite the general group of slaves not knowing the territory all that well, there were people willing to join the fight on behalf of the rebellion to aid them. People that knew the layout better than the guards from Nal Hutta or other Hutt territories. These people could tell that Jabba was getting antsy. He was afraid, and a fearful daimyo made for an exciting target. The 3 major cities across Tatooine began rising up. As the war for Tatooine continued, Skywalker and Ort received news from Caesar on Zygerria. The people had given up on the slave trade. Their empire had been badly damaged by supporting something that didn't support them. They won. He'd be sending reinforcements to Tatooine by the end of the rotation. This was much needed news, because at the moment, despite using guerrilla tactics, the Hutts were coming back harder than ever before. They purchased weapons from the CIS and even struck up a deal with Dooku to defend their territory. As a result, the CIS got access to some of Jabba's hyperspace lanes. However, Dooku wasn't going to send them a full army. He gave them supplies to support his cause. So Jabba ended up getting a handful of tanks, 3 units of droidekas, 1 division of B2s, and 3 divisions of B1s, which didn't sound like a lot, but it was more than enough. This immediately brought the rebellion to a standstill. Skywalker and his unit were leading most of the attacks, and they were pinned down. It'd be during this battle that he'd once again see Maya, the woman he saw from the Zygerrian colony. She wasn't the leader of her unit, but she stuck to the rebellion and was contributing as a third in command of her unit. Her unit's counterattack saved a faulty assault, one that was strategically sound but countered by superior numbers and artillery. Across the city, as Anakin and Maya were getting familiar with each other in a battle against a division of B1s and tanks operated by Hutt allies, Ort was able to lead a successful attack on a Hutt armory and barracks. The Hutt troopers were killed, while their armory was raided. Ort continued forward to establish a foothold deeper into the city. The battle for Tatooine initially would have been finished in about a month and a half, but due to reinforcements from the Separatists, it continued on for another 4 months. Dooku continued sprinkling supplies over Jabba, not because he didn't have enough, but because he believed that if the slaves won, they wouldn't tell him no anyways. It didn't matter to him. Dooku was simply playing Jabba until his time ran out. The rebels continued pushing and pushing, but they continued to hit gridlock. Due to having survived and fought against the droids and her assaults, Maya was included in Skywalker's inner circle. With Caesar returning, that now made 4 of them. She made a point, one that suggested, if the Hutts were pouring their resources into Tatooine, then what would say stop the rebels from attacking Nal Hutta and blindsiding their leadership? Ort was a little concerned with this. He liked the idea, but if they attacked and destroyed Nal Hutta, what would happen to the Hutt allies? No one knew. Before the Hutts took control, the Nile had control over everything. If the bubble burst, would the Black Sun and Pikes unite to take them down? Caesar had an idea for that actually. He knew that they could politically play the Pikes into an alliance with Zygerria, one that would keep them from the war temporarily. Caesar had a really strong connection with the new government on Zygerria, so he could get it to work. At the same time, Ort would continue his ground operations here on Tatooine, since he was the most successful out of the 4. Maya and Anakin would take a unit to Nal Hutta to blindside the Hutt clan. If they could isolate Jabba, then all he'd have is 0, and that'd make them easier pickings. There were also some smugglers that had connections on Coruscant, ones that could be used for wiping out 0 if need be. This rebellion was continuing to mount up, but if they truly wanted to have a successful war against their crime lords, then they needed to take down their leadership, so they split up. Caesar returned to Zygerria to turn the Pikes against the other crime lords, as Skywalker and Maya went to Nal Hutta to kill the Hutt leadership. They would first find and kill Mama the Hutt, the matriarch of some of the most powerful Hutt leaders, including Jabba, Rhoda, Gorga, 0, and Ebor. Maya had a real bone to pick with Mama the Hutt, so as they snuck into her abode, she stole Anakin's lightsaber and drove it through Mama's chest, and then started slashing and swiping away. Anakin had to pull her off the dead Hutt because she wouldn't stop. There was a past that Maya hadn't revealed to anyone about how she ended up in that Zygerrian colony, but her mother was enslaved, and Maya was born on Zygerria. She had never known a life of freedom, and she was 20 years old. The last few months since the fall of the Zygerrian Empire were her only few months of freedom in her life. She almost died on that colony too. If it weren't for the fall of the Queen, she would have died of starvation. Regardless, they had to continue going. With Mama dead, the rest of the Hutts were next. The rebels moved across the swamps and snuck into the small capital of Nal Hutta. It was nothing but a town. The people were all reliant on the Hutts, and once they were gone, this society would crumble. The rebels actually felt a little bad about this, but without these monsters gone, they wouldn't have a chance to win this war. Anakin and Maya led the rest of the group into the back entrance and they split up, Maya taking one half and Skywalker taking the other. They moved quickly through the facility, cutting down Gamorrean guards and doing away with any other trouble, such as bounty hunters. As they were going through, a massive explosion could be heard, and Skywalker's unit ran as fast as they could to the source of the explosion. When they came around the corner to the meeting room for the Hutts, it was blown to pieces, and Maya stepped out from around the corner with a pistol in her hands before turning to the side and blasting it twice, killing 2 guards running their way. Anakin looked at her, as her eyes came back to him. He smiled, telling her that she missed one. His lightsaber ignited and he walked over to one of the vile slugs crawling away from the fire before Skywalker cut it down. Once he returned, she told him that she left him one behind on purpose. The unit abandoned Al Hutta and they made their way back for Tatooine. Instead of Jabba's palace, Ort was making his own moves. He set a blaze on the outskirts of town, one that had smoke plumes covering the moons. Ort was mimicking Skywalker and Maya's mission. He knew at any moment Jabba would be informed of the death of his rotten family. The Trandoshan moved with his unit as they crawled to the building. The squad split up entirely, each member entirely alone. They took down guards with their hands and quietly executed anyone they saw. Ort used his massive size to pick up Gamorrean guards and break their backs before sliding into Jabba's throne room, where he was surrounded by his closest allies. Bounty hunters of all the kind, just waiting for their chance to get a good payment from Jabba. Ort told all of them that they had one chance to live or die. Jabba's family was dead, and they had no funding. The bounty hunters looked to each other, and before they could make a decision, a communication came through, informing Jabba that his family was indeed dead, slaughtered on Al Hutta. The bounty hunters realized they had been played, but Ort had no intention of actually allowing their scum to remain alive. His squad dropped their bombs throughout the throne room, and the entire chamber was blown to hell. Those who survived were executed. To serve the Hutts was to serve the devil, and therefore unforgivable. As Skywalker returned, he learned that the battle for Tatooine had been won. To make things better, thanks to a technical member of his unit, they transferred every ounce of credits that the Hutts possessed into their accounts. They had had enough funding to truly wage war on the Outer Rim and free every slave, and that's what they did. With Caesar manipulating the Pikes out of a formal engagement, Ort, Maya, and Anakin were able to raise a military to drown the Black Suns. With the Hutts gone and no other support, the Black Suns rallied together their own military, and they decided that they would capture Pike territory and use it in their war against the rebels. What followed was a 3-way war between the rebels, the Black Suns, and the Pikes. It completely disorganized the Outer Rim, which cut off the CIS and the Republic from using their trade routes. While both the CIS and Republic could very easily destroy a fleet or even an army from either one of these organizations, it wouldn't be worth their resources. They avoided the conflict at all costs. From afar, Anakin could watch the Jedi cave in on themselves and become warmongers, which was actually slightly painful for him to see, but he had since moved on from them. His focus was victory for the people of the Outer Rim, the war of which lasting longer than the Clone Wars. Despite Palpatine keeping his eye on the Outer Rim, he never found Skywalker. Anakin had pseudonyms to cover his tracks. This was mostly done for 2 reasons. He didn't want the Jedi coming out here and finding him, and he also didn't want his mother to be targeted. It was just a protection thing. He had a number of other names that people referred to him as. Only those closest to him knew him by Anakin. The Clone Wars would go out with a bang. The death of the Jedi and the death of the Emperor. Apparently, according to rumors, during Order 66, Mace Windu was on Kashyyyk, and afterwards at some point, he returned and killed the Emperor in a lightsaber duel. There were also rumors about the Jedi trying to restart their order on their home world, but no one knew. The Empire was in disarray and the Outer Rim was closing in on order. A main, or the main contributor to the Outer Rim War, lasting for so long, was the resilience of the Black Suns. They refused to lose, and they were really good at drumming up support for their movement. They did this through forcing people to believe they had their best intentions at heart, propaganda that insisted life was better before the rebellions, which was kind of true because it was war. Due to the Black Suns and Pikes wanting the same things, they, about a year into the war, allied up together, and it became a war between empires and people. It was grueling, but it was hard fought and won, with the final victory coming for the people at the Battle of Obadiah. It'd be the first battle in over 5 months that the original leaders would be together. Anakin, Ort, Caesar, and Maya would lead the final charge, the one that completely ended slavery and destroyed both remaining criminal empires in one fell swoop. Due to the empires being destroyed and due to the war, Maul would never turn to the Outer Rim for his support. He instead moved into the Mid-Rim and found little success. His journey would be miserable, but without Jedi or Sith, he'd find his own avenue to call his own. With victory falling over the Outer Rim, Anakin would gift Maya a Calicori as a proposal, knowing that she never had one before. The two of them were obviously in love after fighting a 4-year war with each other. They just wanted to wait till the war was actually won. There was a lot of confusion on how to operate in the Outer Rim after the war came to an end, but the leaders had an idea. They would reunite the Outer Rim into one central emirate. Simply due to having a couple Outer Rim leaders, it was easier to call it the Outer Rim Emirates, until they could decide on how they would move forward in regard to the Empire. They didn't want to unite with something that would betray them, but the Empire seemingly was moving back into a republic. Without Palpatine, there wasn't a sturdy leader that could hold the mantle. As a result, the Outer Rim Emirates kept their distance and gave the Empire 5 years to get themselves together before they'd make a decision on where to go and who to ally with. The whole purpose of this initial setup was to allow the Outer Rim to flourish under the trusted leaders of the rebellion, before dividing up the Emirates into either the Empire or its own confederacy or republic or whatever system they elected to go after. Ort, Caesar, Maya, and Anakin would continue representing the people of the Outer Rim for those 5 years, all of which having some stress. But thanks to the credits secured from the criminal organizations, they were able to pour funds into the Outer Rim, funds that hadn't been seen in over a millennium. The ascension of the Outer Rim was a wake-up call to the Empire, one that suggested if they didn't get themselves together, those savages from the Outer Rim would attack them. The people of the core regarded the people of the Outer Rim as lesser beings, but when the corporations descended into the Outer Rim, because they had a better chance to actually profit, the Empire realized that them being pretentious cost them time and credits. The Emirates would therefore flourish under the leadership of the original 4, and at the end of those 5 years, the Emirates would, by popular demand, keep its distance from the reinstated Republic. What followed were the Emirates dividing up into a parliamentary system, one that would allow for their side of the galaxy to flourish. Anakin and Maya would retire away from political life and relocate to Mara Dun due to its exclusiveness and start their own life. At some point they would leave the isolated planet, but for the time being, they were content with a life they had built for themselves. When they returned to societal life, the Outer Rim had changed greatly, and for the better, and they'd always keep their friends close. But no one in the jurisdiction of the Parliament was more content than Anakin, as he fulfilled the childhood dream of his by flying a yellow lightsaber and freeing the people of the Outer Rim. Our story begins in the lower levels of the capital of the Republic. ARC Trooper Fives was on the run for having attempted to assassinate the Chancellor. Before arriving to the Grand Republic Medical Facility on Coruscant, he was drugged by Kaminoan scientist Nala Se. Fives had no clue, as he was sleeping when it happened, and General Shaak Ti was in the other room of the ship when it happened. When Fives awoke, he was a bit loopy, but even if he wasn't drugged, he would be right for the way he responded to what Palpatine revealed to him. To be an individual responsible for so much carnage wasn't even feasible, and now, here he was. Fives was inside of a warehouse in the lower levels of the city. He was hopeful General Skywalker and Captain Rex could be good friends in such a trying time for him. Tragically, Fives knew the truth. He'd be killed if he was brought back to the Republic, or to the Jedi, or anywhere near Palpatine. He had too much power, and the former ARC Trooper knew it. As he was rummaging through his own mind, he could hear Anakin and Rex arrived. He ducked into cover quickly and awaited for them to get to his little trap. As they moved in position, he turned on the ray shields and trapped them. Skywalker and Rex weren't very happy about it, but Fives needed them to listen. He couldn't be taken back to Nala Se. She did something, and he knew it, but he was too confused at the moment to piece everything together. It made everything look worse, as if the inhibitor chips inside of his head kept him in control. Now that he was drugged and erratic, it looked as if the lack of inhibitor chip caused him to spiral out of control. Anakin and Rex weren't really listening. Well, they were, but they weren't. Anakin was very upset at Fives for not only trying to assassinate the Chancellor, but accused him of being behind some type of terrible plot. He couldn't see past his own attachment to Palpatine, so he was very skeptical and unbelieving of Fives. But he did try and give some alternative solutions. However, they only made Fives more upset. He felt as if everything was going so wrong, like they were only trying to bring him back so he could be executed for treason. As all this was going on, Ahsoka heard the commotion. She saw the Republic shuttle land on the landing dock, and she saw Anakin. Instead of jumping down to say hi, she kept to herself and stayed above their line of sight. She could hear Anakin continuously deny everything Fives was saying, which upset her. Ahsoka wasn't exactly fond of Palpatine for trying her for something she never did. While he wasn't at fault entirely, he didn't try and lessen the sentence for her. Facing death at the age of 16 wasn't her favorite memory as it was. Regardless, she looked down and saw out of the corner of her eye a bundle of Coruscant guardsmen enter from the side door. She knew that this wouldn't go well. Fives was clearly unhealthy, and she was afraid something would happen to him if she did not act. Ahsoka crept down from the beam over the warehouse to a couple of crates. She looked down and saw Fox and his men prepare to jump around the corner and attack Fives. Ahsoka was very familiar with this clone commander. He didn't use stun rounds when he fired at her, he had to be ordered to. She had no doubt that it would be the same thing here. Ahsoka could hear the madness in Fives' voice, but he was concerned about some sort of massive deception. Ahsoka saw her opportunity present itself, and as a bundle of clones ran around the corner, telling Fives to freeze, she leapt down off the crate and landed right in the middle, sending out a burst of energy around her. The clones went flying in the different locations, and she turned around, using the Force to throw the remaining clones in the walls and containers. She turned back, and Fives looked at her cross-eyed, and said Commander Tano in a questioning voice. She looked at Anakin, and then to Rex, before turning to Fives and telling him to come with her. He was afraid to, but she ran up and grabbed his hand, pulling him along, telling him that it wasn't safe for them here. He didn't understand, but she wasn't a threat, and he knew that, so he trusted her Jedi intuition. As she pulled Fives towards an exit, Anakin called out her name, and she stopped, pushing Fives ahead of her before turning back. She locked eyes with her former teacher and didn't break contact, until Commander Fox got up and prepared to shoot her. Ahsoka threw her hands forward and sent him flying into a container, before she looked back to Anakin and turned. He yelled her name, but she had already gone. He hit his hands on the ray shield and it didn't get him anywhere. Ahsoka and Fives continued running away as he asked where they were going. She just pushed her finger to her lips to quiet him, and they continued running through the alleyways. The two of them ran for what felt like hours, but it was to a temporary safe house that she had down here. It wasn't much of a safe house considering it was an abandoned garage, but it was better than nothing. Ahsoka grabbed some water and the last of her rations and handed it to the Fives, telling him to relax. She would keep him safe. He was still very panicked, and the frenzy in his mind had him rambling on and on and on until eventually the drugs did their job and knocked him out. Ahsoka laid Fives on a table and covered him up before going out and checking to make sure they weren't followed. Since they were in the clear, she decided that she'd go out and find him a disguise. There were always drunks in the streets that would trade their articles of clothing for food or credits or smokes. Ahsoka figured out the trade game very quickly, and so she always had a pack of death sticks on her so she could trade for whatever she needed. It wasn't her favorite thing in the galaxy and it hurt her heart, but it was the only way she could survive. She just needed to find a job that would take her in, which she couldn't find any as of yet. On the other side of the city, Anakin and Rex were freed from the ray shield when one of the clones woke up and turned it off. Skywalker was so confused, hurt, and angry. Why didn't she stop? Was she mad at him? Did he do something wrong to her? He just didn't know, and it ate him up. Rex tried to assure him that he didn't do anything wrong. She was probably just nervous or stressed from the trauma of her uncanny exit from the Order. Anakin knew Rex was right, but he didn't want to accept it. He believed he had failed her. Why would she save Fives and no one else? Rex had a hard time with this answer, but Anakin was becoming hostile with Fives. His relationship with the Chancellor clouded his judgment, and Fives was irritated because he knew something. No offense to Anakin, but Rex was willing to believe his brother over someone who had a personal bias towards the Chancellor. He served with Fives for a long time, and it was very unlike him to just snap. Even after Echo died, he wasn't that upset. He obviously was heartbroken, that was his original squad mate, but he didn't become like this. Rex didn't believe that this was a result of Top's death, but something else. Rex wanted to do a deep dive into these inhibitor chips. Luckily, he might have his chance to do that because Anakin was tasked with finding Fives and Ahsoka. However, he wasn't pleased with the terms. Ahsoka would have to be brought in on accounts of treason for attacking Republic troopers and disrupting an ongoing investigation, which already wasn't the best look for her. Anakin was tasked with this because the Council, when the Republic officer in charge, believed that he would be the best individual for finding the culprits. At this point, Admiral Tarkin wasn't on Coruscant, so a young and more vibrant individual was heading everything, which was Admiral Rampart. Skywalker wasn't pleased with the instantaneous accusations against Ahsoka. However, there was one savior. Palpatine informed Anakin that if he could find Fives and bring in the justice, then they wouldn't have to worry about Ahsoka. He'd give her a pass, since he knew how important she was to him. Anakin was so grateful, and he believed this to be a great example of why Palpatine wasn't behind anything or any plots, or whatever it was that Fives was trying to claim he was responsible for. On the other side of this, Darth Sidious sent out his contacts to various bounty hunters from across the galaxy and across the underbelly of the city world. He wanted Ahsoka Tano and clone ARC Trooper 5s executed. He didn't care how it was done. All that mattered was that they were killed. The bounty hunter who brought back their heads would receive millions of credits, enough credits to retire for life. Sidious was willing to fork out the money because this was his entire plan. If Fives revealed anything to the Jedi, then he would be doomed. To add to Palpatine's requests, he gave the exact same command to Commander Fox and the Coruscant Guard, Coruscant Police, and Coruscant Detectives. Ahsoka and Fives were enemies of the Republic. They were attempting to overturn the democracy of their system, and they could not allow it. These people believed their elderly politician because when has a politician ever lied about anything? Inside of the 501st, Rex came up with his own alternative plans. He knew there were troopers with him who fought and served with Ahsoka since Christophsis. They would have undying loyalty towards her. He knew that very soon, he and a good number of his most elite men would be tasked with hunting down Ahsoka and Fives. So to ensure they never found them, he sent Jesse along with a squad of 20 volunteer clones to the lower levels to find and secure her location and safety, along with that of Fives. Rex understood Commander Fox, but he also knew that Fox would take that assault in the warehouse very personally. So to avoid any potential issues with Fox and his men, he wanted to keep everyone separated. His main goal was to protect Ahsoka and Fives. He knew that Fives had something of value, otherwise the Chancellor wouldn't be so focused on it. Something felt awry, and he felt it was his duty to his brothers to help the truth come to light. Down in the lower levels of Coruscant, Fives was waking up in a confused demeanor. He didn't know where he was or why he was here. He didn't even remember Ahsoka finding him, but she was by his side when he woke up. She told him everything she knew, and she gave him some new clothes so he could go incognito. Once she explained everything and realized how calm he was, she could tell that he was originally under some sort of drugged haze. Now that he was clean, he was speaking like the Fives she knew. He told her everything he knew, and he asked that she help him get the information to General Skywalker or Captain Rex or somebody. Ahsoka wasn't exactly on the same page with him. He did understand, but at the same time he didn't. Ahsoka didn't have anything against Anakin, but she wasn't exactly thinking about the Jedi with favorability. This was also an age thing. Due to barely being 17, she was holding a grudge against the Order. Her mindset was, she didn't care what happened to them, while deep down she definitely did care about what came from all of this. On the surface though, she told Fives that she could not help. She was already going to be in trouble enough for fighting off the clones and Commander Fox, because he held a grudge. Fives got up and told her that this was bigger than everything. This was bigger than the war, and it could save the Jedi and the clones from the forces of evil, not just them but the galaxy. Ahsoka leaned back and looked away. She understood where he was coming from, but she could not do it. There was a pull to stay away from the Jedi. In a sense, she was suggesting that even if it was the truth, the Jedi wouldn't believe it. Anakin was the only one who believed her. The entire council turned on her back and acted as if it was the will of the Force that she went through her trial. She told Fives that she was sorry, she truly was, but it was a lost cause, because not even Anakin showed belief in him. If they even survived Fox and the shock troopers, then they'd have to prove to the council something they clearly did not have. Fives shook his head, and he told her that she couldn't be real right now. Shaak Ti was willing to listen to him. If it wasn't for Nala Se drugging him, then they wouldn't have any issues. Ahsoka denied this. Ironically, she was becoming even more Jedi by being reluctant. She continued and told him that as long as he stayed down here, she would protect him, but if he went up to the surface, she couldn't do anything for him. His heart broke, and he looked at her with sincerity and asked what happened to her. She used to be unstoppable. There was nothing that could keep her from achieving victory. Fives got up and looked at the clothes she brought for him, and took them into the other room. When he came back with his disguise, he said that he was leaving her, and she asked why. He told her that as a soldier it was his duty. He needed to say something, even if it got him killed. It was worth the risk to protect his brothers from what happened at the top. Maybe it was because she wasn't there, but if she had seen what happened to his brother, maybe she would understand. He was being semi-hostile with her, truthfully. He was very disappointed. While he of course was grateful for the help originally, he didn't know what to think of the person she had become. There was a depressing aura around her. He could understand that more than she knew. Before anything happened, he told Kix that he needed help, and someone brought shock troopers. Whether it was Anakin, Rex, or Kix, he didn't know. All he knew is someone betrayed him. However, it wasn't going to deter him from doing the right thing. Fives started towards the door and turned back. He apologized that she was thrown from the Order, but the Ahsoka he knew wouldn't ever let a little bit of adversity deter her. Even if she had the entire galaxy against her, she would do what was right for the sake of doing what was right. He frowned before turning his head and slipping out the door while putting a hat over his head. The words hit her with force as she watched Fives vanish from the warehouse. She was kind of upset with him. She didn't want to be called out like that. But there was a reality to his words. He told her a truth she did not want to accept about herself. Ahsoka was conscious enough to know that she had changed drastically since she was forced from the Order, but it was just hard to accept that she had changed that drastically, because that change was negative. She was a shell of her former self. She was living off the bare minimum, and she had no one but herself and her wits. The calmness and tranquility she had as a child soldier didn't compare to the rough exterior and hardened mind she lived with now. Was she pushing Fives away because she was afraid of helping, or was she pushing them away because the thought of change was as scary as the day she walked away from the temple? She had been out here on her own, and she didn't have any friends for months now. Now she had a chance to potentially end the war, and she let it walk out the door. Ahsoka pressed her hands to her face and tore herself apart within her inner monologue. She could not believe she was being so foolish, but could she blame herself? Ahsoka ran forward, slipping out the same door that Fives walked out of. She turned side to side and could not find him, so she called out his name. But here she was again, alone, in the dark, with no one. Down the street, Fives was moving through alleyways, avoiding the lights of the city. He needed to find a means of transportation to the Jedi Temple. It would be difficult. While Ahsoka's little get-up helped him stay relatively undercover, he knew it wouldn't last forever. He searched rigorously for a vessel to take, but the lower levels were much different than anywhere else in the city. Everyone was ready for war. As Fives was walking through an alleyway, he could see a couple of shock troopers interrogating people, trying to see if they'd seen the clone or the former Jedi. No one had, and so the troopers kept moving. Fives felt bad for what he said to Ahsoka. He wasn't wrong, but she was just a kid. There was no reason for him to be so cruel. Maybe there was, but he still felt terrible about the entire thing. That was against who he was as an individual. Now she was being hunted and even more secluded than ever before because of saving him. Fives turned around and ran into someone. The bump tripped Fives and his hat fell off of his head. He didn't realize as he helped up the citizen he knocked over, who said thanks before seeing the tattoo on Fives' forehead, and then called out for the shock troopers that just passed by, telling them he found the culprit. The clones ran back into the alleyway as Fives grabbed his hat and started running. As he ran around the corner, he looked forward and saw more clones coming his way, so he turned around and ran down the other street. As he was doing that, a shot rang out from a building overlooking the street. The shot missed, but some of the clones turned around and started firing on the sharpshooter. Reka Hardeen had taken a job to kill a clone, and now he could kill more. His rifle blasted through a couple Coruscant guardsmen before he targeted Fives again. As Raka was getting closer to killing Fives, he shot another shock trooper. His scope then lined up perfectly with Fives' back, and he pressed his finger along the trigger, and before he could pull the shot, he felt scaly hands wrap around his neck and lift him off the ground. Rako panicked, and then he looked down to Bosk, who told him he had a bone to pick, before tossing Hardeen off the roof to his eventual death. Bosk picked up the little rifle, but it was too late. Fives was gone. The clone ARC trooper bolted around another corner, looking for help. He didn't know the layout of anything around here, so he was actively trying to find a place to lay low. He didn't even know where Ahsoka's safe house was anymore. Fives was able to hide behind a dumpster and wait for his brothers to pass by, before jumping one of them and knocking them out before using the stun gun to shoot the other men. He then set the weapon for kill. The Chancellor really wanted him dead, especially as shock troopers were down here looking for him. Fives continued moving around discreetly until he heard his name whispered from the side. He almost panicked, but he recognized the voice immediately. It was Ahsoka. She pulled him forward and told him that she was sorry. She understood she was wrong, but if they were in this to save the clones and whoever else, she was willing to do the right thing, no matter the sacrifice or the consequence. He smiled, and he told her that he was eternally grateful for her belief. He did ask if she saw the bounty hunter who fired on him. She did. Sadly, she didn't have her lightsabers anymore, so she was pretty much ineffective aside from close-range martial arts. He was fine with that, but it was good to know that she knew he wasn't delusional. Because if Palpatine was really the one behind it, it was clear he was panicked. Ahsoka knew, according to Obi-Wan, Raka Hardeen wasn't a cheap bounty hunter anymore. His prices only skyrocketed after he killed Obi-Wan, and because most bounty hunters didn't pay attention to the Jedi unless there was a bounty, most of them didn't know Obi-Wan didn't actually die. Regardless, Rako had a hefty price tag. Ahsoka told Fives that he must have really wanted him dead. Fives agreed, and they continued forward. At the same time, Jesse and his squad of volunteers found the incapacitated shock troopers, so Jesse called Rex and told him that there was more going on here. He didn't know why, but there were Republic troopers down here looking for Fives, even though the 501st was the only group assigned to this. Rex asked Anakin about it, and he had no clue why that might be the case. From what he understood, the Chancellor assigned him and Rex to find the culprits alone. Rex didn't want to throw accusations around, but he suggested that if there were other troopers looking for Fives, perhaps there was some truth in what was said about the Chancellor. Anakin looked to Rex and thought for a moment. He didn't want to agree, nor accept it, but he wasn't exactly wrong. If there was something Palpatine wanted covered up, then surely he'd have the credits to fund it. But why would he ever lie to him? It seemed uncharacteristic from Palpatine. Rex didn't want to intrude because he knew there was a strong bond between Anakin and Palpatine, but he also wasn't going to deny that Anakin allowed his personal biases to get in the way again. It's exactly why Jesse was tasked with this little plan, but Anakin now had his own issues. Why was Rex assigning his own men to find Fives when they were supposed to be looking for him together? Rex did admit that he overstepped his chain of command, but it seemed like they were going to let Fives just get killed for something that no one but he and Palpatine knew. Rex owed it to his brother to hear him out, and he knew that Fox took things personally. However, Fox would never act out of his jurisdiction, especially not without orders from the Chancellor. The fact that the clones were acting like this, with Palpatine having given Anakin's orders to do it with his own men, told Rex that something was up. Anakin was a little confused, but the reality is, Fox would be pissed about Ahsoka attacking him and helping Fives escape, but Fox would not go down and hunt Fives and Ahsoka unless the Chancellor himself told him to do it. Rex believed that if Fox or his men were seen in the lower levels looking for something, then it was fair to assume that there was foul play at hand. As it seems, there was now foul play, because Jesse very quickly reported that a couple of shock troopers had been taken out from a high-rise, which told the clones something else. There were bounty hunters involved here too, because the clones would not shoot at the ground, and Fives would not kill any of his own men, let alone Ahsoka. She didn't use blasters, and Fives had already proven, based on reports from Camino, that he would not kill his brothers. Anakin was still a bit neglectful of the whole idea, that there was foul play from Palpatine, but Rex had evidence to disprove his negligence. Only time would tell what would come from this investigation. Fives and Ahsoka moved up a couple levels over the span of a couple hours. There were an increasing number of Fives with their faces on them. While the Coruscant Guard was actively avoiding Rex and Anakin, thanks to probe droids in the lower levels, there were more bounty hunters on the prowl. This scenario for the clones was very similar to the one on Umbara. They didn't know why they were being informed to avoid certain quadrants, but they were simply given excuses. Palpatine knew that he could explain everything away if it was discovered that he sent the Coruscant Guard to find Ahsoka. He just didn't want to have any other stress in this situation. With more bounty hunters pairing up to hunt them down, everything got progressively more difficult. Their slow ascent to the upper levels was challenging, but they were able to get closer and closer to the top side. However, there was one addition to shock troopers that Palpatine had released on them. They were experiments being monitored by Dr. Hemlock on Wayland. Essentially, these clones were reprogrammed and stripped of their personalities. They were killing machines, and it was a good way to make use out of defective creatures. There were a number of these assassin clones chasing the Jedi and the clone. Palpatine was pulling out all stops to do this, but it was very quickly becoming evident as the hours turned into days that they weren't getting anywhere. Ahsoka and Fives were constantly on the run, and it made their alliance very strenuous. But if they hadn't been friends before this, it would have been extremely difficult for them to maintain this structure. They were entirely reliant on the other, and it was their only way to sleep, get food, or simply breathe. Ahsoka was having a difficult time without her lightsabers, and it was becoming evident to her that perhaps her original logic was correct. But they had gotten this far into it, there was no point to give up now. Ahsoka was working out of her comfort zone. Midway through day 3, the two of them were ambushed while they were taking a break to eat, and they fought off bounty hunters. Fives was able to grab one of their blasters, and Ahsoka was too. She definitely wasn't as skilled with a blaster, but she had no issue adapting to it. Palpatine was getting impatient. He knew based on the tone of his last conversation with Anakin that he was starting to notice something was awry, not to mention the fact that the Jedi sent another master into the depths to aid Skywalker's search. Kit Fisto would end up accompanying Anakin on his search, which is something Anakin welcomed. Fisto was a very compassionate being, and he understood how personal this assignment was for Anakin. Rex was a good friend and his presence was helpful, but Fisto was reassuring in a way that Rex wasn't. To Rex, there was something deeper going on down here. Jesse's squad was divided up, with 2 scouts following Commander Fox and tracking all their signals. It may have been treasonous, but something felt wrong. He couldn't just ignore his intuition. It hadn't failed him yet, and it was very clear that something ominous was going on with these clones. Rex had since stopped reporting new information from Jesse's squad to Anakin because he seemed very irritated with the entire mission Jesse was on. Rex wasn't sure if Anakin didn't want to believe that Palpatine was behind it, or if it was something else, but General Skywalker's personal feelings on the people involved were hindering their search. As the fourth night of the search fell into the city of Coruscant, Ahsoka and Fives found a new place to call home for the night. They were talking about how they could get into the temple, and Ahsoka laid out what she believed to be the best routes to get there. Most of their travel had been on foot, but they were able to make a trade with a cab driver for an incognito drive, which saved them about 3 days of on-foot walking. Ahsoka believed they had about another day or so of walking until they got to the temple. But the last half of their journey would be the hardest part. They needed to break free topside and then make their way for the Jedi Temple. Once they lost the cover of the Undercity, they'd become easy targets. Ahsoka told Fives that they needed to be their most efficient at that moment. He agreed, and suggested that he'd take first watch of the night. She thanked him and was able to fall asleep in their shelter. About an hour into his watch, Fives could hear something rustling around. He took his blaster and looked around. They found a place that had no access to them from higher points. However, that did not mean they were entirely safe. Fives walked over to the edge of the shelter and looked through a peephole. As he did, a smoke bomb dropped in front of him and a single shot rang out. He tried to move, but his eye was clipped and he fell backwards. Ahsoka jumped up quickly and saw him holding his eye in agony. She ran to his side and looked for a way out. There was no way out. This was a trap. One way in, one way out. She told him they needed to run out and escape. He told her to stop. It was a bounty hunter. She looked at the hole and could see a shadow walking towards them. Ahsoka pushed Fives to the corner of the room and she backed up, throwing her hands forward with all of her might, knocking the door off its hinges and smashing it into the bounty hunter. Ahsoka grabbed Fives' shoulder and pulled him along, giving him a clean cloth to hold over his eye. As they left, they could hear more clones. It seemed as if their territory was shrinking. Ahsoka shoved Fives in front of her as she kept an eye on their backs to make sure they weren't being traced. The two of them were already exhausted, but this would take all of their energy. Behind them, 2 lightsabers ignited and the men of the 501st poured in and around the area. They looked around and searched the wreckage. Fisto used the Force to clear the smoke around the area, and Rex went to investigate the bounty hunter under the mask. As he pulled the mask off, he jumped back. The reaction was enough to get Anakin and Fisto's attention. They walked over and saw that it was a clone trooper, but he wasn't wearing clone armor. Anakin told his men to fan out, see if they could find Ahsoka and Fives. He then told Rex to get a medic and a team together to interrogate him, get to the bottom of why this clone was hunting them. Anakin had since put it out of his mind that Fox and the Coruscant Guard were down here looking for Ahsoka. He was in a little bit of denial. The idea that Ahsoka didn't stop to say something and that Palpatine was behind some sort of evil plan caused him to reject the uncomfortable. He didn't want to believe any of this was happening. In the following 30 minutes, the clone would wake up and he would terminate himself after telling the clones that a storm was coming. They wouldn't know what hit him until it was over, and their Jedi friends would be the one to suffer the most from it. Instead of Palpatine's office, he got a call from Admiral Rampart. He was alone, and the executive building was empty for the most part. Palpatine asked what the status was, and Admiral Rampart informed the Chancellor that the clones were being tracked by their own brothers. Rampart continued expressing that the 501st had a squad of 20 troopers following Commander Fox. Palpatine told Rampart to inform those men that they were commando droids. The Separatists were tracking the Coruscant Guards so that they could get the Fives first. Palpatine was very adamant that they stole Putt from Ringo Vinda. Chances are they would do the same with Fives. There was a huge plot hole in this for Palpatine. The Separatists had no clue that Fives was a target. However, Rampart also didn't know that. He wasn't assigned to this mission until Commander Fox allowed Ahsoka to escape with Fives. Shortly after Rampart was given his new orders, Dr. Hemlock called Palpatine's office. He was really brief with it, but one of the CX troopers dispatched to find the clone trooper on Coruscant activated his self-termination device. He reported that the mission was a successful test run for their new protocol. Palpatine thanked his good doctor, and then he turned to Mas Amedda. He informed his good ally to prepare his shuttle. Mas asked where he was going, and Sidious told him that he would deal with these rats himself. Palpatine was going to kill everyone. Ahsoka, Fives, the clones, Fisto, Fox, it did not matter. Everyone was a target, and he had no issue doing away with all of them for the greater good of his future empire. Ahsoka and Fives continued moving as fast as they could until they found another hideout. She was able to look at the wound in his eye and help tend to it, but there was no way she'd be able to do anything medically sound. He would likely lose the eye like Wolf lost his. She was very apologetic for it, but he didn't blame her. He knew he never should have put his face so close to the peephole. It was his fault for being so careless. She told him to not be so hard on himself, but he was showing that he didn't think there was hope for him after all. He told her that she was right, and they should have listened to her plans. He shouldn't have tried to fight this. It was bigger than all of them. And instead of him being the only casualty, he dragged her into this. Ahsoka was calming by telling him that they would get to the other side of this. They just had to have faith in themselves. Not far from them, a shuttle landed. The Dark Lord of the Sith exited. He would deal with these ignorant fools. He wandered through the streets, holding a holopad which had all the details of every bounty hunter, the clone assassins, and the Coruscant Guard on it. They were surrounding the area, but he had a feeling that he wouldn't need them. He marched forward into the darkness itself. Fives and Ahsoka prepared to leave when they heard some commotion outside. It was blaster fire, and they could hear the howl of a Trandoshan bounty hunter as it scoured away from what now became clear to the ear as clones. She and Fives looked to each other and prepared for combat, but Anakin ignited his lightsaber and told his former student they had gone far enough. They could not see them, all they knew is that they were in the shelter. It was time to stop this. Fisto backed up this point and told them that if they came quietly, they could be given protection by the Jedi. The clones weren't breaking. All of them had the same realization. There was something going on. Ahsoka and Fives didn't believe them, and so she told Fives to stay behind her. As she walked out of the shelter they had themselves. She looked at them and told them to stop. They tried to kill Fives last time, and she wasn't going to let that happen this time. Anakin looked to Ahsoka. He missed her so much, and it was painful to see how his little sister had grown up so much since the last time he'd seen her. He told her that was never the intention. Ahsoka snapped back. She called Anakin out for bringing the Coruscant Guard and defending the Chancellor. Fives was there, and no one else aside from the Chancellor was too. There was a plot. There was something truly terrible, and Palpatine was capable of it. Anakin looked to Fisto, and before a word could be said, a voice echoed out behind them. The voice was deep and raspy, and it told them that the Chancellor wasn't capable of the atrocities that he could commit. The voice felt like it was around all of them, and then a massive blast landed in the middle of the clones and Jedi, throwing them outwards and Ahsoka backwards. Sidious landed with a grin on his face and moved like a blur as Ahsoka tried to stop him. He moved quickly and slid his lightsaber under her shoulder and ripped up, before shooting electricity at her and flinging her into a pile of mud. Fives called out and Sidious turned over, using the force lifting the clone off the ground, pulling him from the shelter as he grasped for air. Sidious told the clone that he would die. As the Dark Lord raised his blade, blaster fire erupted towards him. Fives would be used as cannon fodder if it weren't for Master Fisto, who lunged forward. Sidious released Fives and ignited another lightsaber. He swung his blade around behind him, but Fives was gone. Ahsoka pulled him with the force over to her before falling unconscious. Fives looked down and picked her up and ran with her. Rex told a couple of men to get to their side and defend them no matter what. They nodded their heads and went along. A few blocks away, Commander Fox and the Coruscant Guard lured Jesse and his men into a trap, killing them all. They believed they had done a service to their Chancellor until one of the shock troopers noticed that there was skin under their helmets, and the revelation caused total distress from the men. They realized they'd been set up. Fox, upon learning the news, fell to his knees in disgust. His own brothers were slain for no reason. He received intel from one of the probe droids that there was a commotion going on between clones and a mysterious figure a couple blocks away, and so they had to put down their sadness and get up and rush towards a fight. Master Fisto was handling himself against the Dark Lord. Sidious was having a difficult time, not because of Fisto, but because of the clones around him. Kit was concentrated enough to handle a fight with Sidious. Skywalker got to his feet and contributed to the fight. Their blades mashed together against the Dark Lord. The Dark Lord was a force of nature, blocking lightsabers and defending from blaster bolts. It was hard for every party involved. The clones were fighting against the Sith, but avoiding injuring the Jedi, while the Jedi were focused on the most powerful Sith the galaxy had ever seen. As their duel moved around, Sidious kicked Anakin off of his feet and shot electricity outwards. It immobilized the men of the 501st. They cried out in a collective agony as he spun back and turned both his blades against Fisto. The Jedi Master was backpedaling away, and it was becoming very difficult for him. As this was happening, Lieutenant Vong pulled by and picked up Fives and Ahsoka, bringing them to the Jedi Temple. This was done in Rex's command. Sidious focused all of his power on Fisto, before the sound of a lightsaber igniting caught his attention and he dipped out of the way. Just as the Coruscant Guard arrived, they saw all the men of the 501st knocked out, Ahsoka's arm, Fisto and Anakin in a bind, and then when Skywalker's lightsaber returned to his hand, they could see something else. The strike didn't land a damaging hit, but it did remove the Dark Lord's hood. Sidious looked disgusted, because he was now exposed. He turned to them and told them that all of them had to die now. Didn't matter if Anakin was going to be a student or not. It was too late. He required an empire, not a student. Sidious launched himself forward, but before he could land a hit on the Coruscant guard, Anakin blocked him. Their blades toiled and Anakin found himself striking up an advantage before it slipped away, and as it did, Fisto stepped in. The battle continued to intensify as Commander Fox implemented strategies the Coruscant guard used in capturing techniques. It was worth the risk of the Jedi. He didn't care. Droid poppers rolled out from their lines and the clones turned their attention to the little bombs and shot them. This shot out a huge burst of electricity into all three fighters. Anakin went down first, and then Fisto, before Sidious turned his attention back. He fell to his knees, and threw all of his strength outwards, knocking down all the men of the Coruscant Guard, except for one. Commander Fox treaded the Force and walked up to the Chancellor and removed his helmet, before placing the end of his barrel on Sidious's head. He told him that he wasn't his Chancellor. Sidious ignited his lightsaber and drove it forward into Fox's chest. The Dark Lord smiled, but his surprise was met with the joyful gaze of a clone commander who saved all of his brothers. The trigger was pulled, and Sidious fell limp backwards. Topside, Ahsoka and Fives got to the temple. Fives was able to inform the Jedi of everything they saw, and Ahsoka got medical attention. Mace, Yoda, and Ki-Adi-Mundi would make their way to the lower levels with a handful of troopers, and find the mess left behind. It was true what he said, but how deep did this go? The Council didn't panic. Instead, they reacted diligently. They moved out as fast as they could, and they searched for all the information they could find. As it was revealed by the death of Palpatine, the Sith implemented controlling inhibitor chips into the clone army. The discovery of this, thanks to Fives, would save the clones from having to continue fighting this never-ending war. What the Jedi did was mobilize every ounce of their order and push them into the field. Some Jedi did a hostile takeover at Camino. Others would do raids on Palpatine's residences, which would inevitably lead them to his lairs. There were plans laid out, and it was very clear, aside from the evidence the Jedi already had, that he was behind this. The truth is, the Jedi needed to prove a more grounded side of Palpatine's deception. Simply saying Sith wouldn't be enough, and the Jedi utilized everything they had. With Palpatine dead, the Republic became stagnant. Dooku actually prepared for a strike at Coruscant, believing he could win the war for himself, but a day before he left, his government turned on him. Because before all the documents were revealed publicly, Amidala and a couple Jedi representatives informed the CIS the truth, and they explicitly asked that the war come to a close before Dooku or Grievous do something erratic. This move saved Coruscant, because the CIS Council realized that their war to earn more corporate power was nothing more than a proxy war, and the best thing for them to do was save themselves. It was a gradual process, in the span of a few hours actually. First Wat Tambor and the Techno Union, then Nute Gunray and the Trade Federation. By the end of the day, they all abandoned and shut down their droids and reported the location of Grievous and Dooku to the Jedi. So, on the morning before the attack on Coruscant, Dooku and Grievous were captured and brought back to Coruscant along with a peace treaty signed by the Separatist government. It was decided that they would spend the next 5 years bettering the galaxy and slowly rebuilding into a new united system. It gave them time to peacefully heal and then merge into one galactic system. Palpatine and Dooku took all the blame, rightly so, for planning, starting, and executing the Clone Wars. Dooku and Grievous would get no freedom, and with the assistance of the Jedi, they'd be locked away in a prison that neither would ever be able to escape from. Maul would eventually join them in their eternal hell, the place that would watch them wither away until nothing but dust. The Jedi had done it, but no one was recognized more than Fives. He saved the Republic and probably even the galaxy. As more information came out, he realized how much he had done, but he stayed humble and continued with fighting for clone rights inside the Republic Senate, which they would win too. Ahsoka would get her new arm and her recognition because she, like Fives, had saved the galaxy. She would stay best friends with Fives for the rest of their lives. The punishment exhibited to the Kaminoans would be harsh, but it would be just, and for the Jedi, it'd be the wake-up call for them to make things right. Ahsoka would eventually rejoin the Order and find home with it, but after its leadership did some serious soul-searching. The kind that resulted in an Order ready to return the Republic to a new golden era, as the Jedi once said and now would forever say, for light and life. Our story begins on Mustafar. R2-D2 sat idly by his ship. He could see from his position his golden friend C-3PO walk out of the ship and lift Padme up onto a stretcher before bringing her inside the vessel. The little droid cooed worriedly as he watched the queen that he guarded for the last 13 years. He was her and Anakin's droid. His optics moved around, scanning the area for Obi-Wan and Anakin, wondering where they went. He could see the beginning of a fight, one of which he couldn't really comprehend. What was Anakin doing? Why was he fighting with his best friend? R2 couldn't understand the emotions of sentience, but even at that, he also couldn't ever imagine fighting with his best friend. Aside from little quarrels, nothing larger than a friendly disagreement with 3PO. R2 wasn't known for always following orders. He was known for being reckless, like Anakin, but he didn't know how to react right now. He wanted to listen to Anakin, but he also felt the desire to follow 3PO and see what happened to his close friend Padme. R2 decided not to, and so he waited patiently. As he shuffled back and forth by himself, he watched Obi-Wan walk back to the ship. R2 lowered his first wheel and started moving forward slowly. He then watched the vessel slowly lift off, without Anakin. He creeped to the edge of the platform and watched Obi-Wan and 3PO vanish into the smoke plumes covering the planet. R2's optics moved back, and he started to in towards the facility, before using his rocket boosters to move away, scanning the entire area. He could see from where he was that Obi-Wan was covered in char. His outfit was once clean, and it was turned into an ashy array of filth. R2 moved along the lava river and eventually saw a husk of flesh trying to scale the side of the riverbank. He lowered himself down and looked at Anakin. He cried out in agony as he tried to get the name of R2 out of his mouth. Anakin couldn't speak. His vocal cords were shredded. R2 shot out an attachment cable and it fell right in front of Anakin. He used his metallic hand to grip it, and the little droid pulled him up to the side of the lava bank. Anakin cried out in pain as he got to the top, and R2 rolled him over gently and began spraying Bacta on his burnt skin. Anakin was in pain as he felt the Bacta soothe his wounds. While the wounds would never fully heal, especially after the damage done to them, this would at the very least be helpful. The trip from Mustafar to Coruscant was long, and because R2 was actively treating the damage, it could help Anakin's future progress and healing. R2 ran out of Bacta as he lifted off to the ship and brought it back, landing and getting out with more canisters of Bacta and covering Anakin's body with it. The worst part about the Bacta was the fact that it was helping him heal, but it made the pain even worse. The shock of coldness against the burnt skin was an unbelievable pain. What was hurting Anakin the most was the fact that he felt love and compassion for the droid. If he was focusing on the dark side, he would have been able to keep himself alive off of pure hate. But with his adoration of his droid, he was fading from life. He used his hatred for Obi-Wan to fuel him, but R2 was sadly killing him with love. Ironic. R2 was helping Anakin physically, but emotionally, it was pushing him further from the dark side. When Palpatine arrived, R2 was still covering Anakin and Bacta. The little droid was preparing to bring Anakin into a ship and fly it away to a system close to here. But now that Palpatine was here, the little droid waited patiently. Sidious walked up, almost disappointed that it was R2 that saved Anakin, but he was genuinely surprised that Anakin survived the burning. No man would have survived that, likely not even Maul. He patted the droid on the head and went to Lord Vader's side. Anakin was ushered back into the Emperor's shuttle, and Sidious walked with R2 as he followed Palpatine into the vessel and then departed for Coruscant. Upon their arrival, R2 was permitted to follow Sidious in and watch Anakin transform into Darth Vader. His mask and armor were darker than under the bed, his breathing apparatus screamed asthma, and Anakin's voice suddenly transformed into James Earl Jones. It was very jarring for R2. Vader stood up and learned that Padme was killed by Anakin Skywalker. It was horrifying, and for R2, it was circuit-breaking. He didn't know how to even comprehend this truth. He saw Padme unconscious, but the fact that Anakin killed her was unbelievable. R2 followed everyone around, as Sidious began instructing his new apprentice on how to be a Sith. Sidious didn't know how long he would tolerate Vader having his little droid Shadow following him around, but he knew it wouldn't be long. He was appreciative for R2 saving Anakin's life. As he was thinking about how he could get rid of the little astromech, he decided that the perfect ploy was for Vader to destroy the droid, but that would take time. Sidious walked across a catwalk and raised his hands, showing Vader and R2 a crowd of people, and above them was Masameda, burning Yoda's lightsaber and everyone else's found inside the Jedi Temple. An era of the Jedi had come to its bitter end. Sidious turned to Vader and the droid, and they continued forward, telling Vader about how they would build for the Republic an incredible empire, one that couldn't be taken over. Sidious could sense the tight bond between Vader and the astromech, so he let it build, knowing that at one point, after the various Jedi around the galaxy were dead, he would force Vader to make a choice. If Vader chose Sidious, then he would remain a Sith. If he chose the droid, then he would be as expendable as any other quirk in the system. Sidious made sure to establish boundaries between Vader and the droid. Skywalker would be sent out to deal with Jedi Masters such as Master Infilla and Eth Koth. In between missions, he'd be in his Bacta tank, but thanks to R2, Anakin's wounds were healing faster than they would have otherwise. There was very little interaction between Anakin and R2 because of this. Sidious intended to drive a wedge between them, but the astromech was as loyal as an Enoba. Despite not having the chance to really be around his friend, he was always waiting for him to come back, just like he did on Mustafar. While R2 was relatively traumatized by the event, he was more worried about caring after his master. He would power down inside of Vader's personal chambers and wait for him to return. When Vader walked in, R2 would power up and follow him around as Vader murmured to himself. The Dark Lord would enter the Bacta tank, R2 would pull up to the edge and plug into it, maximizing the healing capacity of the Bacta tank until Anakin fell asleep. There weren't a whole lot of conversations between the two of them. Despite this affection and love for R2, especially because of the early healing that he was able to do for him, there was always something else that irked Anakin. R2 was a constant reminder of what he'd lost. R2 was a wedding gift from Padme. Instead of giving rings like most newlyweds, they exchanged droids, and R2 was the reminder that Anakin couldn't shake. The burden that was not just his greatest failure, but a life-changing decision that he wasn't sure if he regretted or not. While he and R2 didn't speak regularly, Anakin did speak to himself inside of his mind. He wasn't able to communicate verbally to R2 while inside of the Bacta tank, but everything within the corners of his head were shared daily. These conversations with himself were less talks and more vicious debates. Name-calling, self-humiliation, defamation. He ripped himself apart, and because Palpatine said it was Anakin Skywalker who, in his anger, killed the former senator of Naboo, he couldn't let it go. And it was Anakin Skywalker who fought Obi-Wan Kenobi, the lesser being as Palpatine referred to him, and still lost. It was his failure, time and time again, and Skywalker was fed up with it. But what could he do? All of these revolving thoughts were like poison. Each jab was another reason to not care about the one life he had to live. Vader or Skywalker, did it really matter? Not really. Anakin wanted this to end. He always wanted a life of conscience, as his friend Palpatine always said, and now he was nothing but a glorified errand boy. He felt like the same failure he was before he met Padme again. He felt like the same slave he was when he was in Watto's shop, and he felt like a lesser being altogether. Vader hated Obi-Wan, Anakin adored him. Still, Vader wanted to destroy everything Obi-Wan was, but Anakin wished he could tell his former master how it wasn't his fault. He knew that Kenobi would blame himself too, and Anakin didn't want that for him. Though the shared belief between both of these personalities was the fact that Obi-Wan Kenobi was a far better instructor than Darth Sidious. Palpatine was cruel in his nature. He didn't care about Vader in any way, shape, or form, and now, for Vader, he was left to his own thoughts. Instead of dwelling at his own mercy or lack thereof, his little droid started speaking to him when he was in his Bacta tank. R2 knew he wouldn't get a response, but the little droid felt abandoned. He potentially saved Anakin's life, and they hadn't had a conversation in weeks or months. R2 wasn't even sure. He turned himself off so many times that all of it was just a blur. All the little droid knew is that the man he once loyally served was no longer present. He was just angrily sitting in silence. Before all of this happened, when Anakin was still General of the 501st, he and R2 would spend several hours with each other every day. When Ahsoka was still a Jedi, it would be during her training. When she left, it was when Anakin was working on his vessel. The two of them were always close, and R2 was pretty much following Anakin around like a shadow. Now, he never left Vader's chambers. He wasn't allowed to. He woke up, greeted Vader before he left, and when he came back, waited for him to be lifted into his Bacta tank, and then maximized the tank itself before setting himself back to sleep. Droids weren't meant to feel emotions, but the closest sentient emotion it could be compared to was depression. R2 was isolated. All he saw were the four corners of his solitude. There were no windows, no anyone to communicate with, just silence, and a disheveled Anakin Skywalker and darkness, specifically when he turned his own lights out. The little droid spoke to Anakin this day, never, ever referring to him as Vader. To R2, there was no Vader, only Anakin Skywalker. The droid knew that Anakin could understand some things, but he made all of his verbal thoughts visible through a hologram. The couple days that Vader was gone, presumably murdering a bundle of Jedi, due to the visible damage on his armor, R2 wrote up a data drive that he wanted to share with his friend, and so Skywalker, after a tiresome mission, prepared to go to sleep when his little droid broke his own fixation on self-hatred. Vader looked down, his yellow eyes hiding the once ocean blue glow Anakin Skywalker once had. R2 beeped and booped like a child might, the words appearing in front of Anakin as he read them to himself. It was hard on his eyes, but he could see everything R2 was saying as he listened, picking out the words he knew. R2's little speech went like this. He referred to Vader as Anakin and called him out, requesting that he break free from this prison. It wasn't who he was. Whatever Anakin wanted may have been gone, but it didn't mean the memory of those lost had to be ripped to shreds by obsolescence. Anakin was a fierce warrior. Obi-Wan knew that, Ahsoka knew that, and Padme knew that. But to be sentient, from R2's understanding, was so much more than being a warrior. As a droid, R2 couldn't tell Anakin the emotions to feel, or how to even process them, but he could tell that Anakin wasn't maximizing his own circuits, or in translation, he wasn't following his heart. R2 knew Anakin, expressing that his silence was all the more telling, the lack of emotion was all the more devastating, and his obedience to a master was nothing short of repeating history. R2 then continued, telling Anakin that he was far greater than a slave. Padme was right about Palpatine, especially in her distrust of him, but the little droid stopped. He told Anakin that he wasn't going to stick around here anymore. He missed the times the two of them spent together. He missed how they cultivated the goodness of those around them, and how they were able to build awesome things together. Anakin hadn't been a mechanic in however long they'd been trapped inside this prison. He may have lost some of the most important people in his life, but that did not mean he had to lose himself. Anakin was above that, and there was no reason in defaming his legacy out of the name of depression. R2 twirled his head back to the door, and then back to Anakin. He told Skywalker that he would always be a loyal droid to him, but he could no longer do this. He had no purpose, and without purpose, R2 himself was depressed. As a droid, they weren't supposed to understand these things, and that he wasn't sure even if he comprehended it himself. But this wasn't something he could continue to do. He wouldn't sit by idly and watch his friend destroy himself. If that's something Anakin was content on doing, then he would just leave him to himself. But he wanted Anakin to know his thoughts before he came back and his little blue friend was gone forever. It couldn't be seen, especially not with the backdrop surrounding his eyes, but Anakin's tears were flowing. Despite the damage done on Mustafar, his tear duct still worked, and he was in more pain than Palpatine could have ever put him through. R2 is Anakin's first droid off of Tatooine. He was his best friend. He went to the ends of the galaxy to save this little droid during the war, whether it be totally replacing his body twice or going into Separatist territory to save him. R2 was someone that Anakin could not lose, and perhaps as his time as Darth Vader went by, he took his little droid friend for granted. Anakin looked to a control and used the Force to press it, as the device leveraged him out of the bacta tank, slowly putting him together and rebuilding the Dark Lord of the Sith. Vader stepped to the ground and got to his knees, next to R2. His heavy metallic hand was rested on R2's head, and he told him that there was no way he could do it. The heavy breathing of Darth Vader echoed out after each word. Vader's booming voice was such a change to the little droid. He only now realized how he hadn't heard his terrifying friend in this new form. He saw the transformation, but he never saw who Anakin had become. Everything he was the definition of a monster, a man turned into a cybernetic mess like General Grievous, and for a moment, the little droid thought his time had been wasted. For a very short moment, he saw his reflection in Vader's mask, and he saw that they were no longer the same together. Before Anakin spoke again, R2 recollected a moment in time when he and Anakin were working on the Jedi Starfighter, the yellow one, and they were on their way to Anaxis, Ringovinda, or Coruscant. Honestly, who cares? All R2 knew is it was just the two of them. He looked at Anakin the same as he did now, and Anakin was on his knee, with his hand on R2's head, with his eyes fixated on his little best friend. It was much harder than it was to see now, but R2 could see his reflection in Anakin's eyes, and he could see the love emanating from his friend, as Anakin expressed his own love for his little pal. In the moment, that felt like a century ago. In the moment, it felt like that bond was gone, as Lord Vader took over. But Anakin said the words, telling R2 that he loved him, expressing his fondness for the little droid, and appreciating him staying here, loyally, over the months since Mustafar. Anakin on the inside was dying. He wanted to be free, but there was simply no way to make it work. R2 responded with a lack of understanding. Anakin Skywalker would have never settled for the status quo. When their backs were against the wall of Ryloth, they gave control to a 14-year-old Jedi Padawan who never held command, as the two of them basically committed war crimes. When Anakin's student was convicted of a bombing at the Jedi Temple, he didn't stand by idly, he went out and found the culprit. So why wait now? Why be complacent now, when every day of his life had been about personal and individual growth? Why give up now when the universe was in his hands? It would never be easy, but the Anakin Skywalker that R2 knew never would back down from a challenge like this, no matter how large or how small the feat might be. Vader sat in silence. The only thing audible, aside from the monitors controlling the bacta tank, was Darth Vader's breathing. Finally, after moments of continuous patterns of Vader's breathing, there was a word, one confirming what R2 had said. A moment where Vader for the first time stopped focusing on destroying himself, and a moment where he considered everything Anakin Skywalker was. As Vader, he was geared to hate Anakin for his weakness, but who he really needed to hate was Sidious. Anakin made mistakes, and those fallacies led him to this position in life. But it was not Anakin who manipulated himself. It was not Anakin who convinced him that the darkness would save Padme. All of his months of tiresome pain were leading to the eventual destruction of Anakin Skywalker, not the birth of something stronger. Vader would never be stronger than Anakin, because he was created to be a monster, a strewn-together mess of limbs and circuitry, keeping together a man that was nothing more than a slave for a new master. Vader's rage grew, but then, instead of rising, it sloped, falling into the floor. Anakin removed his helmet. Breathing hurt without the mask, but he wanted R2 to see, because he knew that R2 watched him until he slept. Anakin's eyes no longer were covered in yellow. Instead, their ocean blue had returned, and Anakin told R2 that this time, they would make things right. They would take everything they had learned, and they would make sure the Emperor was dealt with. The following few weeks, Anakin would play the role of Vader. He would kill a Jedi or two during this time, which did not force him further down the dark path of Vader. To him, there was no difference between the Jedi and the Sith. They were both bad for the people of the galaxy, and they were both pools at an unquenchable lust for power. Corruption fed both of these religions, and Anakin had no intention to allow them to persist. First, the Sith needed to die. The Jedi weren't influential enough to do anything anymore, and honestly, in his own mind, it was better to kill a Jedi than let them spend a lifetime suffering for a code that no longer pertained to their galaxy. R2 and Anakin spent their time, instead of inside bacta tanks, preparing for a blow to Palpatine. R2 was really encouraging Anakin to be his best self, which meant he would replace Palpatine, instead of letting someone else become his new master. R2 had all the receipts, all the times that Anakin was a slave to something or someone, and he was tired of watching it happen. The little droid was also painted black to fit in with Imperial droids, and allowed out of Vader's chambers to begin his work. R2 was testy. Being locked away for a couple of months like a storage container wasn't his idea of friendly. While he wasn't quite the eventual menace of Choppenheimer, R2 planned on making sure there was a convention named in his honor. Sometimes Vader was a little jarred by the rancid ideas his little friend came up with, but R2 wasn't backing down. He was furious. These thoughts based around losing Padme, the child, Anakin for months, and his other friends. Those being the clones, other Jedi, and even other astromechs. This was his revenge tour as much as it was Anakin's, and Anakin would be the architect of its foundation. The staging for Palpatine's demise was set weeks after their heart-to-heart, and truthfully, demise was probably too kind. R2 was well aware that Vader's suit was too weak to handle electricity from Palpatine, so he devised a contraption to make Sidious crumble. It was an audio torture device, strewn together by Vader and R2 in their little chamber of evil. At this point, R2 was becoming the Sith apprentice as Anakin backed into a more Jedi-like form. Regardless, Vader and R2 were requested to the Emperor's chambers. He was going to have Vader kill his astromech, which was something the two of them were assuming would happen. It was a final step to becoming Vader. Honestly, at this point, what wasn't a final step to become Vader? Kill all the Jedi in the temple, fight Obi-Wan, kill Infala, and then 10 more Jedi, including a monk that no longer served their religion. Like, what did Eth Koth have to do with anything? Keep it going, seriously. If Vader didn't cave at this point, R2 may have gone mental, honestly. Vader knelt before his master, and R2 sat at the door as Sidious did his typical gaslighting, and he told his Sith apprentice to destroy the astromech, Kill off Anakin Skywalker once and for all, and let a new era of Sith be born. As he was saying this, R2 was plugging into the wall. Sidious pointed and asked what he was doing, and Vader looked up, throwing his hand forward and catching Palpatine off guard, throwing him into the desk with the Force. He was confused as two sound speakers lifted off the ground. They were connected by a magnetic tie, and they vibrated violently, forcing Palpatine's head to reverberate with ear-piercing noise, not audible from outside the device. Vader stood up as Sidious tried to get himself out, but he couldn't. He was on his knees with his ears popping, completely losing the ability to hear anything. He screamed, but his cries were inaudible just as the noise. But he was the Dark Lord of the Sith, and he attempted to make sure they died for this treachery. Using his pain to fuel his power, he lifted his hand, and R2 twisted the knob, releasing waves of nanobombs. These weren't meant to rip an explosion in the chamber. These were meant to tear skin from bone. These little bombs inserted themselves into skin and went to work, causing Palpatine to lose his focus as his apprentice stood outside of him, watching pieces of his body tear apart. The little droid wasn't finished yet, as he beeped to Vader, who backed up. These little bombs weren't even fully activated. Due to R2 wanting to send a message, he also made sure these bombs were equipped with an actual explosion, so it detonated, ripping Vader's left hand off and throwing him backwards as it incinerated Palpatine. But that wasn't the end of it. R2 was pissed off with Yularen, so the bridge of his personal Venator was also obliterated, as well as the reactor. So if Yularen was lucky enough to survive, his last moments would be plummeting to the ground. Yularen had just entered the bridge, and he was blown off his feet and then got to watch himself plummet to the ground. R2 got the best of both worlds and didn't even know it. Accidentally, that same ship smashed through a couple skyscrapers too, just for fun. Due to the bombs radiating in such a large area, it seemed more like a rebel attack. Vader looked like he was trying to save Palpatine, and that's how everything was played. Vader was the one who tried to save Palpatine from a separatist attack, and he lost his arm. Masameda, who bent at the knee just to keep power, would do whatever he needed to do to make sure he still had a position in the Empire. Vader immediately took the role of interim emperor, and because Sidious never planned on being replaced, it was impossible for the Senate to counter this point. So while the Empire reacted to this vicious attack made by former CIS loyalists, Anakin did a bait and switch with old Sheev. Without having to bend to the Sith Lord, Anakin began working on getting some semblance of his old self back. He was working as a mechanic. R2, due to how frequently Anakin could lose something, had spare forearms made for Anakin, so when he decided to be like himself again, he got these for Skywalker, being that they were still inside the Jedi Temple, which they had access to. Due to missing two arms, R2 had to flip one of the hands, but it all worked out. All they needed to do was add more for what else he was missing, like a full arm and two legs. But the main point being that Anakin no longer had a very painful suit to wear. He had hands he was more familiar with using that could actually do mechanical work without being too large and blocky. This actually was something that would be very integral to Anakin's healing journey, because he didn't care about being a political mastermind. He just revealed himself to be Anakin Skywalker, the survivor of the Purge, the one who protected Palpatine from the Jedi during Order 66, and then tried to save him from a CIS attack. The public was very confused by this, and it was a whole conspiracy started by various media sources. But the point being, Anakin Skywalker was able to work on his body instead of running the Empire. Those powers went to Masameda because he was desperate to not be killed, which Anakin was never going to do, but never told him that he wouldn't do. The public had a very weird vibe about this entire situation. They weren't sure if what the visor said was true, or if it was propaganda in the propaganda machine, but it realistically didn't matter. Palpatine was dead, and the Empire was responding with hostility. The former separatist worlds were facing the wrath of a fully militarized regime, one that planned to focus on galactic domination. Being that Masameda was being a survivor, he was making amends with Anakin, trying to do anything he could to make sure that they could have a strong relationship. Anakin was able to listen to Mas while he worked on fixing up his own body. The new armor was much tighter and fit like his old limbs. R2 also used the web to find a device that could be added with surgery to Anakin, so he didn't have to wear the mask anymore. The dynamic between Anakin and R2 was really important to their growth in this new era. Anakin then focused on his rule as Emperor. He wasn't really sure how he could actually be a good teacher, but he never cared about politics. But he remembered his conversations with Padme, specifically the first one about politics on Naboo, the one where he talked about making people do what was right. It was a funny little moment, one where he was teasing her about being a senator, and he decided that it would be right to be a good leader for her memory. And instead of resulting to a mundane life as a political leader, Skywalker, as famous general, decided it would be good to go to war. The Outer Rim was riddled by criminal leaders, and Anakin was going to bring the Empire together in one effort. He regretfully let the former Separatist worlds take the brunt of the blame for the execution of Palpatine, but he was able to turn the attention away from them when he quote-unquote revealed that the Outer Rim was responsible for the heinous attack on their Emperor. The Empire rallied, and war was waged. The clones, who were months away from being phased out, were put back to work, and given purpose, as well as the rest of the Empire. They had a purpose and a goal, and then they went in. Anakin, as the current leader, was wearing robes like Palpatine once wore. As his hair was slowly growing back, he was wearing his dark Jedi robes to keep the scars hidden until they faded away. These scars were really gnarly from his surgery, and he just didn't want to show them off yet. He was able to breathe without the mask though, as he and his best friend moved into the Outer Rim. There was some fear that Mas Amedda would betray him, but it never came. What instead came from it was a bolstering of Imperial patriotism. They saw him as the individual to unite the Empire in a way that Palpatine never could. Anakin was a frontline warrior, leading troopers in the battles against the Syndicate armies and fleets. He brought the people their victory and gave them a reason to support his movements. Anakin didn't know what bureaucratic process would follow this war, but he did know that finally, after years of wishing the Jedi could get it done, he'd be able to bring peace to the Outer Rim. Anakin wouldn't ever go to Tatooine personally, but he wouldn't really need to be there. The Hutts relocated to Nal Hutta as the crime syndicates all brought their forces together, including slave labor forces, to fight the Empire in one final battle at the Hutt home world. They didn't stand a chance. Admiral Coburn came in with a massive Imperial fleet, one outfitted with an Imperial Star Destroyer, and they tore the syndicates to shreds. They stood no chance. As Skywalker was finishing up his tour of the Outer Rim, he called for a propaganda shot at one of their victorious worlds. So on the landing platforms of the former Pike Syndicate on Obadiah, he would announce victory to the rest of the galaxy, showing that they had done it together. That was the message, together. When he stepped away from his victory speech, before his victory tour, he was approached by a lightsaber. Anakin had interactions with the Inquisitors, and they were semi-loyal, but this wasn't that. It was the former Grand Master. Yoda felt Siddi's death through the Force and decided to see what caused it. When he learned that Anakin was the Emperor, he came out to stop him. Little odd, but Yoda pointed his lightsaber forward and told Anakin to surrender. Anakin was just confused as he asked Yoda why he was being hostile. They just liberated the entire corner of the galaxy. Yoda tried to speak, but Anakin cut him off, reminding him that it was his order and his republic that abandoned the Outer Rim after the Great Fair of 232 and the fall of Starlight in 230. So maybe, instead of confronting the resolution, he should see why he was the problem. Little jarring, but Anakin had been, with his time, reading. It wasn't something he particularly liked prior to becoming a Sith, but he liked it now. Something about getting lost in stories or history brought his mind a sense of peace, especially after his trauma. So he was more educated than he was when Yoda knew him before. Anakin stepped towards Yoda's lightsaber, and he put his face right towards the blade and allowed the emerald glow to cover his face. Skywalker looked Yoda dead in the eyes and said that he thought the Jedi didn't exact revenge. Or he thought Jedi didn't kill unarmed individuals. He stood up and walked away, allowing Yoda to sit with his attempt to kill the Emperor. As Anakin got close to his personal shuttle, Yoda spoke up. Anakin turned back and he saw Yoda deignite his lightsaber, as he told him that he had a secret that he would like to tell him. R2 rolled down the ramp and stood next to Anakin as the news was revealed. Padme survived and had twins. She gave birth to Luke and Leia, and then she died. This revelation was very jarring and unexpected, but what came of it was the challenge. The Emperor delegated Mas Amedda to conducting the next several steps of the victory tour, before Anakin was brought back to lead parades and victory celebrations across the galaxy. The clones that served in the war, one that lasted for only 4 months, were celebrated as well. Anakin met the children and had a lot of awkward silences with Yoda. The meetings with both sets of adoptive parents were very rough. Bail was standoffish and Owen kicked Anakin out. It would be up to Anakin to make amends with these people so that he could have control over his family. Bail told Obi-Wan long before he arrived on Tatooine, and Anakin missed Kenobi by mere minutes. Skywalker was super busy, and he was moving from system to system on his victory tour, as well as trying to make amends with these people that had his children. So a lot of his energy was going outwards instead of inwards, but his adoration for his children did it to him. Bail saw that. While he didn't like the role of Emperor, Anakin was doing a very good job with it. His work really changed the trajectory of the Empire. Without Anakin's interference, it would have become an autocratic system, one that was built on a military complex with very little regard for its citizens. Anakin didn't know about all that, but the war boosted credits for the government and allowed more circulation of funds into the public systems. Skywalker felt a hole in his heart repair when he learned of the children. While Bail and Owen had their reasons for disliking Anakin, Bail was willing enough to see this change as a permanent one. He had spoken to Padme about Anakin numerous times, and as she said on her deathbed, there was the belief that he was a good man. It was true. His reign as Emperor was far from evil. He was being a good person, and he was helping people. Bail was very similar to the Jedi. He was willing to forgive if there were serious motivations to make a change. Anakin's Inquisitors were mostly dead, so it's not like there was evil around him. They were dead due to the attack on the Outer Rim. They were kind of useless. The rest of them were being tasked with impossible missions, ones that would eventually claim each of their lives because Anakin didn't like them. Skywalker and Bail were the first ones to establish a relationship, but the trouble was how they would go about sharing the children. Both of them had valid reasons to want to have Leia. Bail and Rey adopted her when Anakin was Vader and not present, and Anakin was the father. So they would spend time debating ideas, peacefully and amicably, to make sure that it wasn't just what they wanted, but what would be the best for the Princess of Alderaan. What came from Owen and Beru was the two of them letting go of Luke, because they found out that Beru was pregnant, so why not? It would sadly be a miscarriage, but it would result in Anakin getting his son back, before they lost their child. Anakin, and thanks for their kindness, would make sure they weren't forced to live on a moisture farm and brought them to Coruscant, where they would have a chance to have their own kid. The harsh conditions of Tatooine led to the loss of their first child. On Coruscant, they'd have an abundant family. Bail and Anakin would agree to split their time with Leia, which would allow her time with her brother and also give her time with her father. It was something that was difficult for Anakin, but he was able to understand and appreciate that in the end it did work out for him. Skywalker inversely would rekindle with Ahsoka and Obi-Wan, who would see him going through his healing, both physically and emotionally. It was a very challenging time for him, but by his side was always R2. The little droid was his best friend, and while old faces would become present again, they wouldn't be as close as R2 was. Anakin's empire would continue to grow outwards until he stepped back, slashing down the autocracy of the system and continued to live a life of freedom. His life was complete, and his legacy was that of a war hero, an emperor who reinstated a galactic government, the one who brought balance to the Force, all in the attempt to free himself from his own slavery. His life as a father would be as fulfilling as his healing journey. He would take on the role that he was always destined for, and eventually the bond between him and Leia would be stronger than the one between Bail and her. Anakin and Bail continued to have a strong relationship, as the Empire was restructured into a democracy, one that, unlike Palpatine's original plans, had no abuse of power and gave the people a system that truly cared for them. Our story begins on Cloud City. Luke Skywalker was running around through the halls looking for his friends. He had visions of them in pain, and he was here to save them. Some might say he was so much like his father. Luke walked through a door, cutting him off from R2 who had been trailing behind him this entire time. Skywalker walked around the carbon freezing chambers, slowly, pacing around to see his surroundings. As he got close to the freezing chamber itself, a booming voice echoed out, calling him young Skywalker, and telling him that the Force was with him, but he was not a Jedi yet. Luke looked over to see Vader's silhouette facing him. The young Jedi walked forward, grabbing his lightsaber off of his belt. Before he ignited it, he remembered what brought him here. He was looking for his friends. Why should he engage Vader? And then this line of thought brought him back to the cave on Dagobah, the one where he had his vision, the one in which his face was inside of Vader's mask. Luke thought for a moment. Obi-Wan and Yoda never made a mention of it, but he figured he should ask, and so he did. Luke asked Vader who he was. The Sith Lord knew the answer. He was Luke's father, but he couldn't really open with that, could he? Plus, the Anakin side of Vader always loved the flair for the dramatics. He called himself the Dark Lord of the Sith. Luke felt his finger hover over the ignition switch. and so he asked if that's what laid inside the mask. Vader raised his lightsaber, telling Luke that all that lay behind the mask was nothing. The sudden change in Vader's tone was confusing to Luke, but he ignited his lightsaber. His short training on Dagobah would have to do him well. Hopefully he could defend himself from this towering monster. But within a few strikes, Luke was on the ground, before getting back up and being pushed into the carbon freezing chambers. Luke was able to impress his father by jumping out of the chambers and holding onto some pieces above them. He jumped down and engaged with Vader once more before kicking Vader in the abdomen and throwing him from the overlook. Luke looked down and thought about chasing after, but surely that'd be a mistake. He stopped, thinking to what Yoda told him before leaving. Patience. Surely that had to help here. Maybe if he was patient, he could win this battle. Luke was trying to both chase the fight, but also be a Jedi. It was so hard and confusing to hold on to oneself before an engagement. The pure adrenaline alone was intoxicating, but Luke held his composure, closing his eyes for a moment before leaping down into the darkness. He trusted his instincts as he walked from the carbon freezing chambers to a separate corridor. When he entered the hall, he looked around his sides. He knew Vader was here somewhere, so Luke called out to him again, asking who he really was, telling him that there was something beneath that mask. Luke wanted to know who he used to be. Vader lunged out a little too early, swinging into nothingness. Luke realized there was something more here. Vader was so charismatic and calm before he started asking these questions. Luke could see the unhinged nature behind each of the Dark Lord's swings, and so he matched the energy. He gave himself room to avoid these strikes, blocking where he could. Luke asked who the Jedi used to be, and what happened to that Jedi. As the word Jedi left Luke's mouth, Vader swung down with a massive swing, throwing Luke from his feet. He slammed into the ground and his lightsaber flung across it. He pressed his elbows to the ground and backpedaled. Vader pointed his blade down and told the boy that there'd be no more questions. Luke looked at the lightsaber. A profound sense of courage came across his face. Vader had seen the same look in very few faces across the years. Seer, Ezra, Ahsoka. He told Luke that he'd be coming with him to visit the Emperor. Young Skywalker didn't like the idea of that, so he kicked his foot forward, throwing Vader's hand into the wall before using the Force to pull his lightsaber into his hands. Vader looked over to Luke, who got to his feet as he demanded answers, but Vader didn't want to give them. Their duel commenced again. It was slow, and it moved across the corridors. Luke could tell that something changed, so he persisted further. Vader was getting tired of these questions, but was breaking through his own armor. Each series of questions demanded new answers, all of which could ignite the flame of a true father-son relationship. And then Luke swung his blade, bashing Vader's lightsaber up, and he almost swung, but he didn't. Luke looked at Vader, who was so lost in the questions his son had been bashing him with, and looked down and saw the blue lightsaber in front of his chest. Luke held it there, and then the two of them looked to each other, as Luke breathed heavily, telling his father that he had a vision on Dagobah. They fought, and he cut his mask from his face, but when the mask opened up, he saw his own face. Luke then stopped, looking at his lightsaber and then Vader's expressionless gaze. He asked Vader if he should know him. Vader's lightsaber deignited, and he looked at his son. Luke didn't know what to do. It felt like a trap. Vader's voice sounded frustrated and weak. He told Luke that he should know him, because whatever the Jedi had told him, it wasn't true. Luke stepped back as Vader told him that he was his father. A wave of shock ran down his body. Pain could be felt coursing out of his heart as he looked at who and what he could become. Vader put his lightsaber on his hilt, and he told Luke that he could join him. They could be father and son. They could make things they wanted them to be. They could overthrow the Emperor together. It could be a way to get to know each other and form a bond. Luke's face was filled with disgust. He told his father that if he really was Anakin Skywalker, then the actions he wanted to take weren't who he wanted to be. Luke continued and suggested that if all Anakin Skywalker was pain and suffering, then Luke no longer wanted to hold that name. Vader felt a shock of pain when the words came out of his son's mouth. He tried to plead that his son not forgo his name, but Luke wanted no part of it. He told the Sith Lord that if he wanted to continue being so evil, then he didn't want him to be his father. Luke looked up with so much shame. He didn't really have the words to articulate how he felt or understand what it meant. There was so much for him to process ever since Vader told him the truth about who Anakin Skywalker was. Luke looked away and extinguished his blade, telling Vader that he was sorry for whatever burden causes to him, but it wasn't a burden he would like to share in. Luke's heart was with the rebellion, with the Jedi, and with the people who were oppressed by the Empire. Luke looked down again, and then back to his father telling him that he was hoping someone so close to him in blood could at least understand that. He could see this was going nowhere and turned, preparing to chase after his friends and save them, like he had come here to do. But before he did that, Vader stopped him. He told Luke that he lost him once before, he wasn't willing to lose him again. Luke turned all the way around and asked with a little hope in his voice that Vader might not be so evil. But Vader's expression, despite not changing, didn't give Luke a feeling that his father would ever cave. Vader told Luke that he couldn't go with them. He wouldn't ever be able to be a hero. Those days had come and gone, but what he could do is help. If his son was truly adamant that the Alliance was where his loyalties lay, then perhaps that was a better choice than serving someone who lied. Vader thought about it numerous times over the years, and ever since it was confirmed that the boy who destroyed the Death Star was Luke Skywalker, he felt like he couldn't stay the course. There have been so many lies told over these years, whether it be the first ones told to him, that cities could show him how to save people from dying, or the ones that followed after that. Vader knew that Palpatine hid so much from him, and in an effort to make right of his wrongs, he told his son that he would like a chance to make it up to him. As he realized, within this moment, the entire reason his son was fighting the Empire was because of him. The burden of his own life became the burden of his son's, and that was something Anakin, as a father, could not live with. He allowed the struggles of a 22-year-old Anakin Skywalker become the struggles of a 22-year-old Luke Skywalker. That wasn't right, and it only went to show that Anakin's decisions impacted his son more than 2 decades after they started. What was he doing? He'd spent so much time as Darth Vader that he'd forgotten what it was like to think for himself. Perhaps that was the best way to describe it. Luke was watching the millions of thoughts run through Vader's mind. It was challenging to see his father seemingly struggle. Luke obviously in this moment wasn't going to just forgive his father for everything he did, but if there was a trace of Anakin left, then why not save him? Luke asked Vader what they were going to do, and Vader told his son that he and his friends were going to leave. If the Alliance was to win this war, it would be without him. Luke didn't understand, and Anakin told his son that he would have to trust him. It'd be difficult, but he was the Emperor's right-hand man. He could inform the rebellion about everything they needed to know to win. Luke rubbed his head. This didn't seem feasible. In his opinion, it seemed like Vader was trying to set the Alliance up for failure. Anakin thought for a moment, trying to consider how they would go about dealing with this. Luke asked his father how he'd be able to help if he didn't come with them. Vader thought of Ahsoka's old frequency, and the one that at one point was used by Agent Kallus. He could use a code name, one that could inform the Alliance about Imperial movements. The only issue is that ever since the Battle of Atalan and Lothal, the Empire cracked down on codes and communications going outside the Empire. He needed to figure out how to give Luke an in. The Empire constantly updated their frequencies and even their chain codes. Sometimes it was even as quick as a system cycle. Vader told his son that to take down the Empire, they needed someone who could inform them of everything they needed to know. He wouldn't be able to do that with the Alliance, who by the way, hated him. Vader was still unsure about all of this, and Luke could sense that, so he stepped forward, asking his father if he had the strength to resist the darkness. Vader looked down, and without missing a beat, he told Luke that if it was for him, he would have the strength to take down the entire Empire with his bare hands. Vader handed Luke a communication device and told him to not respond to it, and to not even ever turn it on. An astromech would be able to dissect it, and it would give him all the information inside of it. If Luke turned it on, it could expose everything. Luke smiled, thanked his father, and started to walk away. He turned back, telling his dad to have the Force be with him. Vader stood there in silence. The last time that was said to him, he was watching his master run off to defeat General Grievous. He was so young when he last heard those words spoken to him. Luke sped off, hoping to catch up with Leia, Han, and Chewie. Vader inversely would request his shuttle and inform the TIEs currently chasing down the Falcon that they got what they came for. Vader would obviously have to play a little dumb with Palpatine, so he'd kill a couple dozen stormtroopers and then blame it on Luke. Eventually, both father and son would evacuate Bespin, as the heroes of the rebellion began pre-planning for getting into Jabba's palace to find Han Solo. Lando Calrissian was going to help, feeling terrible about how things went down with Han and everything. Luckily, Luke wasn't hurt by the event. Instead, what happened was the waiting game that transpired over the following few months. Vader was actually about to send some coordinates to Luke, but he was dragged somewhere else. He found the Exegol and the beginning of the Final Order there. When he eventually returned from the hidden Sith world, he sent Luke some coordinates. Vader set up everything he needed inside of a decommissioned Imperial shuttle. he was able to get it working again and tinkered with it, giving it a system structure and almost a system instruction. Regardless, Vader stashed hard drives worth of information inside of it. He gave everything he could to the Alliance, and then he made something specifically for his son to look at. When R2 deciphered the coordinates, the Alliance sent General Syndulla with Luke and Leia to pick it up. She was probably the best pilot in the Alliance, so if it was a trap, they'd be safe. Also, the Ghost would be the best ship at picking up whatever the Empire may have left for them. When the Ghost arrived at a hyperspace, they saw the shuttle, floating lifelessly through space. They intercepted it and opened a port so they could access it. Everything seemed relatively fine as R2 and Chopper bumped into each other so they could get into the ship. Syndulla, Skywalker, and Organa followed in. They looked around and in the cockpit they found data drives upon data drives. Luke then saw a shiny little object and asked what it was. Hera smiled and told Luke that it was a Jedi holocron, or at least it looked like the one that Kanan once had. She told Luke that he reminded her of Kanan, and in hyperspace, he came up in conversation a couple times. Luke just smiled and grabbed it, as the two droids lugged everything back inside the Ghost and they departed. There were numerous messages from Vader, though these messages were not heard from Vader's voice. His codename was similar in roots to Ahsoka, but Anakin was always interested in a flair for the dramatics. His codename was Coriolanus. He gave the rebels dozens of recordings, all of which informing different operations. Some of these could be how to properly open Imperial data, some of them were Imperial fleet patterns, others were about individual Imperial Moffs, Admirals, and even Grand Admirals. It really was almost all the information he could gather. He also informed them of the second Death Star, which was finishing up its scaffolding. The Empire was working as quickly as possible to have the superweapon operational. The work was brutal on Imperial workers, but the quota needed to be finished for the Emperor. Vader gave insights for abandoned shipyards, abandoned Imperial vessels, and so on that the rebels could commandeer. He also gave them locations of weak Imperial hideouts where rebel cells were at, how to break into certain prisons, and how many prisoners there were that they could find. Literally everything. While this information was great, Luke was figuring out how to open up the Jedi holocron, but he wasn't getting anywhere with it. He was sitting in the main room trying to open it, not assuming it would be anything too confidential. Hera noticed, and she told him what to do with it. She remembered almost everything Kanan told her, and she recalled a few times Kanan was teaching Ezra how to open a Jedi holocron. One of those fond memories before she lost them both. Luke took her advice and was able to open the holocron, and he saw Anakin without the mask. It was his father, and it was a story. He told the story of the rise and fall of Anakin Skywalker and the birth of Darth Vader. He was honest with himself and his son about everything. It wasn't easy to hear, but he also told Luke that he wanted Luke to have this story, so he wouldn't ever undo himself. Anakin still wasn't sure what his lesson was, and perhaps that'd be his greatest challenge if he survived the war with the Empire. But he wanted Luke to remember one thing: never lose the light. It was so much greater than anything the dark side could ever offer. Part of Luke was upset, not at his father, but upset that Obi-Wan and Yoda never told him the truth. Luke hadn't visited them again, and he planned on it. But time escaped him. The Alliance came first. About the rebels, because of the information given to them by Vader, they were able to make strikes and moves against the Empire. Their movements blindsided Imperial forces, and they were able to add to their forces, as well as prepare to make an aggressive move against the second Death Star. Tragically for Luke, Leia, Lando, and Chewie, this meant they'd have to hold off on saving Han from the clutches of the greedy Jabba the Hutt. A logistical issue Vader hadn't considered was how many troopers the Alliance had. They had a lot of freedom fighters, but he gave them coordinates for decommissioned Star Destroyers and information on interdictors or shipyards. But the issue is, the Alliance didn't have the manpower to fill up ISDs or any other massive projects. It's not that they didn't have the influence, it's that they were still an alliance that spanned the galaxy, not consolidated like the Empire. The rebels led by Mon Mothma would make a daring move. With all the intel they needed about the second Death Star, they would target it. The super weapons shield generator was scheduled for completion at the end of the month. If they could bounce in and hit the reactor, it would destabilize the weapon and force the galaxy to look at the Empire for what it was. They wouldn't be able to catch the Empire in a bind like this anywhere else, so it was a shot they had to take. It was a once-in-a-million chance, especially because, at least according to Vader's intel, the fleet was moving out of location to deal with rebel threats in the area. The rebels made their move into the Endor system, and their fleet gathered together for the largest collective move during this war. If they could win this battle, they'd be one step closer to achieving total victory. General Syndulla would be leading this battle inside of her ship. She'd have Rex and Wolf. Lando would be a commander of the assault. only having been with the Alliance for half a year. He'd be with Chewie and Leia in the Falcon. Luke would fly his personal X-Wing, and everyone else would be at go. The fleet launched into hyperspace. On the second Death Star, a couple stormtroopers were walking down the catwalk on the outskirts of the station. John looked over at TK-1039 and asked if he thought they'd get to see the Emperor. TK-1039 didn't respond. He stood at attention as he always did. John pressed further and asked what they were guarding the scaffolding from. 1039 sighed and asked if he planned on asking any more questions. The other trooper just shrugged. He said they didn't have anything to do. Everyone else was off duty and they were basically sitting over space. 1039 just told John to do what he's asked to do, and maybe one day they'd see some action. John laughed a little. They'd never see action. Who would go to Endor? He started laughing, cracking himself up. As he did, the sound of a fleet exiting hyperspace could be heard. 1039 started pointing, but John was too busy twisted up over it that he didn't notice. 1039 panicked and ran for the alarms and pressed them. John looked over and wondered why he was doing it, saying that 1039's joke wasn't dumb, it was funny. Obviously, due to the bucket helmet, he couldn't see out of his peripherals, and then he noticed. The Death Star went into high alert as they sent out maydays to anywhere they could. Admiral Akbar split the fleet up and directed it to where he wanted it to go, while General Syndulla led the Millennium Falcon, Marauder 2, Red 5, and a number of other rebel fighter craft towards a superstructure. There literally wasn't anything here. The Death Star was by itself. The rebel fleet was here to protect the fighters in case the Empire deployed an interdictor field or had a fleet here, but it was clear. The rebels moved in and made their run on the superstructure. TIE fighters released and a dogfight began. Rebel corvettes moved in to assist the rebel fighters with the TIEs. Sadly, John and 1039 be hit by a stray torpedo and sent down to Endor to become Ewok souffle. Luke sped his X-Wing over the Ghost and blasted some TIEs, giving Hera a chance to burn it down the reactor shaft. Lando followed her. Due to the construction being behind schedule, they were able to get their way through with relative ease. The structure was very fragile and the rebels knocked out any support for the Empire. Within minutes, the Ghost, Falcon, Marauder 2, and Red 5 destroyed the second Death Star and escaped from the explosion left behind from the reactor. As the rebels celebrated, they prepared to move out of the Endor system and back to Sulla so they could relocate again. Admiral Akbar requested all craft back to Home 1 and all the corresponding ships, until a deckhand, similar to those that served over Scarif, called out to him, telling him that they were detecting a massive object emerging from hyperspace. Another deckhand piped up, announcing that there were more objects coming as well. The rebel fleet looked out of their bay windows and watched a Super Star Destroyer drop from hyperspace, and surrounding her were a duo of Interdictor-class destroyers, alongside 8 Imperial II destroyers and a number of Arquentans. The Imperial fleet had arrived. The Super Star Destroyer in the middle of the line powered up, and the Emperor, who sat on the command deck, gave General Pride the go-ahead. The Eclipse unloaded a blast similar in size to that of the original Death Star, and a shot rang out across the battle line, smashing into a winged MC-80, destroying it in one go. Sidious smiled sinisterly, and then told General Pride to power up the weapon and move the fleet into position to defend the capital ship. The Alliance panicked as Admiral Akbar redirected the fleet into position. He knew they wouldn't win this without attacking that super ship. General Syndulla pulled the Ghost back around and gave out orders. This battle was starting to eerily feel like the loss of Chopper Base on a Talon, but General Syndulla wasn't about to repeat history again. The rebels were so upset. Coriolanus had lied to him. The intel was wrong. Sadly, it wasn't though. Vader had all the correct intel, but at some point Sidious realized his apprentice was lying, so Sidious set up a trap, knowing that the bait of an unfinished Death Star would be enough to pull them in. Palpatine sacrificed about 30,000 workers just to trap the Alliance. There was a fake reactor and everything. The reason the Death Star was so incomplete is because the real monster was the Eclipse. Palpatine's engineers on Exegol cracked the code regarding the super cannon on a spaceship. They were just trying to miniaturize it for the Zyston-class Star Destroyers. Luckily, Palpatine wanted his own Super Star Destroyer, and they sent all the tech to the Kuat drive yards. All the resources that were meant to go to Endor went to Kuat, and then the Eclipse was built. Truly a masterful plan by the Dark Lord of the Sith. Akbar moved his forces into a counter, but the Eclipse was almost ready to fire again. Akbar told Hera to make a move on their support ships. They wouldn't be able to attack the Super Star Destroyer until their ships were gone. Syndulla understood, as she divided up the squads, giving Luke the go-ahead to push down the middle towards the flanking Imperial IIs. Lando was going to make a push for the Interdictors, and hopefully help them get out of dodge. General Pride gave the signal, and the Eclipse fired another shot. decimating another Alliance capital ship. They weren't going to last long unless they got into range of those destroyers. Mon Cala ships were built for this. Admiral Ackbar told every ship in the fleet to put their full power into their frontal shields and their engines. They needed to get to the Empire now. In the dogfight, the rebels were outmatched. Despite so many elite pilots flying with the Alliance, they were struggling. Inside the Ghost, Chopper mouthed off a couple words, detecting a familiar ship from hyperspace. Hera looked over and watched a small craft exit. She didn't really see who it was, as she ducked under an Imperial Star Destroyer while Wolf went crazy on the rear guns. The small craft that exited hyperspace sped forward at incredible speeds, and launched its lasers into passing TIE fighters, as he spun over and sped towards Luke, shooting his lasers and ripping apart the trailing interceptors. Luke smiled. It was Vader. He caught wind that Palpatine was leaving, and thought it was weird, so he tracked him to Endor. Vader had no clue that the Emperor outsmarted him, but Vader had been tracking Palpatine's movements ever since Bespin, and this was the only time he made a move that was semi-out of character for his daily habits. Palpatine knew Vader would be here too. He was going to crush all the rebels in one go. The Eclipse continued to power up his main weapon as the rebel fleet got closer. General Pride turned over to the Emperor, who nodded his head. The Imperial IIs and other support destroyers turned on their engines and moved forward. They had taken some damage, but not enough to remove them from the front lines. All these destroyers were doing was placing themselves right in front of the Eclipse. They were close enough to it where they wouldn't block the super cannon, but they were also defending it from the Alliance craft. Vader contacted the rebels and he was brought into their frequency. He apologized. He didn't know the Emperor had caught onto him. The rebels didn't care. He was either with them or against them right now. This was a fight of life or death. Vader agreed. They needed to hit the shield generators, but the TIEs were making it tough. Anakin spun his TIE fighter over the hull of the destroyer and broke towards some Y-wings. The bombers still hadn't clocked that Vader was on their side, and he sped past them, obliterating some Imperial dogs. The bombers were able to hit the shield generators, but still, only one Imperial II. They had a lot more to go, and this ship wasn't even destroyed yet, let alone crippled. Admiral Ackbar saw Vader's strategy, and he tried to move the fleet into the best position possible to counter that, but the beautiful beauty that was Home 1 would no longer stand. The massive rebel ship was targeted by General Pride, and the Eclipse, as a single shot, blasted right down the middle of the hull, splitting the rebel craft into pieces. Admiral Ackbar, like any true captain, went down with her ship. The burden of command fell on the General Syndulla. She looked over to her port side and saw rebel ships getting destroyed, and she could see the fleet, while still moving towards the Imperials in total disarray. Everything stood still for a split second. What was there to do? And like she felt before the Battle of Lothal, she could feel the reassuring hand of Kanan on her shoulder. She snapped back to the moment and gave the fighters orders to continue moving at the ISDs. She called over to the B-Wings and told them to line up behind her, telling Vader that they were going to crack the command deck of the Super Destroyer like an egg. They got into formation and lined up behind her, as they ran to the side of a damaged Imperial II. She contacted the rebel fleet and told them to push towards the starboard flank. That ship was weak. She theorized that they could do a couple things. They could either hit the Imperial II, go over its hull and hit the interdictor to escape, or they could damage the super weapon. It was really all they could do, so the rebels moved towards that position. The Ghost, the B-Wings, and Vader lined up, speeding down the middle and across the massive cannon of the super weapon. They each blasted the edge of the cannon, but it was protected by shields. The fighters moved along the flank, and Hera told all the B-Wings to spread out, flank her like the wings on a bird, and they did. Vader lined up right below her, and she gave them all the order to fire their cannons. This was the laser beam that the B-Wings were equipped with. It would significantly lower their power, but it was their best shot. She told the pilots to wait for her mark. They continued to close in on the bridge of the Eclipse. Hera was giving the Alliance a couple options here. She wasn't really sure which one would do her best in this scenario. As they got closer to the bridge, she gave them the command to fire. 12 B-Wings opened up their lasers as the Ghost and Vader fired everything they had. Cannons unloaded into the bridge where General Pride told the deckhands to prime their surface cannons, but they couldn't. All the energy in the Eclipse was going towards the super laser, and the shields were more so just basic shields. He yelled out, telling them to put everything into bridge protection. Palpatine grabbed the edge of his throne and watched the red beaming of lasers encircle the bridge, and then a torpedo dropped out of the Ghost, one with writing inscribed on the side. Sabine made a little art of Chopper, and next to it said, "One sick mother." The entire bridge exploded when Chopper's torpedo smashed into it. The rebels dispersed under Hera's command, as the B-Wings moved all their power to the shields and engines so they could recharge their blasters. Hera and Vader moved to cover both halves of the wing. The explosion of the bridge spread out across the Imperial Superstar Destroyer. Vader radioed over and told the fighters to get out of range of the super ship. The kyber crystals on the inside of the vessel would go nuclear, and if they were close, they'd be hit with a blast. Rebel ships darted away from the Imperial fleet as Hera relayed Vader's orders to the fleet, which they followed, by spreading out and opening fire on the Imperial capital ships, which were beginning to unload their heavy cannons towards the Rebel fleet. The eclipse shattered down the middle and debris was sent across the Imperial lines, crushing the Imperial twos and all their support. It was a magnificent explosion, and the rebels knew they had won. Vader informed them that he would send them more messages to their frequency, before darting away from the Endor system and jumping to hyperspace. The rebel fleet, on the other hand, regrouped and launched away. What followed was chaos. The death of the Emperor and the destruction of his personal fleet was a huge loss for the Empire. While the Empire was incredibly large, Vader was still seen with the respect and the hierarchy as he had been seen with before Endor, because no one knew he was there or that he contributed to Siddious' downfall. Palpatine didn't tell anyone about his treachery because he figured he'd be able to laugh at Vader as he failed over Endor. Obviously, that didn't happen. Vader did everything he could to set up the Empire to fail. One of these plans included sending a Super Star Destroyer to Exegol to destroy a cultist of Sith trying to pose as Sidious. This destruction would forever annihilate the Sith and the Final Order. As for individuals trying to gather together a Shadow Council, Vader was a part of it. He continued doing his little broadcasts as Coriolanus, but he was also very focused on building a regime loyal to him so he could destroy it. Vader understood what the mask meant. He understood that to save the galaxy from the Empire, they needed someone to hate. They needed a villain, one that could fill the shoes of Palpatine, and he could be that villain, the one the galaxy could relentlessly hunt for years. But that wouldn't ever be a concern for Anakin. He would set the Empire up for failure at Jakku, and the Shadow Council would crumble to their knees when Vader gathered them up for a final standing as the Alliance, one that would see all of them dying in the death of Darth Vader. Anakin Skywalker, on the other hand, would be well alive, and he would be with his son, and he would also learn of his daughter. The thing is, Anakin knew the galaxy would never accept him again, and he was okay with that. He didn't need to be a hero like he was during the Clone Wars. He just needed to be a good father to 2 children he neglected for 23 years. Also, he had a lot of making up to do for letting Tarkin blow Alderaan into an asteroid belt. While Anakin wouldn't ever be in the public eye again, he would be instrumental in Luke's instruction going forward. There was a reason Anakin never got this attention. Firstly, he didn't want it. Secondly, how exactly was the New Republic supposed to explain to the public that Vader was a secret operative that served with the Empire loyal for 22 years and then aided the destruction of said empire? Just a bit much to explain to the public without a message being misconstrued. Anakin would go with Luke to Dagobah, where they'd visit Yoda before his death. It'd be a little bit bittersweet. Yoda would have some peace knowing that the Force was brought to balance. There would be a conversation between Obi-Wan and Anakin on Dagobah, before they would begin the next leg of their journey. 2 decades later, Anakin would sit perched up on a hill, looking down over a Jedi Order his son had built. He looked down and watched his grandson walk out of the Jedi Temple while looking up at Luke and Leia. Han walked up the hill and sat down in front of Anakin. The two of them always had great banter, and even though they couldn't express everything they wanted to, they knew what the other was thinking. This was the life. The Empire and the Sith were gone. The Jedi were reborn, and after all these years, Anakin finally got his happy little family.